inside access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Got him. Hader and the Astros close it out 4-3. They take one game from the New York Yankees. A big win here for their first win of 2024 against the Bronx Bombers.
Hell yeah. That's all they do.
That's all they do. That's all they do.
All they do is win late afternoon games against the Yankees on May 9th. That's all they do, baby.
That's it. That's the only thing they do. I do. I'm gonna channel back when Altuve had that huge walk-off. Was it 2021? Where it was at the end of. It was at the end of. I want to say it was a 4-game series, and the Astros had lost 3, and yet somehow Altuve having the walk-off in the 4th game. It felt like, yeah, take that. Oh, you're going to boo Altuve? Yeah, clowns.
I actually have it was in 2021, and I can tell you why I know that. And we'll get into this game, and we'll get into the show in just a second. But as long as you're bringing that up.
Screw the show.
Welcome in, everybody. I'm Sean Pendergast. He's Seth Payne, Payne and Pendergast on a Friday with you here. That was in 2021, and I know that because that was during the very beginning of Amy's and my long road trip that we do every summer, and we were in New York City that day, and we were checking into the hotel the afternoon of that game, and we knew what the outcome of the game was, but you know who didn't? The guy bringing the bags to our room, because he brings the bags up to our room.
Yeah,
and he's putting the bags on the little shelf there and whatnot, and he's making small talk. He wants a good tip,
Right.
And he's like, where are you guys from? And we're from Houston. He's like, sorry about that game today. And I'm like, well, what do you mean? He's like, I don't know. Like, I stopped watching it. The Yankees were winning like 7-2. I'm like, oh, boy. Hey, well, guess what? I pulled out my phone. I said, hey, have you seen the end of the game yet?
Yeah.
And Altuve hit the home run. And he proceeded to quit his job and go live on an island somewhere out of despair.
You told him, hey, just so you know, it's not going to be a good next several years for you as a Yankees fan. You're actually going to miss the playoffs. But don't worry. By 2024, the team will be good enough to disappoint you in the playoffs again. At the very least, they'll have that chance to disappoint you in the playoffs.
I was proud of myself yesterday, Seth, watching that game, that I, stood up and clapped. Amy was doing something. At that moment, I think I was by myself in the living room watching it, and Hader got that last strikeout, and I stood up and I clapped. Like it was a big game, and I'm like, all right, I'm still into this team. You know what I mean? Like, I'm still into this.
I secretly videotaped Brandy at the end of the game there, and it was an awesome reaction, but I'm sworn to not share it with you or anybody else.
Fine.
Certainly not social media, because she'd done 3 hours of gardening beforehand. And she kind of looked a mess by her standards.
Right.
I thought she might as well have been like a pretty Gisele Bündchen.
Yes.
But she didn't deem it worthy. But yeah, she was going nuts.
Yeah,
she was doing the got him. She does her callous impression at the end.
Did she really do? Did she say got him? That's great.
Yeah. She does.
I love that.
It felt like a playoff victory.
Yeah.
It felt, especially when just previous, not too far off in the past, Gleyber freaking Torres had gotten a base hit. It was just it felt almost like it was destined to be another collapse, but they pulled it out. Josh Hader gets his first 4-out save since 2020.
Yep.
John Singleton, as everybody expected at the beginning of the season, was just an absolute hoss and a stud in this game with a 442-foot home run that wowed even Yordan Alvarez. And then he had at least 2 snags at first that were huge.
The one in the 9th inning may have saved the game. I mean, that was. Yeah, man. Like I'm getting the same the similar Maldi Yiner vibes from last year, that I got early this year. Like when you watch Yiner and he's a capable hitter and he's fine, he does what he does, and you're like, man, we went through a whole year of Maldi last year. Like I'm getting similar vibes now, like with Singleton. Like, if we had just had Singleton in there instead of I'm not saying Singleton's going to go to the All-Star game or anything like that, but, God, to have the guy hitting 0.79 in your batting order all season long, and now Singleton's been just fine, and at times fantastic. Yesterday he was great on both sides, offense and defense.
Well, is that, the Yiner versus Maldonado thing as well, because there's still Maldonado stands out there.
Yeah.
Apparently none of the apparently professional baseball pitchers are just absolute garbage and trash without Maldonado catching for them, despite the Cubs being the team, or the White Sox being the team with a worse ERA than the Astros right now, where Maldonado is catching. I thought that yesterday, though, since we're talking about catchers, what an infuriatingly effective demonstration for how much pitch framing does actually matter. Mm-hmm. Because Austin Wells and Marcus Stroman apparently are allowed to just tell the umpire, no, the strike zone is actually way out here now.
I know.
And you're like, you watch and you're like, this dude is falling for it. They're falling just because Wells sets up 4 inches outside the plate. That as long as they throw to a strike where Austin Wells has declared the strike zone is, then there you go. And it felt like from the get-go the Astros were going to get hosed because of it. But obviously it worked out.
It worked out. It feels like officiating, as long as you're bringing this up, like officiating across, I'm just going to use football, basketball, and baseball here. It feels like officiating's at an all-time low, or at least under all-time scrutiny. Like, it's a topic all the time now. Like, calls in... I mean, that's been the topic of the NBA playoffs, as best I can tell from listening to national radio. Every morning I listen coming in, and the lead is how the refs botched an NBA game. Yeah. We know that some of it may be social media. Like, every bad strike call winds up on Twitter now. Like, this was a strike, and this was a ball. Like, so we see a lot more of it, you know?
It's a combination of high-definition television and social media, largely. And, like, a larger trend in society to really just pounce on this stuff, not to mention the conspiracy theories intertwined amongst some of it.
Well, gambling.
Gambling being made legal, like that's, very much a big part of it. With baseball, I'm torn sometimes because there are times now where if I end up watching a broadcast that doesn't have the electronic strike zone, it's kind of refreshing. Yeah, it's kind of refreshing to just be like, oh, okay, well, that's where the strike zone is today. And you can judge it. You can go back to watching it the way you used to watch it, whereas now it's so clearly a ball. And even if you know, okay, well, that's how he's calling it today, it doesn't feel any better when your team gets hosed for it. And it goes both ways. It's just yesterday I thought was particularly egregious that Austin – I keep wanting to say Powers.
Wells,
Austin Wells was allowed to just declare his own strike zone.
Yeah. I think 2 things from the game yesterday for me. One, I think the Jordan storm that you and I have been talking about, I think it might be coming now. I think Jordan finally... Ben, let's hear it. We got to hear the Jordan bomb. I want to hear
that ball's hammered to right field. And for the 3rd game in a row, the Astros in front 1-0 thanks to a solo home run in the 1st inning. It was Tucker on Tuesday, Tucker on Wednesday, and today the DH, the big man, Air Jordan connects.
He had a double that was a rope his next at bat. Now he struck out a couple times too. Yeah. So I'm my weather forecast on the Jordan storm is not a strong one right now, but that was good to see him. He's had some good swings, even during this bad stretch that he's had. Like, he's hit some balls hard, but I think my hope is that the Jordan storm is coming, because if we're hoping that they're going to make a run to get back into this thing, and I think the first thing they need to eat on their plate is just win a few series here and start to creep back towards 500. They go as Jordan goes. You know, Jordan's OPS is the most directly correlated stat you can find to their winning percentage. Mm-hmm. You know, he goes as they go. So maybe it's coming. I
haven't been worried about Jordan, A, because he's Jordan, B, because he just looked a little bit off but not completely lost like an Abreu or a Bregman. And in that Seattle series, he was 3 for 9 in that series. The first 2 games especially, he was really effective versus a very good team. So, I think, like most people, I don't think most fans have been particularly worried about Jordan. It just stinks that he's one of the guys who are struggling amongst many.
Yeah, no.
Or it has been, you know.
Yeah, and nor am I. I'm not. I haven't been worried about him either. I'm just saying, like, I think it might be here finally. Like, he might be breaking out of this thing. My pet project for the rest of the season is John Singleton. Like, I want this story to have a really, really good I say ending. Like, who knows? Maybe he becomes a regular first baseman and he's with the Astros for several more years. But, man, of all the guys I'm rooting for, I'm really rooting for Singleton. Let's hear his home run yesterday. You pointed it out, Seth. This thing was an absolute bomb.
Oh. Singleton drills one. This is an upper tank off the facade of the third deck. A big fly by John Singleton. That ball was well tattooed. It's 3-0 Astros.
Yeah, that's about as well I can get about him, no doubt.
How's it feel to connect with something like that? Really good pitcher.
Outstanding. I mean, Stoerner's a good pitcher. You know, he typically he stays out of the middle part of the plate, so that's something you know, and you have to be very cautious when you go up there. But you know, he made a pitch down the middle, and that's all I can hope for.
A+ bat flip as well, John Singleton.
He's a very good bat flipper. He's
really
a respectful
good
bat flipper. It's an authoritative bat flip, but he never looks towards the pitcher. It doesn't look like he's gloating or really basking in the glory of it. It's about as blue collar a bat flip you can have in this new era of baseball.
You hit it 440, you can do whatever you want with the bat. Like that thing. That was
went all Shohei on it.
Yeah.
But with no gambling allegations.
That's right.
So
I'm rooting for Singleton, man. I'm rooting for Singleton hard.
Oh, yeah. It would be, and honestly, the fact that he seems to have been reborn as a fielder as well.
Mm-hmm.
He's just done, I feel like he's made more impressive plays defensively since Abreu went down than we'd seen out of him at any point in his Astros history.
Yeah.
So there's that. Juan Soto. What's Juan Soto's beef with Yainer Diaz?
I don't know. Did anybody talk about that? Yeah. Did anybody address? I mean, I saw it on the broadcast. Did anybody address it after the game? I don't know.
I don't think. Not that I saw. One of our listeners probably knows. So check the text line.
Do you think it's
713-572-4610?
I doubt it's anything long term. Soto was a Padre last year. Yainer was a rookie last year. It's probably something. Maybe something to do with the strike zone, or maybe, man, Soto he'd got
before his one hit, when he was yapping, I think he'd gotten pitched inside a pitch or two earlier, but yeah.
Could be. I mean, Soto's owned the Astros so far this year, owned them. He has destroyed the Astros. So maybe there's been some bleep talk going on with Soto. Soto's a very extroverted player, you know.
I know. Yesterday, even there was another one with Brandy beforehand. She was saying that she doesn't mind. Sometimes she has a hard time watching the Yankees games because she gets so angry and worked up about it.
Yeah.
She said it's been easier this time because she doesn't hate Soto as much. And then within 3 innings, she was like, "Oh, I hate Soto."
Yeah.
He started doing that little shuffle there and that at bat where he ended up having the exchange with Yainer. He's doing that little mini Soto shuffle, and yeah, he might own the Astros for now. But remember, the Yankees are only renting him. So after they disappoint in the playoffs this year, Soto will be off elsewhere somewhere. Or get way overpaid by the Yankees and be a disappointment afterwards.
Oh, I hope so. All right, we're off and running on a Friday. Rookie minicamp today out at the Methodist Training Center, out at the practice fields out there. So we're looking forward to that. Speaking of the Texans, best and worst of the NFL offseason. CBSSports.com has it. A ton of Texans, both good and bad, believe it or not. Not all good for the Texans this offseason, according to CBSSports.com. Do we agree with their assessment of some of the biggest Texan moves? That is next.
Kirk Holmes is a third-generation.
Denver.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you. Hope you're having a great morning. Hope you got a great weekend lined up.
Astros on pace for 57 wins,
Is it 57? I was going to ask you. I know you've got your ticker in your office. Yeah.
I was so disappointed in myself yesterday because I pointed out, I said like they're on pace for 53.9 wins, and you immediately were like, well, wait, how is it not a whole number? And I'm like, whatever, math boy. Like, you're not doing that math in your head. And then after the show, I was like, oh yeah, that's relatively easy math to realize, like, okay, 3 is divisible into 99, and then 63 divided by 3. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
it was 54 wins.
I was like, 162 divided by 3 is 54.
Yeah, I know. Okay, all right. Okay, you did that in your head. Fine. I went like an idiot. I was like, 0.333 times 162. I know I could have divided 162 by 3 because I had just thought about, like, oh, they're officially 1/3 of the way through. But okay, all right, just everybody settle down.
Well,
all right, it's been a while since I had to do math for anything.
It's not even.
So they're on pace for 57 wins.
57 wins. Yeah, it's not even that. It's they've been like the equivalent of 1 and 2 so many times already this season.
Oh,
that I've looked it up. I've got 54 tattooed into my brain. Like,
so in your brain, you knew at 162 if they win this, okay.
They're 12 and 24. I know it's 54 wins. Yeah.
All you need to know at this point in the season, when you're a third of the way of the season with the season approximately, each one of these wins is worth about three actual wins on your win projections.
There you go.
So there you go. They're up to 57,
57. This is great. This is good.
If they can win the next 3, they'll be up to close to 66 or 67.
God. Dude, they're going to be at 97 wins by the end of the month. It's going to be incredible. Yeah. So CBSSports.com. 2024 NFL offseason, debating best and worst free agency signings, underrated draft picks, more. They have 3 of their experts, Cody Benjamin, who we use his material quite a bit on the show, Jordan Bijani, and then Shannon McCarriston. So 3 of their experts. And the best free agent signing, 2 of these 3 say that Danielle Hunter is the best free agency signing. I'll use Cody Benjamin's blurb on it here. It's hard not to like the Texans' splashy investment off the edge, where Danielle Hunter gives them one of the NFL's most imposing edge rushers to pair with Will Anderson and play under DeMeco Ryans. Is he expensive? Sure. But as a short-term ad for a sudden contender, you can't do much better. Do you think he's expensive? I don't think he's expensive for what he does.
I think I think this is where the Texans are kind of ahead of the curve compared to a lot of other teams, is that they are following aggressively the trend of, okay, shorter contracts with more guaranteed money, because that's the best for both sides. Players forever have been clamoring for guaranteed contracts. Teams have said, look, it's football. You jamokes get injured and you start sucking earlier in your career than in other sports. So we can't do these. So what do? Yeah, you meet in the middle. You do a short-term contract that's almost fully guaranteed for a really, really good player who then is incentivized in the very, very short term to get another contract. And it's the best for everybody involved. So I think you look at it as, it's a short-term splashy investment, as he calls it. It's a splashy investment, and it's splish splash. We're taking a bath in greatness, Sean.
That's right.
We're bathing ourselves in glory with this.
Yes.
It is a splashy investment.
It is. It is. Well, it's as far as profile and resume, back of the football card, if you will.
Ooh,
it's easily the splashiest thing that Nick Caserio's done in free agency, and it's not even close.
My Danielle Hunter NFTs have skyrocketed in value.
Well,
where can I sell these NFTs that I bought when I'm in a deep depression in 2020? What is this?
I don't know. I don't know.
I'm going to sell you. You want to buy this NFT? Yeah, I get to own it? Yeah. What do I get to own? Nothing really.
Yeah.
Anybody can still do whatever they want with the image. Yeah. You don't even get royalties off of it.
I feel a little vindicated, like during that time in 2020 when crypto and NFTs were like all the rage, and I didn't touch any of it. I'm like, I don't know, man. Like I don't know what this is exactly. Like I don't know what this is. So
I know enough to know that. I know enough to know that the crypto, even if, whether you love it or hate it, if you're distrustful of it or what have you, the people that really, really know what they're doing just love that it's volatile.
Yeah.
And that if you're,
Yeah.
I wish I were that sophisticated and disciplined to just be somebody that preys on the volatility of something, but I'm not that guy.
I am not either.
I would have lost all my money 7 times over if I tried to be an active crypto trader by now. You guys can tell me all you want about how I should have bought crypto when it was $1 and all that. Yeah, I get it. 100%. Yeah. There was a crypto ATM right there by the Smoothie King. There's a Bitcoin ATM by the Smoothie King 5 years ago, and I used to go out of it every day and be like, I should just buy $1.
Give it a go.
I should buy one Bitcoin, right? Well, what's the big deal? I don't regret it a bit because I've got a long history of various other things that were just as promising that went down in flames.
Yep.
So believe you me, if I had bought $10,000 worth of crypto in 2020, Sean, that money would have already been invested elsewhere in something that failed.
Yes.
I am straight vanilla with my investments, baby,
Same.
and I'm proud of it.
Man,
yes.
Same. Absolutely. So, so 2 of the 3 like the Hunter signing the best. I think the interesting contrast here is the one that Jordan Bijani has as his best signing. He says Antonio Pierce and the Raiders added one of the best defensive tackles in the league in Christian Wilkins. He's someone who can rush the passer from the inside, which will make life easier for Max Crosby and Tyree Wilson, former favorite of the Payne and Pendergast show. I like Christian Wilkins as a player. I wanted Christian Wilkins for the Texans. As soon as I saw the price tag for Christian Wilkins on hour 2 of free agency, the splurge day, I said, I don't like Christian Wilkins that much. It was 4 years, $28 to $30 million a year for a guy. And this is what I'll point out as the contrast between Wilkins and Hunter, not just the price tag, which was very reasonable for Hunter and very exorbitant for Wilkins. Wilkins had a great contract year. Danielle Hunter has had a great career.
Right,
You know, it's just more to go off of.
This is not the Von Miller contract where the Bills gave Von Miller a contract that at the time people thought, look, makes a lot of sense. They're a team that's on the brink. You're overpaying, sure, but here you go. And then what happens with Von Miller? A, the normal aging that you expect, and B, he also ended up getting himself into some off-field scenarios as well. So it ended up being a bad contract, or probably a bad. In hindsight, it's easy to say this. If they could figure out a way to beat the Chiefs, then maybe it would be different. But this makes a lot of sense. Short-term splurge, and as much as we feel like, oh, you got to get a presence at defensive tackle, having 2 bookend defensive ends is a bigger headache than having a tackle and an end, because whichever way you slide the protection now, you've still got a headache on the other side. Yeah. If you've got a Laramie Tunsil on the left side, you can slide your protection and leave Laramie Tunsil alone with a really good defensive end. Most teams don't have a Laramie Tunsil. So when you have Danielle Hunter on one side and Will Anderson on the other, it is absolute nightmare, depending on what your composition is. So I think pivoting off of that Eric Armstead trade, because they had the opportunity for Danielle Hunter, I still feel good about that. I know they ended up paying the price and basically having to give away one of your starting defensive tackles for just about nothing. But it makes sense from a team building perspective.
I'd rather have lunch pail defensive tackles and star defensive ends than the other way around.
Yes. 100%.
Right,
yeah.
right. It's just they're more impactful. It's why they get paid as much as they do.
And even defensive tackles, which now, because people understand how much interior pass rush really can disrupt, like a guy like Tom Brady at his peak. It was that pressure up the middle that really disrupts all quarterbacks. Mm-hmm. Those guys are a lot more ineffective if they don't have good defensive ends out there. So, yeah, the edge rushers really drive the engine.
All right, best trade. So we already know the 2 of the 3 on CBSSports.com, like the Danielle Hunter signing. 1, Cody Benjamin. Man, he really loves the Texans. Which trade will pay off the most? Mm-hmm. Which trade will pay off the most? Cody Benjamin says this: the Chicago Bears adding Keenan Allen is a smart way to help ease Caleb Williams into the NFL, but the Texans pick swap for Stephon Diggs. Let me pause right there. Good for you, Cody Benjamin, for recognizing what exactly the sequence of trades was there. You know, there's so many experts like, I can't believe they gave up a second-round pick for 1 year of Stephon Diggs. It's like, no, it's how they got that second-round pick. Says the pick swap for Stephon Diggs should pay more immediate and substantial dividends for their own young quarterback in C.J. Stroud. Even if it's only a 1 year rental, the potential for fireworks is wild. That's exactly where I'm at with this. I have come to grips quickly with the idea that this is going to be a one-year fling with Stephon Diggs, and I am cool with it.
You've pointed this out multiple times, but for some reason it wasn't until this moment that I realized the irony of the pick swap being basically you traded the Vikings for Stephon Diggs.
Yeah.
It just didn't quite register before that. Yeah, he's been traded by the Vikings twice now.
Kind of.
I wonder if does that put the Vikings into like renewed grudge mode for Stephon Diggs?
Well, they're on the schedule, too. I forgot. We're also caught up in the Bills being on the schedule because it's recency. But, the Vikings are on the schedule, too, for Stephon Diggs. This is your life for Stephon Diggs.
That one might sting more. He might have more of a chip on his shoulder about the Vikings because the Vikings feel like they really got one over on that because they went and drafted Jefferson and, got a younger guy for cheaper and obviously an awesome receiver. So, yeah, I bet he got and continues to get more hate that might actually hurt from the Vikings fan base than from the Bills fan base.
Yeah. We just haven't had time for the Bills to really hate him as much as the Vikings have had. I mean, they've had 5 years.
Yeah, Bills fans are kind of reeling from a bunch of different stuff that's happened there as they come to terms with, okay, this looks like a reset year.
Yeah.
Whereas the Vikings fan base has probably gloated a lot more about the trade.
And as well, they probably should. Like you said, that the exact pick they got for Diggs turns into Justin Jefferson.
They've got that Diggs trade has ruined other franchises.
Yes.
That Diggs trade ultimately cost Vrabel his job.
Yes.
Because because other teams started thinking like, oh, we'll just trade away our awesome wide receivers and draft a Treylon Burks. Yeah.
They tried to do the exact same thing in Tennessee. Man, you're right. It definitely cost the GM his job. Like literally that trade was the reason John Robinson got fired. And you're right. Eventually,
John Robinson to just try to pull off another Diggs trade.
Yeah. So the trade that would pay off the most, Cody Benjamin says the Diggs trade. Now, the Texans do show up in the which trade will pay off the least category as well.
Is it this Benjamin turncoat?
It's not.
He didn't Judas?
He didn't turn on you. No, nor did Jordan Bijani. It's actually Shannon McCarriston, who loved the Danielle Hunter signing. She does not like the Joe Mixon trade. She said, I believe the Texans will be legitimate contenders this season, but the addition of running back Joe Mixon will not make as big of a difference as they want it to. His cost will not equal his production next season. And I can only imagine she's talking about the contract extension that the Texans willingly gave Mixon, not the seventh-round pick they forfeited to get him into the building.
Yeah, I would have to give her the benefit of the doubt on that one because I don't think there's a person on earth that's like a seventh-rounder for Joe Mixon.
Right.
This is where I'll DM her and explain to her my running back third contract theorem.
You need to, yep.
Which is that I trust any running back who has lived through his second contract. I trust him more on a third contract than I trust any other running back on their second contract.
Right.
Because I feel like there's two classes of running backs these days. There's the guys that are old school and that can play through injury and that don't get degenerative conditions in their knees after 3 good seasons. And those are the guys like Derrick Henry, lived through his second contract. Joe Mixon lived through his second contract. I feel better about those guys. Yeah, sure, age will render them a little less effective, but I feel like there's a better chance that you're going to get a good chunk of productivity out of a third running back contract than any average awesome second contract.
Yeah, look around at their offense. Like Joe Mixon is here to take the running game from being fairly abysmal. No disrespect to Devin Singletary, but that's not optimal that they were leaning on him.
Right. Yeah, he was not going to be he was not going to be a 20 carry a guy for the entire season.
Right. Yeah. So Mixon's role is to get this thing to where it's not that anymore. It's to where it's a nice sidecar that you can use when you need to use it. But look around at what they're doing. I mean, they're trading for Stephon Diggs. They're re-signing Dalton Schultz. They've got Tank Dell and Nico Collins already, and they've got C.J. Stroud. They just need a compliment to C.J.
And I think a lot of it, too, if you look at Mixon and some of the box score stats or even some of the advanced stats don't look as good for Mixon last year. You got to look at what they were doing in the offense last year where they moved completely away from what Joe Mixon is good at. Joe Mixon is really good with QB under center, run game that complements the play action, all that stuff. The Bengals last year started to go to a extremely shotgun heavy offense where Joe Burrow is just going to sit back and pick people apart apparently. And whereas the Texans are going to have CJ under center a lot. They're still going to do a lot of play action. I think they're going to run more 3 wide receiver shotgun sets than they did last year just because of the talent they have at wide receiver. But the actual, like the Kubiak-Shanahan system with Joe Mixon is just a much better fit than the Bengals were last year.
Yep. All right, headlines coming up next. We got a win from the Astros yesterday. Let's celebrate a little bit. And Texans rookies get started. Texans rookies are signing deals. And Texans made a trade yesterday. Go Irish. We will talk about that coming up next.
Everything. Your mom or your wife, I'm sure, is a Texans fan if you're listening to this show. So I guess, everybody's excited.
Pendergast with today's headlines.
Got him. Hader and the Astros close it out 4-3. They take one game from the New York Yankees. A big win here for their first win of 2024 against the Bronx Bombers.
I know this is headlines, and music in headlines is a little gauche, but I'm not going to let these 24 losses steal my joy, Seth. No.
I had zero clue that music during headlines would be gauche, so don't worry, Sean. I didn't judge you.
Thank you.
The Astros pick up the equivalent of 3 wins yesterday on the projected win total based on right now. Yes. Right now, the Astros are on pace for 57 wins, where the day before they had only been on pace for 54 wins.
Yeah.
So here you go, baby. They're on their way. They're on their way. We gotta have this projected win total just creep up towards 90, and we'll be okay.
It's so funny, like watching the game yesterday. They've won so few games this year that you can almost categorize the wins. You know, like they have those blowout wins in Mexico City, Colorado. They've had a few other games where they've really rolled up some big scores. Ronel Blanco had a no-hitter for the first win of the year. I'm watching this game yesterday, and I'm like, this is the first game that feels like an actual, like, how you drew it up on the chalkboard game at the beginning of the year. You know what I mean? Like, you get a couple bombs, maybe not Singleton they drew up on the chalkboard probably, but, you know, you get some early runs, you get a lead, you get a nice quality start. You know, maybe not from Ronel Blanco is how they drew it up, but you get a quality start from somebody. And you get some, you know, decent run from the bullpen. You know, Presley gave up a home run. That'll happen. And then Hader, the big thing was like Hader. Like, that's when I felt it. I'm like, in comes Josh Hader for the save. I'm like, oh, my God, he has had so few save opportunities this year.
Right,
He's come into so few games that have been one-run leads for the – well, and when he has, they've coughed up the leads, too. That's the other reason why it just feels so weird. Like, this is – oh, my God, like, this is exactly like how they drew it up on the chalkboard when they made these moves this offseason.
You might not have drawn up Ryan Presley letting up a home run and what have you. And certainly John Singleton. Maybe on the chalkboard at the beginning of the season, you know damn well certain members of that front office were chalking up a Jose Abreu home run. So
Indeed.
We'll say out of the first base position.
Yeah.
You are the long and winding road took us from John Singleton to Jose Abreu 10 years later, to back to John Singleton.
It's true.
You spent some money on Abreu's contract, but it was all just an avenue to get you back to John Singleton.
Yes, man. The love of our life came back into our life. John Singleton. He hit that
We're really replaying 2015 all over again.
Kind of.
You know, you're trying to rebirth an Astros team.
Yeah.
And you're doing it except you're doing it with one of the guys who was supposed to be a part of the initial rebirth.
You're chasing the Rangers in the AL West. You're trying to sneak into the playoffs, maybe. Yeah.
Trying to prove that you're on the same caliber of team as the Yankees. And then what happened in 2015?
Hey.
The Astros beating the Yankees was in the single game playoff game was the harbinger of all the greatness to come. So here you go, everybody. You're welcome. Another decade of greatness.
Jose Altuve still your best player, lo these many years later, like he was in 2015.
If you were like 3 centimeters taller, it would have been an even more emphatic victory there in the 9th inning. If somehow the Astros had kept Gleyber Torres from keeping them in the game.
Yep. So big win. Joe Spada himself said, big win for the Astros.
You're trying to win every game, right? And you come here and you lose the first 2 the way we did, and then you come back and you play hard to come out with a win. And you don't want to get swept. You don't want to get swept in any venue, especially here against that team. So we fight till the end. We have to. We have to be resilient and fight through our ways through this. It's the only way you get out of it. You can't quit. You got to compete, and that's what we did. And big outs by our bullpen. Jordan, big home run. Singleton, big home run. We grinded some through our bats. We left some people on base, trying to work through those. But that's a big one.
Yeah, they could have put this thing away early. They did leave a lot of guys on base after building that 3-0 lead. The next inning, they had the bases loaded. Next inning, they had Pena on third with nobody out, and they couldn't bring him home. Like, there's still issues with this team.
Yeah, having Tucker and Jordan up consecutively with bases loaded and coming away with it with nothing was a bit of a letdown. But it was, again, you're going against one of the very best teams in the league. And, yeah, these games are going to be hard to win, and you got to fight your way through it. And they did it. That's the way you want it to look.
Yep.
Whatever, just, screw the details. That was a hard-fought win yesterday to keep from getting swept.
I like it. Yep. Texans, few things with the Texans here. Rookie minicamp begins today, so we'll get a look at the Texans rookie class out there. We'll get to watch the whole practice, so we'll have updates for you here on Sports Radio 610 throughout the day. I might jump on with the midday guys and chat them up a little bit about it. Kamari Lassiter signs his rookie deal. They've been signing a bunch of their rookies. Kamari Lassiter, the big one, 4 years, $9 million. He gets $3.3 million guaranteed. They made a trade yesterday, Seth, someone I'm a little familiar with because of where he played his college ball. Ben Skoranek, wide receiver with the Rams. They do the old 6th and 7th round flipperoo. Ben Skoranek and a 7th for a 6th round pick from the Texans. So it's the classic, like, we're about to cut this guy. Do you want to make a trade for him kind of thing? Right. And the Texans said, sure, we'll make a trade. We could use some more wide receiver depth. He plays a little fullback. He's made some plays for the Rams. There was a video that Coach Dent is texting in right now on the text page, and I saw this yesterday too. There was a video that surfaced yesterday of Skoranek where he drilled J.J. Watt with a chip block. Did you see this yesterday?
No, I didn't.
He put J.J. on his ass with a chip block, and on the very same play catches the ball, chips J.J. to the ground, and then catches the ball and makes a nice catch and run with it. So he's a depth guy. This will be, what they're creating competition at wide receiver 4, 5, and 6 right now.
You're right. And no, I think, they're going to – they like that he's a guy that's very familiar with his system. Yep. He's got the versatility that's also prized these days. And I think that probably what happens with the Texans at fullback position this year – or let's call it H-back, whatever it might be, a movable piece. It's going to be a combination of guys like this, Andrew Beck, maybe mostly your fullback, but then also, various other positions. And I think that I'm back in his development as an actual fullback. Fullback. My God. Yeah. I know. I said fullback, and then I felt I had Beck stuck in my head. Mm-hmm. That's one of maybe the secret hidden X factors of this season is that they would love, especially when Dameon Pierce is in the game. You look at a lot of Dameon Pierce's best plays last year. It's old school power football or pin and pull where you got a lead blocker and it can clear the path and he can just hit it. I don't think they're abandoning Dameon Pierce. I don't think so either. They're going to figure out ways at times to use either a fullback or versatile tight ends or whomever else to clear the way for Dameon Pierce.
Yep, and that's what Skoranek is. So he may this may be as much competition for Andrew Beck as it is, Xavier Hutchinson and Robert Woods, as far as position.
As long as Skoranek can be give you that versatility to either line up out wide or in the backfield or whatever else.
Yeah. Not sure if you've heard this, Seth, but Malik Neighbors and Jaden Daniels, 2 LSU guys, right? 2 top 5 picks. Top 5? Top 6 picks. Malik Neighbors went to the Giants at 6. Jaden Daniels went to the Washington Redskins at 2. Quarterback Jaden Daniels, wide receiver Malik Neighbors. They have a $10,000 bet on who is going to win Offensive Rookie of the Year between the two of them. Neighbors disclosed this, I believe, on the Pivot podcast. And then Daniels was asked about it as a follow-up on either a podcast or a show he was on. And he's like, Malik probably wasn't supposed to talk about that publicly. And you know who's all over this now.
Oh, HOA Florio.
Old HOA Florio is all up in this $10,000 bet. And how
this is, where he does point out. So first, my first thought was but they're not making a bet with a gambling house or something like that. There's a friendly bet between friends. But HOA Florio has to point out that no, any kind of gambling with teammates about performance or what have you is against the code.
It's a sign of things to come.
Right, yeah. And this is classically one of those things that before legalized gambling and before the NFL associated with it, nobody would have batted an eyelash at this. The kind of you're betting on yourself. This is exactly the kind of thing that most fans would really, really want. But now, because of the increased scrutiny, Florio's acting like, well, this is a hell in a handbasket right here. This is what you've introduced. Like, no, this stuff's gone on forever, and it should be encouraged. It's one individual betting on himself. Right. There's no way to tank this, you know? Like, do you think that somehow one of these guys is going to give up? Do you really think that in, like, his final 2 games, he's going to, like, boy, I could win Rookie of the Year and probably actually give myself a bump in a future contract, or I could get this cool $10,000 in cash by letting the other dude win the Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, no, it's
Use your thinking head.
Yep.
God.
Yep. So that's
and yeah, they'll probably be fined heavily for this.
Do you think they will be? I think they might be.
I think they'll probably be fined.
Just for optics.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be suspended, but I think they might. They'll probably get fined.
Slap
just
on the
as
wrist.
A matter of the NFL looking like they're abiding by their strict rules.
Yep, absolutely. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday, man. Hope you got a nice weekend lined up. Let's get to.
To be clear, I don't think they. Sorry.
No.
I don't think they would have gotten fined if Florio hadn't pointed it out.
Right.
I think there are a lot of times with tampering.
Florio's getting his way on so much stuff.
I think a lot of the stuff would just slide under the radar. Maybe there'd be a memo or somebody would text somebody like, "Hey, knock it off." Where now, when Florio makes a big stink out of it, he gets people fined.
Yeah. Is there a bandwagon right now, not just for the Texans, but within the Texans? Does a particular player have a bandwagon for the Texans? And where's C.J. Stroud stacking up this offseason against some of his contemporaries? We will get to that coming up next. But first, Men's Tea Clinic. I will be there. If you're listening, Men's Tea Clinic, Durham and I-10. Be a little late today. We got a little rookie camp going on.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. This is our long segment here. We'll get to, I feel like this is like 3 straight days. We're going to get to more Brady roast stuff later this segment. This roast has had more legs.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
I did notice, I leaned on it heavily on my YouTube channel, and I woke up this morning to a couple of my videos being taken down off of YouTube because I put a little too much of the roast. I put a little bit of a copyright violation. Yeah. They don't. They flagged me for it. So, but we can play as much of the audio as we want.
It's funny. Like it's almost like I see people who are like almost learning about the concept of a roast for the first time with this Brady roast. You know what I mean? Like that didn't really understand. Like, oh, it's that vicious, huh? A roast. Like, yeah. That's. I know we haven't done these in a while because it's been a strange world that we live in or whatever.
They've been doing the Comedy Central's been doing them forever, and Jeff Ross has been doing them forever, but it's just not, it's not like network, the on demand, like people, it's not one of the hugest shows out there where everybody has watched it.
Yeah. I mean, and Tom Brady's one of the most famous people in the world, and then that probably has a lot to do with it. But there are a lot of people that just don't sit down and watch roasts at all, or haven't seen, especially how they like 2030, like back when Dean Martin was doing them, they weren't as profane and obscene and as aggressive as they are now. So that's really what's changed. Yeah.
This isn't making a few short jokes about Kevin Hart, and calling it a day. This is like vicious at the jugular.
This was. Yeah, we'll have a little later on this segment. There's some winners and losers on social media from the Brady roast. I was astounded at some of these numbers, but we'll get to that. We'll get to that in about 10, 15 minutes here on the show. Bandwagons in the NFL. NFL.com. Bandwagons. NFL bandwagons to hop on in 2024. Gennaro Felice. One of their editors. And the Texans make this cut as well. Texans are making the cut on a lot of these offseason lists, man. A lot of people are excited about I can't wait for the schedule release.
They are, as Nick Caserio would tell you, it's gone a little overboard, I think, and the Texans winning the offseason. Be very, very nervous whenever you win the offseason.
Yep. So they've got bandwagons on here. A couple teams, to bandwagon on. Texans are not one of the teams, although they get mentioned quite a bit. But they've got the Bears as a bandwagon team, maybe, with all the offensive weapons and Caleb Williams. The Bills, they say don't jump off the Bills bandwagon yet. As far as individuals go, though, they've got Anthony Richardson in here. Maybe get on that bandwagon. Bandwagon is sort of a thing you're getting on before everybody else is getting aboard. Yeah. And the one Texan element in this article, Nico Collins. Get on the Nico Collins bandwagon, they're saying. Does Nico Collins have a bandwagon? This is what they say. Stephon Diggs is the fun new toy in Houston's receiving corps, but I believe he'll complement Collins in the Texans' aerial attack. Okay, now that gets interesting. Stephon Diggs, complimentary piece. That has not gone well in the past.
Right. Yeah. Well, they'll all complement each other. That's the whole thing.
Yeah. I'm just taking it completely at face value.
You're thinking about, through Stephon Diggs' eyes, what's gonna cause a cryptic tweet?
Yeah.
Please, writers, don't drive a wedge between Nico Collins and Steph Diggs for before anything even begins.
We don't need that. With better quarterback play and health, Nico experienced and better health than he experienced his first 2 NFL seasons. Nico Collins broke out in year 3, catching 80 balls for 1,300 yards, a healthy 16.2 yards per catch, and I think that's big. The catch and run, the explosiveness, 8 touchdowns. PFF grading isn't a perfect measurement. I like that they give that caveat.
Yeah.
But it's a helpful tool for contextualizing individual performance in a team sport. Check out this past season's top 13 receivers according to Pro Football Focus. And he lists them here. Number 1, Tyreek Hill. Number 2, Brandon Ayuk. Those both match the eye test. Number 3, Nico Collins. And that takes everything into account. That's not just the 80 catches for 1,300 yards. That's the blocking. That's the getting open, on plays where you don't see the ball. Like, Nico, number 3 on the PFF rankings.
I think that that's all valid. Like, again, take it with a grain of salt. PFF grades, usually people use them when it suits whichever argument they're making. I do think that one way I like to use the grades from PFF is to look out they're bad for comparing individuals, like one individual to another, because it doesn't take into account scheme and all that. But I think it is evidence when one guy's grades improve over his previous grades or what have you.
Yep.
It's generally because he's actually played better. And in this system, it's been perfect for Nico Collins. There's two things that excite me about Nico Collins where I don't think it's just gold dust or fairy dust from last year or some kind of an illusion. Was, he stayed healthy, but it wasn't by random chance. He talks about how he changed his routine. He understood better how he needs to treat his body off the field as well as on and all of that. So I think just like when Carlos Correa started staying healthy because he had started a daily routine to take care of his back, I think Nico Collins has crossed that barrier into taking care of his body like a veteran. The other, if I had to choose one stat that really makes me excited and can work in any scheme, but especially this one, it's that he led the NFL in broken tackles after the reception. And he led it by several broken tackles. I want to say he had like 19 broken tackles, and the next highest had 16.
He led the league in that category.
Led the league in broken tackles after a reception. And it really showed up towards the end of the season. And then that doesn't include the playoffs, where he didn't just break tackles, he bulldozed fools, at a pretty damn good clip. That's the part that I think is not going to change. It's not like all of a sudden he's going to be less strong or less able to break tackles. And if anything, with Stephon Diggs hopefully opening things up that much more and having a healthy Tank Dell on the field, that means there's going to be more instances where Nico Collins catches the ball with more space in front of him. And so the run after the catch could end up being really, really good for him.
What's the ceiling for this offense this year if everybody's healthy? Is
5 million yards.
Yeah, can this does this have the potential to be the best offense in football this year?
Oh, yeah, I think it does. Now, it doesn't slam dunk guarantee it, obviously.
Of course not.
But I think you have the pieces in place. Whereas last year, obviously, going into the season, everything was a wild card. You didn't know what Tank Dell was going to be. I was watching Tank Dell during training camp, and I was getting excited at times, but then I was also getting kind of nervous that there were times early in training camp where he was getting shoved to the ground at the beginning, at the snap.
Yep.
He had to really learn about how to use his assets versus NFL press coverage, and he figured it out. It's just guys that are his size have to get off the ball, get away from contact, but still stay on time in rhythm within this offense, and that's a really hard thing to do for a rookie. That's what's really exciting about him, was that he's in a timing and rhythm offense as a smaller guy, and the Texans didn't have to rely on gadgetry to get him open. They didn't have to use him like a Tavon Austin or whatever. They didn't have to use gimmickry. They ran him in the offense, and it worked.
I guess if we're looking, if there's an Achilles heel in this offense, it's still the interior of the offensive line, I guess. Right? There's very few areas of this offense now where they're not trotting out at worst an above-average NFL football player.
I think the big test is, all right, let's think about that Ravens game. The Ravens game in the playoffs was a very clear indication of that team that was on the field going against the Ravens, admittedly with no Tank Dell, but that team was not ready to push on into the playoffs. That team wasn't going to, I don't think it would have gone much different against the Chiefs if they had played the Chiefs. So how are they different now than on that game? Obviously, the wide receiver group as it stands right now, assuming Tank Dell, can't believe I'm saying this, recovers from his gunshot wound in time for the season, that's much better. I think your offensive tackle position might be, Titus Howard is better when he's at his best at right tackle than George Fant.
Sure.
And I know people don't want to believe that because he's so bad at left guard, but
right.
I think you're better off there. But the interior offensive line was a real headache and a real problem against the Ravens, and right now you can't feel that much better about it.
Yeah.
You can be optimistic about it, but you can't reasonably look at it and say, oh yeah, they're much better right now than they were in that Ravens game.
Do you think I'm with you on Titus? He's just, he better be a better right tackle than George Fant. They're paying him $18 million a year. Do you think athletically, he's a better fit for what the Texans like to do offense? Because we've not seen him in this offense really playing right tackle at all.
Right.
Do you think his makeup is better suited for what the Texans like to do than maybe even the offense he was drafted into back in 2019? Like, is he a better fit for this West Coast stuff?
No, I don't think it's. I think he's fine in any scheme at right tackle.
Yeah.
It's because he's athletic, but he also is big and can play. Like, he can handle power, he can handle speed. He's good out in open space. So he fits into this offense really well. The biggest thing with Titus Howard really is that, people always make the mistake of thinking, well, because it's harder to play it. Because it's harder to find good offensive tackles, and those guys tend to be more athletic. A lot of people assume that it's no big deal to move down to guard, but the analogy I always use is it's like Will Anderson going down to play nose tackle.
Yep.
Like, no, yeah, Will Anderson is a more valuable commodity as a defensive end. He's a better athlete than any nose tackle, but he's not built to play. He's not built to play nose tackle. Titus Howard, you might look at him physically and say, oh yeah, he's built to play guard. He doesn't have the type of game. That you need to play guard. Like, you got to be a little bit of a barroom brawler to play guard, and that's not Titus Howard's game.
My layman's take on that, just from somebody who's never played offensive line and just observes, is there's clutter everywhere. It's a different kind of clutter in the interior than it is on the outside.
Yeah, it's a knife fight versus a sword fight, And look, I'm no knife fighting expert yet, but I've got some people who've wronged me, Sean, and I want to get in. I want to be able to look them in the eye when they get their comeuppance.
I'm familiar with at least part of this list. Oh yeah. I'm just joking. Seth doesn't have a list.
I need to feel the blood on my hands.
That's
Sean,
right. That's right.
When these people go down.
Yes.
So yeah, he's more of a sword fighter than a knife fighter.
Yep. Would you pay Nico Collins 3 years, $25 million a year? I've said several times I would do that deal. And I think the Texans should do that deal if it's on the table. The question to me, that's the who says no. I think like earlier in the offseason, it might have been the Texans who would have said no, but boy, this wide receiver market is not going down anytime soon. Amon-Ra St. Brown just got $30 million a year. Who says no to $25 million over 3? Probably Nico right now, actually.
Probably, and that's where, again, it comes down to the Texans' strategy of maybe giving a lot more guaranteed money. Make it. It might not. It doesn't have to be a top of the market deal. But even if it is, it will. There's a really good chance it'll be a bargain next year.
Yeah.
So if you can entice them into a short-term contract with a whole lot of guaranteed money right now, I think it does make a lot of sense. And I won't be surprised if that happens. But yeah, Nico Collins and the Texans in a weird way, they might have also increased their leverage by trading for Stephon Diggs, because Nico Collins can look at it and think, realistically, all right, I could play better this year, but have less impressive stats.
I think that's the chalk right now, actually. I think that's with Stephon Diggs here now, I think there's if they run the football better, they're not going to be an aerial circus. If they're ahead in games, they're going to be grinding clock, theoretically.
So then it becomes a question of, all right, look, there's still going to be teams out there that realize that. But there's also, when it comes to doling out big contracts, teams are not as scientific as you think. And you add more teams into the mix when, oh, wow, it's the league-leading wide receiver. And, oh, wow, look at how many touchdowns. When they see that production and they can watch it on film, it means more than just like, well, yeah, but they had Stephon Diggs. But look at all this separation he was getting. Yeah, I think I think the Texans probably feel very, very good about Nico Collins. But this is a little bit of perhaps unintended leverage they have if Nico's looking at it realistically.
It's funny because they're a good football team now, no question about it. But for the majority of the time here, since Nick Caserio got here, they've been a bad football team for a majority of the time. So they haven't had many good football players that we ask the question, do they take care of their own? And so, but it's a small sample, but the small sample indicates that they do, right? I mean, Laramie Tunsil got an extension. Titus Howard, you can say what you will about Titus Howard, whether you think he's a good right tackle, a below average right tackle, whatever. During 2021 and 2022, he was one of their better players, mostly because they just didn't have any good players on the team. Dalton Schultz was good for them last year. They kept Dalton Schultz on a 3-year deal. I'm trying to think of the players who are like above average players, not necessarily Pro Bowlers, but who they let walk necessarily. You know?
Well, no, you know who they gave an extension to last year was what the hell's wrong with me this
Collins.
morning? Thank you, Malik Collins.
Yeah.
Defensive tackle Malik Collins.
Yep.
Malik Collins, and that was a little bit. Remember, that's why Steven Nelson got all agitated.
Yes.
He disclosed on his podcast. He said, "Well, you got when there was a player during minicamp that got an extension, and Steven Nelson was left wondering, hey, where's my extension?"
Right.
Malik Collins was the guy that got an extension during minicamp.
Yeah.
So, I think that I think you're right. I think they've been kind of under the radar, aggressive in re-signing their own. It's just that until the 2023 season happened, it wasn't. It was all for, nobody was. It wasn't really registering necessarily.
They value greatly behind the scenes stuff. DeMeco, I think Nick Caserio always has, and I think DeMeco Ryans outwardly says that he does. We are more about the person than about the player. He's, I'm paraphrasing, but he basically said that in, I think, the combine press conference that he did. That information, that intel that they have on their own guys, Seth, I think they value that tremendously. They feel much safer giving $25 to $30 million to a guy who they've watched. In a guy like Nico, who they've watched his work habits develop over 3 years, like he's changed the way he trains, and he's, I think they value that greatly.
Well, and then, you know what? I didn't bother to check this, but I had seen that they hired Shane Vereen to work on the staff.
Yeah, over the weekend. Or earlier this week. Yeah.
Okay, you know what? And I didn't revisit it in my brain like I should have, because I just remember this is my exact thing. I just saw Shane Vereen in Texans, and my first thought was oh no, they did it again.
Yeah.
They signed a running back that was good with the Patriots, thinking they'd get the same production out of him. No, that's not what happened. They signed I'm all for having Shane Vereen, no matter how many different, like either wheel routes or just flat out go routes by a running back the Patriots torched the Texans on in the past. I'm willing to forgive Shane Vereen now that he's on the staff.
Yeah, he's in the front office in a player personnel role. So, C.J. Stroud, I heard the guys in the afternoon talking about these power rankings yesterday, these quarterback power rankings on CBSSports.com. Our friend Cody Benjamin pops up again. Boy, we've talked about him more in the first hour and a half of the show than we have in the history of the show. But he's got his QB power rankings. He's got C.J. Stroud 5th right now. 5th on the power rankings, man. Patrick Mahomes, Brock Purdy, number 2, Josh Allen, 3, Joe Burrow, 4, C.J. Stroud, 5. The debate they were having in the afternoon yesterday, Seth, Patrick Mahomes, the only guy right now, the only quarterback right now that inarguably is above C.J. Stroud. Like, can you have a healthy debate about C.J. Stroud versus any of these guys hovering around him in rankings like this? Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, guys like that.
It's hard to separate playoff performance in history from this. So I would say that I honestly, and I think C.J. Stroud would probably agree with me on this. I don't think you can really place him a bunch above a lot of veteran QBs who have performed really. And C.J. had a good playoff game, don't get me wrong. But those guys have had so much more success in the playoffs, regardless of where they ultimately failed in the playoffs, that no, I can't put him up there yet. It's still a projection with him. Now, I look at him versus Josh Allen, and I think especially given surrounding talent and everything else, I expect him to be better than Josh Allen this year. But he hasn't genuinely proven it over an extended period of time. I think you still got to earn that over time.
The Brock Purdy thing is fascinating to me still. Again, Brock Purdy is number 2 on these power rankings for quarterbacks, and I think the 49ers would trade Brock Purdy for C.J. Stroud. They drive Brock Purdy to the airport right now if they could trade him for C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? What are we doing?
Like San Francisco, like in some ways they're a victim of their own success and their own proficiency. And this is what I've always wondered about. Going back to Matt Schaub, when this offense, and I'll say going back to my first introduction to the Kubiak offense was when I was a rookie. And I played against the Broncos, and afterwards I was like, I'm going to have to watch this film like 18 times to figure out what just happened to me. Because, my God, I've never been just flipped upside down, sometimes literally, without knowing what the hell was going on this play. But because when the offense is run well, you just get the absolute most out of a quarterback. And sometimes it's a quarterback like Matt Schaub, who is playing way, way better than he would have in any other system, and yet it makes it difficult to figure out, like, okay, I guess this guy just went to 3 Pro Bowls, but I'm not sure he's the guy. I don't know.
Right.
And I think that's where they are with Brock Purdy right now. It's that, man, he's very effective in this offense, but what do? We've already been through, if you're the 49ers, look, we've been through trading up for a Trey Lance. We've been through, trading for Jimmy Garoppolo and giving him a huge contract, and then bringing him back another time after we thought he was gone, and going to Super Bowls with those guys. It's really, really tough to figure out, okay, when do you make that aggressive move upwards? And yet we can remember when a decision was made to go with Matt Schaub over Peyton Manning, who ended up ironically and cruelly winning a Super Bowl later on with Gary Kubiak himself.
Yes, he did. Like a janky-ass version of Peyton won a Super Bowl with Gary Kubiak.
Yeah.
So Noodle Arm Peyton won a Super Bowl with Gary Kubiak.
So you're sitting there in San Francisco thinking, well, boy, we've got this bird in the hand.
Yeah.
And we think we got a good bird in the hand. And we've already been burned before trying to go after other birds. And yet, man, I don't know.
Yeah.
I might want to go for 2 or 3 more in the bush.
Yeah. I don't begrudge San Francisco.
Cut that up, Ben.
I don't begrudge him for sticking with Brock Purdy. He's fine. When I see like subjective power rankings saying he's the second best quarterback in football, I'm like, I don't know about that. By the way, the Texans on their schedule this year, on this particular set of QB power rankings, play against quarterbacks 1, 3, 6, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, and twice against QB 15, Trevor Lawrence. And so they play 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 of their 17 games are against quarterbacks who are in the upper half of football, at least according to these power rankings.
One big difference with the Texans this year is obviously their schedule on paper looks a lot harder, and I think it's more than just the typical on paper it looks better. It's that they're facing better quarterbacks this year. It's as simple as that.
Yeah.
So if those quarterbacks stay healthy, then yes, it should be a much tougher schedule than it was last year. The thing that might counterbalance that, aside from the additions you've made in free agency and via trades, is simply that the Texans were the most injured team in the league last year when it came to games missed by starters due to injury.
Mm-hmm.
And
by a mile.
So just by sheer luck, that should improve.
Mm-hmm.
I know some people, every time you've got a lot of injuries, you start worrying whether it's something systemic, and people have brought that up saying, like, hey, is this something to do with the way they practice or the way they operate? Because San Francisco had some years where they had really tough injuries. I had looked at the San Francisco stats on their injuries, and it's not as bad as I think it looms in a lot of people's minds. They did have one really bad year where some key players got injured a lot, but they're not any worse than average over the last several years with the way they practice, with the level of physicality they have on that team. So I'm not worried about it.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. Let's shift gears. Andrew Schultz, one of the comedians that performed at Tom Brady's roast this past Sunday, was doing an interview, and he confirmed, at least from where he was sitting or from where he was looking, that when Jeff Ross, the roast master general, one of the first performers there, popped a Bob Kraft massage parlor joke.
Made a joke about when Tom Brady walked into Bob Kraft's office and said drafting me was the best move you ever made. Ross asked whether Brady gave him a massage after that also, which maybe that was a little way he got favor.
Yeah.
Brady didn't like that at all.
He didn't. He walked up to the podium and told Jeff Ross, cut that bleep out. And in fact, they literally did, I guess, cut that out of the roast. That they edited it out of the Netflix version, at least according to a couple of guys talking in this interview with Schultz.
I've got it on the one that
you do?
It's on the Netflix version, yeah.
I had heard they edited out the boos for Kim Kardashian as well, like that.
Oh, really?
Kim Kardashian got booed, just viciously booed. Here's Andrew Schultz on his interpretation of Tom Brady's reaction to the Bob Kraft joke.
When Tom checked Jeff Ross, I think that was 100% real.
Oh yeah.
Oh, really?
100%.
Jeff.
I think it got cut from the broadcast.
I'll tell y'all something. Because the reason why I think it's real is because they told us no jokes about happy endings with Bob Kraft. Because I had a Bob Kraft tag.
Oh.
I had that joke about Randy Moss. I was like, Randy Moss, you made sure on Super Bowl Sunday is the only people celebrating a happy ending with a priest.
Oh, yeah.
And then the tag was, and of course, Bob Kraft.
Yeah.
And they were like, Tom asked us not to do anything with the massage. But I was like, all right, cool. Like, the guy's coming here for this thing. Like, whatever. He's not getting roasted. He's sitting in the stands. Like, all right. And then Jeff did it. And then Tom walks up and he goes, yo, cut that out. Or don't do that again.
Yeah, don't say that again.
Yeah.
But think about it. Like, this is the first comic that goes on, a live roast, and it's your night.
Yeah.
He was ready to shut the whole thing down. That's an alpha-ass move right there.
Yeah.
Do you think he was ready to shut the whole thing down?
I don't think he was ready. I think, like, honestly, I didn't even think it was that much of an alpha move. It's apparently boundaries had been set, and the weird thing about it was that Jeff Ross is the guy who organizes the whole thing.
Right.
He'd worked with Tom Brady for 3 years on this. Yeah. It was originally set to happen after his first retirement. Then he came back, and they shelved it, and then he retired, and they had to coordinate it to make everything come together. So Jeff Ross put several years of work into getting this. I was really surprised that Jeff Ross would be the one to test the boundary right off the bat. And I think that just goes to show you this. Like, comedians are who they are for a reason. And I think some of it is that they just can't help it.
Yeah.
They can't help abiding by the normal rules or conventions. And like, he just had to test it. He had to test it. So Brady basically goes up and is like, nope, these aren't the boundaries. I'm surprised that Jeff Ross went there. Jeff Ross denied to Rich Eisen that Brady was PO'd or anything. Maybe he wasn't angry, but he was definitely setting the boundary or making sure that, like, all right. Because if Jeff Ross does it, then every other comedian that gets up there is going to do it. A lot of people thought Brady was soft for setting that boundary. I've kind of poked fun at it because, look, you're trying to protect a billionaire. Oh no, the precious billionaire. But I think if that was what was off topic, if that was what was off limits, it's pretty cool that it wasn't Brady setting limits on what they could say about him.
About himself.
It was more about him protecting this old man.
Yeah. Were you more surprised that Ross went there or that Brady actually literally got up in the middle of the set and said something to him right there?
I'm surprised that Ross went there.
Yeah.
I don't think it was. I think that's exactly what that's exactly what Tom Brady was going to do, is say, like, hey, we agreed on. He said it as succinctly as possible.
No, I'm
basically you're saying, like, we already agreed to this. Like, dude, no, you're not going here.
Yeah. No, I get it. It's jarring to see somebody get up. I've never seen somebody get up in the middle of the roast and go say something to the dude who's at the podium right there. I think they usually abide by the restrictions. Right. I've heard about this before. Yeah.
I can't remember when Trump got roasted. There were only like one or two things they weren't supposed to talk about.
Yeah.
Like these people who are eminently roastable for whatever reason, like Brady or Trump, anybody that's had a lot of public controversy,
sure,
is they've got plenty of things to be like. I'm always kind of impressed when I hear about what the limits were.
Yeah.
I'm like, wow, that guy actually was. He was up for the. They were up for it, but they just had a couple little things, and typically it's abided by.
Yeah. I guess maybe surprised is the wrong thing to say. Like jarring, I guess, to me. Like, wow, I've never seen that. Never seen this before. Someone, the subject of the roast, get up and say something to the roaster in the middle of the roast, as opposed to, oh, what you're telling me is a comedian went too far during a roast? No way.
I wonder how often, though, too, it is. Maybe it does happen and it's cut out, because usually they're pre-recorded.
Yep.
And this was this live or
this was live?
It was live.
Yeah.
I bet that has something to do with it, and maybe they did edit it out later. I had like recorded it the next morning.
Okay.
So the file I'm working off of has it in
there.
Maybe they've since gone in and deleted it.
Maybe.
As people have claimed that it happened.
Yeah. Well, just that guy sitting with Andrew Schultz right there.
Yeah.
That one guy. The roast itself, this is interesting, had a real big effect on social media, it would appear, for some of the folks that were part of this.
This is like, in some ways, it was almost like being the performer, the halftime performer at the Super Bowl.
A little bit.
Like, they always, like, immediately afterwards, downloads increase exponentially and everything.
Yeah.
Those people who perform at the Super Bowl, they don't typically get paid anything at all, because it's such a huge bump for their publicity.
It's huge.
So yeah, some of these comedians really got their social media presence bumped up by this appearance.
Well, the biggest winner is somebody we've talked about quite a bit this week on the show because she knocked it out of the park. Was Nikki Glazer. And just if you don't remember who Nikki Glazer, Ben, let's do Glazer 3 here of the Glazer cuts. This is Nikki Glazer making jokes about Tom Brady and Giselle.
Tom Brady, 5-time Super Bowl MVP, most career wins, most career touchdowns. You have 7 rings. Well, 8 now that Giselle gave hers back, but just want to. Sorry, Tom. Tom, the only thing dumber than you saying yes to this roast was when you said, "Hey, babe, you should try jujitsu." I think that's gotta suck.
All right, so Nikki Glazer, according to this piece that I'm looking at right here, from the day before to within 3 days after the Brady roast, so now people have had a chance to go find it and find the clips and things like that. She picked up 142,000 new followers on Instagram.
Which was big considering she had like 900,000 or fewer than 900. It was like over a 10% increase in her Instagram followers.
Yes, yeah. And
13.4%.
13.4%. And especially when you consider the next closest increase was Tony Hinchcliffe, who was one of the other comedians who was awesome. He picked up 29,000 followers. So she picked up 5 times the number of followers. And that I don't know if that's it's comedy, so we don't have a scoreboard or anything, but that definitely is indicative of where she seemed to stack amongst all the performers there. She seemed to be getting the most praise of anybody.
I think she probably really benefited from a lot of people who would be watching the roasts, given that a lot of them were football fans. A lot of those dudes also probably believe that they don't think women are funny. So when they found themselves like, oh, wow, she's actually funny.
Yeah.
They had to grudgingly follow her on Instagram.
Yeah, no, there's definitely some nuance baked into it probably.
There's there's just a lot of guys still just don't like, they still got a bias against female comedians. So yeah. I feel like a lot of dudes in this context may have been pleasantly surprised against even their own prejudices that oh wow, this dame's actually funny. All right, I'll give her a follow on the gram.
Yeah. Well, she crushed it. She got 142,000 new followers. Tony Hinchcliffe 29,000. Brady himself picked up 28,000 new followers on Instagram. Andrew Schultz.
It'll work out for him anyway. In the end.
Andrew Schultz. Yeah. Andrew Schultz, who we just heard from there, who was very funny at the roast, picked up 27,000-ish followers. Then there was a big drop-off. Those are like the 4 big winners, Seth. Big drop-off of the former players that roasted Brady. The biggest bump up came to Julian Edelman. 10,100 followers, new followers for Julian Edelman. Gronk picked up about 8,000. So there were, it starts to trickle down from there. The 2 interesting ones aside from Nikki Glazer to me, Kevin Hart lost 28,000 followers during the roast. So not a great referendum on him. Kim Kardashian lost over 40,000 followers on Instagram.
I don't see how that happens. I don't understand how, there's almost nothing you can do when you're on a platform like that where you don't gain followers.
Right.
It seems like just because that many more people, it's not like people that hate you just aren't going to follow you. There's going to be some people that hate you and follow you because of it, because they want to continue hating you. And then there's going to be people that are like, oh, you know what? Oh, that person I didn't even know. I'm going to follow them. So it surprises me that, and especially Kim Kardashian's going to be polarizing regardless. But Kevin Hart, it's not like he did a bad job.
I thought he did a good job. Yeah, I thought he was funny. I liked how he kept turning and just at random times to say, bleep you, Tom.
Yeah.
Like every 20 minutes or so. Yeah.
Okay, this is the thing about Kim Kardashian. Yeah. She's got 363 million Instagram followers.
I'm sure she felt that 40,000 that she lost on Sunday.
I'm guessing she's like the stock market. Like, it's going to fluctuate a little bit every day. And you find out that a stock gained or lost $100 million. You're like, ooh, that's big. And then you realize, like, oh, no, that's 0.03%.
Yeah.
I feel like there are 29 other factors going into her Instagram following that had zero to do with the roast. And she might have gained like 100,000 followers from the roast, but lost 140,000 from something else.
Yes, yeah. Well, and she's got a thing with Taylor Swift right now where they don't like each other. I guess I texted my daughter, the ultimate Swiftie, and I said, "Hey, sweetie, can you send me a Cliff Notes version of what the beef is between Kim Kardashian and Taylor Swift?"
Right, because she's lost ever since Taylor Swift released this latest album. She's been losing like thousands of followers per day.
Yeah,
because Taylor Swift apparently did something.
Yeah, Thank You, Amy, I guess is a song that's an equivalent of a Taylor Swift diss track. But this is where I asked my daughter for Cliff Notes versions, and Seth, look at this is her Cliff Notes right here. Like there's 20 texts right here from her explaining it, and I feel, you know what I feel good about? I feel good that my daughter actually probably has never used Cliff Notes. Because I'm like, sweetie, do you know what Cliff Notes are? You're on your 25th text here to me about this Kardashian versus Swift beef right now.
Yeah.
I feel like Judy has read every book that she's been assigned to read and hasn't gotten the Cliff Notes version.
Or at the very least, there's just probably 29 other apps that are better than Cliff Notes out there.
Maybe.
But yeah, she has synopsizing things is difficult sometimes especially when they're fresh out of school and they've had to write 10,000 word essays.
And when she has a side in this too.
Our old web guy Garrett Heinrich has a good theory about why Jeff Ross told that joke about Bob Kraft.
Yeah.
He said Jeff Ross knows comedians and is the leader of the whole thing, and they want to do their jokes. So Brady and Ross, this is his theory, Brady and Jeff Ross agreed to let Ross do that joke so Brady could squash it and show the other comedians not to do it.
Ooh.
Which is kind of like when Belichick would tell Brady, hey, listen, I'm going to tear into you.
Yeah.
So everybody else can see, like, oh, okay, that's the standard. Like, if they can tear into Brady, then they can tear into me. So likewise, the comedians are looking at it and saying, like, oh, wow, he just chided Jeff Ross, so I'm not going to try it.
That's a great theory. Good job, Garrett.
Yeah.
That's a
Good
great
job,
theory.
Garrett.
Good job. All
That's why we let you go.
Yes.
You were too competent for this organization.
You had way too much common sense. Apparently, C.J. Stroud is spicing up the rivalry with the Indianapolis Colts. How do we know that? A Colt has spoken about it. We will discuss that coming up next.
You could spice up the love.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast. I'm still going through. I took a whole break. I'm still reading my daughter's text about this Taylor Swift Kim Kardashian riff. She did brevity, Judy. Brevity. Come on, your old man's on the air.
She's just trying to give you thorough. You asked the question, and she's giving you a thorough response. When was the last time you asked your kid a question and they gave you more information than you wanted?
This is the only time.
Relish this moment.
This is the only time.
Usually
right.
It's like you can't. They go through that stage where you can't pry a damn thing out of them.
No, they don't even respond. And now she's she's written. She should just copy paste and write a book. Like she's halfway there right now on this thing. It's crazy.
I could show her how to use Chat GPT and get that done.
Ooh, that would be good.
I wrote 17 books yesterday in 23 minutes.
Nice. Hey, Zaire Franklin, Indianapolis Colts linebacker.
We played his audio on this from his podcast In the Trenches. I know he ripped it off, but from ND and Greg. But he loves C.J. Stroud as a young quarterback, and yet has always talked about how he hates that he loves him because Zaire is old school and wants to hate his opponent, and yet he can't help but be impressed by C.J. Stroud. It might be less complex than it used to be.
Yeah,
it sounds like he might be fostering a genuine hatred for CJ, despite his claims otherwise. I don't know. You're about to hear some genuine football hatred.
Yes. Here it is. Zaire Franklin talking about your quarterback, C.J. Stroud. This was on Chris Long's podcast, on the Greenlight podcast. Here's Zaire Franklin.
You could have a beef with any team in the AFC South. Would it be the Titans?
No, because I already smacked them a couple times. They really be Houston. I'm not going to lie to you. I love CJ, man. I support all our young brothers at quarterback, but CJ, he didn't say a lot of wild stuff to me and our run-ins, at the Super Bowl, at All-Star.
What did he say?
Many times, and he feeling himself. But look, he in Tokyo, so congrats. I'm happy for you, but I need to see that boy again.
Yeah, CJ's out there talking his ish.
Talking trash.
Yes. Good for you, CJ.
It was on his podcast, he and EJ Speed had talked about that play, the real play that freaked them out. One was the improv. The first one was the Tank Dell catch where Tank Dell had to make like a triple move as CJ was rolling out to his right. It was a Cardinals game.
Yeah.
And he just launched it downfield for that touchdown to Tank Dell.
Yep.
That one that caught a lot of receivers and quarterbacks and defensive players' attention during the season. But then at the play-in game at the end of the season, when CJ threw that ball up, it looked like it was a throwaway, but it ended up being a completion of Nico Collins. Like, they're just blown away by that. But now in the offseason, you got CJ out there. CJ's not afraid to talk some smack.
No.
And as we've seen with him and Micah Parsons.
Yep.
But Zaire Franklin's got a little bit more dog to him than Micah Parsons.
Yeah, I agree with that.
In terms of just like being old school. Like Micah Parsons, obviously a better football player, but Zaire Franklin, I think he holds a grudge, and he can separate the two.
Yeah,
he can be okay off the field and claim that he loves CJ and everything, but on the field, I think he's going to be out for blood.
Yeah,
which is going to make it that much better. This a potential rivalry between the Texans and the Colts.
For sure. Like if players were robots and they had a knob on their chest that had certain settings on it, Zaire Franklin has like 2 extra settings on his knob that Micah Parsons does not have. There's like 2 more notches of meanness somewhere inside Zaire Franklin that, quite honestly, probably not a lot of players have. Zaire Franklin is an intense dude, man.
And honestly, Sean, I apologize because maybe I sent you the wrong clip on that one, or I didn't. The clip I had also has him talking about how CJ says he had an awesome game. He whooped them twice last year.
Oh, did you? Okay, I sent that one to Ben. The one. We just
okay.
Played,
No, I had seen that you had the clip in there. There's another part of it where Zaire says that CJ was saying I beat up on you guys twice last year, even though they lost the first one. CJ did statistically have a really good game.
Great game,
but it was after the Colts had jumped up by 2 or 3 scores early on.
They were up 28-10 at the half.
28-10, yeah. So they were up by 18 at the half. So coming from behind stats are a little bit different. Blake Bortles, for example. I would actually have to agree with Zaire on that. You can't use that game as saying that you whooped up on a team. When the team is in quasi-prevent mode for most of the game, that wasn't a real beat up the way that at least Zaire heard it from CJ.
I would agree with that. Well, there's also this. I mean, CJ, this is before CJ had even taken a snap as an NFL quarterback. His documentary of the offseason last year dropped, and he said this about his buddy Caleb, who's like his personal assistant, probably wouldn't have joined him if he had gotten drafted by the Indianapolis Colts.
I actually appreciated it, and I just kept asking him, and he finally buzzed. But I guarantee if I went to the Colts or to a weak city, he would not be here. And I don't blame him.
That last part's the tag.
I don't blame him.
I don't blame him.
I need C.J. Stroud's power rankings of the 10 weakest cities in the NFL, and I hope that all 10 are on the schedule this year.
What do we think C.J. would think the 10 weakest cities are in the NFL?
Cold weather, for sure. Cold weather, very little to do.
So you think he's putting Columbus on that list also?
What
if you had said you didn't go to a weak-ass city like Indianapolis, or if there were a team in Columbus?
It could, Well, he's got good memories of Columbus, but maybe he learned his lesson. I don't want to do another city like this. Fine, Columbus, you get immunity, but I don't want to go to Indy. I don't want to go to Minneapolis. I don't want to go to Green Bay. Yep.
I wonder what he would have said. I wonder if he would have said Jacksonville or not. A lot of people don't realize Jacksonville is an actual. A lot of people, I know this just from having played. People don't geographically know where Jacksonville is.
Right.
I want to say, I think Meltzer thought it was on the Gulf Coast for the first 2 years we did on the show.
Tampa side of Florida?
Yeah, people just don't know in their minds that Jacksonville doesn't exist unless they've driven up and down I-95 for some reason in their life. I think people have a knee-jerk reaction to Jacksonville that's worse than it should be.
Yeah, I like Jacksonville. They
don't realize it's a beach town.
I like Jacksonville a lot. Now, I don't know, New York, would CJ like New York? I'll tell you who doesn't like New York. Charles Barkley does not like New York, at least not during the playoffs. This was Charles Barkley on Inside the NBA earlier this week, using a phrase I have not heard to describe something that I enjoy very much when I go to New York.
If the Knicks win, that'll be good.
You care who wins, cut it out.
I don't care who wins, but I will tell you what, I would love to see them get their ass stomped by the Celtics. That'd be great.
Then you care who wins.
I mean, I'm just saying, whoever wins this series is going to get stomped by the Celtics.
Well, you said you'd be happy to see it.
Yeah, because the New Yorkers, y'all deserve it. Because y'all think y'all the greatest thing since sliced bread.
Tell them, Chuck.
Come on, y'all ain't that good in New York.
What else, Chuck?
Come on, man. Y'all overrated.
What else, Chuck?
It's because y'all make good pizza and good bagels.
And what else, Chuck?
And what else, Crime?
And hold on, Chuck. Don't forget about the...
So, they can't, I ain't going to say anything bad about the street meat. I love the street meat. I love the street meat.
The New York Knicks.
I don't care what meat it is either. It tastes good.
Even if you got no idea it is.
Rat, dog, cat, skunk, raccoon. It tastes good. Just put that white sauce on it. That's it. Right, that's it right there. That's some good stuff, y'all.
Okay, so he's pointing. He's saying that's it. They fired up a graphic on the screen of Charles. They photoshopped his head onto a hot dog vendor on the street. Big smile on his face.
They should have made it a gyro cart or something.
It may have been.
He talked about that. He talked about that white sauce.
Yeah.
What's it called on a gyro?
Gyro. Tzatziki sauce.
Tzatziki sauce?
Tzatziki sauce, yeah. When you're in New York or any big city, are you a street meat fan? Are you a street dog?
I was when I was a kid, but not. I don't think I've eaten street meat in a long time. So for those of you wondering exactly what street meat would be, it's street meat carts. This is according to Isuzu.com. Carts and trucks owned primarily by immigrants, many hailing from Egypt, Morocco, Afghanistan. Okay, but anyway, food sold from these trucks include classic hot dogs, gyros, and kebabs, which are small. And then it goes on to explain what a kebab is. Thanks a lot. I went to Urban Dictionary, and they had a couple different definitions.
That's where I thought Chuck might be going, yeah.
Yeah, a street-walking prostitute.
Right,
are street-walking prostitutes or sex workers in New York better than in other cities?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
Are they American or are they foreign? Yeah.
As a young man, before I knew about that version of street meat, I did think, wow, people in New York sure are more friendly than they're given credit for.
Yes.
I can't shake these hoes off me with a stick. These are they all want me. They all want me here walking through Times Square.
So a lot of leg in New York. A lot of leg. I'm a big street meat guy when we go to New York, man. Hot dog. Yeah. I love me a good street gyro. Love me a good street gyro. Kebab, whatever, man. And they're everywhere. Yeah, the street meat is good.
I don't trust carts. I just don't trust. I trust food truck. I don't know. Maybe I'm a snob. I trust the food truck 400 times more than I trust the cart.
I trust the carts implicitly when I'm up there. Yeah.
The carts really I should trust more than other establishments. It's kind of like my Waffle House philosophy, which is like if I can watch them make the food for me, like I see everything right there. I could be in a 5-star restaurant and the chef might be using the bouillabaisse as a toilet, for all I know.
Yep.
They're not doing that at Waffle House.
Chopping it up.
I see them crack the egg and everything.
Man. It's good. It's good. All right, the 8 at 8 story. I've got way more than 8 stories. I got to whittle this thing down, but we got a lot of stuff to get to. Astros, Texans, NFL. We've got it for you right here on Payne and Pendergast. Stay there.
Hey, Mokaram Law, this is who you need to call if you've been in an accident.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Got him. Hader and the Astros close it out 4-3. They take one game from the New York Yankees. A big win here for their first win of 2024 against the Bronx Bombers.
That's right. All they do is win, win, win. One game against the Yankees on May 9th, and we're going to celebrate it, man. It's Astros 1-6 now on the season against the New York Yankees, but they do salvage a win yesterday afternoon. Renel Blanco, solid. Josh Hader gets a save. John Singleton hit a ball that is probably going to hit our building here at some point. He hit it that far.
He did, yeah. With the spin of the earth and the Coriolis effect, I feel like it's
a what?
It's about to re-enter. It stayed suborbital, so it's not going to have to burn on re-entry or anything.
Yep.
And it should be arriving soon.
That's how far he hit it. Yeah, they win 4-3 yesterday. Joe Espada said, big win for the boys.
You're trying to win every game, right? And you come here and you lose the first two the way we did, and then you come back and you play hard to come out with a win. And you don't want to get swept. You don't want to get swept in any venue, especially here against that team. So we fight till the end. We have to. We have to be resilient and fight through our ways through this. It's the only way you get out of it. You can't quit. You got to compete, and that's what we did. And big outs by our bullpen. Jordan, big home run. Singleton, big home run. We grinded some through our bats. We left some people on base, trying to work through those. But a win is that's a big one.
This is a big series this weekend for Joe Espada. I think, perception-wise with the fan base, because he's going against A.J. Hinch, who, to a lot of Astro fans, looks better and better by the day. Like, well, would this be happening if there's a lot of people, would this be happening with Dusty? Would this be happening with Hinch? Espada's in a rough spot because he's getting this team at the wrong time. Like, he's coming in on the back end of a really good thing. Like, this isn't all his fault, obviously.
Yeah.
I don't know that he's the guy to pull it out of the nosedive ultimately. He's probably not. Chances are. But perception-wise, at least in the short term here, like if they go up to Detroit, Seth, and they get swept by the Tigers, or even if they lose the series, because they got to start winning some series here. I mean, it's getting late early here for the Astros. So I think it's a big series for Espada. I think it's a big opportunity, too. Like, Detroit's been better than people thought, but these are 3 winnable games for a talented baseball team, This, it's a big opportunity for the Astros as well this weekend.
Look, and we've seen in previous seasons or what have you, obviously, how things can change from the first half of the season to the second half of the season. The Astros lost a World Series to a team that was dead in the water in the Washington Nationals in 2019 in the first half of the season. And then we've also watched the Yankees go from being the most dominant team that ever existed to falling completely off the face of the earth in the second half of the season.
Yeah.
So, we've been there on both sides of it. The historical examples of how few teams have made the playoffs since this, that, or the other, it doesn't matter as much anymore because the playoffs are expanded.
Yep.
And I think you're now much more in a mode of like, all right, just scratch and claw your way to get into the postseason. And especially this year, this team, if they can scratch and claw their way into the postseason, it's going to mean that they've played some really good baseball in that stretch.
Yes.
And it's anybody's game once you get into the playoffs. Yeah, that little dose of success yesterday, maybe it meant a lot more. You don't have to feel ashamed. You don't have to be shamed by the old school baseball people or what have you that tell you that one game out of 162 means nothing. That game could very well be the pivot point on hopefully an upswing here.
Yep, could be okay. You get on the plane, you're feeling good heading to Detroit. Absolutely.
2.
Texans, okay, a few things with the Texans here. Rookie minicamp begins today, 11 o'clock. Media will have eyes on it. I'll be out there. Looking forward to that. Kamari Lassiter signs his rookie deal yesterday. 4 years. 4 years, $9 million, man. The money, even for a mid-second round pick, man, the money is good nowadays. $3.3 million guaranteed for Kamari Lassiter. It's good, good work.
It's turned out. Well, no, and the minimum salary for these guys has gotten absurd. It's changed everything.
Right.
Like minimum salary is $750,000 for rookies now. You make the team, and it's changed. I don't know. Like you could wring your hands over it. There is something about the fact that now rookies that aren't even really contributing are making life-altering money.
Yeah.
It was always in the past, it was really, really good money, don't get me wrong, for a recent college graduate. But it was like the minimum salary was like $75,000 not too long ago. But I do also want to give the cautionary tale about rookie minicamp, which is this is when it's easiest to be deceived by a guy's athleticism, and I'll bring up Kahale Waring as a guy that I was over the moon about after rookie minicamp. Like, wow, look at the way this dude moves. He is destined for greatness. So just grain of salt with everything.
Yeah, be ready, Seth. You're going to get a heavy dosage of that on Monday from me. These guys are all going to be Rookie of the Year contenders by the time I'm done with them.
Watch Marcus Harris today, and I think you'll be. Because especially he's a bit of an undersized guy, but very gets across the line of scrimmage really quickly. He's got a lot of pop and twitch in his game, and he's somebody that I'm very, very intrigued by in general. But I imagine after the rookie minicamp, I'm going to be maybe more enthused than I should be for a 7th-round draft pick.
3.
Texans made a trade yesterday. They do a 6th-round, 7th-round flip pick swap with the Rams, and in the process, they get Ben Skoranek, wide receiver, who's done some good things with the Rams in college, played at Northwestern, transferred to Notre Dame at the end of his career. He was an undrafted free agent who made the team. And the Texans obviously maybe have a vision for what he might be able to do for them, Seth. I say that only because he can play a little bit of fullback, a little bit of wide receiver, really good special teamer. Anytime a player at this level is about to get dropped and a team actually makes a trade, even a low-level trade like this, it tells me that maybe they've got something cooking for him as opposed to him just being one of 5 guys battling it out for the 5th wide receiver spot on the team. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe they good scouting reports on him back in the day. Who knows?
They've used him occasionally as a fullback or an inline tight end, so he's got some versatility for what they can do with him. And then, yes, he can contribute on special teams, which I don't think they signed him exclusively because of special teams, but you do want to be sure that the guys – you remember Andre Johnson? Andre Johnson – said one of the best things I've ever heard a former player say was he was concerned going into the 2013 season specifically because there were so many starters playing special teams. Like, he looked at the team and he just knew that it wasn't constructed with depth and the middle class wasn't built out. That was some of those teams, those Texans teams that were competitive, they were very top heavy with stars, but they lacked the middle class. You hope with guys like Skoransky or others that, it's great for them to compete as backups, but they also damn well better be contributing on special teams.
Yep.
4.
Malik Neighbors, wide receiver, drafted by the Giants, 6th overall. Jaden Daniels, quarterback, drafted by the Commanders, 2nd overall. They were teammates at LSU last year. They have a $10,000 bet on Offensive Rookie of the Year. If one of them wins Offensive Rookie of the Year, the other one owes them 10 G's in cash. And cash was specified, too, when Malik Neighbors came on the Pivot podcast. It's cash. 10 grand in cash. Now, this has caught the attention, at least of Mike Florio and maybe the NFL. We'll see. But this is a friendly bet between 2 former college teammates that now, I guess, Seth, in this age where gambling is now legal, they have any players with their fingerprints on any type of wagering, even a friendly bet where the house is the other guy.
Yeah.
And there's no other people involved in the wager. It's not affecting anything. And they're both trying their hardest to play really good football. This is still something that winds up on the radar of people.
It does. I do feel like the NFL wants to be sure that players are, as hands-off of sports gambling as possible. I do wish there was an exception for guys gambling on themselves and amongst each other without – they're not bringing in – they're not bringing in bookies or anything like that. It's just – it should be no big deal, and yet I think that these guys probably get fined for this now. And I don't think they would have if Florio hadn't brought it up.
Because
this is nobody
snitch
on the face of it. I don't think any NFL fan would be against guys gambling, betting on themselves or their team, amongst themselves, where it doesn't involve any outside interests or anything like that. I feel like everybody would be gung ho for this, except for Mike Florio.
Yep. He's a snitch, man. He's a snitch.
5.
And by the letter of the law, they shouldn't have done that. That is in the player gambling policy by the letter of the law that they shouldn't be able to be allowed to do this.
Yeah, HOA Florio pulling out the rule book. Number 5, Rashee Rice back in the news for the wrong reasons. Details are emerging now on the latest legal entanglement that Rashee Rice has had, wide receiver for the Kansas City Chiefs, who, as most of you I'm sure know, was involved in a street racing incident several weeks ago in Dallas that resulted in a 6-car pileup. Several people injured, nobody super critically injured, nobody killed, but Rashee Rice is going to get punished for that for sure. He's admitted to that. He'll see his day in court over that. But now he's got an incident where an assault is involved at a bar in the late night hours back on May the 6th, or early morning hours on May the 6th in Dallas. And the details emerging now are that the victim, alleged victim in this, was leaving the place at about 1:46 in the morning, got a text from somebody to say, hey, come on back to the bar. The suspect, which it turns out is Rashee Rice, wants to talk to you, comes back to the...
Potentially about, like, doing some professional photography.
Right, this guy's... right. Yeah, sorry, Seth. The victim is a photographer. And so, the victim thought he was going back there to do business. And Rashee Rice shows him something. They look at something on one of their phones, the two of them, and as the victim is looking down at the phone, Rashee Rice punches him in the face. Allegedly, yeah. So that's where we're at right now with this. That's what the complaint. That's how the complaint reads.
Yeah, Rashee Rice not having a great offseason and not looking like the best dude. And these are all allegations at this point. But I think if you're somebody who wants the Chiefs to be as beleaguered and as weakened as possible before the season even begins, this is good news. Hey, some dude got punched in the face. I hope he's fine and all. But if this is true, this is assault, damn.
Yeah.
Like this is a big deal.
Yep.
After you almost kill people on the highway, brazenly and wantonly, and then walk away from that.
Left the scene.
And we know that happened. We know those aren't allegations. He was in an accident, street racing, and walked away from it.
Yep.
May have had drugs and weapons and what have you as they walked away from it. And now you have these allegations. Bad. It's a damn shame. Damn shame for the Kansas City Chiefs.
It's too bad. And hope the Texans play him early, and while he's suspended. Yeah.
6.
Apparently, the Shohei Ohtani saga is going to be getting the TV treatment, Seth. Hollywood people are putting together a script for the Shohei Ohtani, Ippei Mizuhara theft saga. This is Ohtani's interpreter, who now we know stole $17 million from him. TV series in development right now over this particular story.
I trust that this will be a classy joint.
Tony Award-winning producer Scott Delman, who has credits on his resume, including Mean Girls and Book of Mormon on Broadway, and Albert Chen, the author of the sports gambling book $1 Billion Fantasy, are the folks behind this project.
Is it a made-for-TV movie?
It sounds like it. It's a scripted TV series.
A series.
Series,
okay.
yeah.
So it's probably going to be on. Okay.
Yeah, probably like a Netflix thing. They'll drop 8 episodes at the same time or whatever, right? Like Dahmer. It's like a one-season thing.
They'll do a better job of this these days than they would have done in previous decades, where they would have had like Clint Eastwood wearing makeup or something as Shohei Ohtani. They were like, let's get Charlton Heston to play the interpreter. I feel like,
Robert
they're just doing like a really bad standard Japanese impression or something. I feel like they'll do a better job of it these days.
Yeah, Robert Redford as Ippei Mizuhara. Yes. Hey, you guys did Butch Cassidy together. Can you do the Shohei Ippei story together?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
We'll work on our horrible accents. Yes.
7.
Man, there's a lot of crime in the 8 at 8 today on the Ocho. Big baby Glenn Davis, former NBA player.
No.
He's going
Big
away.
Baby, they got him.
He's going away for a little while, Seth. He's going away for 40 months over an attempt to defraud the NBA benefits plan. He and several other former NBA players sending in phony claims in a scam which has netted him $80,000.
Right. First, I want to play this audio because I got to tell you, I've never been happier for somebody, like, on behalf of that person. Big Baby sounds ecstatic to be going to prison.
He does.
For reasons that I can appreciate. I think I might feel the same way as Big Baby does here. And this is him immediately after he was sentenced to jail.
I'm going to be swole, though. I swear to God, I'm about to get in so much shape. Oh, God. That's the only way you can stop me from eating hamburgers is put me in jail. That's what God said. I'm gonna stop you eating hamburgers. I'm gonna put you in jail. You don't want to stop eating hamburgers and Cheetos? Going in. So now, I'm gonna come to Rock.
Become the Rock.
I'm going to become the Rock.
You're going to prison, dude.
I bet he'll be pretty popular. He's if there's one thing I know, an affable personality takes you a long way in prison.
Yes.
Big time. No, but I do think he'll want to get in shape because he's going to be a valuable asset in prison because of his basketball playing prowess.
Yeah.
Everybody's going to want to be the most popular guy there. And then especially if he gets all yoked up, maybe in the best shape of his life ever. Maybe he'll be better as a prison basketball player, slimmed down and streamlined. What was the sentence? How many months?
40 months.
That's a good long time.
That's over 3
With some bad
years.
behavior, he might get down to 12% body fat. Yes. if he extends a sentence or something. Okay, so this is the part. Yeah. This is the part where this hits home. I would imagine. I wonder if the NBA might have something like the NFL does, which is I've got a health savings account, and it was really generous. It was really. It was a good thing that they worked into one of the a CBA, a couple CBAs ago, where you get a certain chunk of health savings account money for each year that you played. And I've had to, for somebody in our family, we've had to use it pretty heavily because it doesn't gain interest or anything. So time value of money, I'm I'm going to use that as quick as possible.
Yeah.
But regardless, so I've used mine pretty heavily for legitimate expenses. It's a reimbursement account, and there have been quite a few NFL players that have gone to their buddy, the chiropractor or something, and been like, hey, why don't you just bill me for a bunch of stuff, and I'll reimburse you at a nice and give you a little nice cut of it.
Yeah.
And some guys have gone to jail or been fined heavily. But and I've been aware of all this, and I use it real heavily. I accidentally reimbursed something that insurance had paid for.
Oh, wow.
Once. And when I realized it, it's the most scared I've been in my entire life.
That they make
I called up the account immediately. Yeah. I was like, hey, I'm sending you a check today.
Yeah.
Where can I wire the money? And they were pleasantly surprised that I was so much trying to be an Eagle Scout on
Seth,
this.
look at
Mostly
you.
I just feared for my freedom.
The rare former NFL player who's not nefarious with the league's health savings account. Look at you.
I was a little bit freaked out by how surprised they were that I was calling to rectify it.
It tells you how rampant it is, right?
Yeah.
Do you think you could do 40 months?
Oh, yeah, standing on my head. Literally. I get good at headstands and handstand.
That's how you turn into the Rock. How did you get so yoked? Headstands? 40 months.
We were watching this movie, A Man in Full, where a non-criminal gets sent to jail and has to go to Fulton County in Atlanta, in Georgia.
Yeah.
And I was going through. They show him entering the facility and everything, and I'm like, yeah, I'd be fine. For one, I'm not as cute as I used to be.
Yeah.
Two, I got the size on my side, and I know not to get punked at any point. I think I'd be just fine.
Yours is not a crime if you're doing the same thing Big Baby's doing. It's not a crime too, where there's prison justice handed out for oftentimes. It's more white collar.
I'm going to minimum security.
Yeah, you're sticking it to the man. They can appreciate that. Yeah, that can. Oh, by the way, eight. Patrick Beverley suspended 4 games. I don't know if Patrick Beverley is going to be in the NBA next year. He is suspended for 4 games for all of his shenanigans earlier this week. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. The 8 at 8. That was fun. Hey, today is a 10-year anniversary. Actually, it was yesterday, but I didn't realize it until last night. So we're going to celebrate it today. 10-year anniversary of the worst sports take ever. And you're going to hear it next. But first, West Point Lincoln in Sugar Land. This is a great take right here.
For details.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so 10 years ago yesterday, the worst take in the history of sports. At least it's in the conversation for worst take in the history of sports, and it was this. Skip Bayless, back in his ESPN days.
Is it when you stood up for Jerry Sandusky through the initial months of the scandal? Where you felt like, hey, everybody, just wait. We don't know the whole story here first.
That definitely did not happen.
Okay.
Definitely did not happen. So Skip Bayless on First Take with Stephen A. Smith. This is back when these two were together, the dream team of Stephen A. Smith and Skip Bayless. This is about a week or two after the NFL draft. In 2014, Skip Bayless was all in on Johnny Football.
9 National Football League teams that needed a quarterback last night passed on Johnny Manziel, starting with the Houston Texans, who will forever regret passing on Johnny Manziel. And in a minute, I will go right down the list of teams that will forever regret passing on Johnny Manziel, who pretty soon will change football life in Cleveland, Ohio. One day, I am predicting, Johnny Manziel will become even bigger in the city of Cleveland than his buddy and business partner LeBron James ever was in the city of Cleveland. One day, the passing connection of Johnny Manziel to Josh Gordon will heat up Novembers and Decembers, and I'm predicting Januaries in Cleveland, Ohio. And we will have Josh Gordon on this show in just a little while to talk about how great that pick really was for Cleveland. And Stephen A., pretty soon, that dog pound in Cleveland is going to be hooting and hollering for Johnny Manziel, who has that dog in him.
Nice metaphor at the end there, Skipper.
I completely forgot that he had that he brought Josh Gordon in on it too.
Yeah,
which at the time, you could say, man, Josh Gordon was incredible at that moment. It's Skip. Did any of those teams regret not taking Johnny Manziel?
I don't know. Yeah, he went on to list them. I mean, the clip is 6 minutes long. Skip went on and on and on. Yeah,
he was right about one thing, that he would change the lives of Cleveland Browns fans. I would imagine there are at least a couple drug dealers in Cleveland that were able to purchase a vehicle or something
100%.
off of, he changed those kids' lives.
Yes.
All right?
Yeah.
With Johnny Manziel showing up to town. That was a steady cash flow for a little bit.
People don't talk about that enough. You're right. Yeah. Everybody takes aim at Johnny Manziel, man. All those drug dealers' lives that he was changing when he was in Cleveland, you're absolutely right, man.
You know who's happiest about that take being so bad and wrong? Skip Bayless. Everybody every time this clip surfaces, I see people responding saying like, Boy, that's pretty much it for Skip Bayless.
Whatever happened to that guy? Yeah.
Yeah, this will put a nail in his coffin. Yeah, that's what he lives off of. He knew what he was doing.
He knew what he was doing, yeah.
He knew what he was doing.
And Josh Gordon, if some of you, we are 10 years removed from this. It's the 10-year anniversary.
Yeah.
There may be a lot of people who forget because Josh Gordon has been in and out of the league and suspended and unsuspended so often over the last several years. In 2013, the two first-team All-Pro wide receivers, if I am not mistaken, first-team All-Pro, not Pro Bowl, first-team All-Pro, were Megatron and Josh Gordon. They were first-team All-Pro.
Josh Gordon, 1,646 yards. Average reception, 18.9 yards.
Yeah.
It was crazy how good he was that year.
If you're wondering, why were all these teams, the Patriots signed him, and I think, the Seahawks signed him at some point. He must have been signed by at least 3 or 4 different teams since that season, and only to get suspended every single time, it felt like, over some sort of drug issue. Why are teams doing this? Because somewhere in there was a 1,600-yard season.
Yeah, you went to look when 2018 he played for both Cleveland and New England, averaged 18 yards per reception, 737 yards receiving.
Yeah.
It was, it was crazy how much potential there was there.
That was wild, man. So
he was the whole thing with him. The unfortunate, and honestly, this is a little bit sad. The thing about Josh Gordon was that I think it was easy for a lot of people to assume, this is unfair. He's getting nailed for smoking pot. It shouldn't be that big of a deal. But it was way more than just that. One of the times he got suspended, it was because he was drinking alcohol when he wasn't supposed to be drinking alcohol.
Stupid stuff.
And he wasn't one bit secretive about it or anything. He had a lot of issues. It wasn't just it's unlikely that it was just marijuana.
Yeah. Getting a lot of texts about prison. Based on our Big Baby Davis.
Are there people who doubt whether or not I could make it 40 months in the clink?
Here are the texts that say that have your name in it. Let's see.
Okay.
One says I could see Seth playing Ohtani in the Ohtani series. That's the other thing that people are texting about right now. Mickey Rooney starring as Shohei Ohtani.
Those of you who weren't listening, we were talking about how in previous decades they would have had put 2 white dudes in makeup and then done the worst stereotypical Japanese impression, and that would have been high art. Might have won an Oscar in the Shohei Ohtani story.
Yep. Seth doesn't want to stop eating burgers and Cheetos. It sounds like LOL. So you're cool with standing on your head, but you didn't mention anything. Big Baby Davis says this is going to stop me from eating burgers and Cheetos, or maybe it's the fact that you haven't gotten caught yet. They're saying you want to.
Where is it? Yeah. What's the policy on portions in prison? Can you go back for seconds?
I don't know.
Usually, because there's a lot of guys that stay fat in prison.
Okay, so this is a shout out to one texter here. This is 7610. He said, Sean, I did 120 months as a 19-year-old in Texas prisons. Went by like a flash, but then again, my personality is salesman/fighter, always upbeat and happy.
Yeah.
Well, you better be.
You don't want to actively get on somebody's wrong side.
Yeah.
But then you also just got to, kids, okay, I'll be serious, honestly. This is the way of the world, kids. You don't have to be the biggest, toughest guy in any situation. You just can't be the weakest, meekest guy in any situation. So it's unfortunate that the sad, meek dude is going to get picked on, but in terms of your own you surviving any situation, just don't be as weak as that dude, okay?
Yeah. We're kind of seeing
also,
that.
don't think this is one guy that a lot of our listeners have told me when we talk about prison is don't be the guy that thinks you're going to stand up for the meekest guy. That's when you're actively stepping on the wrong side there. Unless you got that. It's prison rules, man.
Right.
You just don't be the weakest.
Nobody asked to get traded to the Oakland A's, okay? You don't voluntarily go to that side. Yeah. So my shout out is to 7610. Can you let us know what the food situation is in prison? Just in case Seth and I or one of us goes to prison. Okay, here in the feds there isn't seconds, but you can buy extras. Somebody is saying.
Oh, okay, but that's when I have to start selling myself. Sure. All right, boy, now the rubber meets the road here. Before I thought it was just I can keep from getting beat up. But if I want a honey bun,
right?
What does that...
Right. How many times do I? Yeah, like.
And like I said, I'm not as desirable as I once was.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, I guess I'd lose weight.
I think you could get
not for lack of trying.
You could generate enough revenue to get the generic brands at least in prison. I think, Seth. I mean, you might not be able to get the brand names, but I think you could buy the.
Well, how would I get So you work a job to get a little extra cash?
They do have jobs in prison. Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's where it goes, and you just got to be disciplined enough that you don't become a honey bun addict to where I'm out selling myself to get honey buns.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Someone says
they have gluten-free options.
Yes.
I got the first day in the prison cafeteria, and I'm like, listen, I'm pretty paleo these days.
Right.
Can you guys maybe can it with the biscuits and throw in a little extra mystery meat?
Right. I'm looking for something sugar-free with my sodas. Do you have Zevia? I really like stevia as my sweetener. Sir, we have Coke, no sugar. No, that's not going to do it. I need Zevia. How can I get me a Zevia? Yeah.
It is the one story one of our listeners told me once was like the hardest part for him was like his real introduction to like, oh crap, was when like somebody was getting beat down hard right next to him, and he's like, every instinct is like, man, I got to break this up, but by God, you don't. He's like, no, you don't break that up.
Don't
because
break up the
dude
fights.
that's doing the beat down is Then you're entering a whole different world.
Yep. Someone's saying that Big Baby is doing supervised release. He's not going to jail. I think he's doing supervised release afterwards. I'm going to read you, Texter, the first paragraph. Big Baby Davis was sentenced by a federal judge Thursday to 40 months in prison plus 3 years of supervised release. So, yes, he's doing supervised release, but not instead of prison. It's in addition to prison. Yeah.
How easy is it to get house arrest? And do they take into account the house you live in at all? Like I would do if they were like, oh, okay, well, let's take a look at your house. And Seth, frankly, you look pretty comfortable in that house. Yeah. We're going to tack on an extra year of house arrest. I would take that.
Oh, I would too. I could do house arrest easily standing on my head.
As many people know, I enjoy being in my house a lot.
Yeah.
And that wouldn't bother me one bit. As long as I still got internet and my exercise equipment and everything, I'm good.
Yep. That's it, man. I just don't take my internet away. If I got internet, I don't even need the exercise equipment. Can I walk around my yard? Like, can I just walk and get in some steps?
What if they're like, okay, you get to do house arrest, but we don't want you to enjoy life at home too much, so you have to wear a chastity belt the whole time?
Oh, okay.
So Brandy can like gawk at my prison muscles, but she doesn't get to partake.
We do have internet, right?
What's that?
You do get internet.
Yeah, I still got internet.
Okay,
Yeah. Okay. I could do house arrest for a long, long time.
Yeah, for sure.
I'd be fine with it. Even if they said no, you got to go to a depressing apartment.
Yeah.
That has like just one tiny small window or something. I think I'd take that as long as I had internet.
If you have any concerns
a big pool.
Yeah.
The complex.
Boy, we are really starting to expand here on what we need in our house arrest.
Do you know how hot chicks would find if they knew I was on house arrest as I was out at the pool?
With that kind of house and pool? Oh, yeah.
Giving myself a prison tat,
Nice.
The chicks in the apartment complex would be all about bad boy Seth.
C.J. Stroud. Look, anybody worried about C.J. Stroud? If there's life after the Texans, if you're worried about, hey, does he go back to L.A. at some point? I've got one big reason why I'm not worried about this at all that I learned yesterday. I'll tell you what it is coming up next.
There's one big reason that you shouldn't be concerned about your property taxes, even if
their time.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast. Good to be with you. So, Seth, you and I, you probably get a lot of the same emails I do, being in radio, and I've gotten so many more of these lately of people that are, kind of like pimping interviews to us here, like, hey, we think this would make a great topic for your show.
Oh, yeah.
And 95% of the time.
Publicists and whatnot.
Yeah,
yes.
and 95% of the time, it's a mass email. So they're trying to feed us like authors of books, self-help books, and things like that.
Or even better, like the thing everybody loves to hear about in the morning: concussions in sports. Yeah, would you like to have this medical expert on for 20 minutes on concussions in sports? No, we're in denial about all that. Shut your app.
Yeah, and I will say this: that now, and shout out to these PR people who send these. Not that these topics would necessarily make for great guests on the radio to talk about, but they do oftentimes, maybe not oftentimes, but sometimes in these emails have interesting factoids. That segment we did earlier about the increase in Instagram followers for some of the Brady roasters came from one of these PR emails like, hey, did you know? And they send you. We get a lot of our gambling stuff from Jimmy Shapiro, who's a PR guy who offers up guests that sometimes we do and sometimes we don't. I got this email yesterday from a woman by the name of Eloise Peters, and the title is New Research Names the Areas with the Worst Air Quality in America. Greater Houston is second in these rankings. We have the second worst.
In a bad way?
In a bad way. We have the second worst air quality.
Second worst air quality.
Yep.
It feels like that's gone up. I feel like Houston used to be like 9th or 10th on the list. I guess it's all the added people and economic activity.
Right. I was a little disappointed just reading the headline and the first paragraph, but here's the silver lining.
Yeah.
This is where it comes back to the Texans. If you're worried at all, because I still have a little bit of PTSD from the Deshaun Watson situation. I admit that frequently here on the show. I want C.J. Stroud to be here forever. I get nervous sometimes, though, with quarterbacks. You never know. Quarterbacks move more now than they ever did. I get nervous, especially about L.A. He always talks about how much he loves Cali, and he spends time there in the offseason. He's probably going back there at home from Japan and China first before he comes here for OTAs. So I get nervous about that. But number one on the worst air quality list, not just L.A., but the Inland Empire, the IE, which is where C.J. Stroud is from, Riverside, San Bernardino, Ontario, is worse than Houston, baby. C.J. ain't going anywhere.
Everybody just maybe think about it a little bit, you know? Maybe drive 65 instead of 75 today. Let's keep our cush spot here just at the penultimate spot for worst air quality in America, okay?
Dude.
Just keep Inland Empire propped up there, all right?
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
Because we want CJ to understand that it's better for his health if he stays right here in Houston as much as possible.
With the second worst air quality, right?
That's
Not
right.
The worst, yeah.
I did always, when I got here, I did wonder, you look at Houston, New Orleans, and Jacksonville are typically on the list of like most humid, hottest, worst heat index environment to play football. And, obviously in New Orleans, it doesn't matter. They play in a dome, but they practice outside. I think that, and likewise in Houston, DeMeco loves to practice outside. He hates going in that bubble. He remembers what it's like practicing on that turf in there. It kills your knees.
Sucks, yeah.
I did always, I was kind of shocked when I got to Houston that like I was struggling with the heat more, and I always wondered if it's got the same heat and humidity on average as Jacksonville, why is it bothering me so much more? One was I was a bit plumper here as a 3-4 nose tackle.
Yeah.
But two, I always wondered if maybe the air pollution had a little something to do with it.
Probably.
Like you just struggle that much more practicing.
Yeah, all those chemical plants out there. They don't have those in Jacksonville, do they? Big rows of chemical plants along the highway for miles
Lots
and miles.
of meth labs.
Yeah.
Does that count or not?
I don't think those
I feel like
pollute
they
in the
don't
same
abide
way.
by environmental regulations.
Can you imagine
the way that
a meth dealer getting pinched for air quality?
That's
Sir.
Sean, those things blow. You ever seen one of those things blow up on your way to one? No, it's devastating in many ways.
It's okay. Funny you bring that up. I know it's a fictional story, Breaking Bad, but you know who's third in worst air quality?
Albuquerque,
New Mexico.
How the hell's Albuquerque so bad?
Meth. That's how. Meth. Yeah.
Albuquerque. Maybe that's what's wrong with Bregman.
Yeah.
Maybe he spent too much time back in Albuquerque this last offseason.
Getting secondhand meth smoke. I don't think.
Of course, then I guess it doesn't help that but then he came to the exact same environment here in Houston.
But
Albuquerque should be ashamed of themselves because
you're in the desert.
LA and Houston have excuses. They're both in the top 4 of city size.
Yeah.
Inland Empire is part of a greater Los Angeles, is it not? So
yes.
I feel like they at least have an excuse. With Albuquerque, I don't see what their excuse would be.
What's the excuse for Chicago/Naperville then? Which is 4th on the list.
Well, they're a huge city.
Okay.
They have the same excuse as the other big cities.
Okay. Yeah, I guess so. I just think of LA.
They're all bigger than Albuquerque, Sean.
Yeah.
I don't know if you knew about I don't know if you've ever flown into Albuquerque compared to, when you fly into Chicago?
No.
And you're looking down over the suburbs and you're like, I'm in an airplane going really fast. How am I still over the suburbs of Chicago?
Right.
That is a massive spread there.
It's a big. No, you're right. I'm not thinking as much of the pollution from cars as I'm thinking about the pollution from, like the ancillary industries, like
chemical
LA
plants and everything.
Yeah, like people don't think of that with LA because they think of Hollywood, but LA is a huge oil and gas, huge chemical plant.
Yeah.
They and Houston, obviously, huge chemical plant. That's where I thought you were going with Albuquerque. Like, you're in the middle of the desert. It's beautiful out there,
Yeah, I just mean it's just, you're in the middle of the desert, and the population isn't nearly as much. So,
God, I've lived in the 3 places I've lived in my adult life are among the 9 worst polluted cities in the air in the United States. Houston, number 2, Naperville, number 4, and Denver, number 9 on the list.
Maybe if you'd can it with the baked beans, you'd they wouldn't be so high. Everywhere you go, you're leaving behind a plume.
I am.
Of Sean Pendergast ass pollution.
It's true.
Oh man, it's like the point where it still exists. They've carbon dated the pollution in Chicago, and they trace 27% of it back to Sean T. Pendergast.
Traced it back to my love for Chipotle. Yeah, exactly. You'll be happy to know Indianapolis 10th on the list, Seth. I know you wish nothing good for the people of Indianapolis.
Yeah, see, they don't have an excuse either. That's a small city.
Yep.
I think also, I wonder, just in terms of CJ potentially maybe being tempted into going back and being a superstar in Southern California, as long as Justin Herbert stays healthy, I don't think that's going to be an option. The Rams would be the team that I would worry about moving forward.
100%.
Not to mention the fact that, like, if you're going to play for a team to become a celebrity in California, the Rams make a lot more sense than the Chargers.
Oh, yeah.
They just have I think CJ is doing all the right things, and if he gets the contract that he'll likely command 2 years from now, he's in that NetJets category to where I don't think geography matters as much. And he's only there's a big difference. You remember people thought that was kind of weird with Garrett Cole that he wanted to go somewhere east of the Mississippi, supposedly, especially New York, but just to be closer to his home. I feel like there's probably something to that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that you're
but
still.
Garrett Cole grew up in California.
He grew up in California. He's just a Yankee fan. That's
Okay, so he's a Yankees fan.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
I'm mixing him up with somebody else.
Yeah. No, I think CJ is going to be here for a long, long time. It's more of a me problem than it is a CJ problem, probably. Fear of abandonment. that kind of thing.
Fear of it. Yeah. I think that. I think CJ, especially if they can have the kind of, if they have extreme success, if they win a Super Bowl,
you don't leave.
I could totally see CJ going the Pat Mahomes route of just being like, man, I love this head coach, I love this situation, we've got a good thing going, let's extend it. And I'm not looking for charity or anything like that when it comes to quarterback signing a bargain deal, but I think in signing a deal that makes sense, and maybe it's longer term than a lot of other guys, I could see CJ wanting to go the Pat Mahomes route and really just ingrain himself in the city.
The word is collaborative. I want my quarterback to be collaborative with what the next 10 years looks like, which goes both ways, which means the front office and the head coach appropriately involving him in things.
And that's where it all, again, when people want their quarterback to play at a discount, with football especially, I think, You've got to be in the right situation, and good quarterbacks understand that, but so few of them are actually in a situation where they really trust the head coach or they really trust the offensive coordinator. By the time CJ is getting a new contract, hopefully, ideally, he'll know this offense so well, back to front, top to bottom, that whoever is the offensive coordinator, it's going to be a collaborative effort with him, and then he's going to trust DeMeco, because how can you not trust him?
Absolutely.
How can you not trust DeMeco?
Yep.
I feel good about that part of it.
I do too. All right, we head into the 9 o'clock hour here on a Friday, wrapping things up for the week. Hope you're having a great day, and hope you got a great weekend lined up. The Astros put us in a good mood heading into the weekend yesterday with the win over the Yankees. I think, to me, 3 big things coming out of yesterday's win that I want to touch on, and we'll do that coming up next. But I'll
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Got him. Hader and the Astros close it out 4-3. They take one game from the New York Yankees. A big win here for their first win of 2024 against the Bronx Bombers.
Yep. Fourth time on the show we've played this song, and I'm proud to do it. 3 times for the Astros, and 1 time because our air quality is not as bad as where C.J. Stroud is from in the Inland Empire. That's how we win.
Are you going to ask C.J. Stroud that the next press availability? Are you going to ask him about perhaps, like, hey, is it a source of shame for you that your homeland is so polluted compared to this one?
It's I know you were encouraging Houstonians to maybe drive a little less or drive a little slower to make sure our air quality stays at least better than the Inland Empire of California.
Yeah.
I don't want people to get complacent, but it's a pretty wide margin between 1 and 2. Like they're like the Alabama or the Georgia of air pollution out there in the IE, man. It's a pretty big gap. So we rescued CJ from that, but the Astros rescued us from a world in which they would not have beaten the Yankees this yesterday. Mm-hmm. The things that I liked about yesterday's Astros game, Seth, there's a few of them. The very first one was the one we heard right there, that Josh Hader came in and got a save in a game where I feel like finally we had a game where you go, that's why we got Josh Hader. You know what I mean?
4 out, and he got 4 outs too.
Yes, yeah. Like he came in the 8th inning and cleaned up some of Presley's mess. I don't think we necessarily signed him to do that because we were hoping there wouldn't be any Presley messes. But he did do that, and then he came in the 9th inning, and he got in a little bit of trouble. He gave up a hit, I think, but he struck out the final guy to end the game. Like that's what I envision the final call being of a lot of Astro games with Hader on the team.
Well, he gave up a hit to Gleyber Torres that could have easily been an easy out. Like Altuve just didn't quite get the. Like, it would have been a nice catch by Altuve, but I feel like Altuve actually usually makes that. He was a little bit late to react on that one. I thought everything about that is not textbook the way you would have drawn it up, but when you have these guys and when you sign a Josh Hader in the offseason, have him come in to get 4 outs on against one of the best teams in baseball and win that game. And it's a small victory in the context of 162 games, but I could easily look back. If things get on the upswing for the Astros, I would look back to that game as, all right, that was a point in the turnaround.
Yeah, I would say so too. They weren't great with runners on base. The good news is they had a lot of runners on base in the game. They didn't bring as many home as you would have liked, but they win the game. And we can come in today and go, that was a big win. They needed that win. That was a big win. They need all the wins right now. Honestly, even 2-1 against Detroit this weekend, I guess is success because you're not going backwards.
Yeah.
But they got to start making up some ground here. They're
on pace right now for 57 wins.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna try to look at it through that as much as possible. That I'll look at the on pace not as a way to be clever on social media or anything, but as a way to make the gap seem more surmountable. Because at this point in the season, every win is worth 3 wins on the projected win total.
Yeah.
So I'm just looking at each one of these wins. Like it's almost like that's almost good for 3 wins right there. We're gonna close this gap, and I'm just gonna focus in on the number of wins more than the overall record.
I've never thought about looking at it that way. I'm anxious to workshop this and try it out a little bit.
Now,
this 1 win is worth 3 wins thing. I like this.
Every loss is worth 3 losses. Is the downside.
What's a loss? I'm not familiar.
Well, no, look, it'll be like I'm already going to be miserable if that's the case.
Yeah.
If I'm counting off more L's than W's, then I'm going to be more miserable. But for maximum optimism, I'm trying to focus on, hey, now it's like 2.97 wins per win. But yeah.
But for like a week, it's close to 3 at least. Yeah. Chipping away, baby. So that's number one. I like that this was a win against a good team. They got a lead. They got a nice start from Ronel Blanco. I guess technically not a quality start as a stat because he only went 5 2/3, but like lowercase q, lowercase s quality start. Like it was a nice start by Ronel Blanco. Even the 2 runs he gave up were garbage runs. I know it was a home run, but it was a home run with like an expected batting average of like under 100, and it would have been a home run in like 4 different ballparks. Like it was a pop fly to right field in that little bandbox that they call Yankee Stadium.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so Blanco was fine in my eyes yesterday. So that's number 1.
Okay.
Number 2, I think the Jordan storm that we are all awaiting is coming. We all agree like we're not worried about Jordan, right? Like he'll be fine, but he needs to stop doing what he's been doing eventually here because they got to start winning baseball games. We got it early from Jordan yesterday.
That ball's hammered to right field, and for the 3rd game in a row, the Astros in front 1-0 thanks to a solo home run in the 1st inning. It was Tucker on Tuesday, Tucker on Wednesday, and today the DH, the big man, Air Jordan connects.
Yeah, that was good. He had a double in his next at-bat. There was a rope. Probably might have been hit as hard or harder than his home run. He killed that thing.
You and I were talking about, I was just talking about when I was sitting with Brandy for that final out, how excited she got. And then I secretly filmed her. And then she was really upset about me secretly filming her because she'd just done like 3 or 4 hours of gardening work and wasn't in her best state. So I had to delete it, unfortunately. I can't give it to the masses. But she was excited. And you and I were talking about, man, over the course of the last decade, it's become such a part of your life, and you get so excited for Astros games all summer long, it fills this void in your life. And now, like, that's been swapped out for still watching them every day, but like having a much different feeling about everything.
Yeah,
it was a little taste of like, oh yeah, please Astros, give me at least one more summer. Give me one more summer of me and my wife sitting down and partaking in something together that doesn't require any energy. You know?
Yes.
I'm not going off to a flea market or something like that. I'm not helping pick out drapes. I'm watching baseball with my wife enjoying it.
It is kind of cool. Like Brandy, Amy loves sitting and watching Astro games, and it is, you can technically say you're doing something together. When Amy got home yesterday for the afternoon game, the 4:00 start, I had already been grilling, so she came home to some steaks. Burgers and dogs, and you sit and eat dinner over the Astros game. If you don't feel like talking, you don't have to. You got a TV screen right there distracting you. Sometimes we like to talk, and sometimes we like to just let the silence do its talking. Or in this case, Todd Callis and Jeff Blum do the talking.
The mellifluous tones of Todd Callis and Jeff Blum.
But it's funny, like you're right. Like we've been kind of spoiled, not just in October, which we have been spoiled as well. But, like, through the summer months, especially when you don't feel like going outside and you're inside watching Astros, like, every day there's an Astros game pretty much. The only summer in the since really, like, probably 2015, if we're being honest, because summer, 15, they made, 15 and 16, they were a rising team. They were fun to watch. They're a young team. It's been a decade since we've had a summer that we've kind of had to slog through, other than COVID, where we had nothing until the end of July.
Yeah.
And then for August and September that year, it wasn't fun because the Astros they weren't even a 500 baseball team, but we were just so happy to have baseball and sports, okay, cool. I'll take sub 500 baseball over having to rewatch Tiger King, for the 8th time.
The unexpected just joy of watching the Astros really piss everybody off again in the postseason that year.
Flipping the switch.
The COVID year. I was looking for some Stephon Diggs highlights earlier this week, and I ended up in a game from the 2020 season, and it just feels so weird and foreign to watch these games being played in empty stadiums, and that it was just such a normal thing. And it was weird to me how quickly we adjusted to it. Just because we were happy to have football back and baseball back. But to watch them or to watch the NBA playoffs with no actual fans other than the digitalized version of it, what a weird time we've been through.
A weird time. And as you lay that out, Seth, I think one of the strangest things that got me excited back in that season that probably in theory shouldn't have, because it involved possibility of people getting COVID or having COVID, was when the league would go, nope, we got to postpone this game. It's going to be played on Tuesday. And I'm
That's
like,
right,
oh,
yeah.
awesome. I get football tonight? I get football on Tuesday night. Fully admitting, like, I probably shouldn't have, like, the human in me probably should have been like, well, that's really sad that there might be a COVID outbreak in the Titans locker room, but are you telling me now I get a game on a Wednesday this week? That's not bad.
Yeah, there was you kind of reduce. It was a good lesson in like how quickly you can change your expectations about things,
Yeah.
and stick and move and roll with the punches.
Yes.
I suppose.
Yes.
I wouldn't want to relive it. Certainly.
Yeah.
I certainly want to. I certainly wouldn't want to have to rehash it over and over again in an election year, but still, yeah.
I would hate for that to happen.
I've gotten so good at the filters on social media.
Yeah. My other big thing with the Astros, the three things I like from last night's game. Love that Josh Hader came in, got the 4-out save. That was big. Love that Jordan. I think it's coming. I think the Jordan storm is coming. And then my pet project for the rest of the season, John Singleton becoming a regular first baseman for this team.
Yeah.
I would love for this to happen. I think it would be a phenomenal story. Take a listen to Todd Callis calling this bomb from Singleton yesterday.
Oh, Singleton drills one. This is an upper take off the facade of the third deck. A big fly by John Singleton. That ball was well tattooed. It's 3-0 Astros.
Hey, Ben, to cue that up again, the best part of this is after you hear the crack of the bat, you hear Blum go, oh.
Oh, Singleton drills one.
I love that. Oh.
Projected 442 feet.
Yeah.
That is a manly home run right there.
Dude, off the facade. I like when it bounces off the facade and comes back down.
I think the best part about Singleton, too, in this, I guess you can't call it a resurgence. The surgence of John Singleton is like the handy glove work at first base.
Big bonus.
That's it. He's gotten way more comfortable and is just at the very end there. Yeah, handles a weird throw and bounce from Josh Hader for the out. Even Kyle Tucker was in on the defense there. He actually backed it up, unlike. He actually backed up the throw there, so it wouldn't have been disastrous.
Did he really? I didn't notice that.
Yeah, well, Blum pointed out, because I noticed conspicuously earlier in the game when there was an errant throw from Blanco to John Singleton that the only person standing behind Singleton grabbed it. Luckily, he had to come off the bag to grab it, but the only person standing behind Singleton at that point was the first base coach, who's not allowed to back him up on that.
No, he's on the other team. Yeah.
I thought, okay, if I were to throw a little water on this, one of the things that aggravated me on the Astros side of things was just I'm at the point now where when Maldonado does something, or excuse me, I'm blanking, Sean.
Who are you thinking of? Give me a hint here. You said
I'm angry at myself. This has been such a bad morning for me this morning on
names.
Mauricio Dubon. Thank you.
Oh, okay, there you go.
No, even Mauricio Dubon does something good, I'm like, yeah. Why wasn't he playing 2 days ago after an off day?
That was weird.
Because he got up. At this point, I was listening on the radio, and I heard Steve Sparks mention that Mauricio Dubon has the best batting average in the major leagues with runners in scoring position.
Yes, that's a fact.
And I'm like, that's interesting because the Astros are one of the worst teams in the league so far with runners in the scoring position. And yet, Martin Maldonado gets treated like a charity case. That you throw him out there every now and then just for the hell of it. You got to get Trey Cabbage his at-bats.
Oh, you said Maldonado again. You meant Mauricio Dubon. Yeah, it's treated like a charity
case. It's been a rough week for me, man.
Treated like a charity case. Yeah.
What did I do before the show? Oh, I was talking about Marisnik. I said that I feel like Espada is treating Dubon like Chaz treated Marisnik.
No,
and,
you said like Chaz treated McCormick before the show.
Why don't you just do the rest of the show?
No. No. Do you want me to read some prison text?
I can't even tell the story about me botching a name without botching a name in the story about me botching a name.
Do you want me to read some prison text? Would that help put some salve on the mental wound here?
I can't get away with this crap in prison.
No way you could. That's what I'm telling you. Well, you should know this. Someone said, because you were campaigning preemptively to be on house arrest when you eventually get arrested someday.
Yeah.
Someone texted in, house arrest, no picnic. You lose a lot of privileges. You lose a lot of privileges in house arrest, they said.
What privileges do you lose? Like, do they take away your cable television and stuff? I bet they take away your internet. I bet they take away your internet.
Yeah, they said they take away your phone, it sounds like, house arrest.
Oh, okay. So they try to make it as much like a prison environment as possible.
Yep. Texter, I just did 17 years.
They bring somebody in to beat me up every now and then?
Doesn't say.
Okay.
I would pick you in that battle, though. I'd give you a good sporting chance in that.
The parole officer shows up, and I've got a cable wired out to my. He trips over the cable that's run over to my neighbor's house. Yeah.
And now you've got him on the ground, and you can go ground and pound on the guy. Yes.
Yeah.
Text message: I just did 17 years in federal prison. By the way, if you're wondering why we're talking about this, we talked about the Big Baby Davis story earlier. He's former NBA player, going to do 40 months in prison for fraud.
But he's kind of excited about getting in shape.
He's very excited about how ripped he's going to get.
Yeah.
I just did 17 years in federal prison. I'm currently on house arrest because of the CARES Act release.
Okay.
Been on house arrest since 2020. House arrest is hard to get on. It took a pandemic to get me on house arrest, and he says, and by the way, no seconds in prison in the chow line.
Oh, you don't get any seconds in the food line. Huh.
Nope. We've seen two things. We have seen two scenarios with the food, and both of them say you don't get seconds. One says no seconds at all. The other says you can buy seconds in prison, or you can buy food in prison.
Well, at least they might have you might be able to go to the commissary and buy some honey buns or something.
Yep.
Right?
Yep. So there you go.
That seems unfair against those of us with a higher BMI.
Right.
Has this been challenged in the courts yet? I feel like I might need to be the test case. What crime can I commit that'll send me to a prison that's relatively safe but that doesn't allow seconds, so I can go be a test case in the Supreme Court?
And that will still let you do the show with me. I'm not here to break in a new co-host, man.
Will they let me do the show from house arrest?
That would
in
be
that
so
case,
cool.
I feel like this is my dream.
Yeah. This would be badass, actually. Seth on house arrest. That'd be good for the show, too. A lot of buzz. The only show in the country where one of the hosts is on house arrest, that we know of, at least, right?
Broadcasting from the clink.
Yeah.
That's what I'll call it.
Yeah.
Or from a minimum security prison.
Yeah, we changed the name of our show from Payne and Pendergast to, like, Prison Rules or something like that, you know?
I feel like that should be when they're trying to train inmates for, potential second careers or first careers to get them out of that life.
Yeah.
That they should encourage podcasting from within prison. They're like to develop those skills, because it takes
communication.
Obviously, your communication, but also there's a business side to it and everything.
Yep.
And I think they would smash.
Yeah.
I think a lot of prison podcasts would
yes.
totally, especially if they start describing the dramas unfolding around them.
Boy, that's a really good idea. I'm still workshopping names. Sean and Shawshank, something like that. I don't know, like with you in house arrest. All right, we got to make this happen. Go get arrested this weekend, Seth. We got to make this happen.
What crime should I commit?
Something that doesn't hurt another human being, like no assault or anything like that. Just like something.
I've run through this before in my head, just like when I'm out mowing the lawn or something. I'd be like, okay, if I did want to go to jail, what crime is the best crime to do right now?
Yeah.
With no experience.
Right.
I have very little experience as a criminal, and I have a hard time. Like I feel like I don't know if I have the attention span to set up a white collar crime.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even know how to start in on embezzling something from this company.
Yeah, and you don't have a record or anything like that I'm aware of.
No.
Where you would have like priors. Like it would be hard for you to go to prison probably without hurting another human being. You know what I mean? Because
it's depressing.
That you haven't committed any real crimes yet, and it would be
that I'd have to work that hard.
You'd have to work really hard, I think, to get into prison.
You think the first judge that saw me would be like, "Oh, you've led a good life up until now. You need help."
You've been.
I'm like, I don't need help.
No,
I need punishment.
I need punishment. Okay,
yes.
Fine. You're going to you're going to Angola. In Louisiana. No, not that much prison. Just some prison.
Well, it's kind of like even through the trial itself, I see. It's kind of comical with the Trump trial where they'll be like, "Watch out, or you're gonna get a $500 fine as you're being sued for however much it is."
Yep.
Yeah, like, oh no, not the $500 fine.
Yeah.
Oh,
that was my favorite thing about the Mitsuhara story. Is like he's got He has to have restitution to all of his victims. I'm like, this guy's going to pay $16 million back to Shohei Ohtani. Okay. All right.
What that does, I bet it turns into they're going to garnish a certain percentage of your wages basically for the rest of your life.
Great. If he lives to be 355 years old, he'll pay back Shohei Ohtani. Good job.
And nobody's going to trust him as an interpreter ever.
No, ever. Yeah, that's true.
His chosen profession is closed off to him.
Yep,
yeah.
You're right. Payne and Pendergast with you. All right. J.J. Watt says this is the hardest position to play aside from quarterback in football. I'm curious if Seth agrees with him. We get to that coming up next. I'll tell you what, as we sit here and talk about things that we'd rather do or not do or chores or, boy, just send me away.
SportsRadio.com. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Man, our audience is invested in getting you to go to prison, Seth Payne.
Oh, they're trying to send me.
They are into. Well, only because in the previous segment you said that you were looking to go so that you could.
I want to know what crime I can commit that'll send me to jail. I have no priors, remember?
Yep.
So what can send me to jail, but hopefully to a minimum security prison?
Right.
I don't want to. So something non-violent.
Yeah.
But that also doesn't require a whole lot of planning, because that's a weakness of mine as a white-collar criminal.
Mhm.
I don't even know how to I wouldn't have the first clue how to embezzle any money out of this company.
Right, and again.
Yeah, like what's the best thing for me to do quickly to get quickly convicted too?
Yeah. We need this to turn around quick. Keep in mind.
Yeah, because I'm not going to cooperate. Remember,
Yes.
I'm trying to go to jail, so I need it to be slam dunk. Oh, he totally did it, but he's not cooperating.
Right.
He's not accepting our plea.
We are admittedly looking to land on a very specific spot here. We get that, but keep in mind we also want to keep doing the show. You and I need to keep doing this show. I don't want to break in a new co-host. J.J. Watt on the Pat McAfee show earlier this week. It's funny, JJ got to answering that whole Austin Rivers thing about NBA and NFL, and then I feel almost like JJ started his own civil war inside of football by saying that this was the hardest position aside from quarterback.
Anybody who says they could play corner, anybody who says an NBA player could play corner is wrong. Cornerback is besides quarterback that has to manage everything, cornerback is the hardest position to play in the NFL. That is such a difficult task. I don't think anybody's giving them an impression.
Way to go, D-Bug.
All right, so I don't know who they're clapping for there. Was Pac-Man Jones sitting on the set today?
Probably, yeah. It was probably, I bet Pac-Man was in or something.
Probably.
I do think, man, the whole thing about cornerback is that you have to be an elite athlete, and in a way that's different than being an elite athlete at wide receiver. I think sometimes it's too easy to say, oh yeah, all the best athletes go to a wide receiver. It's a different skill set. You train a different way and everything, so it's hard to envision some wide receivers as cornerbacks and vice versa. I think the biggest thing about a lot of really good cornerbacks that people might not realize is just how high their football IQ is, because it's like, okay, look, if you're some freak that they can just stick out there in man coverage all day, even then you got to have a really good understanding of routes and tendencies and tells and all of that. But especially when you start to get into guys that play blended coverages and use a lot of disguise, if it's a complex defense, there's just so much that, and to the point where I remember there are two different players in my career, one in Jacksonville, one in Houston, where I'm thinking of two cornerbacks who both, when I'm talking to them and I found out that they were Prop 48, that they didn't academically qualify to go to a Division I school, so they had to start out at JUCO.
Yeah.
I was honestly blown away. And the kid in Houston, I won't say his name obviously, but I should text him and see if he's cool. Anyway, I was like, dude, how the hell were you Prop 48? Because you're one of the most, not just intelligent, this is a guy that could pull the whole Sean McVay trick and tell you every single play and situation for multiple series. Because I was talking to him one day about a game from previous in the season, and he started going through what he was thinking. He'd made a big play at the end. And I was just awestruck by his recall and just exactly everything that he was thinking about during all those plays. And he's like, he wasn't going to Exeter Academy growing up. He was in a really bad school system. Yeah. And you couple that with, man, he's from Texas. It was the old, nobody really cared as long as I was playing football. They kind of just pushed me on through to the point where when he got to JUCO and he realized how far behind he was academically, he was pissed. He actually, he started a letter writing campaign, is how old I am, to his old high school about how it can't be like this for other kids.
Wow.
And so I just think, I think there's that dynamic there where a lot of the best cornerbacks and defensive backs and everything, it's just, they are freakishly intelligent. And you can't, in a way that you just don't, you can get away, the position I played, you can get away with being very challenged intellectually.
Yeah.
They'll find ways to work around it. For most cornerbacks, though, it's the physical skill blended with the football IQ that's just really if you really want to excel, you got to have a certain sense about things.
They will say with the Texans, like, that was one of the big reasons they took Derek Stingley Jr. with the 3rd overall pick. Like, he's a very intelligent football player, no question. Man, McAfee, we played a lot of McAfee audio this week. I was thinking about that. McAfee's killing it right now. The Barrett Sports Media had the article. What is he, 37% year over year? There had been that whole thing earlier this year where there had been some negative stats out there about the McAfee show, and McAfee thought that Norby Williamson, the former ESPN executive, was trying to sabotage his show.
At the time, he was a current ESPN executive.
Yeah.
Now he's a former
He's
ESPN
former
executive.
now, yeah.
He lost that battle with Pat McAfee.
He did.
They're up 37% over the programming that had been there previously. So far the experiment of putting the internet on television has, I think, probably worked better than a lot of people in the industry suspected it would.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of things that they break the conventional rules of broadcasting. But I think that's what people are transitioning towards. They want a podcast experience. And I think a lot of younger people especially are accustomed to the podcast or YouTube experience.
Yeah.
To where, like, you put that on television. This is what I don't know. I don't care about how Walter Cronkite did things back in the day. This is my television
I enjoy this. This is all I know. I enjoy this. Yeah. And I think McAfee's done a good job, too, because he has that extra hour that doesn't run on ESPN but only runs on YouTube. So that's the hour that he can bring Nikki Glazer on yesterday, and she can literally tell the jokes that didn't make it into the roast unedited, with all the body parts and all the curse words and everything else. And so those are the things that normally wind up on social media. So the show still has that kind of renegade ethos to it, I think, where you're like, oh, okay, even though you don't realize while you're watching the ESPN version that they're not using the S word or the F word or body parts you're not supposed to talk about, Right.
Yeah, and I think as TV understandably and correctly worries about people transitioning over to digital platforms.
Yeah.
Like, at some point, they got to figure out a way to merge the two.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's like McAfee is he's feeding off being on ESPN. That's driving people to his YouTube channel because he doesn't work for ESPN. He's got an agreement, a licensing agreement with ESPN. But then he's also potentially pushing people back to the television side from the internet as well.
Yeah.
It's cool to see.
His crossover stuff really helps, too, that he's on College Game Day. He's on Fox, or he's on USA doing Monday Night Raw. He's the color commentator. I don't know how he does it, man. There's got to be like 6 of him. It's pretty remarkable, all the travel.
That was one of the reasons he went to ESPN, was because he had kind of gotten, he was a one-man show with his YouTube channel and everything, and I think it was just kind of pushing him to the brink. He needed professionals to come in and handle a lot of the legwork.
Yes.
Especially when it probably comes, I'm guessing, to selling to advertisers and everything.
Yep.
So it was a good symbiosis between those two.
Okay, people texting in suggesting what you might be able to do
to get myself to a minimum security prison.
Yeah, because we think it might be good for the show.
Good for my health too.
Good for your health. Yeah, you can get in that weight room. It's free gym. You don't have to pay for a gym membership.
Brandy could use a break. Yeah,
all
my
those
BS.
things. Yeah,
she's like, yeah, please let the state handle your BS.
Seth looks like a credit.
Can you have the feds handle my BS at least?
I
Not
know.
The state?
I know. Yeah, they negotiate better deals. Seth looks like a credit card fraud guy, is what somebody said.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah.
But again, not mass. I can't do it on the mass level. It's too much. I don't have the attention span to set up something like that. It would have to be like me doing it the old school way of just flat out stealing people's credit cards.
Someone said,
and finding out their zip code.
Yeah. Not like a big card duplication ring that you set up or something.
I would need to call up little old ladies and be like, "Hi, this is the bank. We've got a problem with your account. First, I need you to give me your social security number."
Yeah, see, even that's going to take too long. That's a lot of steps.
A lot of legwork. Yeah, I need some one fell swoop.
Yeah.
One fell swoop.
This one I don't like. DUI with a child in the car. No, nothing that hurts people. That could hurt people. No.
Well, no, I could just find out where there's a checkpoint.
Okay.
And then I could get in a Tesla, and have it auto drive through the checkpoint.
Oh.
Like I would have Brandy drive me to the checkpoint, and then we would swap seats.
All right.
The old switcheroo,
yeah,
and then just have the Tesla auto drive through the checkpoint, and then I'd go to jail. I don't want that on my record, frankly. Yeah. I don't want DUI with a child in the car on my record.
Stop doing your taxes. Somebody said. See, now that's going to take a while though. For the you got to file. You got to not file your returns. They got to find out that you're not filing your returns.
That would first require me to stop not paying my taxes and then to start back up paying my taxes.
There you go.
No, that's too much. Again, the time frame is too long.
That's it. Somebody
said to steal a jet.
Yeah, someone said steal a jet, but be funny about it.
Right, like I wouldn't hijack it.
Right.
Then I don't need to go be sent to Guantanamo. But I think that stealing a jet in an entertaining fashion.
Yeah.
Like stealing a jet and then turning it into my own personal OJ chase, I feel like people would start to pull for me.
Yeah.
I would get kind of like if I had it set up to where I could stop in at some country airstrip and refuel quickly.
Right.
I'll have some fake machine guns out of the turret that I will have created while flying on the first leg. And I think I could turn that into something. People would be pulling for me.
Machine guns turned it into a little more than a chase at this point.
Okay, yeah, maybe I got to leave the machine guns out of it.
Yeah, just leave that
minimum security. That's what we're hoping for.
Yeah, 2 words, right. Minimum security.
Okay, how could I do that? I think I could get on. Look, I had my private pilot's license not too long ago. I could fly a Cessna 172. How much harder would it be for me to get on a simulator somewhere and learn how to fly a Learjet? I don't think that hard.
Not that hard.
I don't think that hard.
No. A lot of people saying hand a note to somebody in a bank that you're demanding money. Someone says pull the tag off the mattress. Come and get me, boys. Wave it on Twitter. Look what I just did. Come and get me, boys. Yeah.
I could get some free pub for Mattress Mac if I pulled that off.
That
if I
is
just went
true.
through the store. If I would give him a warning, kind of like a terrorist does. I'd call up and be like, hey, I want to be sure I get credit for this Mattress Mac.
Right.
I'm going to come in and take a bunch of tags off the mattresses.
All right, the Texans made a trade yesterday for a wide receiver. I had a buddy text this to me, a theory on why they made a trade, literally like a low-level 6th, 7th round pick trade for this receiver. I'm going to see if Seth agrees with this theory. That is next. But first, prom season coming up here. What's today, May 10th? Yeah, a lot of you...
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so the Texans made a trade yesterday. Yeah, rookie minicamp starting today. They made a trade yesterday, and they bring in Ben Skoranek, who is a wide receiver. He's played the last couple years for the Rams. They trade a 6th-round pick to the Rams for Skoranek and a 7th-round pick. So it's one of those deals where they were about to cut Skoranek to get their roster down, and the Texans, they made some phone calls, and the Texans said, sure, we'll take him. And he's a player because he plays a little bit of fullback, plays wide receiver, plays special teams. I had a theory that floated through my brain yesterday about why they might have made this trade yesterday, Seth, and I actually ended up deleting it because I don't know if I think I don't even know how much merit it would have, but I did have a buddy text me the exact same thing that I put on the rundown. So before I say what it is, do you care to guess as to what it is?
I've got 3 guesses.
Okay.
Let me wait. Yes, I've got 3.
Okay.
First and most boring and potentially obvious is that because of the changing kickoff rules, they feel like he might be an asset, or like his special teams ability, return ability, all that stuff is more of an asset than it was before. Second would just be like the simple, what you had just mentioned. There's some versatility there where you can use him as an inline tight end. You can use him as a fullback to maybe provide some competition or some difference from Andrew Beck, because that's, he's got to continue becoming an actual fullback this year.
Yep.
Which I feel optimistic about, by the way. But third one would be something involving Tank Dell and Tank Dell's injury.
That's it.
Okay. Was his theory that they need Skoranek to come in because he's a master peer mediator who can teach Tank how to properly de-escalate a conflict?
No.
Or is it actual football stuff?
It's actual football, but I love that.
Okay.
I love that.
Okay.
No, he says, hey, Sean, this is my buddy Kirk sent this to me. Have you guys discussed the new wide receiver pickup? My theory is Tank is nowhere near being ready for training camp / start of the season. So that they're bringing in Skoranek because, they're down a man right now and might be down a man for a while.
I think if they were down a man, they already have guys who can provide that fill-in on the roster. So I think that I don't think that it necessarily means anything about Tank Dell specifically. I think it might have more to do with they want a guy that can compete with Mechie and Xavier Hutchinson, but also he's a known good special teams contributor.
Yep.
And can he be better than those guys on special teams? So a lot of times, that's the tiebreaker a lot of times in competition at the backup positions. It's simply, all right, who's the best special teams player? So maybe I'm just in denial, but I doubt this has anything to do with Tank Dell.
I doubt it too. I think it's a fair thing to think, obviously, because I thought it myself yesterday. But I just think it's in May. The roster's 90 guys. That might be something you do specifically if the tank incident happened during the bye week. Okay. Yeah. During the season, where your roster is very specifically at 53 guys, and then you'd probably already have a few guys on the practice squad that are wide receivers who you'd be calling up, So that feels like a little too cute, I guess, to to say, well, because Tank is this, we went and got Ben Skoranek, who the Rams were about to cut, Yeah,
no offense to Ben Skoranek, but I just don't think it's in that same it's not at that same level of atmosphere.
Different ecosystems
correlated to Tank Dell. Yeah. If they were that worried about Tank Dell, I think you'd be going after him. Like maybe they would have signed Tyler Boyd or somebody like that. Been more aggressive in trying to sign Tyler Boyd.
There you go. Yeah. I think the Beck thing is the big thing. And the new kickoff return rules, spoiler alert, that's what Lopez thinks it is. We were just talking about it in the other room. He thinks it's the new kickoff return rules. I can't wait to see that play out. That was a question that wound up on the cutting room floor for Nick when we had him on last time, because I figured that's something we can ask him anytime. We'll have him on again before the team, goes off for June hiatus at all. But I'll be anxious to see if they construct their roster and special teams differently now because of those rules.
There are times when sports leagues are maddeningly slow to adjust to new rules changes. And I'll point to one of them. They changed the rule for offensive linemen being allowed to push the ball carrier. They changed that back in 2012.
Yeah.
Or I think it might have been even earlier on that. And it kind of went unnoticed until all of a sudden the Eagles start pushing the ball carrier. And you see it a lot more elsewhere on the field too now, where offensive linemen are pushing the ball carrier, because up until recently, everybody had been trained forever that that's illegal and you don't do it. But they didn't really exploit it the way the Eagles had started to exploit it. It took forever. It took a decade for teams to start realizing that. I think with this is a rule change that's massive, and it takes something that was recently a huge part of the game, kickoff returns, and then that was all of a sudden relegated to meaninglessness. The coaches, special teams coaches especially, now appreciate, because they pushed for this.
Yeah.
Like, it was the special teams coaches that pushed for this. They want this, and they are champing at the bit, whatever, to try to try to take advantage of it. So yeah, I think I wouldn't put it. I wouldn't be surprised one bit if this was at least heavily special teams influenced.
Yeah, me too. How much do you think this changes the composition of return teams when it comes to guys, when it comes to the appetite for putting starters out there? You know,
right.
like, boy, putting Tank,
the risk
Tank
of
Dell
injury
back there in this environment, holy smokes.
Right, yeah, there is much less, for everybody, that it's a hard thing to describe on the radio, but basically there's not guys running at top speed towards each other anymore.
There's no more missiles out there.
Right. It looks a lot more like a standard NFL running play.
Yeah.
And there's fewer missiles. That's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
You're playing with a smaller caliber of weapon.
Yep.
And I think that a lot of teams are looking at this as an opportunity to, if you adjust to it more quickly than everybody else, you'll have an advantage for a year or two.
Can you imagine? Dude, that would be hilarious. Like the first week of the season, as long as it's not something that bites the Texans, as long as it's something that results in the Texans winning, it'll be hilarious. But if there's just this spate of really long returns for touchdowns, because I'll tell you this, like if they put the right guys back there, it's so compressed, I'll call it the line of scrimmage, the de facto line of scrimmage, that if the right guys get into the clear, they gone. Like it's
right. It's right. No, yeah, exactly. It's like if you break a run versus a blitz.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden you break a run versus a blitz. Yeah, there's no last line of defense. You got to beat one. You got to beat the free safety, and then there you go. Yeah. Yeah, there might be some pretty spectacular plays.
Spectacular plays and a lot of emergency meetings going on the first week. Like on Tuesday. Hey, I know Tuesday's your off day, special teamers. We need a little extra out of you this week. We can't give up 2 returns for a touchdown again like we did last week.
I do like it. I think it's one of these rule changes that does not feel gimmicky, because there's almost nothing you could do to the kickoff and kickoff return that would feel gimmicky, because you're starting with a play that's so unlike anything else in the actual game of football that I feel like, all right, this feels cleaner than putting a ghost runner on second base in extra innings. You know, like that's the ultimate gimmicky thing going on in sports right now that's been introduced, is that it feels more natural than adding a 3-point line, frankly.
Yeah.
So, I think this is a seamless way to add some more excitement to the game.
I like it. All right, so rookie minicamp today. What am I watching get accomplished today, Seth, when I go out there? What's happening out of rookie minicamp?
You are there to fall in love with people,
okay.
Sean.
Okay.
You're there to fall in love with all of the things that sometimes show up that people don't follow through on, because in mini camps, when there's no pads, athleticism beats out actual football playing ability. So every year, and this is the key, it's okay as a fan to fall in love with it. You hate to see when a coach falls in love with it. There's guys that shine, and there's guys that absolutely shine with no pads on. Hughley Waring was the guy at rookie minicamp several years back. And it was the beginning of 4 years of thinking like, oh, yeah, if we can just recapture some of that glory from the rookie minicamp, we might have
when
something
he took
here.
His shirt off that one time.
Yeah, that's right.
Dude, I remember my take on Hughley Waring was like, if we could clone somebody to take on the aliens, I'm cloning that dude right over there. Yeah.
So the two guys, honestly, that I give you permission to fall in love with really are Jawar Jordan, the running back out of Louisville.
Okay.
Who's undersized but slippery, like very, very fast. He doesn't have an extreme burst right out of the backfield, but when he can build up, he gets it's college, yes, but he broke way more tackles in college than you would expect out of a guy his size.
Yeah.
So I think you're going to see some rookie minicamp brilliance out of him.
Okay.
And maybe I'm not saying that he can't extend it. It's just that he's going to flash in rookie minicamp.
Who's your other one?
And I think Marcus Harris, the defensive tackle out of Auburn.
Okay.
Just because he's undersized as well.
Yeah.
Didn't test magnificently well, but when you watch him play, there's a twitchiness to him and an ability to get into the backfield that I think when going up against offensive linemen with no pads on, I think he'll really shine during the minicamp stuff.
Okay. John Lopez, Brandon Scott.
The Yankee twins.
You got the
Yankee twins.
Is that how
this guy?
It's Yankee. It's not Janky.
I thought it was Yankee.
Yeah, no, I don't know what it is. I've been saying Janky because I think it's funny that someone would have the last name Janky, given what that adjective
You want it to
turned
be
into.
Janky. You don't know.
I want it.
Well, you know what?
It's Janky.
There's your first project.
Find out how to pronounce their last name.
I thought it was Yankee.
Okay.
I could be so wrong.
I don't like that because it sounds like Yankee. Who I hate. I hate the
You
Yankees.
sound like a snobby Yankees fan.
Yes.
Those guys are made to be fallen in love with.
I mean, they're the novelty of them being twins out there is
Yankees.
Yeah,
Put your
but
pinky out.
Is the best part not though that you can't lose at rookie minicamp? Like you can't. There's nothing. I guess theoretically somebody could get injured, like worst case scenario. But all there is to do out there, Sean, is to fall in love with the players.
No, you're right. I do remember, though, this is 10 years ago, Brennan Williams, the tackle out of North Carolina, who's now a professional wrestler, literally hurt his knee on, like, the first play of rookie minicamp, and he never saw the field for the Texans ever. Like, he barely got on the field in any NFL games. Like, he was having microfracture surgery, like, 2 weeks after rookie minicamp started.
Yeah.
So I don't want to put that juju out there on any of these guys.
I officially stand corrected. I guess
I don't know why.
you can.
I'm not trying to correct you. I'm just saying.
But you know, I'm saying from a fan's perspective, though, it's not like you're going to go there and be like, you know what, Cade Stover actually sucked at rookie minicamp, and I'm not excited about him at all.
That's true.
Like,
it's
that's
really
not
hard.
That's not going to happen.
Yeah, it's hard to suck at rookie minicamp. So I'm going to check in with you guys from out there.
Please do.
I'll call afterwards.
Yeah.
It'll probably be like around noon, thereabouts.
Yeah.
I'll check in with you guys.
Say it's Yankee or it's Janky.
Yeah, I'll find out.
I've got the pronunciation pulled up right here.
Okay.
Everybody, hold on, I gotta. Let me see.
You said you had it.
You had it pulled up, but not ready to go.
Wait, be quiet for 1 second. Oh, South Dakota State. The South Dakota State SID has let me down once again. They have a nice little button.
Once again.
They have a. Oh wait, here we go. Yankee. It's
Yankee. Okay, it is Yankee.
Yeah,
All right.
Yankee.
Okay.
I take it back, South Dakota State SID.
You're amazing.
You've come through yet again in the clutch.
You're amazing. How happy were you guys yesterday when Josh Hader got that strikeout to end the game?
Dude, I was relieved.
Do you still have it in you?
I was relieved, but, man, it was just such a stressful watch.
Man.
I mean, that's my thing. It's like, man, I'm watching the whole time kind of just expecting it. It's like the opposite of the Astros experience. When they're down, you're expecting them to come back. Now when they're up, you're expecting it to go wrong.
Yeah,
and so I was just relieved. I was just
Yeah.
so glad that it didn't happen the way that I was expecting it to happen.
Same. Still got it in me. I stood up and clapped. I got up out of my chair and clapped.
So you, sir, are the right person to go to minicamp and fall.
You're sending the right guy there. It's basically The Bachelor. I'm just going to go with a thing full of roses and tell guys, here, you all get a rose. You all can stick around for tomorrow's practice.
I love you all.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a lot of love.
I mean, why not? These are the good times.
These are the times that are good. Yes.
Roll.
These are the times that are good. All right. We are done. We are out of time. Seth, have a great weekend. Antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies to you and a happy homecoming to Justin Verlander when he'll pitch on Sunday versus Detroit.
Oh, there you go. Okay, nice little preview. I like that. Okay, Sunday's game, Mother's Day, back in Detroit for Justin Verlander. All right, we are done. We're out of time. It's 10 o'clock. That means it's time for B. Scott in for Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
We got another busy show for y'all today to end the week, man, and I'm real excited about it. Sean Pendergast just mentioned it. He's going to be out there at NRG taking in rookie minicamp, first day of rookie minicamp. We're going to actually hear from DeMeco Ryans at some point, probably in the noon hour as well, from rookie minicamp. Can't wait to do that. Also, the top two rookies, Kamari Lassiter, Blake Fisher, going to hear a bit from them. Also, some real strange stuff happened last night in the world of sports that I want to get into. I woke up to a feud between Shaq and Shannon Sharpe. Didn't expect to see that happen. Man. Yeah, man, you got to check this out.
What's going on at 6 a.m.?
It's a weird thing. We're going to talk about it probably in the hits, man. Internet going nuts somewhere in there. It might come up in both because it's that odd. It was that unexpected for me. Luka Doncic's press conference. I don't know if y'all got to that, but Luka Doncic's press conference. It also, it got so weird. Yeah, so weird. We're going to get to that and localize it. But the main the thing that I'm most excited about today.
Me too.
And this is a show. I'm not saying what it's a show who it's not for, but I'm saying who it's specifically for today.
Yeah.
It's a show for the open-minded. You got to be ready to get down today because we are going to get Lopez's review of the Kendrick Lamar Drake beef.
Dude.
Like the most thorough breakdown that you could expect really from anywhere, but especially from the OG. I cannot wait for this. Figgy, this was mostly your idea. This was born of your brain.
Yeah.
Dude, I think we got something.
We got something.
I think this is perfect, too, because I felt like this beef been about all of the stands on both sides, but we need somebody that's not a fan of either.
Objectivity.
Yeah.
Objective.
This might be the most honest review we ever get from this.
When is this happening?
This is at 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
It is the OG review of the Kendrick Drake diss track.
He listened
my AirPods in as I'm watching Rookie Minicamp.
Yes. I want you to know, I spent about 4 hours on this. I listened to every song. I went back and listened again this morning, and I did the objective editor/writer breakdown. What does it mean and all this stuff.
Dude, the tweets were just tantalizing me. I can't wait for this because I need an interpretation. And and to be honest, like I probably more fit like you and I, like that demographic where we're looking at it, like a little differently. So,
trying to understand it.
Yes.
I mean, and it is a maze of sorts. Like there's more to it even to the surface. Like even me, as somebody that's followed it closely, we're all discovering stuff. So I cannot wait to hear how the OG is going to break this thing down. That's coming up at 11 o'clock. You do not want to miss it. But let's start with these Astros, man.
Yeah, man.
Because Sean talked about it. That's how we felt. Were we excited? Like I wanted to be more excited than I actually was. I was happy. I was relieved. I said that was probably the prevailing sentiment for me with the Astros avoiding the sweep, making it happen against the New York Yankees, their first win against them the entire season. So they're now 1-6 against them on the season.
Yeah.
But look, you got to be happy with the fact that your bats come alive. That's the thing that we've been complaining about. Ronel Blanco doesn't technically give you a quality start, but it's pretty close to quality. I would say that it was a non-technical quality start, but something that you would live with on probably any given day from him.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, Josh Hader at the end was able to make it happen, was able to close it out. We've complained about him not getting enough closing situations to begin with.
Yeah.
And when he gets them, he's not doing what he's been paid to do.
Right.
All of those things seem to come together for the Astros last night. But I don't know how much more winning they've actually got to do, like how far they've got to go before just a simple win at Yankee Stadium to avoid a sweep does not ring hollow for me.
Yeah. I'll tell you this, and this is a true now hear me out kind of moment. This is a hear me out kind of opinion on the game yesterday. I'm watching that game, and as I'm watching it and then afterwards, it kind of convinced me how done the Astros are, even though they won. Let me explain it.
In victory.
Yes.
Okay.
In victory, it kind of convinced me how done they are, because the entire time I'm thinking it wasn't about the game per se. It wasn't about the team anymore. It's about feeling good for individual players. That's where we are, B. Scott. Well, like I mean, I can go through them. It was more about I feel really good. I mean, John Singleton, as I've said, that dude's a movie, man.
I'm with you on this.
Yeah.
I want to hear you out. Go through them.
I'm like, okay, so usually I'm like, right, Astros, Yankees, finish this thing out. Here we go. Maybe get a run started, even if they were down, in other parts, in other seasons and stuff. You think that they can get it going. The whole time, I wasn't thinking about anything along those lines. I was thinking, hey, good for John Singleton.
Yep.
This guy is a movie. He did it again. Even Ronel Blanco, you mentioned him. I mean, he's kind of slid back to reality a little bit. Didn't get the quality start. Didn't exactly look overwhelming. Some walks and stuff. But you can't help but feel happy for this dude. I wasn't thinking about, all right, Ronel, here we go. He's going to be the ace. He's going to be the number 2 guy. Blah 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 blah. Josh Hader. You mentioned Josh Hader. He wasn't necessarily overwhelming, but he got it done, and he was when it needed to be. So I was happy for Josh Hader. Jordan, I was like, finally, bro. I mean, maybe something's going to start happening for you. This is going to be kind of a good kickstart to your season or whatever. Jeremy Pena. I mean, it's looking more and more like this is a key piece, and this is the key part for me moving forward.
Yeah.
And so it's not about the team anymore, and that's kind of sad.
Yeah, so I would adjust it just slightly, but I'm along the same lines as you. I'm not going to say, you know what, I don't want this to be like I'm going back from them being done. But since they're not mathematically done, you and I both agree that they're done.
Yeah.
But since they're not technically done, I still think that to a degree it's still about the team, but from the way we view it, from the way we take it in and the way we experience it, it's not like you can overcome being 10-plus games under 500 in one night or in 1 week. Like, it's going to take a month or more to really realistically overcome the deficit or the hole that they've dug themselves into. So when that's the case, even though it's still early and they still technically got a chance, when this is the case this early in the season, progress is made along the margins, or at least the way you view it, right? Like, and I think that's the reality of it too, but that's how you're taking it in on a day-to-day. You're like, okay, I know whether they win this game or not, or just simply winning this game is not going to change the entire narrative. It's not going to change the entire emotion and feeling about the team and where they're headed, but you can find some wins along the margins. Yordan Alvarez, struggling. What's wrong with Yordan? The least of our worries, honestly, because of how great he is, but you'd like to see him be great.
Yeah, let's show it.
Okay, so there he is. Keep going. Okay, Ronel Blanco. Hey, glad to have Ronel Blanco on the mound. Didn't think that I would be saying that when spring training started, but I feel almost most comfortable with that guy on the mound. That ended up ringing true in this particular game. Your batters 3 through 6 actually produced for you, which is something that doesn't feel like it happens normally. So Alex Bregman got in on the action. Where's Alex Bregman been all year? And Josh Hay, like all of these guys, to me, one positive day for them is like an improvement along the margins for you as an Astros fan.
This is how I would put it. My expectations have not changed. My expectations remain non-existent, just being honest. But you can still be entertained. You can still pull for your team. And more specifically, you can still pull for individual players as it relates to moving forward. I mean, I'm in let's move forward mode right now. So I think that's where it is for me right now. It's not like my expectations haven't changed. I still feel, as you just said, they're done. But I'm still pulling for the Astros. I'm still thinking about those individual guys and how they might help, down the road.
Let's relive some of the magic.
Yeah, man.
For the third straight game. Now, we know
just the fact that there is magic.
Man, I'm so glad. You know how I felt yesterday. You remember my energy. Yeah. Like, my energy was high, but my attitude wasn't right. All right, so my attitude was a little bit better today about the Astros. Helps when they win. This is how it started off. For the third straight game, we know they wasn't winning those first two.
Yeah.
They won this one. And for the third straight game, the Astros get it popping in the first inning. But this time, not a Kyle Tucker bomb, a Yordan bomb to put them up 1-0.
That ball's hammered to right field, and for the third game in a row, the Astros in front 1-0 thanks to a solo home run in the first inning. It was Tucker on Tuesday, Tucker on Wednesday, and today the DH, the big man, Air Yordan connects.
Hey, look, and that's good to see because Jordan's been struggling. We all understand it, but they weren't done.
No, they were not.
That was not it. We're talking about John Singleton. Hey, Jose Abreu, who? Who is that? Who is that? The first baseman for the Houston Astros, until further notice, is one John Singleton. John bat-flipping Singleton.
Yeah, it is.
And this is what his sound like. His 2-run shot sounded in the first inning to put the Astros up 3-0.
Oh. Singleton drills one. This is an upper take off the facade of the third deck. A big fly by John Singleton. That ball was well tattooed. It's 3-0 Astros.
Hey, TK is into this John Singleton thing. I think he's right there with me.
Man, he spiked that bat. He didn't flip it. He spiked that sun gun. And
can I say this, Lopez? Yeah. It is my favorite thing.
That's all you got.
You talk
that
about.
Kind of speaks to what we're talking about.
It speaks exactly to what we're talking about. Dubs along the margins.
Yeah.
Improvement along the margins.
Yeah.
This ain't got nothing to do with nothing.
Nah.
But them bat flips, like, I need to be entertained. I need to want to watch. All right, guess what? I'm watching these John Singleton ABs to see if he's going to launch one and spike that bat.
When was the last time you saw a ball at 115 miles an hour getting out of the yard? 115.
Yeah, he's
bro.
He's got some, I won't even call it sneaky power. He's got that boomer bust in him.
Yeah.
Right? Like he's either going to swing and miss. Well, his at-bats are actually more quality than that. I probably shouldn't say that. But in terms of swinging the bat, it's like he's either going to swing and miss or he's going to do what you just heard.
He's not going to get cheated. He's not going to get cheated.
He's not going to get cheated, and he's not going to cheat you, man.
Yeah.
Look, I love the John Singleton story. I think it, off the field is a cool story of redemption or, just comeback, return. Kind of pulling yourself out of the mud, so to speak. I love that for him. Honestly, he should not have this opportunity. Like, he should not, at the very most, he should just be a depth piece on this roster.
Yeah.
He should not be in a position all these years later, and given what the Astros are actually paying for a first baseman, be in this position. But, man, I got to tell you, I'm glad that at least while they're trying to figure it out, while they're trying to figure Jose Abreu out or try to just deal with the fact that they bought a lemon at first base, here's somebody who was, cast away, forgotten about, so to speak, who's been able to come back and actually have a legitimate impact for you, albeit on a team that's not winning right now, but you absolutely need them. So after that, Ronel Blanco got into a little bit of trouble, but I didn't even really feel bad about this. I thought it was kind of chicken bleep that in the third inning, Anthony Volpe, the shortstop for the New York Yankees, was a really good young player. But this did not impress me, and it was also the moment where I started to go, oh, no.
Yeah.
Like Lopez.
Of course you did.
Oh, man.
Why would you not?
I was like, oh, here we go. And especially given that this two-run shot from Anthony Volpe sounded like this.
This ball hit to right field, sending Tucker back towards the corner, and he will watch it go. Unreal that that's a home run. That's a fly ball in pretty much every other stadium. Instead, it's a two-run home run. And just like that, the Astros fail to add to their lead. The Yankees come back with a two-run home run by Volpe.
Yeah, and that's not home cooking, I don't think, from TK right there. And we'll get plenty.
But it's a Yankee Stadium home run.
Yeah.
That's why they brought in Volpe.
Right, that's what I'm saying. That's real talk. It's like, oh, man, like you can't avoid the fact that this is the result. This is what happened.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you can look at Blanco and be like, like this is terrible. Like you are kind of a victim of circumstance there. But to the point, I started to feel it.
Of course. I mean, why would you not? And like I said, it's kind of hard to say. I mean, while you're accurate about that was kind of a cheap home run, that's why the Yankees have guys like that to hit those cheap home runs,
Yeah, for sure. So
they build a roster around the stadium.
Yeah, 100%. And like that. And this is just the breaks. Alex Bregman the day before hit a fly ball into left that, it's obviously deeper at Yankee Stadium and left, but it would have easily been a home run in the Crawford boxes had that been at Minute Maid Park. And maybe we would have been having this conversation about Alex Bregman a day earlier about him getting out of it.
Astros do the same thing at this stadium.
100%. So, all right, Anthony Volpe, little bloop home run. Can we get a response here? Jeremy Pena. How you feeling about Jeremy Pena right now?
Well, I mean, look, how can you not feel like he's one of the key cogs right now when everybody else is struggling outside of Altuve and Tucker? Absolutely a key cog. And the best thing about him is the response he's had to last season, at least the response thus far. We had a texter say, hey, weren't you the one that said he was Adam Everett? Yeah, because every metric last year said he was Adam Everett last year. He's responding. He's answering.
This is what it sounded like when his RBI single put the Astros up 4-2.
Up the middle, that is going to be through to center field. Jordan being waved around. Here comes a throw by Judge. It will not be in time. RBI single for Jeremy Pena. He's been on base all 3 times and 6 of his 7 in the cleanup spot. And he cleans up for a 4-2 lead.
And look, Jeremy Pena, credit to him because he had a miserable season last year by a lot of standards. Like, I don't think you were wrong to say what you said about him. Obviously, he was coming off the World Series MVP season, but look, this is a great start for him. He is an undoubted silver lining in this Astros season. So that's really cool to see. Now, I want to laugh at this real quick. We got the cuts from Tyler. And, you know, Tyler hates Aaron Judge.
Big time.
Aaron Judge made this a little scary.
Yeah.
We're going to play this cut, but I got to tell you what Tyler named this cut.
Drill deep to left center field. No chance. See ya. Into the night. Whoa. 4-3.
Tyler called it Aaron Judge's ogre-looking ass solo home run.
He's called him an ogre so many times. He's put the ogre picture up on his Twitter and stuff.
I just couldn't help but laugh at
Every
that.
time I look at him now, I think ogre.
I just couldn't help but laugh at it.
Yeah.
But look, it's okay. It's okay. You survived it. You survived it. John Singleton not just swinging the stick, but guess what? He's making defensive plays at first base in the 9th inning.
Little half swing, tough play for Hader, spins and throws low, picked by Singleton. What a scoop by John Singleton at first base to save the day for the Astros. That'll work out as a swinging bunt as the tying run goes to second, but Singleton saved it with an out.
Jose Abreu does not have that Singleton power, and he does not make that play at first base that Singleton made. I truly believe.
The play itself, the wheels could have really come off after that. Like, it could have gotten ugly real quick.
It saved the day.
Yeah.
It saved the day. All right, so I'm excited about this day. We told y'all we're going to get Lopez's review of the Kendrick Lamar, Drake diss tracks at 11 o'clock. I cannot wait to do that. We're also going to hear from DeMeco Ryans in the noon hour. Hopefully hear from Sean Pendergast, get some of his observations. He'll call in. We'll work him in to the time slots as well as we go along. Going to hear from some of the rookies. I can't wait to do it. But going into that, I want to talk about 2 position groups and see if y'all view these positions as strengths or weaknesses. I want to hear from Lopez, Figgy, and even the loopholes on this as well. That's coming up next on In the Loop.
Yeah, man. So I'm leaving.
It all on the free Odyssey app.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
B. Scott in for Landry Locker. John Lopez and Figgy Fig here with me. And about half an hour from now, we get the rookies at rookie minicamp.
Mm-hmm.
You get the rookies on the field. You can start opening up your timelines, your social media timelines, and obviously keep it locked right here on Sports Radio 610, Odyssey app, YouTube, Twitch, however you consume. But the rookies hit the field.
How about that?
2 weeks after getting drafted,
How about
you
that?
finally get it. And it doesn't even feel like it was 2 weeks ago.
No.
Doesn't even feel like it's 2 weeks ago. But we're going to bring that to you. Going to get to hear from at least the top two rookies, the first two rookies that were picked by the Houston Texans this year. Cornerback Kamari Lassiter out of Georgia. Offensive tackle Blake Fisher out of Notre Dame. We're also going to hear from your head coach, from the Houston Texans head coach, DeMeco Ryans, which always is interesting. It is very interesting times for the Houston Texans.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very excited about that. But I want to start off with the position groups that those two players that I mentioned are going into. Kamari Lassiter and Blake Fisher. Kamari Lassiter is a cornerback, but we talked about him yesterday. We did Is it depth or starter, right? Is it a depth piece or is it a starter? Today, we're going to dig into the position groups themselves. And Kamari Lassiter is joining a group that I think has got a little bit of, let's say, polarization to it.
Yeah.
They've got at least one player that I think people expect to be an all-pro, and then a lot of other question marks. I think online I've seen it called Derek Stingley Jr. and a bunch of question marks. Now, I feel like I'm a lot higher on the Texans secondary than most, but I want to at least have the discussion here, and we'll do the same with the offensive line. But let's start with the secondary. Is this a position, to you, Lopez, and I'll get you in on this too, Figgy, is the Texans secondary a position of strength or a position of weakness for the Houston Texans?
I want to waffle, or at least hedge.
This is why I ask a very direct question.
Yeah,
that
if I had to pick one or the other.
That clearly requires nuance. I'm just going to admit that off top. But go ahead.
If you said if it's a position of strength or a position of weakness, if I had to pick one of those two, I would have to say weakness. But my real answer is somewhere in the middle, because you know this. I mean, Figgy knows it. I always talk about, to me, the key elements of building a really successful roster, or take care of particular rooms, make them outstanding. The DB room, the cornerback room, the offensive line room, the linebacker room, and then you can go to other rooms from there. I think there are some rooms, position groups with the Texans, defensively especially, that are positions of strength. The defensive line room, that's a position of strength.
For sure.
You know?
I mean, you got the defensive rookie of the year on one end, and then you got a double-digit sack guy on the other end.
I think even though depth might be an issue, I think linebacker is maybe, if I had to pick one of the two, it would be strength. Maybe it's not as strong as the defensive line, but it's a position of strength. When you compare the DB room, and that's all of them, cornerback, safeties, and everything, I'd have to go the other way, man, because there's just too many questions. Kamari Lassiter, very high pick. You have high expectations for him. He might be a starter at nickel, and that would bolster the room. But then what? Question marks, including returning players like Petrie and, if we're being honest, Jimmy Ward as well.
Yeah.
You know?
I want to call it a position of strength, but I'd be lying.
Yeah.
I'd be lying. Like it. As we sit here right now and have the discussion, as I ask the question and we talk about it, it's got to be a position of weakness for them. Like I don't know another way to call it. For me, it's a position of weakness. But as you say, your answer is probably actually somewhere in the middle, somewhere in between strength and weakness.
Yeah,
I would say it like this: it's a position of weakness right now, or a position group of weakness right now. The secondary. But it's also a group that's got a ton of potential to it.
Sure.
Like, it's got a lot of potential. To me, you can't be a position of strength, first of all, when you really only got one player that you feel great about. And then even that player has an extensive injury history in Derek Stingley Jr. Like, that, the math just doesn't math on that. But when you think about the potential of Derek Stingley Jr., if you get a fully healthy version of him, which we saw, I think, quite a bit of what that looked like last year once he did get healthy, okay, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
If either Jeff Okudah or C.J. Henderson, and this is an if, of course.
Yeah.
And I already said I think it's a position of weakness. But if one of those guys can even tap into a little bit of what their potential was supposed to be, they ain't necessarily going to be number 3 overall or, first round top pick type of performer or nothing like that.
Yeah.
But if one of those guys can be Steven Nelson,
then you're good.
Or dare I say slightly better?
Yeah.
I mean, that might be a little greedy, but I think that's in play. I do think that's in play, despite, again, the narrative, and I talked about this yesterday, despite a lot of the narrative about what the cornerbacks look like.
Yeah, and you talked about nuance earlier. What does the defensive line do for the secondary?
Yes.
That's the nuance here of maybe they become a position of strength because of the complementary things that the D line does.
Yeah, I said that yesterday and didn't even think about it today on my point. That's a good one, Lopez. Thanks for being OG there.
like that's what makes a secondary even better, is when you have guys like that, guys like obviously Will Anderson Jr., DeMeco Autry, Daniil Hunter, and J.J. Watt. Wait, what? Wait, what?
Put a pin in it.
Wait, what? on the defensive front,
So those are the corners. The safeties, man, I think it's safe to say it was a disappointment. One for performance, one for injury, right? Jimmy Ward starts to show his age, his injury history, wasn't exactly reliable, couldn't rely on him to be out there all the time. On top of that, you lost your backup safeties.
Yeah.
Like your backup safeties had, debilitating injuries on top of that. Shout out to DeAndre Houston-Carson for actually coming in there and holding it down for whatever that was worth. But Jimmy Ward, a disappointment because of the health and the age, last year at least. Jalen Petrie, sophomore slump. Let's just call it that.
Mm-hmm.
I still, though, feel like there's potential for a bounce back. I don't know if now this feels almost more like hope trafficking than the cornerback thing because, hey, you don't get younger, right? Jimmy Ward didn't age in reverse. And Jalen Petrie, the first year in the system, I'm leaning on a lot of just some of his intangibles and background and feeling like, hey, there's something to tap into there.
Yeah.
DeMeco Ryans is going to be able to work with that. There's a player in there somewhere, and they're going to be able to find it. But I can't call that a strength.
You
right
can't
now.
just yet, but they did kind of bolster their odds with Kalen Bullock because then who knows how he's going to fit in. They've got some guys that maybe aren't going to wow you, but have been around for a while, like Eric Murray and MJ Stewart. I mean, they got options back there. They're not going to be all pro or Pro Bowlers, but they got options back there that can maybe bolster it a little bit.
We didn't do this yesterday when we did depth or starter, but since you mentioned Kalen Bullock, I'm going to ask you this anyway. He's got a chance to get started and rolled.
I think so.
Or if not starting, starting is probably the wrong term, but like play a lot.
Rotation.
Like in obvious passing situations, the way we talk about J.J. Watt lining up next to Will Anderson, Nico Autry, and all of that. On the back end, I could see that dude displacing somebody.
I could absolutely see it. I think his college sort of scouting report had a lot of factors that made it look worse than he is as a player and an athlete. So get him in with DeMeco Ryans, that pixie dust, and that coaching, and it might be onto something. I'm with you.
Later on in the show, we're going to do the same exercise with the offensive line because I think that's the one that's got
That's
lot.
a tough one. That's a tough one.
Hey, you want to talk about nuance?
Yeah.
You want to talk about it not being exactly as simple as it seems or as you want it to be? That offensive line, boy, that is going to be some kind of discussion. But for now, something weird, and I'm gonna say it like this: something really, really weird and embarrassing happened at Luka Doncic's press conference last night after the Mavs beat the Thunder. They even that series, but that's not what I want to talk about, man. I don't want to talk about how they even the series. It's a good game, whatever. Something weird happened in that press conference, and we absolutely have to discuss it on the other side.
First, though, I want to talk about Texans turf. Texans turf is awesome.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Ish got a little weird.
Yeah, it did.
Ish got a little weird in the NBA last night. I got to tell you, man. And it got so weird. It got so provocative. It got so vulgar that the government won't even let you listen to this. We can't even bring this to you.
We can talk to you about it.
We can't bring this to you on the FCC regulated airwaves.
Yeah.
It's not allowed. That's how weird it got.
But wait, are we still talking about basketball?
Yo, we were, and that's the thing, okay? So the Mavs even up their series against the Oklahoma City Thunder at Oklahoma City last night, okay? Luka Doncic, bounce back game. He looked like an old man, like an injured old man in game 1.
Yeah.
Less so in game 2, all right? So he's up there at the podium, and again, the government will not let you hear this, man. Because it ain't supposed to be. It's not family friendly, honestly. But he's in the middle of answering a question, something about basketball, as Lopez says. We talking about basketball?
Yeah.
Well, they were. They were trying to. Somebody, hard-working journalist, was trying to get answers, trying to work on deadline and get answers from Luka Doncic after even in this series with the top ranked, with the number 1 seed Oklahoma City Thunder, the up and coming rising Oklahoma City Thunder. This is a hell of a matchup.
Yeah, it is.
This is serious basketball stuff.
Yeah, it is.
Until it wasn't. In the middle of Luka Doncic answering a question about basketball, all of a sudden, not subtle, not sort of like even in the background.
Is that what I think it is?
Are we sure?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe that's something else.
Yeah,
maybe
none of that.
Maybe we're not hearing this correctly.
It was definitely what you thought it was.
All of a sudden, loud, on 10, as my mama used to say, all the way on 10.
Yeah.
Pornography.
Yeah.
Moans. I ain't lying.
Sounds.
Pornography on your computer?
Yes, that's what it was.
Pornography.
On your phone.
Guys,
yeah.
Like, how do people know? I'm not judging anybody, okay? I want to be clear. But how do people know not to have, how do they not know to keep their browser situation safe when they're out in public?
Yeah.
Whether it's on your laptop, like you can't be at work, okay, really out in public at all, but certainly not at work, and either your laptop or your phone or your mobile device has pornography on it.
How do
how do you not close the browser when you're done wherever you're at? And like, I don't understand.
So apparently, and I went back and started trying to figure out, like, solving the case of who did this. Apparently, somebody was opening their phone, presumably to either read a question that they had written or record Luka Doncic, and all of a sudden this started playing for all the world to hear. And the look on Luka's face was pretty priceless.
It's the best. I hate that we can't play the audio for you, but I hate even more that we just can't play. Go look this up.
Yeah, can't
treat
see
yourself, because the true joy in it is watching Luka Doncic's face change from answering a question to being absolutely mortified.
And frankly, like, I felt awful for everyone involved, particularly the dude that had his phone open and that started playing. First of all, turn off Bluetooth, man. I
don't know that it was a dude. First of all, assuming it's a dude, we don't know who it was.
Yeah, well, this is true.
I don't know who it was. Could have been anybody.
Yeah,
could have been anybody.
True.
You know. But just want to put that out there.
But it was pretty clear, pretty adamant, pretty wild, and this poor person, it's going to follow them for the rest of their lives.
100%.
The rest of their lives.
100%. Like, that's my thing. And that is where I felt it's like, yo, you're not going to be able to avoid that. You're not going to be able to be, I don't think somebody, like, that's always on your resume.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
No one's going to look at you the same again.
That's always on your, like, next to your name. Like, if you're, especially if, like, imagine being the person that was sitting right next to them.
Oh.
That's like, hey, you all right? You good? Everything straight?
Nah, the person that's sitting next to him is embarrassed.
Yes.
Oh, I'm embarrassed, but I'm not embarrassed for myself.
Yeah.
I'm embarrassed on your behalf.
Yeah, see, I would be embarrassed myself because I'm sure somebody else that heard it just like me and probably think it's me. So I'm like, wait a minute.
So,
yeah, that's true.
Okay,
yeah.
so what?
I would have gone like,
so
no, it wasn't me.
They gonna look this way.
Hey, I was gonna say, so
like,
what do you?
That's not me.
I didn't even think about it from that perspective. So, like, what do you do in that situation? Do you dime the person out next and be like, hey, man?
Yes, you do.
I don't know what y'all like when somebody farts in public. You're like, hey, that wasn't me. That was old boy.
What you got to do? You got to look at that person disgusted.
I'd
like,
point at
wait
him.
a minute.
I'd point at him.
You just got right what is that devil stuff you watching on that phone? I'm disgusted.
And what about the whole? Look, I know you can have it like you said, not judging. There are things that you can do on your phone, on your laptop. We all know about that. But why would it be like the first thing that pops up after you're covering a basketball game?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the first thing I thought about. Now, look, I don't want to shoot this person some bail because I think there's no way, like in a work setting, you need to get that clear.
Yeah.
But sometimes when you on Twitter or X or whatever, sometimes your timeline be going crazy where somebody you following you might not even know will retweet some adult stuff
right
there. And sometimes you might click on it by mistake. Sometimes it might go off and start playing. So that's me not trying to shoot them some bail. Maybe something like that happened. But if you in a work setting like that, there's no way that can happen.
Hey, look,
man.
Figgy's on to something here because I thought about this as well. Like, I've had to unfollow.
How many times on Twitter or Facebook stuff pops up?
Like, I got friends on there that be tweeting some wild stuff where I had to actually mute that.
Not
account.
even friends, like stuff just like bots or whatever just kind of pops up. That's my excuse, by the way.
Yeah.
I don't know where that came from.
No, that's my excuse.
Yeah, I don't know where that sound came from.
Look at that bot. I was opening Twitter trying to find out the third quarter stats.
Yeah,
all of a sudden some bot popped up.
Something wrong with stuff. Crazy. Yeah, something wrong with y'all Wi-Fi connection, man. It's corrupted. Figure out who the hackers are. I got hacked.
Exactly.
That's what we rolled to. But Figgy's on to a point here because, like, especially post Elon Musk Twitter, post Elon Musk X. Okay, like it's a different ball game. Like it's a different ball game. It's gotten really weird on Twitter. But even before that, your own timeline, you had to be real careful about it, real careful with who you followed and whose account was up when you're in a work situation because some people are like not professionals that you might follow, some of your actual friends, and you're like, yo, are you liking or retweeting porn onto my account? So you got to mute them, maybe even
that's what Figgy's saying.
Unfollow some friends and that type of thing. But here's the thing. Here's the way you avoid it altogether, though. You got to mute all devices, man, when you're in a press conference.
Yeah, of course. Turn your volume down.
Yeah.
Like
I said, if they into that type of stuff, turn your volume down and get a privacy screen.
Yeah.
And honestly, it should be that way no matter what. Like, even if the content on your device.
Just for the noise alone.
If it's not nefarious even, like it should still be just to you or certainly not for the entire group. So whether you watching porn or you're just on Twitter or your music, whatever it is, your device out at a press conference is supposed to be silent and certainly not loud enough for the mics to pick up all the way to, like, not only was it not silent, it was
on 10.
It was on 10. It was on 10.
It was on 10.
It was all the way up. I just can't believe it.
Look, and we can all relate, like we just said. Like it's happened to me. It's happened to you, where stuff pops up. Like, where did that come from? But what if that is really the case? Like Figgy's saying, he's not trying to make excuses for the guy or girl. But what if that really was the case?
Yeah, sometimes it's like that because I know y'all seen the meme. What's the meme with the big old guy?
Oh, yeah.
Bear shirt, how that just pop up out of nowhere.
Oh, yeah.
It's a meme that used to go around a lot where it's like, oh, look how cute this little girl sounds.
And then boom.
And then it's like a porn sound on it that's not even connected. It's not even showing anything, but it's just the audio part of it.
Yeah.
So it was a meme like that going around for a little bit too.
Yeah.
So I actually prefer to go into these press conferences. Like, it's helpful to have your laptop up, and I'm not going to say I never do, But a lot of times, this is not the reason why, because this would not happen to me.
Just to be clear.
Yeah, this would not happen to me. I am way too careful for this. But, like, I do like to go in with just, like, my mind and my whatever my recording device is and, like, focused on that aspect of it. Now, to be fair, everybody that's at the press conference, that's not their job necessarily to ask questions or to have a microphone right up there at the mouth of the person that's talking. Some people are there to do specifically things on their laptop, to transcribe, maybe create some type of digital content or whatever the case may be. But like, less is more.
Less is more.
Less is 100% more.
It's going to be awful. The name's going to come out. I haven't seen the name yet, and then it's going to be on, and then it's going to be the.
You think the name's going to come out?
100%. 100%.
I feel like so long as I'm not the situation that Figgy pointed out earlier, that he laid out earlier, where it's like you're the one that's sitting next to him and people think that it's you, I feel like there's got to be some like protection of, like, you know what I mean? Like I'm not gonna dime you out.
No,
we're not gonna be like, hey, it was so and so that had the Pono on during the middle of.
What year is this again?
Yeah,
yeah. I feel like social media do a good job investigating and finding out stuff.
Yep.
So it might be it might be a reporter in there that might mention who it was, but they ain't gonna out them like that. Mm-hmm. But I think social media gonna dig into it and try to, and they gonna put the pieces together.
Yep.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I had a cousin that was there, like right there.
Oh, really?
So you know who it was.
And so I'm trying to find it out right now.
See what I mean?
I'm trying to find it out right now. He is not really responding with the quickness that I would like for him to, but he can't avoid me.
Was it Tim McMahon?
One way or another, I'm gonna find out.
I'm trying to think who Tim Calishaw.
One way or another, I'm gonna find out, man.
Trying to find out.
We gonna try to find out, man. We gonna try to find out.
Start listing some names.
That's right.
We gonna try to find out exactly what was going on. All right, man. Without further ado, coming up next, the OG review of the Kendrick Drake diss tracks.
Mm-hmm.
He is going to appoint a winner, and we are going to laugh our asses off. That's coming up next on In the Loop.
J.J. Watt said it. play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
B. Scott in for Landry Locker. Here with John Lopez and Figgy Fig. I'm going to say this off top. The streets are saying Kendrick won, okay? Before we get to Lopez is going to give us his breakdown, his analysis, and he's going to give us a winner. Was that Bob?
Yeah.
Oh, man. Threw me off. So we're going to get that, all right? But the streets are saying Kendrick won. I don't know if y'all know this about Lopez because he's been a radio hack for however long he's been one now.
Yeah.
But this is a literary son gun right here. This is how many books you written? Five. Five books. All right. This guy is legitimate at this writing thing, okay? So we couldn't help but having an expert writer, and I consider myself one as well, but not to this degree, not to this level. So we couldn't have this resource in front of us, me and Figgy consuming this beef in real time. We're out there at the J.J. Watt event on Saturday in the middle of right Figgy in the press conference. It was when Not Like Us drops, right?
Yeah,
like literally.
Yeah, you told me you like did Kendrick drop another song?
Yeah,
I'm like, really?
Because he had already dropped like two or
I'm gonna
already
get
was.
to that.
So
I'm gonna get to that.
So we have got to get to this, Lopez.
Yeah.
You spent at the very least 4 hours digging in. I want to know what you found.
All right, so here's the thing, and a couple things to set it up. I went in completely with the writer's mindset. I'm a big music fan. Everybody knows that. I like all genres. When it comes to rap, I'm a early 2000s to mid 2000s guy. I'm not real, adept or in tune, so to speak, with today's rap. I say that up front. But I love the written word, man, and I love stuff like this. So here's the thing. Shout out to Figgy, first of all.
Yeah.
Because, like, just as a little drive-by yesterday, he said, I'm going to send you those songs. 13 songs, by the way.
Yep.
Yeah.
13.
I didn't realize it was a lot until I started doing the research.
Yeah. And and I'm driving home, and I'm like, I am in. Because I want to see what this is. All I knew was there was a beef, like a lot of our listeners. A vast majority, or at least a vast number of our listeners are very in tune with the Kendrick Lamar and Drake beef, and they're in on it.
Yeah, and it's impossible to be on the internet right now and not at least be aware that this exists.
But people like me that are maybe in a different demographic or have a different era of rap that they enjoy, all I knew was that there was a beef. How many times would I ask you, Figgy, like, okay, what's going on? What is this about?
Yeah.
All right, so let me go into it. I listened to all 13 songs, about 2.5 hours yesterday, about another hour and a half this morning. And I'm going to go through all of them. For those who don't know, this is the review from my perspective. The first song was First Person Shooter, and I got to tell you, that was Drake.
Yeah,
and I got to tell you,
Drake and J. Cole.
And J. Cole, yes, that's a very important part of it. It was a pretty damn good beat. Like I don't know if this is going to jibe with what you and Figgy and others think. I didn't think it was that harsh either. I didn't think it was that harsh. I had to listen to it really, really hard at first to start picking up on that he's talking about Kendrick.
Yeah.
J. Cole was maybe a little bit more bragging about stuff.
I would argue it was more kind.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I'm not off track here.
Which is why it kind of shocked everybody for the next song.
Yes. That's why. So I'm not off track on there. But I thought one line set this whole thing in motion. One line in that song set all 13 songs in this giant beef that is dominating the world in motion.
All right.
And that was when J. Cole was talking about they were the big three, but he felt like Muhammad Ali.
Yep.
And I'm like, okay, if he hadn't said that, because I think that was a direct hit. Am I on to something there?
Yeah, I think so, because Kendrick ended up mentioning something like that in the next song, in the next verse. But yeah, no, I think you definitely on to something, because they always consider them three the big three.
Yeah. The reason why I found that interesting was because at least J. Cole even brought Kendrick into the conversation. Because if you go back and listen to the song, there ain't no mention of no big three from Drake.
Yeah.
Put a pin in that, because it's J. Cole that is the friendly one that's even entertaining than there being somebody other than the two of them that's on that song.
Yes. Next song is like that, right?
That's right.
And the first thing I thought as I'm like 30 seconds into this song is, man, that escalated quickly. Dude.
Didn't it?
That escalated. They're quoting first-person shooter. They're talking about snatching chains and burning tattoos. And It's pretty obvious, who he's talking about. It's pretty aggressive, I would say. And it sounded like to me that these were two dudes, Kendrick and Drake, and to a degree J. Cole. These were two dudes that always acted like they liked each other, but one of them hated the other dude. Am I onto something on that?
I think you're onto something there.
Yeah, now they've been kind of sending shots for the last 10 years. Now, they got songs together early on, but let's be real, these two been competing back and forth.
Right. That's what I picked up on.
For at least about a decade at this point.
So it's been small little shots here and there.
Yes, that's what I picked up on that.
This one's the most direct shot.
Kendrick was like, yeah, we're straight, we're boys. And then he'd leave him and he'd like, I hate that song gun. Okay, next song, 7-Minute Drill. This is when I said, okay, this has officially become a full-fledged beef. Great lyrics. It was not vague at all. I loved J. Cole, like, just going at him. Like, basically telling him, you effed around and now you're going to find out. He put his chest out, all that stuff. He said, if shot, I wrote this one down. If shots get to popping, I'm the one doing the clinching. And I'm like, okay, they're coming at him hard. But then I find out he freaking apologized for it. Mm-hmm. Like I thought J. Cole was considered, correct me if I'm wrong, I thought he was considered maybe the hardest, the toughest of all these dudes.
Oh, I don't know if any of them are considered tough.
Them, though.
I think J. Cole, people looked at him as the most slept on. Mm-hmm. And so now I want to say the past 2 years, people tried to put J. Cole as the number one.
I tell you what he is. Mm-hmm. He the tallest.
He's the tallest.
like if you're asking who I think is going to actually win a fight out of the three of them, I would take J. Cole.
Maybe that's it. That's what I picked up on.
But he did not. But he did not clearly want this level of energy.
But I feel like it all lost its credibility. It all lost its effect because he apologized afterward.
Yeah, I was disappointed.
That's why he was nominated for the Slime Off.
Yeah, he was nominated for the Slime
Off. Okay, now I know.
Yeah. And he was also like officially like taken out of this conversation. Like I don't think people are going to be he's not going to be allowed into the GOAT conversation, I think, solely because nothing to do with his raps being boring or people not liking his music, even though there's something to that for some people. It's going to be because when the fight came, he backed down.
Yeah, and not only that, he was trying to consider himself the best. He called himself Muhammad Ali.
Yeah.
So Muhammad Ali ain't about to apologize or do something like that.
I thought he lost all credibility.
The irony of it, though, and I agree, he lost all credibility, though. But the irony is that up until that point, I still feel like he had the hardest bars of the entire exchange up until that point.
That's what I just said.
From first-person shooter. So what are you apologizing for? What are you backing down for?
Exactly.
But then we found out more.
And then Drake comes up with push-ups. And this is when I went, and keep in mind, there's ebb and flow here. But the first ebb, so to speak, was like, this dude is Rocky III, man. It's like it was kind of dumb that he brought in all these other rappers. He started mentioning all these other names or implying name. And all he was showing me was that he's become rich and famous and lost his edge. It sounded like a diss song, just for the sake of a diss song.
That's an interesting takeaway. I thought he had some bars in there, but this is. I feel like he's online. I feel like Lopez is online.
He even talked about Swifties, and I'm thinking to myself, Figgy, he's talking about Swifties in a song that would appeal to Swifties. Because it's just all lyrics and mentioning all these names and kind of cookie cutter rap.
I hadn't even thought about it like that.
Yeah.
That's interesting. But real quick, I got to mention how he mentioned all of these different names. Now, Future and Metro Boomin did make 2 albums pretty much dissing Drake.
Yeah.
So I think The Weeknd was on that album. He had some bars for Drake too. And so I think that's the reason why he started mentioning a lot of people.
Which is also noteworthy because Future and Drake have done incredible work together.
Don't get me wrong, it was a great song, but it was cookie cutter dissing to me. Like I said, he's the whole Swifties thing, like he's talking about Swifties. Hell, this song's going to appeal to Swifties. Then comes out of nowhere, I'm like, when I heard this, I clicked on it, Figgy, and I went, how the hell did Rick Ross get in on this? Like Champagne Moments is the song. And I thought to myself, first of all, Rick Ross wrecked shop.
Dude, he is so talented.
He wrecked shop.
Dude is so talented, man.
And the other thing is, Figgy, he had some lines that I know he's had in the back pocket for about 10 years. Am I onto something there?
I would agree with that.
I think so. What's crazy is they did a lot of songs together too. Probably some of his best songs have been with Drake.
Yeah.
But you could tell it been something brewing for a couple years. This didn't happen overnight.
Those raps and his lyrics were too good to be just made up like in the last week or two.
Well, Rick Ross is one of the greater writers of his generation, like in terms of the rap game. So that should be noted. But also, I saw somebody mention with Rick Ross, like he feels like within this rap beef, Rick Ross is like the YouTube ad that pops up.
Yeah.
Whenever like you're watching the long video on YouTube and the ad pops up in between scenes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Rick Ross has been the YouTube ad of this beef.
This is the last line I wrote after I listened to Champagne Moments. Drake made him look like Papa Doc. I mean, Rick Ross made Drake look like Papa Doc. The rich kid, spoiled, went to private school. He kind of made him look like Papa Doc.
Hey, he was able to gather that without following some of Rick Ross's social media commentary. That is just as inflammatory.
All right, then we get to Drake. Well, this is going back and forth, and I'm like, okay. By the way, side note, I am all in on at this point. I'm like, okay, what's coming next? I gotta hear the next one.
But just imagine being in the moment though when Drake dropped that song on, I think it was Saturday. He dropped the push-up song on Saturday. It actually leaked, but he ended up dropping it on Saturday. And 2 hours later, Rick Ross dropped that song.
Okay.
So I'm all in. I'm like,
I'm all in at this point.
Exactly.
So Drake drops tailor-made freestyle, and I frankly. I could be dead wrong. I thought it was brilliant. I thought he turned Kendrick's diss around on him. I thought it seemed like I know what the narrative was just from sitting where I'm sitting before, and I had heard that people thought that this was not that good of a track or whatever, and I'm like, I like this track. I thought he literally resurrected a ghost because he talked about Kendrick had talked about ghostwriters, that Drake had ghostwriters, right?
Yeah.
He literally resurrected a ghost, Tupac. I thought that was brilliant.
Hey, I texted you about this, Figgy.
Yeah.
I texted you over the weekend. I was like, I had a non or off the air confession for Figgy.
Yeah.
And that was basically like, hey, I really like this track.
Thank you.
This AI thing. Everybody talking about this AI and how whack it was. Now, some stuff happened after that hurt the credibility of the track.
Exactly, but as I'm listening.
But we'll get to that.
Yeah.
Like, as far as that track in a vacuum, its playback is up there in terms of the songs within this rivalry.
I thought the way he played it, the thought process. Oh, you want to say I have ghostwriters? I'm going to resurrect Tupac.
It was good.
And come at your ass.
It was very good.
Then Kanye shows up. What the hell's going on, Figgy?
I almost didn't put this song on the list, but I just wanted to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, my first thought, I'm reading the notes that I wrote down. Who the hell invited Yee? It was my first one.
Yeah.
By the way, I didn't think it was that great. It was a great beat, but it reminded me of like a fight between two dudes in the schoolyard, and some dude comes in from the circle surrounding him and just starts throwing punches at one of the guys, like for no reason whatsoever, because he just didn't like him, or something like that.
They had issues in the past too. I don't think nobody really cared for this song. Ye had his chance, so it's like, nah, move to the side. We want to see Kendrick versus Drake.
I was like, who the hell invited this guy?
It's literally the only song that you reviewed within this back and forth that I have yet to listen to.
Okay,
I still haven't heard it.
Well, then comes the next three are badass to me. Kendrick with Euphoria, and I was like, well, again, I'll read exactly what I wrote down. Oh my goodness, somebody get a body bag. Is what I wrote down. Like, the beef had already escalated, dude. This was not even vague. This was not innuendo.
No,
this was not anything like, okay, let's try to imply this. No.
Very direct.
No, very direct.
Very direct.
This was kind of a push for me to this point between the two rappers. Kendrick should have ended it right here. Am I wrong on that?
Kendrick?
I mean, he should have ended the beef here with this. I mean, it should have been Drake should have raised the white flag, is what I'm thinking after this.
Well,
I mean, we was kind of waiting on Drake to respond.
Well, yeah, don't get me wrong. I was waiting too, but then comes 616 in L.A.
No, to your point, I do think that at that point it could be like it could be like the fork in it.
Yeah,
it could have been.
And as much as I like that song, Kendrick was still kind of PG on that song. He ain't really,
but he was direct.
He was direct. But at this point, they wasn't rolling in the mud. It wasn't a mud fight.
We definitely needed the rest of it. Continue.
Next one was 616 in L.A. And I had to look up 16. Full disclosure, I didn't know what it was, but I did see that that's Tupac's birthday. And I'm like, oh.
It was a lot of meanings. I don't even know how true all of this was, but it was Tupac's birthday. I think 616 was the O.J. Simpson trial.
Okay.
616, I want to say was what's the woman Nicole?
Yeah.
Nicole. It was. Want to say her funeral?
Oh, Nicole Brown?
Yeah. Nicole Brown. Yeah, okay. It was a lot of different 616. I don't know how true it was, but.
Well, and this is maybe where, this is just me, the writer, interpreting it, because I know this song had a lot of support. I didn't think it was that good. I thought the beat was too soft and subtle for the words. It was a very low and slow beat, Figgy, and the words should have had better punch behind them.
Yeah, this is one of the throwaways to me. In terms of what's the best and the worst, this is one of the throwaways.
Then here comes Drake, Family Matters. I don't know if the dissing in this song, the criticism of him in this song lived up to Kendrick, but my walkaway was this, like, damn, Drake can rap.
Yeah.
Damn.
Rapped his ass off.
He was so good on
Rapped his ass. Say what you want about him.
Yeah.
This was the nuke. This was his nuke. He been sitting on this one.
Yes, he took shots at everyone, literally played gunshots, but I thought he kind of saved face here. He redeemed himself, even though he was losing. All right, then come the final three. Kendrick, Meet the Grams. Bro.
This came 40 minutes after.
Oh my God.
Family Matters.
Yeah.
Bro.
Safe to say he was prepared for this one.
I thought Kendrick is legitimately a disturbed man.
Yes.
Like legit. That was my big takeaway.
A crazy person.
Literally disturbed man.
When I first heard this, I called him a sick F.
Okay. Okay. I'm feeling pretty good about things here, man. So, but here's the best part of this track, and this is me just being a music nerd. The whole melody was in a minor key. And if you hear it again, it's called Meet the Grams. It's in a minor key, which is basically what you do in a horror movie. Mm-hmm. That weird sound that makes it sound more like scary.
Yes.
Psychotic.
And that's part of Kendrick's thing too.
Yes.
Weird voices and that sort of thing. Yeah.
But it was excellent. It was just terrifying. Two more here. Kendrick comes back. Not Like Us.
This is what it was over with for me. I was done. I stepped away from the table.
Dude, he literally said, "I see dead people." he said, "I see dead people," and then he started talking about pedophilia. And I hear you like them young. You better not go to cell block 1.
Lopez, you were just talking about the minor chords.
Yeah.
Trying to strike a chord, and it's probably a minor.
Yes.
What?
And this is also, Figgy, this is also the part, and B. Scott, where there had been some rumors that this was really just all a money-making collaboration between Kendrick and Drake.
Brilliant.
Bull crap. I left this one.
I don't believe that one.
No.
I said,
once we got into the pedophilia stuff and talking about people wives sleeping with people now.
These feelings are real. And then finally, I heard Drake, The Heart
Part 6.
The Heart Part 6.
Which is kind of a diss because Kendrick got a series called The Heart.
Okay.
So a couple years ago, he released The Heart Part 5.
Yeah.
And so he pretty much jacked this title.
I thought this was where Drake fell flat. This is where Drake lost.
Yep.
Spoiler alert, Drake lost. And
especially coming off of Not Like Us.
And you know what did it for me, Figgy? First of all, it wasn't even a diss. He was just defending himself. That's all he had left. To all the things that Kendrick accused him of, he's like, if I didn't, something along the lines, I don't remember the exact, something along the lines of, hey, if I was a pedophile, why aren't I arrested? I'm like, what kind of argument is that?
Who says that?
What kind of argument?
Yeah.
He's just defending himself the whole time. But here's where I walked away saying, done. Kendrick wins. That little walk away talking he was doing at the end of the song.
Very weak.
Dude. It was just a white flag. He's like, basically saying, let's just kind of get along. And I'm sorry, or you're sorry, or we should say this or that. Dude, it was totally weak.
That is the OG's review of the Drake Kendrick Lamar beef. The exact segment that I just did not know I needed in my life as badly as I clearly did. I'm so glad we did that. Coming up on Internet Going Nuts. Is this the appropriate way to think about going to the pen? We'll talk about that next.
Payne and Pendergast. I got the internet going nuts.
B. Scott in for Landry Locker here with Lopez and Figgy Fig. I got to get y'all perspective on this, man, because I ain't never been close to going to prison. Not even close to going to prison.
Good for you.
I've been into some things, but never to that degree. White collar, nothing. All right. But if I did, I'm curious to know what would my perspective on it be? Because I feel like I try to have at least some kind of glass half full perspective on it. Try to make the most out of it if I got to spend some time.
Good luck with that.
In the pen.
Good luck with that.
I doubt I would, but I'd try. I want to hear y'all's response, y'all's reaction to Glenn Big Baby Davis, a former NBA fame, played at LSU, and then spent some time with, from what I remember, the Celtics and the Magic. This is him after being sentenced to prison for basically trying to scam the NBA out of his insurance money or something to that effect.
Yes.
Damn. I got a cold imagination, though. You know, I do that act. I got a cold imagination. I'm going to have the chicken in the bathroom. That's crazy. I'm going to be swole, though. I swear to God, I'm about to get in so much shape. On God. That's the only way you can stop me from eating hamburgers is put me in jail. That's what God said. I'm gonna stop you eating hamburgers. I'm gonna put you in jail. You don't want to stop eating hamburgers and Cheetos? You're going to jail. So now, I'm gonna come to rock.
So first of all, I would not make a video announcing my intentions once I get into prison. Okay, 40 months. I certainly wouldn't be highlighting where I'm going to be pleasuring myself. Did you hear that? You had to bleep it.
Yeah.
But this man said, I'm going to have to be what? What? Like, what are you, what?
Yeah.
What? Like, my man is deranged. And then this whole hamburger thing, like, is that...
I'm going to get swolled up.
Is that what you would think about? Like, man, you know what? At least they ain't got to stop me from eating hamburgers no more.
First of all, just on Big Baby himself, I was actually kind of sad. This guy is putting up some kind of front, acting tough, or like it's no big deal. He can't really feel that. Like he can't really feel that. Like you're going to prison for 40 months.
This is another one where the visual you have to find the visual to meet with the audio, because if you look at that face he makes in the beginning of that video, that is one of despair, brother.
Yeah.
One of despair.
He's just trying to put. What are you trying to put on the show for, man? We all know what it's like. You asking me and Figgy, like, what would it be like? Terrified.
Terrified.
I would be crying like a baby, man.
Exactly.
I wouldn't even do no video.
40 months.
Terrified is the answer. And I think that's the answer for a vast majority of people. And the other ones are just mad, or whatever. No, I was sad for the dude, man. I was sad for him.
I say this, man. If I was his lawyer, I would have asked him, I would have been like, man, why you didn't do that video way long time ago?
Yeah.
Because he's got an insanity plea.
Yeah.
Like, I'm like, hey, look, man, Your Honor, look at my client, man.
Yeah.
This fool is talking about touching himself in the bathroom and wanting to, and not having to eat hamburgers no more. Like, this guy ain't all the way there.
Yeah.
Like, I would have had Big Baby up there for insanity, intellectual disability, incompetent to stand trial. Like
all of it.
Man, I would have got on my law school game, man. This man ain't fit.
Yeah.
I got the internet going nuts.
Boy, the Raiders are in the middle of something now. How would you feel if you heard about the Houston Texans, that they ultimately decided to draft Lassiter by coin flip, by flipping a coin? So I guess it was...
I would be infuriated, first of all.
Terry and Arnold was talking about how the Raiders decided, that he was told by the Raiders that they decided between him and Brock Bowers with the 13th pick, I believe, with a coin flip, that the Raiders flipped the coin. Now, there is no way to sugarcoat this, how bad the Raiders look by doing this. I will say this.
Do you believe them? You think they really did that?
I absolutely think they did. Because here's why.
Because they're the Raiders.
They first of all, maybe three reasons. First, the Raiders. Second reason, their initial reaction to this was no comment. Then yesterday, or late yesterday, they decided, no, that didn't happen. So they immediately kind of changed their story. I absolutely believe it happened. But I'm gonna, and this might be really weird, I'm going to kind of, sort of, on a very low level, defend them if this happened. If the room was truly split down the middle and the general manager didn't have the you-know-whats to say, screw it, because that's where they look bad. The general manager should have ultimately said, that's Tom Telesco. All right, I hear you all. We're drafting this guy. That's how it's supposed to be done.
To me, this sounded like how, if your wife wants something to eat and you say, it don't matter to me.
Yeah.
Like, I'm fine with this place or that place.
Yeah.
And it's like flip a coin. If that's the case, then I get
so, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, on a very low level.
But you got to put your coconuts on the table and be like, you know what?
Make a call, Telesco.
Give me Bowers.
Yes, make a call. But if he was even like, you know what, they're a tie, and he did it, I don't think it makes him look any better, but I would understand why they did it.
Would it? So I'll tell you where this takes me.
Mm-hmm.
It's just being so glad that the Texans have
competence,
a leadership structure, and outfit that I can believe in at least better than that. But it wasn't that long ago, man, where like if this story came out about the Texans, say, call it 4 years ago, or however many years ago, you place yourself in your least confident place with the Texans. Would this have surprised you?
Right. No, I think you're absolutely right.
I'm just so glad to not be there, to feel like I'm around a franchise now.
Sort of makes you realize how bad you had it and how good you have it now.
How far you've come.
Just imagine back in the day, Bill O'Brien flipped the coin to try to get Ross Blacklock or Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah, it would have been the least surprising thing, and I would have been
that would have looked awful.
I would have been praying for heads instead of tails.
I got the internet going nuts.
So I woke up to this. Shaq and Shannon Sharpe having a beef. Did not realize it existed. Did not really know that this was a thing. I figured that, guys like that, legendary athletes who are now very, very popular in the media game, I figured that they ran in the same circles, that they might even be friendly. So I was surprised to see that this was a thing that had the internet going nuts this morning before we started our show.
Yeah.
This is what Shannon Sharpe had to say, I believe, on his podcast, Club Shay Shay, if I'm not mistaken. But this is what Shannon Sharpe had to say about Shaq that got him in a little tizzy.
Yeah.
Never admit this, but Shaq see these guys winning these MVPs and a little envious because, and I don't care. Look, I understand that Shaq got 4 titles and he has 3 Finals MVPs, but Shaq know deep down we should be having a discussion. For GOAT, Shaq name is never brought up in the discussion. Now we bring his name up with big mans, with Will, Russell, and Kareem, and rightfully so. But we're never going to see another guy Shaq's size with his athleticism that was as dominant as him.
Yeah.
And he robbed himself because he didn't take it serious enough. Did he take it serious? Not nearly as serious as he should have. Shaq should have 5 MVPs. Shaq should have 7 titles.
Yo, so this... that in and of itself was in response to Shaq in an interview with Jokic after he got his MVP, saying he thought
that had the internet going
nuts. That SGA should have got it, which in and of itself had the internet going nuts. But Shaq gave a long, and I'm not going to read it to you because he does a bad job with punctuation and it would be really sloppy and clumsy on the radio, but I implore you to go check out Shaq's Instagram and see if you can find this, where he just ripped Shannon Sharpe a new one.
He should have.
And basically does the whole Google me thing. That's what Shaq does when he feels insulted. He says, Google me, as if we don't know Shaq. But anyway.
That was unfair, man.
Yeah, it was interesting, I thought.
The only thing I liked is
I thought they were closer than this, that they were better than this.
The only thing I liked is that he did mention Wilt as one of the greatest, because that's one of the things I always talk about. But to say that I was there, man, I covered these games, these teams. To say that Shaq didn't work hard enough, that's bullcrap. Just because he had a good, happy personality and cut it up, that dude busted his ass.
That's feeding into the Kobe narrative.
Yeah,
like those two had an issue. And
that's a great point.
And obviously Kobe felt like Shaq should have worked harder. But that's Kobe as a teammate.
Yeah.
Us as basketball fan who consumed and watched, like, I don't know how hard Shaq. I don't know how hard Shaq worked.
Yeah,
but he worked well, and that's what I care.
Hard enough.
I never watched Shaq and said, "Man, if he just played a little bit harder,
yeah, exactly,
then he will be better than Michael Jordan."
Dude, he was so dominant. I never felt like that particularly mattered.
No,
like it just never was a thought. I was like, I don't know how hard he's working, but I know how hard it is to work against him.
Yeah,
and it's hard as hell. That is the internet going nuts. Coming up on the hits, the Astros finally get a win, take one at Yankee Stadium. And also, the Suns fired a championship-winning head coach after 1 year. The hits are lit next.
Lopez's
Astros, Lopez.
How about those Astros?
How about those Astros, man? I did not have a whole lot of confidence. I'm going to be honest with you, man. Did not have a whole lot of confidence. And I think that that's justified. Like, y'all can call me whatever you want. Y'all know I'm down. But I'm battered at this point, man.
Yeah.
Like, they get up early in that game. They've been up early in the other games, too. And once it started to kind of leak a little bit, I was like, you know what? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, I was waiting on, I said this earlier in the show when we had the toss with Sean Pendergast. The difference in how I felt last night watching the Astros and how I normally feel, or how I'm used to feeling.
You and me both. Go ahead.
Watching the Astros is, hey, before I was waiting on them to come out of it. I was like, hey, who's going to step up? Now it's more so. I think you've made this point before earlier in the season. Now it's who's going to screw this thing up?
Yeah.
How is this thing going to fail? But that wasn't the case, man. I thought it was a fairly decent night, even if it was stressful and there's not a whole lot to cling to.
Yeah, well, earlier in the season I said I'm just watching this team differently now, I think is how I put it. As far as yesterday's game, hey, man, a win is a win is a win. But to me, the bigger story was how I'm watching these games now. And I think it's a testament to just how far out of it the Astros are and how you feel about their real prospects. Hey, good win. Hadn't changed my feelings about where they are by any stretch. I'm more like player, not the team. Like, I'm cheering for the player. Like John Singleton, I was all about that, but I didn't have any hope that they were going to win the game.
Yeah.
But then they won the game, so good.
Yeah.
You know, Singleton, all these other guys.
Yeah, it is, and I mentioned this earlier in the show, man. The Astros can really, like on the day-to-day, they can only improve along the margins. You know, it's not.
Absolutely.
It's not like there is an 11-game win that you can have, or like an 11-game run. You know what I mean? Like with a swing of the stick. Like, this is a thing that's going to take a lot of time. And I did wonder about this. Like, how much has to happen between now and us getting to that point of to where I can be taking in an Astros win for what it is and not like thinking of all of these other ancillary things, because I'm watching the same way you are.
Yeah.
I'm watching the Astros within the context of, hey, what are they doing along the margins? Is Jordan waking up out of it?
I'm looking at the future. Hey, maybe last year wasn't the real Jeremy Pena. Maybe this is the real Jeremy Pena. Hey, maybe Ronel Blanco does have some years left in him, and he'll be a good number 2 starter, or something along those lines.
Maybe Joey Loperfido is an answer in the outfield that we didn't really think as much about before. Like,
yes,
just think about it. The Joey Loperfido thing, the craze was all about this hedging of the first base situation. You're like, okay, everybody hopes Jose Abreu's figured it out, but if he doesn't, this is back in spring training, right?
Yeah.
If he doesn't, then Joey Loperfido. Turns out Jose Abreu's even worse than he was before. All right.
And Loperfido's not a first baseman.
Right. But also, how quickly can we get him out there so we can figure out a way to get that bat in the lineup and get Abreu's out of there? Well, turns out John Singleton's a first baseman, and Joey Loperfido can go out there and play one of those natural positions in the outfield. How does that factor into what you do with Kyle Tucker, or how you feel about the inevitable with Kyle Tucker?
Yeah.
Definitely something to think about. So the Astros win. Good feeling. Happy for them. You know who didn't feel good?
Who's that?
Frank Vogel. This dude won a championship with the Lakers just 4 years ago, man. He was their championship coach in that bubble. I know a lot of people like to bleep on the bubble championships, really all of them, like everybody that won. I guess except the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They don't ever get this, but the NBA champion and the MLB champion of the COVID year do not get respect at all, I guess, because it was the COVID year, despite the fact that was a really rough year for everybody. But he was their coach at that time. They bring him over to the Phoenix Suns for one season, and he's one and done, Lopez.
Yeah.
Like, I am honestly shocked by this. Like, I can see how you could fire a head coach after a disappointing year like that, but I would think a coach as accomplished as Frank Vogel, who's had as much success as he's had, would have a little bit more rope than that.
I think it says two very important things. The good news when you are able to coach Devin Booker, Kevin Durant, and Bradley Beal is you're coaching Devin Booker, Kevin Durant, and Bradley Beal. That's also the bad news, because when it doesn't work, they're not gonna blame anybody but you. The other thing it says is coaches don't have any power like they used to. They get paid a lot of money.
None.
They get paid a lot of money. Mike Budenholzer is going to replace him. He's been around the league for a while, and he's going to get paid a lot of money. But it's not going to change anything. If it doesn't work, it's still not going to work.
Dude.
Same thing's going to happen.
It's wild, too. And think about Kevin Durant quietly. Coach killer, man.
He is a coach. No, not quietly. Absolutely.
Well, yeah, I guess not quietly.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
I guess rather loudly, huh? Mm-hmm. I mean, my goodness, man. Patrick Beverley. We talked about this dude earlier in the week.
Yeah.
Suspended 4 games. This is going to come up later, I think, in confessions.
You're darn right it is.
But Patrick Beverley suspended 4 games for a number of things, or a number of things happened leading up to his suspension. Throwing the ball at fans twice, acting crazy with the media, particularly a female reporter in the locker room, being very rude to her because she doesn't subscribe to his podcast, which if he was trying to get more podcast subscribers, maybe he accomplished that. But, brother, there's got to be another way.
Yeah.
Belittling women in public does not seem like the right route to go to do that in 2024. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe he could learn a lesson. But obviously Patrick Beverley, former Rocket, a known irritant, suspended 4 games for the error of his ways.
Let me ask you this. If you're Patrick Beverley and you've made millions and millions of dollars, is a 4-game suspension a deterrent? Because that's what these things are supposed to be. Like you get suspended, and it is a deterrent. It is a message. It is kind of a shot across the bow to kind of warn you and maybe kind of straighten you out from ever even thinking about doing something like that. Is a 4-game suspension a deterrent to you?
At that age?
With his money?
No.
Hell no.
Absolutely
Hell no.
not.
They dropped the ball here.
Yeah, I think so too, man. Yeah. Patrick Beverley, dog, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Like, seriously, what are we doing? Mm-hmm. The Texans made a trade. The Texans made a trade. This is going to come up as well later on in the show, but we talked about this at the end of yesterday's show, but the Texans sent basically a pick swap, a late pick swap for wide receiver and special teams player, specialist, Ben Skoranek.
Yeah.
And so a little depth in the wide receiver room, a little additional help in special teams. Not a bad move for the Texans, who clearly wanted this guy. Like, I'm not going to try to oversell this move, but this is somebody that they clearly had some priority with or over. Didn't want to allow him to hit the waiver wire and them not have a chance to get him.
Yeah, because he was going to be on the street by all accounts. So I guess the question that we have to answer in training camp and the preseason is, was this a Bobby Slowick motivated decision, a Frank Ross motivated decision, or is the answer yes? Because they brought him in and didn't let him hit the street, because I think they have a specific role, very specific role in mind for him. It could be something special teams related that I'm going to get you here in about 30 minutes, 40 minutes. Or it could be he's a little gadget that Bobby Slowick can throw into the offense because he's so versatile. You know, it can be H-back, kind of fullback, kind of tight end, kind of slot, all that stuff. So we're going to find out. They brought him in for one very specific reason, and we just got to figure it out.
I did a segment either earlier in the week. I can't remember exactly who I did this with. I'm floating from show to show. I've been with you all week. But I did a segment that was basically about Bobby Slowick saying Bobby must cook.
I remember that.
This is a year, okay, and Skoranek aside, this is a year that I feel like Bobby must cook. We're going to talk about him plenty once the season starts. You know, once training camp gets here and he's actually calling plays and they're running plays. Maybe the offensive coordinator isn't much of a topic in the offseason unless he's interviewing for other jobs or getting a raise here, which obviously he did. But we haven't talked about him a lot since then.
Yeah.
But they've done a lot of things that are interesting, namely the Stephon Diggs trade, and then all of the things that they do along the margins here that we're talking about between drafting a tackle and now trading for perhaps a gadget guy. Of course, one of his, I'm sure, favorite weapons to scheme up.
Yeah.
has, since the last time we saw him score the 7 touchdowns that he scored last season, has since broken his leg and been shot. So, like,
it's not funny. It's just funny
not
the way
funny,
you put it.
But it's true. It's true. I hate it.
So what you been up to? Well, I broke my leg and I got shot.
It's true, man.
I know.
It happened. It happened. And so Bobby Slowick, dude, like I didn't mean to take this off into a Bobby Slowick tangent, but I think about it.
No,
I think mentioned him.
I think it's one of those two things.
Yeah, man.
Was it Bobby Slowick or was it Frank Ross or both?
Yeah. Yeah, and you got to figure, to your point and to this point, you got to figure that Bobby Slowick has much more of a voice, much more of a say, much more of an influence than he did as, you know, sort of a boy wonder, a dude that DeMeco was just bringing over from San Francisco. Like, he was DeMeco Ryans' offensive coordinator last year. I think now he's Bobby Slowick.
Yeah, you know what's cool about all this, about talking about a trade for Skowronek, is we're not in the business of just trying to find warm bodies that can play. We're in the business of finding players that can help you for maybe 4 or 5 plays in a game. Like that's what they're bringing him in for. Like for 4 or 5 plays. He's not going to be a frontline guy. He might not even be the 4th or 5th wide receiver. But there's going to be situations 4 or 5 times in a game where they're going to want him either on that field for special teams or on the field for some gadget or some other special play offensively. That's how far the Texans have come.
Hey, I don't want to get ahead of myself, Lopez, but I feel like we living in luxury, man.
Yeah, man.
I feel like the house is fully furnished.
Yeah.
And now we adding stuff like fish.
A guy that can help you for 4 or 5 plays in a game.
We adding fish tanks.
Yeah.
We building the deck outside. You know what I'm saying? We just bought a pool table.
We're putting new blinds custom.
Bruh.
Custom blinds.
You know what that's like when you get your crib and you get all the necessities, but now you're like, all right, well, I want to get my extra-ish.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Let's tweak a little bit.
That's where I feel like.
Let me get a pinball machine.
You feel me? You feel me? That's where we are right now.
That's a great one. You know what this house needs is a pinball machine.
A hot tub.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Coming up next, the Texans have taken the field, the rookies anyway, for rookie minicamp. We're going to hear from DeMeco Ryans. Later in the show, we're going to hear from the rookies. Might even hear from Sean Pendergast. All of that coming up next on In the Loop.
The Drive with HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
B. Scott in for Landry Locker. John Lopez and Figgy Fig in the building. Right down the road from us, fellas. On Kirby at NRG Stadium. Texans rookies on the field.
On the field, baby.
Texans rookies taking the field for the first time. At the very least, it's the first time that the public gets to lay its eyes on them. And it's a good time, man. 2 weeks after the first draft picks that they make.
The rookies they don't know anything.
Well, they better be learning. They better be learning. I'm glad you played that, Figgy. Wasn't it wild that he would say that? And the irony of it is like, okay, maybe they do, maybe they don't. But what's your job?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Like, what are you let's say theoretically they don't know anything, which they know enough to, be drafted for you to be interested in putting them on your team. So they know something. They know how to play. But what are you here for?
Right. That's he was just so in over his head and just tone deaf. It was ridiculous.
The rookies they don't know anything.
Yeah, well, fortunately, the dudes that are in the roles that he used to fill, head coach, general manager, I think they give rookies maybe a little bit more credit than that. But where the rookies fall short, they understand it's their job to teach them.
Yeah.
So hopefully they're out there doing that. Let me ask Lopez, got a favorite rookie yet? You got a favorite rookie of this class? I know you mentioned the Twins earlier.
The Yankee
in
Twins.
Crosstalk.
Just mostly because I like to say Yankee Twins. The two wide receivers from South Dakota State or South Dakota? I think it's South Dakota.
South Dakota State, I believe.
Yeah. And so I think it's a good story. But no, I do not have a favorite rookie, but I will. I can tell you that right now.
You will?
I will.
So what do you feel like needs to happen for them to gain your adulation and admiration?
Well, again, there's no contact or anything going on. They're just out there running around, going through drills and all that stuff.
Sure.
But the eye test is always something that people, you, me, Figgy, everybody, certain things pop out. I remember first time I saw Will Anderson during rookie minicamp last year. No pads, no nothing. I saw Will Anderson and I went, holy crap. He is a large human being.
Well, and not just that, but like he moved, like he's got
that too.
He's got the appropriate amount of burst for somebody at that position, and like he only knows like slack. He doesn't know how to slack.
Yeah,
he does not know how to. He might be like at the end of the year when he was limited by the ankle injury. Okay, so he's just limited because of an injury.
Yeah.
But he doesn't really know how to not go all the way. Like when they said they had to pull him back sometimes, that wasn't them just kind of stroking his ego or just trying to like paint out the number 3 overall
Not
pick
even
as this
close.
warrior.
Yeah.
Like he's actually like that.
And even like I said, even at this point last year, you and I and a lot of people in this business have been around, supreme athletes for our living for a long time. So even with that background, I saw Will Anderson and I'm like, that guy is a little different, even from guys that we see, otherwise. And Sean Pendergast is going to join us here in less than a minute, and I'm going to ask him a couple things because I just saw something on Twitter, and he's got boots on the ground that I'm going to ask him about one guy that I immediately, when I saw it on Twitter, I went, oh. So I want to ask him about that. But yeah, like some guys just look different.
Yeah, and so we'll talk to Sean Pendergast in just a couple minutes here. He is our boots on the ground at Texans rookie minicamp. But I think about last year, the favorite rookie. Of course, I was excited about CJ. Of course, I was excited about Will Anderson. Tank Dell, man.
Yeah.
Like I was high on Tank Dell, obviously from the U of H days. But even higher on him when I realized that the Texans were also high on him. It was something about the confidence that they showed in him trading up to get him, pairing him with C.J. Stroud, hearing how C.J. talked about him. I was really excited about that. And that ended up being something that was
we saw it in minicamp and then training camp and then the preseason, and we're like, okay, he's legit.
Very much worth being excited about. Also worth being excited about my man Sean Pendergast out there at NRG Stadium, boots on the ground at rookie minicamp. Anything that stood out to you from these rookies? You got to lay eyes on all of them. What did you see out there, Sean?
Yeah, I would say, well, a few things. First, just like in general, I thought about this while I'm out there. this is the first time, as I'm watching all these coaches that we're familiar with, from last year, this is the first time since 2019 that we've been at a rookie minicamp that's had the same staff as the year before, because in 2020 there was no rookie minicamp because of COVID, and then 2021 was Cully, 2022 was Lovey, 2023 was DeMeco. I'm like, this is a strange feeling to actually be familiar with the coaches out here that are coaching these guys. So you feel the continuity was one thing out there. I would say the other thing, and I'll get into specific guys in a second, but just as far as the vibe goes out there, you can tell, like, when you have a rookie mini camp that has like almost no vibe to it, like where it's like it feels like pretty laid back and calm. You either have a really, really bad team or a really, really good team, because the last time it felt like this where there wasn't as much buzz was the year that they drafted Davis Mills with their first pick, because they hardly had any rookies. They only had like 10 people.
Yeah.
This year it's very laid back. Like this feels like what a rookie minicamp for a good football team should be. You know what I mean? Like there's not a guy there wasn't really a guy like, I gotta go watch this guy, I gotta watch that guy. Like I was anxious to watch Kamari Lassiter, but I wasn't like fretting over him missing on footwork or something like that. Like it was pretty chill. But as far as like specific guys go, couple of observations. One, really like the running backs, the two running backs, Jawar Jordan, and then they have an undrafted free agent named British Brooks. He'll be number 44 when you guys come out there to camp. Brooks looks more like the guy who should have been drafted in the 6th round. You know what I mean? Like just physically, like he's got a cool name for one thing, British Brooks, but he's got the body type. The other big physical thing I noticed, two more. Blake Fisher needs to put some weight on for sure. He's like he looks a little light to be a right or left tackle in the NFL right now. And Kalen Bullock has skinny little chicken legs, man. Skinny little chicken legs. I tweeted the picture out, or maybe no, I think I texted the picture to Seth.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you can see, like you're wondering, like, oh, he's such a playmaker. Why'd he fall to the 3rd round? Because he might snap in 2. I can see now why he doesn't like tackling very much. He's skinny. He's skinny.
All I have is the Twitter machine, and I'm looking at the guys. And we were just talking about, like, rookies and looking at them without pads. And I said, some guys just look different. They just stand out different, or they surprise you with their appearance. Yeah. So from where I'm sitting, looking on a computer, I want to get your take on this. Cade Stover looks pretty damn big. Like, he looks pretty stout, thick, big, all of that.
Yeah, he's Mr. Eye Test out there for sure. Like Cody Stutz and I were standing with each other out at this thing, and we both, like, at the same time, we're like, yeah, he's bigger than I thought. Yeah. It's yet another. You know what it was, John? Like yet another day where I'm like, okay, how did this guy wind up in the 4th round again? Yeah. Like you got Nick Caserio using the word elite twice when describing him, clearly gushing about him more than he does most, if not all, players. And then out there today, for sure. He was Mr. Eye Test out there today, no doubt. So your vantage point is a good one from the studio there, John. All right. You are correct.
Sean, is there anybody out there that you saw that maybe after laying eyes on them in person, your opinion either changed or altered a little bit? Because I'm asking you because of this. If I were the one to have the takeaway of, hey, Kalen Bullock's legs are chicken legs, he's got to work on that, I might fall back a little bit on how much I actually thought he was going to be out there playing. If I'm one of the people that thinks Blake Fisher's going to go out there and compete with Titus Howard for right tackle, I might think differently about that if I go out there and he looks more like a college player than an NFL player. Is there anything close to that for you, either positive or negative, somebody that you saw where your opinion might have changed just based off of how they look physically?
Well, you just named, 2 of them we just touched on there. Those would be the 2 big ones if we hadn't hit that topic already, that I would have said, yeah, Blake Fisher looks a little light and Kalen Bullock looks really light. But I would say Stover looks the part. I would say, you know what? People are probably more interested in Kamari Lassiter than anybody else that are listening to this right now. He looks the part. Like he looks like an SEC cornerback. He looks like an NFL cornerback. I put up a video of him doing footwork drills. He moves like an NFL cornerback. I would say the cool thing too. Just to put a bow on your question, Brandon. I thought both running backs looked really good, and they should. Jawar Jordan's 24 years old. You know what I mean? Like he's literally a grown man. So I thought the running back competition is going to be a really interesting one when they start mixing the veterans in, because we know how last season ended for Dameon Pierce, and I think they still like Dameon Pierce, but Dameon Pierce has a lot of work to do, and it looks like, at least just based on, again, one rookie minicamp practice, but obviously a lot of tape on both these guys also, is that should be a fun competition behind Joe Mixon. The Yankee twins, John?
Yeah, I was going to ask you, what's up with the Yankee twins?
They look smooth, man. They look smooth. They were getting a little extra coaching from Bobby Slowick on some route running, but they looked, they look smooth. There were no drills today where they were going against corners. You know what I mean? It's just they're going against air right now, so it's hard for me to say, oh yeah, this one's definitely going to make the team, but they look fine. I think it's fascinating that you got identical twin brothers going against each other for spot on the team. That's intriguing to me.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Sean. I'm not gonna lie. I thought for a moment you were gonna say, especially as the father of twins yourself, I thought you were gonna say, man, they look exactly the same. I was gonna be like, Sean.
Mine don't look. Mine couldn't be more different, right down to the genitalia. But as far as Lassiter goes, this was one of the cool things about rookie minicamp. There were 15 players out there today, plus a few tryout guys. But as far as guys like on the roster that they hand to you, there were 15 guys out there. The only defensive backs there are Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock. So they're getting they're getting like private lessons on being a defensive back in the NFL for a whole practice today and tomorrow. You know what I mean? Like there were 4 coaches. There were 4 coaches working with Kamari Lassiter. Stover's the only tight end there. He had 2 coaches working with him the whole time. So, I don't want to take 2 practices where it's just rookies and overestimate what it all means. But if all we're looking for is little incremental things, it's kind of cool. Like these guys are getting the instruction that they're getting right now. So. Those are kind of the things we saw. That's about as much juice as I can get out of this piece of fruit that is a rookie minicamp.
Hey, and look, Sean, I am all for you drawing conclusions and overanalyzing it. That is why we called you, my man. That is why you were here.
Yeah.
Hey, that's Sean Pendergast out there at NRG Stadium, boots on the ground covering rookie minicamp. Appreciate you, Sean.
All right, have a good weekend, fellas.
You too.
Sean Pendergast of our morning show, Payne and Pendergast. He says they got look, I'm looking forward to the speed of Kalen Bullock. I think he could go out there and make some plays.
Chicken legs.
That don't make you feel good when you talk about NFL, man. And look, they talked about him needing to get stronger, him not being the most physical tackler. But I'm like, oh, man, I want more chicken legs. I am glad to hear that Kamari Lassiter is being prioritized.
I've known a lot of guys with chicken legs that could outrun me. Those dudes with the skinny legs, man, they can go.
Well,
sometimes.
To be fair, if the guys in front of him are doing what they're supposed to do, he shouldn't have to tackle that much. You know what I mean? Like tackle bigger guys necessarily.
Yeah.
And then also, look, the speed is the attractive part.
That's why he's here.
If Sean had gone out there and said, you know what, that dude is slow. That dude is not as fast. Then that would have concerned me a lot more.
Yeah,
but skinny legs, I don't love it, but he'll be fine. They'll develop him.
And when you get to this point, this early, like the most early you could get to point of building a team, everybody's going to overreact, and a lot of times you're going to kind of start to see things or have opinions on players way too early, like just based on what they look like. We've seen a lot of guys that look fantastic that couldn't play a lick. Yeah. They were talking this morning about the water polo tight end. Like that dude in camp in shorts looked like a freaking Gronk and couldn't play a lick.
Yeah.
So we got to protect ourselves from that, and we do. We always kind of go point by point on the season. But I'm saying all that because I'm looking at Cade Stover, and based on what Sean just told us, and obviously listening to what Nick Caserio said about him, absolutely, giddy about it, effusive praise. I think, just from that perspective, I don't know if he can play a lick, but he's going to have a chance. He's going to have a chance.
Dude, I'm excited about I need guys that can cover. That's where I'm at. Look, I like the guys, the leadership, the intangibles, what they're doing in the community, all of that. I'm here for it. I appreciate the guys that they have. But I need guys that can cover at this point. You know what I mean? I need guys that can cover, and his scouting report is that he can do that. I like to hear, again, what Sean Pendergast is saying about them prioritizing Kamari Lassiter. I will point this out about the draft picks at large, okay? Because I do think this is important. The guys that they drafted in the first 2 days. So they're 2 second-round picks, Kamari Lassiter, Blake Fisher, and then the third-round pick in Bullock, Kalen Bullock, the safety.
Yeah.
All 3 guys, barely 21 years old.
Yeah.
Bullock has turned 21 since being drafted, and in the 2 weeks since they drafted him, and today he has turned 21 years old. So he's that young, and the other 2 guys, very young. So if they look different developmentally.
Yes.
You got to think about what it means to just barely be 21 years old. And then if the running back, Jawar Jordan, is out there at 24 years old, all them other cats out there that they drafted later on in the later rounds are 5 and 6 year COVID era college players who took advantage of the extra year and all of that. Like, those are the guys that they drafted on the back end. They should come in with a certain level of readiness, at least physically. Like, you got to adjust to the NFL game from the college game. I understand that. But I'm interested in that dichotomy of you've got these higher end talents that are younger but need to be developed physically, and you've got these also talented guys but are older and
may want to get them in.
And they might be more ready because of that.
Yes. Because of the maturity level.
Absolutely. All right, guys. We got lunchtime confessions coming up, so we're going to confess our sins. After that, we're going to hear from DeMeco Ryans.
Speaking of chicken legs, I got one about you.
I cannot wait to do this one, man. I confessed something that actually led to a confession for Lopez. So we're going to let you hear that in Lunchtime Confessions coming up next, right here in the Loop, Sports Radio 610.
Area 45 with Bijani. you're in the car, at the office, or inside your man cave, we've got you covered 24/7 on the free Odyssey app.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Lunchtime confessions on In the Loop. Some of them are about sports. Some of them not necessarily about sports. But this is the time where we let them hang.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, B. Scott, you know I love you. But you said something yesterday.
This sounds bad.
Yeah, there's always
I love you. I love you, bud.
I love you, bud. Figgy, I want your input on this too, because he said something yesterday. I wasn't mad. No, I wasn't mad. But it frustrated me, and I think it frustrated a lot of people that are listening. Did you know dude hasn't gained weight a pound since high school?
Oh man,
who does that, dude? Don't tell people that.
I'm jealous of people like that.
Yeah.
Man.
Oh, sometimes I eat and I can't gain weight.
The thing is, people like B. Scott, they will eat all day long.
All day.
They will eat wrong. They will eat all the fattiest of fat and never gain a pound, man.
You're 35 years old?
I'll be 35 in 11 days.
And you weigh what you weighed your freshman year of high school?
I weigh roughly what I've weighed. So I've only since my freshman year of high school. So since I was 14 years old.
Don't be telling people this.
And now I'm 20 years later, 21 years later, about to be 35.
Yeah.
I've only weighed somewhere between 160 pounds. I'm 6 feet tall.
Mm-hmm.
I've only weighed somewhere between 160 pounds and 185 pounds. So there's a 25
So you did
pound,
at some point, but it was because of muscle.
It was muscle. The biggest I've ever been was my 11th and 12th grade year.
Yeah.
When I played varsity basketball, I weighed around 185.
Yeah.
Today I'm around 170. So technically I'm only 10 pounds heavier today than I was.
But you weighed 170 in high school.
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
I did. Throughout high school, I weighed somewhere between 160 and 185 at various points. As a freshman, 160. Today, 170.
Don't you just hate people like that?
Yeah, dude. I'm trying to get to 170, man.
Yeah.
And put it this way, I got 30 pounds to go.
That's right.
To get to 170.
I mean, but the downside is, man, I'll never be buff. Like I could be, like y'all have no idea how weak or strong I am by looking at me.
Yeah.
Because it's gonna look the same. It's gonna look the same.
That's true.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Speaking of skinny man problems, Sean Pendergast sent us the text message, sent us a photo of Kalen Bullock during the break. Since we had him on at the top of the hour. And he ain't lying.
Mm-hmm.
He ain't lying about old boy. He's got chicken legs. I'm excited about Kalen Bullock. I want to say this. I'm excited about Kalen Bullock's potential. I think that as a safety, he might be able to provide something for this football team that they simply do not have right now in terms of the speed and the coverage ability. Potential. But I don't want boy out there on the run plays at all. Ever. Like the dude, Kalen Bullock, cannot be on the field for run plays until he fixes that.
Yeah.
Until he corrects that issue. You can his leg, like as skinny as I am, my legs might be the same size. Not gonna be able to work. Not gonna be able to work.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I got to tell you, a lot of times when I make a bet, a parlay bet in particular, I'm like, I'm riding. I don't care. I'm not going to hedge. That's what men do. You know, I'm going to ride and die with this bet.
That's right. You are from a man's generation.
Yes. Like if I could hedge or if I could sell the ticket, half the ticket for a certain amount of money, I don't do it. But $1.7 million on the line and somebody's offering me $200,000. Let me just lay this out for you guys. I want to get your all's thoughts on this. All right. So this dude put a parlay championship bet over a year ago. He put it in. He parlayed the Texas Rangers to win the World Series.
Okay.
With the Kansas City Chiefs to win the Super Bowl.
Okay.
With the Oklahoma City to win the Oklahoma City Thunder to win the NBA championship. Ooh. He is 2/3 of the way there.
Well, I'd be sick right now because I mean, how much? So if you were him, if you'd made this bet, this parlay, how confident would you be that the Oklahoma City Thunder?
I mean, they have a chance.
They have a chance, but man, they're 1-1 against Luka and Kyrie's Mavericks. They are, around the corner from having to face what seems like a force in Anthony Edwards.
Yeah.
Like they're the number 1 seed in the West.
Yeah, and that's kind of my point. If I put $500 on this on a parlay that would pay $2,000, I would ride with that son of a gun. Or $100 that would pay $2,000, I would just ride. Screw it. Blame it on the game if you don't win it. But dude has a chance to win $1.7 million. At least one betting organization or whatever consortium is offering him $200,000 today. To buy the ticket.
Oh, what would you do?
I'm selling for $200,000.
Yeah. Bird.
It was a $100 bet, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Bird in hand, $200,000.
But you could win $1.7 million.
And the Oklahoma City Thunder could also lose to the damn Dallas Mavericks in the conference semifinals, and I don't win a damn thing.
Yes.
Nah, I'm coming up on that $200,000. You can keep the rest of the 1.5, and I'll take my dub right here, right now. But man.
But if they end up winning it and you take your $200,000,
and then you're like, man, I could have had 1.2.
1 point, you'd have been set for life.
Could have had extra,
or at least set for a while.
What am I doing? 1.5 extra $1.5 million that you're saying goodbye to.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh. What would you do, Figgy? Would you take the $200,000?
I would take it. I would take it.
Yeah, I would too, man. Well,
it's right there.
It's right there.
It's right there.
Well, here's what it comes down to, actually.
Yeah.
And Figgy, I think we can both speak for ourselves on this. We don't have $200,000 just sitting up.
I sure don't.
Exactly. So
I might look like it, but I don't.
But I think that's the difference, though. Like if you have $200,000, or if you have a nest egg, and like you're really trying to come up on some more, then it makes sense for you to hold out for that. But if you only got a couple thousand or whatever it is that you got in your bank account, you're gonna take that.
$200,000 is life changing for me.
At that level,
yeah, for me too.
I would take the $200,000. If I bet $100 to win $2,500, I would ride it out. But that's a lot of money.
I still might take that, man.
$2,500.
But I get it. Though.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be mad at it.
I'm interested to get like Tyler's and Sean Pendergast's thoughts on this.
Yeah, I'm fascinated by it. This is maybe one of the reasons why I don't get, because I'd be like just stuck. Make a decision, brother.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
What happened at Luka Doncic's press conference last night? Okay, we covered this and localized it earlier in the show. It would never happen to me. I just want to put that out there. It would never happen to me.
Mm-hmm.
But only because I'm too careful.
That's right.
Only because I'm too.
We're not denying anything.
Only because I'm too.
We're not confirming or denying.
That's what I'm saying. Only because I'm too smart.
Yeah.
You know, like it ain't. That's why we're judging nobody. I don't care how you live, what you do.
Yeah.
But I'll say, like, again, this would never happen to me. But I will say, my confession is, this is definitely a nightmare.
Oh.
You know what I mean? Like, this would never happen to me because I'd be conscious enough to make sure that it never happened to me.
Yeah.
But the mere possibility, the fact that it could happen is a nightmare. It is something that terrifies me. It's the reason why I did agree with you in terms of feeling bad for that person.
Yes.
Because I would be horrified. And then you look at Luka's face. You look at,
and then
you're just hoping that like it doesn't get, and it is at some point going to get to everybody who this was.
Yeah.
You're hoping that like you're not one of the beat reporters that interacts with Luka all the time, and it gets back to him.
Could you? Oh, I didn't even think about that.
Like think about that.
It's like an everyday Mavericks writer.
Yeah, just think about that's
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Let's say something like this happened around here. One of our beloved coworkers,
dude,
you couldn't look at that person the same.
Right, like we up there at the CJ Stroud press conference.
Yeah,
because that's what Luka kind of is up there.
Yeah, and Tyler opens his phone.
Oh my goodness!
And then that happens, and you got CJ up there just trying to break down the game, trying to break down cover 2.
Yeah,
tell you what it's all about, and then that.
Yeah,
and then think about it. You got to go and interview him the next day.
Yeah.
Stand close to him. Like, I don't know.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, y'all got me. I got to confess. I'm kind of ready for another diss track to drop.
you see how this was so
it sucks you in,
tantalizing.
Man.
Yeah.
It just sucks you in, man. Like the Kendrick and Drake thing. If y'all weren't listening earlier, I gave the whole rundown. I think that'll be shared by Sports Radio 610, by the way.
For sure.
The whole thing. And it was fun. But I just dug in for 4 hours, 4.5 hours, breaking down all these diss tracks. So I've spent the last hour just like, I wonder if another one's gonna drop.
I mean, if you ain't got nothing else to do, it's a rapper called Game. The Game.
Yeah, The Game. I'm familiar.
He dropped the diss on the Rick Ross.
Oh,
now,
okay.
I don't understand where this beef came from. Personally, I feel like it's a little clout chasey.
Yeah.
I feel like he just want to jump in to something. I don't think nobody really checking for Game, but
yeah.
But Game,
he can rap.
Game can rap.
He can rap.
No, I'm familiar with
Not afraid.
Yep.
And very, very messy.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like he's for a gangster.
Yeah.
Like for a hard dude.
Yeah.
Look, if he walked in here, I would not want to fight this man. All right. Like Game is one of those. Like I don't want no problems with Game. But for that type of guy that's that fierce, dude can be really, really messy. I'm gonna say this too, Lopez, on your confession.
Mm-hmm.
We got overwhelming positive feedback and support on that segment.
Yeah.
And we got a couple of people that didn't really get how it translates. If you don't, and maybe it's just because they didn't follow it, but take my word for it, that was sport.
Oh, heck yeah, that's sport.
Maybe it wasn't athleticism. They weren't running up and down doing cardio. Right. But what Drake and Kendrick have done over the last month and change or whatever it's been now, sport.
Yeah.
Fight me.
Oh, yeah.
And this is a topic I would like to ask somebody like a CJ Stroud because he's a Cali dude. I wonder if he's rolling with Kendrick Lamar or Drake.
Great point. This could have made internet going nuts, but at whatever, and you could tell me, Figgy, whatever tennis tournament is going on right now, both Naomi Osaka and Coco Gauff have been, and I wonder why, but both have been asked to weigh in at whatever tennis tournament is happening right now.
Mm-hmm.
Both have been asked to weigh in.
Now Naomi did date a rapper, so maybe that could be why.
Maybe not.
Yeah, but nah, I don't think that's why.
Maybe not. Some texter says Game punches people on site.
Yeah,
no, nah, he do. No, he actually beat up somebody while recording with his other hand, and it was another rapper. This rapper ended up suing them and was never seen again. He got completely embarrassed.
Legit, scary, crazy person. The Game. Coming up next, DeMeco Ryans speaks live from NRG Stadium, coming fresh off a rookie minicamp. We're going to bring that to you right here on In the Loop.
J.J. Watt said if DeMeco
Skin will finally be safe.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Man, what a good week it's been. Love having B. Scott here, and love that we're getting into some real stuff. Schedule coming out next week, so you know we're going to be all over that on Tuesday. Right now, you got to start somewhere, and that somewhere is today. And at NRG Stadium, DeMeco Ryans right off the field after the first day of rookie minicamp.
Yeah, first day, we're excited to work with these young guys, young talented players we have, as rookies coming in. Excited to actually get on the grass with them. We're all excited about the draft and acquiring these guys. It's always exciting as coaches to get the opportunity to get out and actually put the guys through the drills you've been trying to teach them and seeing, the things that they've remembered through your sessions. So it's fun to see them moving around. This period or this phase here, the rookie mini camp, right, we're just trying to get our guys adapted to how we do things, right, get them used to our terminology, what we're teaching. This is more of a teaching period for us. Again, as you guys saw, there are not a lot of long lines out there. So some position groups have one or two guys. So we're taking our time, doing a great job of teaching these guys so they are ready to roll with our veterans when they come back in on Monday.
You made a trade yesterday for Ben, and I don't know how to pronounce his last name. I won't try to butcher it, but thank you. What do you envision for him, and why was he an attractive?
Yeah, with the trade there, we're excited to add more depth, right, to our wide receiver position and more competition. Ben is a tough player. Played against him a couple times, and he's a true competitor. Plays the game the right way. So excited to add, his physicality, his playmaking ability to our team.
The NFL schedule is slated to come out next Wednesday. The expectation, you guys have a lot of primetime games. Last year, you guys had only one. What does it say that now, going into next week, that it looks like you guys don't have a lot of primetime games, that people want to see the Texans nationally?
And when the schedule is released, whatever it is, right, we're excited to go play ball. And I don't care where it is, when it is, like our team will be ready to go. We're excited about every game. There's not one game that's that I look at more so than the other, right? Every game is important. We're trying to stack more in the win columns, right? That's what it's all about for me. Schedule release is a part of it. It's a lot of hoopla about and speculation about who's playing where, prime time. For me, again, I always say when the ball is kicked off, we don't care how many cameras are on us. We don't care what network has the game. Like, we're trying to be the best football team on the field that day. All the outside stuff, it really doesn't matter to us. It's just noise, right? Noise for other people to talk about, but for us and how we approach it, it's about being the best football team on the field.
Coach, what is the realistic expectations for these rookies coming in to be able to pick up on everything that you all need them to learn?
The realistic expectation for our rookies, as we have as coaches, is be patient, right? We understand you have to be patient with these guys and understand, right, they're not going to pick it up in a day or 2 days, right? Same with our veterans. It takes time, and it's about, right, seeing that maturation process, seeing that growth, seeing the development, and that's what excites me a lot about coaching is seeing, right, those guys grow from where I always remember day one. And where they were. I remember a lot of players I've coached. I remember their day one and how they started and to see where they are now, right, in their careers. And I'm most excited about that growth of the players that I've been able to, have a role, have a part in seeing their development. And that's the realistic approach for the rookies is just sit back and watch them grow. As I told the guys when I broke it down today, it's like this was day one where you're expected to make mistakes. Now it's all about the next day, right? We can't come out and make the same mistakes again. Let's continue to progress, and that's the realistic expectation.
Is there anything that you told the undrafted free agents? Any message that you gave them?
Yeah, for our undrafted free agents and for the drafted guys, it's really the same message for them all, right? It doesn't matter where you're selected or how you come into our building. The goal for everyone is to improve and do their best. And for me, tell guys I don't weigh it one way or the other. If you're the best player, you're going to play. It doesn't matter if you're undrafted, if you're drafted, if you're a tryout guy. If you make our roster and we feel like you can help us win games, and that's what it's all about.
Coach, from the outside looking in, it seems like you got two versatile defensive backs in the draft. How do you weigh give them reps at different positions versus not trying to overload them?
Yeah, for sure. It's with Kamari and Kalen, as you said, both guys are very versatile. And us as coaches, you know their versatility, you know what you've seen them be able to do on film. But again, at that same token, you can't overload them, right? We'll put them at one position and see how they handle it, and you just see what a guy can absorb. And the more he continues to handle, then we'll give him more, right? So we won't overload those guys to start. We'll take it day by day. If they can show us that they can do multiple things, then we'll allow them to handle those things.
The last 2 years, this team relied heavily upon rookies, basically starting from week one. As a coach, what are some of the intangibles that you're looking for to let you know, okay, this rookie is ready for a heavy load so far?
For me, with the rookies and the things that allow me to see when they're ready to go, it's you see through training camp. You see through those grueling days of training camp. You see how much they can handle. You see how mentally strong those guys are in training camp, right? Are they continue to progress? Some guys stick out better than the vets, and it's just each guy on an individual basis. You see what they can handle. You see them go out and still play well while handling the things that they're thinking about that we just covered in the classroom. They can go apply it, and the guys who can apply it quickly without wavering, those guys seem to always rise to the top, and it's very noticeable. And that's what I love about ball is whether you're a rookie, vet, like everything to me is always about competition, because I see competition always forces everyone around you to get better. So the more competition we have, right, the better our team will be.
From an athleticism standpoint, what have you seen from Jamal Hill, obviously just in these early impressions?
Yeah, as right now, I see first day. So first day, and again, this is more just teaching. But Jamal, he's coming. He's been very attentive in the meetings. Right, he's a very sharp young man, and so we're excited to work with Jamal.
How challenging can it be for rookies mentally transitioning, and then for you also? You were a player. What do you remember maybe being the most challenging thing for you coming in on the mental aspect?
Yes, the mental aspect for a rookie, especially being in Houston, is the heat and humidity, as you all know, right? You think you know what your coach went over, and you step out on the field, and then that humidity just zaps you, right? And your mind starts to go. So that's the one biggest hurdle that we have here in Houston, where guys have to overcome that heat. And that's a real thing. It was the same for me back in 2000s. Even though being from Alabama, Houston's still a little different with the heat. So once you get over that, and I was telling one of the guys out there who may have been struggling a little bit, I said, hey, man, how long have you been playing football, right? Since you were 6, 7, 8 years old. The game of football hasn't changed, right? You're still playing with the same guys you play with, just on a different level. And once you put that into your mind that the game isn't changed, it's still football, right? And go attack it the same way and do the things that allows you to get to this spot, you continue to do that.
You're listening to Texas head coach DeMeco Ryans from NRG Stadium at rookie minicamp.
They weren't signed yet, but one name that was signed was Feldarius Payne from Virginia Tech. What did you like about him on the film, and what do you think he brings to this defensive line?
With signing Payne as a D tackle for us, Virginia Tech, he's a undersized D tackle that's very explosive, quick. You saw him making a lot of plays on the other side of the line of scrimmage, utilizing his explosiveness, his quickness. So we would like to see him translate that to our scheme and what we do. We have some smaller defensive linemen on our team, and I think when guys play the style of ball that I want to play, guys are attacking and we can utilize his quickness. Hopefully Payne can be a guy who can, add to that group as well.
Before the draft, Nick Cassera talked about this draft class in particular. Felt like there were some players that maybe were physically lagging just because of how they train for the combine and maybe don't do stuff. What have you kind of seen from just like how you have to manage guys physically as they get ramped up into actual football stuff?
Yeah, for sure, I think that's a real thing when you guys. It's hard, right? you're a college player, you're coming out and you do all this training for combine. So you're working on all the drills, the 40-time things that really don't translate to football. You're working on those things to make sure you put on your best outing, right, for all the combine drills. And then you go through your pro day. Again, you're working on your drills, or you may have to run a fort. So a lot of things that these guys have to focus on that doesn't translate to playing football. And then when we get them here, now it's all football, and it's hard because guys haven't been training as they would like. Guys are probably on their own training, so it's a difficult process for young players coming in. I think that's why you see a really big jump for players after year 1 to year 2, because now they can truly focus on football training in their off season as opposed to training for specific drills of that nature.
You mentioned just a few questions ago about Kamari and Kalen's versatility. How will you determine, specifically with Kamari, you said he could play both inside and outside, how will you determine whether you want to put him out at a certain position first versus another position?
Right. Well, with Kamari, we'll again, he's a very sharp young man. He can play inside and he can play outside. He did that at Georgia, and we'll whatever that day calls for, we'll put him out at corner, we'll put him at nickel, and we'll see what happens.
Coach DeMeco, you said the other day when we were talking to you at the golf tournament about the rookies and how one of the things is trying to get them to, I don't want to say relax, but something like that. They come in, they're excited, they were the best in their class, many of them. Is that one of the biggest challenges for them outside of like the heat and learning terminology and all that?
Oh, yeah. It's a new space for them, so there's a little nervousness about it, and they are uptight because it's a lot of unknown. You step into an NFL building the first time for these guys, a lot of unknown, a lot of uncertainty, so they are a little uptight, a little nervous, that's true for every rookie. That's human nature, right? And I tell the guys too, they definitely have to relax, but it takes time. Once they continue to be here every day and see how we do things, they'll get used to it and they'll relax a little bit. Like today it was funny to see them all in the meeting room. They're all up front. They all have their notebooks open. They're ready. It's like it's the first day of school, right? Everybody's excited that first day of school, and I told the guys, just remember this day, right? Remember how attentive you are, how locked in you are, right? I want that same approach always because that's what's going to give you an edge.
Coach, with Blake Fisher, some of the things that he's been through, and why did you guys feel like he was the right fit for this organization, just with his character and some of those things that he's been through?
Yeah, we feel good about Blake and adding him to our team. He did a good job there at Notre Dame. We feel like he can add to what we're doing here, add to the competition of our O-line room, and we'll continue to see him, progress and move forward.
Coach, do you think that you have somewhat of an advantage by having so many young players on this roster already to be able to help these rookies coming in to adapt?
It's really a huge advantage having young guys. Our draft class from last year and the year before, we have a really solid group of young players, right, who they know the way. They know how it should look. They know what the standard looks like. And so it's funny, I put up a picture of Will Anderson in our room and said, you guys want to understand our culture and what we're about, right? Follow 51, right? That's what it looks like. And for me to be able to say that, right, it's not me having to say it with words. It's like just watch the way 51 works, and you'll see what a Houston Texans culture is all about. Thank you, guys.
That is DeMeco Ryans, the Texans head coach, speaking right after rookie minicamp at NRG Stadium. Coming up next, we go around the NFL. We react to some of that DeMeco Ryans audio. That's on the other side in the Loop, Sports Radio 610.
Payne and Pendergast. Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The Texans made a trade. If you were listening yesterday, you heard this, but still
right
worth
about
noting.
this time yesterday.
Right about this time. We've had about 24 hours to sit with it, to go back and do our research on Ben Skoranek, now former Los Angeles Rams wide receiver, spent the first 3 years of his career there, was a 7th-round pick for them, started for them some a couple of years ago.
Was a captain.
Was a captain even. I've seen a play, and I got this on my Twitter at Brandon K. Scott. Y'all can check this out. But I quote tweet NFL on CBS from the 2022 season. It's Rams against Arizona Cardinals.
Mm-hmm.
And, man, there's a play here where Skoranek looks like he's lined up in a slot, and he chips J.J. Watt, knocks him on his ass, and then runs a route and catches the ball.
Gets up.
Runs a route, catches the ball. Well, really doesn't break stride. Like, it's J.J. Watt that gets knocked on his ass. Ben Skoranek just keeps on going like J.J. Watt wasn't even standing there.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to overhype Ben Skoranek, but this is a guy who I think has a chance to, first of all, make the team, and then past that, certainly contribute to the Texans in some form or fashion.
Yeah, I think they brought him in for a very, 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 yes, I said it 3 times, specific reason. Now, it could be one of two things, and this is something I was going to confess, and I'll do it now. I feel dumb that I didn't think about this yesterday when the trade happened. I think the new kickoff rules are a big reason that Ben Skoranek is a Houston Texan.
Explain.
He is a big dude, but fast dude, strong, as you just illustrated with the J.J. Watt takedown, pancake, whatever. But he's like made for the new kickoff rules where you can't really run until the ball is hit, you know? It's going to be a blast, by the way, watching this develop, especially in the preseason.
Yeah, a perhaps underrated element to the 2024 NFL season.
Very much so. I think he's going to be integral in Frank Ross's plans in coverage, and maybe integral. He's got a few under his belt. I think he's got like 4 or 5 kickoff returns under his belt as a kick returner. It might be better for the guy that can be a little bit more, move around a little better, a little bit more evasive for someone like him in kickoff return coverage. Now, Sean Pendergast said something that made me think even more. And this might be the very, very, very specific reason, and that is he can play fullback, H-back, a little bit of slot or wherever you want him.
He's kind of a Swiss Army knife.
Very much so. And he's a big dude. He's like 6'2", 6'3", but real fast and can do all that stuff. So I'm just glad, and I mentioned this to you earlier, that the Texans are at a point where they don't just need warm bodies, man. They don't need what do you need? A receiver. You know, they can go very specific on their needs. I could see where Skoranek plays maybe 4 or 5 snaps in a game on offense, but they're big, you know?
It feels like he's got that Taysom Hill element without the quarterback part.
Yes.
Like you're not going to waste your time doing stuff with him in the Wildcat or weird quarterback personnel groupings and stuff like that. Like this is not going to be the 2022 Texans where Davis Mills and Kyle Allen are out there together. It's not going to look like that. But all the other things, Swiss Army knife type of things that Taysom Hill does, this guy might actually even be better suited for some of those things in terms of like the kind of athlete. That's not a knock on Hill, just the type of athlete that he actually is. I'm somewhat fascinated by it, like the
I'm
possibility.
looking forward to looking at
like,
it.
I don't even know for sure that he's going to make the team. I'm just curious, kind of to your point, like he might have some very specific added value to the team that you don't want to sleep on, I'd say.
Yeah.
Also around the NFL, but keeping it local. You just brought this to my attention. Matthew Berry, the fantasy football guru, formerly of ESPN fame. Last time I saw him, he was over at NBC. Who knows where he's at now?
Yeah, he's at NBC.
He's still at NBC, but we know him as being one of the pioneering fantasy football guys out there, fantasy football folks out there. He's got C.J. Stroud ranked behind Anthony Richardson and Nico Collins ranked ahead of Stephon Diggs. This runs counter to what I believe the conventional wisdom is. I think conventional wisdom tells us that C.J. Stroud is better right now and is a better bet. And I think conventional wisdom also tells us, and I want to say we've actually expressed this and agreed on this on the show, that Stephon Diggs is the number one receiver for the Texans.
Yeah, and so Matthew Berry, as you said, probably the most respected guy out there when it comes to fantasy football.
If not, he's up there.
And so you have to realize this is fantasy football perspective. But even with fantasy football perspective, considering all the weapons that Stroud has, et cetera. Now, Stroud is not ranked low. He's ranked 6th among quarterbacks. But for 5, Anthony Richardson, which I found interesting. And then as a side note, you go to the receivers, and I'm like, I wonder where they got our guy, where they got Stephon Diggs. And I'm like, oh, there he is. And I'm like, wait a minute. Nico Collins is ranked 11th overall in his fantasy football ratings. But Stephon Diggs is a lot lower. I mean, he's a lot lower than 11. So I found that. He's 18, by the way. I found that pretty interesting. And for those who's wondering, Tank Dell was 26. So 3 in the top 26. But Nico Collins was the highest ranked fantasy receiver.
So let me throw this question at you. Biggie, you can get in on this too. Are we sure? I felt like we were pretty sure a couple weeks ago, a month ago, whenever they traded for Stephon Diggs. But today, are we sure that Stephon Diggs is the number one receiver on this team? Are we sure? I know he's the most accomplished. He's the most experienced. He's Stephon Diggs. I get it. Former All-Pro, we get it. But are we sure that this guy is the number one wide receiver on this team?
I am. And all you have to do is look at what the Texans did. They decided they needed a number one wide receiver, even though they know Nico Collins is on the team. They went out and got Stephon Diggs. They're paying him like a number one wide receiver. He's been a number one wide receiver. He's the number one wide receiver until further notice. That could change. But apparently not everybody agrees with me on that.
Yeah, I don't think it's as cut and dry as maybe we like to think it is just based off of the resume.
Yeah.
Because the resume is inarguable.
Yes.
Like it is flat out inarguable. But the nuance, I think, might be what is their plan or what does it look like now?
Exactly.
Does before 2024 matter as much as 2024 itself when it comes to the hierarchy and the weapons that C.J. Stroud is going to be working with? I find it fascinating. Speaking of Nico Collins, also around the NFL, as we go around the NFL, I caught this on NFL.com. They've got the top bandwagons to hop on. So this is NFL.com kind of getting ahead of this because, everybody's got like their bandwagon player or team or whatever it is. They focus on players. And these are the NFL bandwagons to hop on in 2024. Found this interesting. This kind of tells with the conversation we were just having about Nico Collins. Nico Collins on this list. Houston Texans wide receiver. And let me read to you what they said on NFL.com in rationalizing him as a bandwagon, an NFL bandwagon to hop on in 2024. They open it with this. Stephon Diggs is the fun new toy in Houston's receiving core, but I believe he'll complement Collins in the Texans' aerial attack. With better quarterback play and health than he experienced in his first 2 NFL seasons, Nico broke out in year 3, snagging 80 balls for 1,297 yards. PFF grading isn't everything. It's not the perfect measurement, but he was among the top 5 receivers graded Football Focus last year. It's a helpful tool for contextualizing individual players' performance in a team sport.
I will say this. As much as I think Stephon Diggs is the guy and is going to be the guy, if he's still really good, Diggs, and Nico is the number one guy, then this team is going to go a long, long way. Because if you have that, whether you want to call it Stephon Diggs complimenting him or vice versa, if you have 2 dudes that can play at that level, then this team's going to go a long way.
Yeah, it's really rich people problem.
Yes.
Like this is what you call one of them good problems.
Yes, sir.
Like, who's my number one receiver? This guy that's been incredible for 5 or 6 or 7, however many years that Stephon Diggs has been incredible, or this guy that has been incredible more recently?
Yeah.
I don't know, but one of them.
But it's a good problem.
It's absolutely a good problem to have. I'm looking forward to seeing them out there on the field together. Can't wait. Shout out to Tank Dell too. Get well soon, my brother. Dan Orlovsky. Thought this was interesting. On his Twitter, he did a long video with the Texans' 2008 playbook. So remember, and you do, of course, Lopez is somebody who was here. That's the Kyle Shanahan year as the offensive coordinator. And he did a video basically saying, hey, this is how thick the playbook is, and this is what rookies are in for when they go to rookie minicamp. I thought it was pretty interesting.
What do we talk about all the time when it comes to rookies and playing in the NFL? How quickly they can learn and then go apply the playbook. And I thought it'd be cool for everyone to understand kind of what that process is for these rookies. First of all, most NFL teams will take their offensive playbook, the whole thing, front to back, and install it, teach it from start to finish on 3 different occasions. The first install would be rookie minicamp, teach the whole thing to them. The second install will be mandatory minicamp when everybody, the whole team is there. And then the third install will be at the start of training camp. Now, why do they do that 3 different times? Now, first of all, when you're installing it in rookie minicamp, you're trying to give your rookies every piece of information, overwhelm them. You're trying to see how much they can take in, how much they can handle, how much can they take from a meeting room onto the field, because that gives you a little bit of an idea of who can play and then what you have to learn. I think the second thing is you're trying to make sure that those rookies, by really like the beginning of the season, but certainly the middle of the season, have seen and heard your playbook so many different times that they can recall stuff.
The rookies are being overwhelmed. That was my takeaway, and I viewed it based off of the way he explained it. Kind of the
rookies they don't know anything.
The laborious process. To me, what we're talking about is overwhelming the rookies with information early, so by the time you get late in the process, they are acclimated. That was my thought watching that. It's like, okay, prepare for not just shiny new toys or just like all smiles, but no, they need to be over there. And this is what I hope DeMeco Ryans, coming from the Kyle Shanahan system, coming from having played for Gary Kubiak, like he's directly tied to. He's on that. Is he on that team? Yeah, he's on that team. I think that Dan Orlovsky's even talking about, right? If I'm not mistaken,
I believe so.
Yeah, he's drafted in 2006.
Yeah.
So yeah. So coming exactly from that, DeMeco Ryans, that might have even been his All-Pro year. That might have been 07. Either way, coming from that, I'm hoping that exactly what's happening at NRG Stadium today and as they go through rookie minicamp is exactly what Dan Orlovsky described. It also made me think about Damian Pierce last year describing the playbook as the Bible. That's what it looked like in that video.
I think that's exactly what's happening, and that's why you always have. And you just heard DeMeco Ryans a second ago talking about that a little bit. It's why it's such a longer, tougher process for the rookies, and why they get extra time.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The Chicago Bears, they came out and said, like, just officially, and if you remember a year ago, there was some conversation, maybe even a little bit of annoyance that it wasn't happening here the further along we got into the summer. But the Chicago Bears are not going to even entertain the idea that they might start Tyson Bagent or Brett Ripken. What's the dude name?
Brett Rippin.
Brett Rippin.
Who?
They not going to play with us, man.
No.
They came out and just said straight up, it's Caleb Williams, it's the starting quarterback, and the quote that's out there right now, this is on NFL.com, no conversation. Not even a conversation about it. That's what I like to hear.
I do too.
But also, what conversation exactly was there to be had, Lopez?
And because first of all, I appreciate the honesty, but it's not even a possibility that these guys could compete with him. Like, even if you go back, as stupid as it was, and from day one, we were talking about, hey, Deshaun Watson is the best quarterback on this field. At least you could argue, B.O.B. could argue anyway, that there was going to be some semblance of a competition. With Davis Mills, who started, like, we didn't think for a second that it was going to be anybody but C.J. Stroud. But you could argue, if you really wanted to, that, the guy started some games, whatever, maybe bring along C.J. Stroud slow. You can't even argue it in Chicago. Like, come on.
I'll say this. We know the schedule's coming out next week, right?
Yep.
I will be disappointed if that is not a primetime game. Like, I'll be disappointed in the NFL for not recognizing that as a clear and obvious primetime game. Not that not that I'm, in the business of making business for the NFL or that they need me to do that, quite frankly. But in my mind, obviously covering the Texans, it don't matter when or where they play the game, we're going to be all in.
Yeah.
But if the NFL does not recognize the clear and obvious cachet of Caleb Williams versus the guy who he is basically trying to emulate, or the success, you could say, if you want to just not make it just about them, the team success that the Caleb Williams-led Chicago Bears are trying to emulate, it is 100% absolutely the C.J. Stroud-led Houston Texans.
Yeah, and it's the kind of story that the NFL loves in its primetime games. The successor, the two young rising stars, guys that are going to be around for a while, that's exactly what they want.
Coming up next, we do it every week. We had kind of a run on nominations
we did.
Just yesterday. It is time for the Slime. Slime Off nominations and winners coming up next right here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610.
Lopez. as decided by your favorite H-Town hosts and the loopholes.
Man, look at this slime ball.
This is the Friday Slime Off on Sports Radio 610.
We got some slimy mofos in this one, Lopez and Figgy.
Yeah, we do.
We got some slimy mofos to get to. We do it every week. Nominated these in rapid fire fashion earlier in the week. And so 713-572-4610. That is the number up here. You can text, you can call, you can holler at us on YouTube and Twitch. We're live on camera. Contestant number 1, Giselle. Look, I understand not wanting all your business out there on the streets. I understand, wanting to protect your children. I just don't know how much of that you get to apply in a situation like that. But if you didn't know, Giselle was upset about that Tom Brady roast we were talking about earlier in the week, Lopez. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah, we saw it. We talked about it. I just didn't get it. And I'm actually kind of disappointed in Tom Brady. Apparently yesterday afternoon, he ended up apologizing to her for what?
Of course he did.
He didn't say all that stuff.
She probably in his pockets or something. And is she already richer than him?
Well, she is.
And she probably in his pockets anyway.
Yeah.
Lope, I understand you happily married for a long time, but you know how the world works. You've been around forever. Like ex-wives, like exes.
Mm-hmm.
it can get mad petty. But if you're curious why Giselle might have been upset, here's a little taste of Nikki Glazier, the comedian who was up there roasting Tom Brady, and quite honestly, for my money, was the best there was.
Tom Brady, 5-time Super Bowl MVP, most career wins, most career touchdowns. You have 7 rings. Well, 8 now that Giselle gave hers back, but...
That's funny. That's funny. What?
Sorry, Tom.
It's a roast.
The only thing dumber than you saying yes to this roast was when you said, "Hey, babe, you should try jujitsu." I think that was...
Again.
That's gotta suck.
It's so good.
I mean,
it's so good.
What is she mad at? Laughter? Comedy?
I would have laughed. I mean, that obviously there's some barbs there. There's a little bit of a sting, but that's funny.
If anything, Tom Brady should be a little mad and embarrassed.
That's what I'm glad you said that, Figgy, because that's my thing. Like, if Tom Brady was willing to do this for whatever reason and thought this was a good idea and could wear it, could take it, what's Giselle complaining about?
Exactly.
Yeah, she need to be mad at him for even considering this roast.
Or that would be the only thing. Just like, why'd you do
why would you do this?
Yeah,
knowing all our laundry is out there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he's the GOAT, man.
Because, look.
He's the GOAT.
As the great philosopher, Houston philosopher Zero once said in a song called I Hate You, Bitch, he said, you picked a fine time to leave me. Now this house ain't a home.
Yeah.
And that's, to me, the answer. But Giselle, for me, is nominated in this one. That's contestant number 1. Contestant number 2, all right, is Jamal Murray. We got to throw this out there because he threw it out there.
Yep.
And what is it? Objects. My man threw objects on the court in the middle of the game. He's got to be nominated for the slime off. I know he was fine, and maybe he's nominated here because he should have gotten more. It wasn't enough to just find this man. What in the hell are you out here doing? And I pointed this out when we nominated him. His own teammates was out there. Mm-hmm. This was live action. It wasn't like he just threw something at a fan like Patrick Beverly did, or like he just threw something at the opposing team. Dog, you are endangering the opposing team, your team.
That's why he's a slime
the
ball.
Referees.
Yeah.
What the hell's wrong with this cat?
That's why he's a slime ball. He just lost his head and was endangering his own teammates out there. It was ridiculous.
I'm gonna be honest, man. Between Drake and Jamal Murray, Canada took some L's this week.
Canada did take some
Canadian light-skinned brothers took some L's this week. I got to be real.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a fact. Yeah, it's a fact. So he is contestant number 2. Contestant number 3, to bring it back home a little bit, a little local. Dana Brown.
Yeah.
Bruh, what are we doing?
Yeah.
I understand today more of the Astros' focus was on the fact that they were able to pull out a win at Yankee Stadium. And they're headed to, or should be already, in Detroit, facing the Tigers. Casey Mize on the bump for the Detroit Tigers. And look, I'm excited for the Astros. I don't know how excited I am for leadership, because Dana Brown directly contradicted himself on the Jose Abreu situation and it was just a little slimy to me, man.
Yeah, this one really, really got to me. When you think we're stupid, or you think we're not going to notice, or you don't have enough power as the general manager to make these decisions and stick to them.
Let's hear from him, man.
Yeah.
Let's hear from the contradicting and contradictory comments that got Dana Brown, Astros general manager, nominated for the slime.
A lot of times with these guys, they get into the heavy weight, the lifting, the strength building. We're going to do lighter weights, more rep, more quick twitch things in terms of weights and moving a little bit faster so that, he can get back to the quick twitch. I think he's gotten a little too strong, and he slowed his back down a little bit. And so ultimately, if we can get this guy back to his rhythm and timing and back to what he did last fall, it's going to really help us out.
He don't hit the ball hard no more, Lopez.
He's too strong.
Because he got too strong.
He's too strong.
What in the hell?
Sometimes I care too much. That's my only flaw.
This is like that, but almost feels worse.
It does. Yeah, it does.
It almost feels worse.
Absolutely does.
Because, I care too much is a little slimy.
But everybody,
and I get why you might say why you might use that one, kind of like a backhanded, sort of sly comment, really on yourself. It's like
patting yourself on the back.
Yeah, but this is more so to me slimy because I don't know. It's a insult to the intelligence,
and you lose all confidence in Dana Brown.
Absolutely, an insult to the intelligence. So we gotta have Dana Brown right here in the mix for this. All right, man, another one.
There is another one.
Austin Rivers. Former Rocket, currently unemployed, at least in terms of NBA status, doing commentary for ESPN, says 30 NBA players, you could drop them in the NFL right now, but can't do vice versa. Can't drop 30 NFL players in the NBA. I feel like I kind of understand where he was trying to go and what he kind of meant, but this just does not play. I don't think. Just my opinion here.
I don't, by the way.
I don't think you can. Well, I think his point was more so that they are maybe more precise athletes, maybe that they're better natural athletes, I think is what he was getting at.
Yeah.
But whether that's true or not, you cannot drop no 30 NBA players in the NFL and be like, all right, go.
Yeah.
You can't.
Yeah. I don't like the wording, the tone he said it with. They could just jump in the NFL and just be on the team. I ain't like that.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah, it's dismissive, it's disrespectful, and honestly, just kind of ignorant.
You're making it seem like it's just super easy.
Yeah,
like we can do that.
Oh, I'm athletic. I'm in shape. I can play
and that's
football.
The problem.
Y'all can't do what we do.
And that's why, I'll go ahead and start it this week, Figgy. That's why I think he is the winner this week, a slime ball, because even anyone who likes Austin Rivers, anyone who likes this concept understands you ain't going to put 30 in there. And he's getting torched across the board, not just from NFL players who obviously would defend their sport or whatever, how difficult it is, but just people in every realm. What are you doing? What are you looking at?
The actual number is probably 5?
5 is what I said the other day.
Yeah,
I think you may put 5 guys in there.
Well, the best response came from one Chris Long.
God, he was good.
I don't think there was a better response to this than one Chris Long. Here is how Chris Long responded to Austin Rivers' assertion that you could just drop 30 NBA players in the NFL and it's all good.
All right, here's the main thing keeping NBA players from crossing over. Even if they were good enough, even if they were talented enough, even if they were kind of mean enough, here's what's keeping them. Training camp. Hey, coach, what time's shoot around? Ain't no shoot around, bro. 8 a.m., full pads, 110 degrees. They had us practicing on a field in St. Louis next to a burning underground landfill. It was like an Aaron Brockovich situation. Okay? They don't care. You got sweaty balls. You got sweaty butt. You got first drills inside run. Your breakfast is right here. I got a bruise on my forehead that starts day 1 at camp. Oh, and training camp's like a month long. Even the new CBA. I don't know if you guys can handle the new CBA. Oh, and we got these guys called coaches who actually yell at you and say whatever the they want to and treat you like employees. I don't know if you ever heard of those people. I know in your league, they just kind of make sure you get on the team plane and they know when to call a timeout. Matter of fact, Austin Rivers, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go coach the Clippers. Doesn't seem too hard. I'm going to go coach the Sixers. Doesn't seem too hard. Sports Science guys, what do you think? Should I call a timeout? Should we give him a day off? You can't load manage in the NFL, bro. The minute a coach talks to you sideways, you're going to flip out or you're going to leave. The minute inside run starts and you're like, oh, wait, can't I just play in the game, coach? Nah, that's not the way it works. It's not the way it works.
Yo.
Speaking of diss tracks.
When he went, exactly. When he went, I go coach Clippers. I could go coach the 76ers. You want to talk about bars, double entendres, right? Like, it was there.
It was
there. We understood where he was going with. All right, so let's vote here. We got Giselle. We got Jamal Murray. We got Dana Brown. We got Austin Rivers. Figgy, I'm going to start with you, man. Who you voting for amongst this list?
I'm sorry, but I got to go with Dana Brown, man.
Oh, wow.
I think what he said was low-key ignorant. I feel like they're making a bunch of excuses, and I feel like you could make some excuses for Jose Abreu, but saying that he's too strong and lifting too much weights is why he's not hitting the ball.
Yeah.
Or bat speed and all that stuff. To me, that's trying to show you that, oh, I know too much baseball, or I could get technical and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
I think that was silly, man. I think he didn't have to say that. He could have said anything else, but I lift too much weights is the reason why he's struggling.
Yeah.
is insane to me.
Lopez, what you got? Who you got?
Austin Rivers. I think he went to another level, and he got called out on it, and is still getting called out on it.
All right,
it's on you, man.
I'm gonna break this tie.
Yeah,
I'm gonna break this tie. I don't like Giselle being mad about this, but I especially don't like it if she actually cheated on Tom Brady. But I don't know the details of their relationship, so she gets a pass here.
Yeah.
But she was dangerously close to Dana Brown.
Oh, wow.
It's Dana. And not even like I didn't like the whole he's too strong thing, but it's the contradiction. You haven't kept inventory of the thing that you said last week.
A week.
Dude.
Yeah.
Dude, we at the very least got to be or acknowledge, you know what, I just say it. You know what? I thought this last week, and after more.
Just do that.
After more introspection, after looking at it a little deeper. I was wrong. It actually, you know what?
It's act like it didn't happen.
His bat speed, his strength, whatever it is that you think it is now. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Come on, man. But now I feel like you're talking to us like we silly, like we dumb. So I'm going Dana Brown. Dana Brown, Astros general manager, wins this week's Slime Off. Coming up next to finish off the show, we're going to rate the trade potential of these Astros trade ideas from the OG John Lopez. We're also going to talk to the guys from The Drive. Don't miss it on Sports Radio 610.
The Drive with Stoerner.
Biggie, thank you.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Beast got in for Landry Locker really for the most part of the week, man. I've had a good time.
Yeah,
just to, break the, what do they say, break the fourth wall or whatever it is, look directly in the camera and say, I've had a good time with y'all this week.
Yeah.
I can't even lie. I know that this is not how the slime off works, and we just crowned a champion. We just crowned a champion with Dana Brown, Astros general manager, for contradicting himself just a week before what he had to say about Jose Abreu. But I'm going to offer an honorable mention because it would have been a late nominee and it just didn't quite make it.
Frankly, because we forgot.
So shout out to the 713 for pointing this out on the text line. 713-572-4610 is the place to do things like that. But we got a text message during the break that asks, why was the reporter who played pornography on television not in the slime off?
It's a good point. It's a real good point.
Points were made.
Yeah.
Can I just say, like, at least a nomination? Points were made. Now, I also pointed out we were somewhat sympathetic because we don't know exactly the circumstances, why, how it happened. Now, it is inexcusable to just not have the voice, especially if this is a possibility even. Like, if you follow some risky accounts or, God forbid, you are actually watching pornography on your device, then you at the very least got to have your screen on dark and your volume all the way low. So to not do that is already an issue.
Yeah.
But we were a little bit sympathetic to the possibility that maybe they got.
Maybe.
Maybe they got in some kind of way.
I think the odds are against that, to be honest. I think it was just a flub up, a faux pas. But it's out there. It's a possibility.
A little bit of benefit of the doubt there.
Yeah.
But I'm going to go ahead and just do a write-in, a little honorable mention. We got our winner in Dana Brown. We're not going to go back on that. But whoever that was, they got the pornography up in the middle of a press conference from a playoff game.
What are we doing?
Yo.
You are a slime ball.
Get it together, please. All right, Lopez. This is how we're going to end this thing. Let's rate the trade potential that the Astros could get at the deadline. All right, we got some candidates. I think we know who they are. But you presented this idea. I think it's a fun exercise, even coming off a win.
Yeah.
It's not like they're not really still a bad baseball team.
They're still 11 games under 500.
Like right now, they are still that type of team where we should be having these kind of conversations. So let's do this. Let's rate the trade potential for these ideas.
And this actually ties in with the slime ball. Because Dana Brown, one of the other things that he said that I felt should have gotten a lot more play than it did, but it was understandable because he was talking about weights and all this other stuff and contradicting himself. But he said, absolutely not are they sellers or planning to be sellers at the trade deadline.
Or he said he couldn't see it.
Yeah.
Which to me was even worse. It's like maybe you can say right
we're
now.
We're too good.
Yeah. But you can't see it?
Yeah, you can see it.
What about being 10 to a dozen games under 500?
Yeah, no, you can see it. But the reality is that's almost not doing your job. That's almost
it's troubling.
Dereliction of duty. Yes,
it's troubling because if he decides no, this team is too good, and the deadline pass, and all of these good players leave and all that other stuff, and you don't get anything for it.
Yes,
you totally misjudge your job,
which is also why I didn't believe it. I thought it was kind of a. I don't want to call it a straight up lie, but it just wasn't true.
Yeah, he's just sort of deflecting or whatever.
That's a good way to put
it. But the reality is kind of what Figgy said. If you don't find a trade partner for Alex Bregman, and I know Alex Bregman is like having the worst start, and he's had a lot of them of his life in the MLB, then you lose him for nothing. Somebody might get you something, some contender, someone. So rate the trade potential of. Let's start with that one, which has been talked about a lot. But I think there's some other interesting ones here. Alex Bregman.
Yeah, I mean that's got to be at the top.
Anything, just get anything.
Like you have to do. So my thought on it, you got to get something, even if, and I don't think this is the case, just to be clear, but even if you have some interest in retaining Alex Bregman. I mean, you can just double up on this.
Bring him back.
You can just bring him back if you want to, if you desperately want Alex Bregman to be your third baseman for the foreseeable future. You can put your money up, and you can go out and get Alex Bregman at the end of this year or after this year is over with. But if you look up and the trade deadline is approaching, and you still trying to fight your way 10 games under 500 or whatever the case is anything like that, you got to trade this.
You got
dude.
to.
Got to.
Here's some other ones, and let me kind of explain it as we move along here, because the first thing I want to point out is you and I and Figgy, I think we all are in agreement. They're done. They're not going to get there. So you got to start thinking in terms of trade deadline. He has a no trade clause. But should we rule out the possibility of trading Justin Verlander?
Yeah, no, you just got to go. He's one of those that's different where you have to go to him and have the conversation.
Yeah.
If he can veto it, I don't know exactly the terms and conditions of his no trade clause. Certain guys
they're vague sometimes.
Well, they'll just have like certain teams that are on it. So like you can never send me
no trade to the Guardians. No trade to the Dodgers.
Right. Yeah. And for most people, the Dodgers are not on there.
Yeah.
Right. But
This is true.
but maybe the Pirates.
Yeah.
Don't
actually. Pirates can get a little something.
Well, I just no disrespect.
But he wouldn't want to go there.
Yeah, like certain places don't trade me to the Nationals if it's not 2019.
But like I said,
that type of thing.
Like I said with Bregman, if you're a contender, you might kind of think about those 19 postseason home runs, change of scenery, maybe it'll work. If you're a contender, how does Justin Verlander as your number 3 starter grab you as you go into the postseason?
It grabs me.
Yeah.
It grabs me. Like
if you need him to be a number 5 starter.
Yes.
There you go.
Come on in.
Yeah. He's on it.
We give you Joe Blow.
Yeah. Like if I'm the Philadelphia Phillies who are doing well and they have about a good 3 starters, but he would easily be at least their 4th best, if not 3rd.
Yeah.
Hell, the Dodgers.
Yeah.
The Dodgers,
they might need him to be a 6th starter.
Yeah,
you're right.
I mean, any of these contenders, Justin Verlander would be able to help them either as a back-end starter and then also perhaps pushing some of their back-end starters into long relief roles.
Yeah.
Like, absolutely, you got to have this guy
Here's
on the block.
Here's another very interesting one to me. He is a closer. He wants to be a closer. He's not happy right now. I think it is pretty obvious. Ryan Presley.
It's got to be on the table. I mean, it's got to be on the table. Now, I don't know how much you get, but whatever it is, I mean, it's got to be on the table.
Figgy?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I would still rank, obviously, Verlander ahead of it. But yeah, it's up there.
Well, rate this one then, because this is I saved the most vexing one for last. Although I can also mention before I mention this one, maybe Brian Abreu is in that Ryan Presley kind of mold.
He's too young.
Yeah, he's too young.
He's too young. Got too much control. I want to say a couple more years of control on Brian Abreu.
Yeah.
And look, maybe it's depending on who it is. Like if say you do trade Ryan Presley. Well, that elevates Brian Abreu.
Yeah.
So that makes him less likely. I would say Ryan Presley way over Brian Abreu in terms of trade bait.
Another one for me that is very interesting is Jake Myers and or Chad McCormick. Like, if you really want to know what Loperfido and Pedro Leon are all about, they got to be out there every day or just about every day. So the outfield has neither Myers nor McCormick has really, taken a huge step forward this year. What about one of those guys and find out with Loperfido or whomever, Pedro Leon or whatever?
Yeah, I'm to be honest, man, I'm over the whole Chaz McCormick, Jake Myers. I participated in the debate for a while and I was Team Chaz.
Yeah.
And I remain Team Chaz if we got to pick a side. But just again, honesty here, neither player feels like they're worth fighting for.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
And what you going to get from them? I mean, what you going to get for them?
But what I'm saying is, get anything at this point.
Whatever it is. Because the issue is, to that question, Figgy, maybe not a whole hell of a lot, but the issue is you don't have a whole hell of a you'll get something.
You got nothing.
And one of the issues is not that you just got some dead weight on your roster, on your major league roster, but that you don't have nothing in your farm system to replenish it.
Thank you for saying that, because that leads to the biggest question of all. Because I always say, if a trade didn't hurt, it probably was not a good trade. This trade would hurt. Trading him might officially mark the end of the era and start the era of another rebuild. Kyle Tucker.
That was on my list. That was on my list. I think somebody like that it would be great if they could keep him, but somebody like that, you could get a lot of prospects for this.
You would get a mother load.
Yeah, and I think the Astros need to have a coming to Jesus moment where they need to realize, hey, we're not going to win this year, so let's try to regroup. Let's try to load up again with all this young talent, and maybe in about 2 or 3 years, we could be on the up and coming.
I spent the last 4 days having a lot of fun with you guys.
Now he's mad.
And I enjoy my time with y'all. On the air, off the air. I love y'all to death, man. Love y'all to death. Like family. I don't know why y'all want to end this experience.
We'll come up with something
by
else.
making me sad. Making like a thought. Like you do. I don't know if y'all see the thug tear that I'm shedding over here right now, but I'm definitely shedding thug tears. I can't help but to agree.
Yeah.
Here's the thing with Kyle Tucker for me. It's only if you're just absolutely, and I think the tendency, the writing on the wall, the tea leaves, everything that we understand about the organization does indicate this, but only if you're just absolutely against paying what the value is for a guy like that, which shows that they probably are, right?
Yep, and I think and honestly, they would have paid him if they felt like he was worth it.
They've had 2 years of trying to go to arbitration.
If you feel like he's not worth what he's probably going to get from another team, then go. I like Kyle Tucker, but you got to get some young talent. You got to play chess at this point, man. If you know you're not going to get to a World Series this year, then you got to play chess. You got to bail out early as you can and try to load up some young talent, man.
Well, they clearly wanted him to take the Yordan Alvarez deal, and he wasn't going to do that.
Yeah.
But I would say that I would wait, because we're talking about this year. I would still wait. You know, Spillane was talking about this earlier in the week about them having to decide, whether it is this just a blip or is this part of their future? Like, do they have to now, like, blow it up? They still got to make that decision. If they decide, hey, we're not ready to blow it up just yet, and we want to try to run it back again with Kyle Tucker's final year, do next year what they're doing basically now with Alex Bregman, I would be fine with that. I would actually support that.
Here's the thing with Kyle Tucker that the reason I think that it won't happen, even though you're going to get the most out of Kyle Tucker, it would absolutely signal a change in the direction of the franchise back to trying to rebuild and start anew. I don't think it's ever going to happen because I don't think neither Jim Crane nor Dana Brown have the guts to admit that it probably needs to happen. Like, they just refuse the pride. Maybe not
that's
guts.
a problem, man.
Based on the audio we just played, it does not feel like, if we're to believe what they say, it absolutely does not feel like they have it in them to do
like if you are secure in your work and your job, and you are secure as an owner, and you certainly have built up some equity, you certainly have got a long rope when it comes to fans in this city and everything that you've brought this city. You should be able to say, you know what? It's time. We're going to get the best prospects. We're going to get a mother load in return. We need to trade Kyle Tucker. I don't feel their pride is going to let them do that.
Well, and also, how long before the shock to the system of them being this bad wears off? Like, eventually you got to get off the mat and go. Like, I'm pretty sure they are as shocked and as appalled as the rest of us are, okay? As offended as the rest of us are. But eventually they got to look themselves in the mirror and say, okay, what we thought was the situation is no longer, and make that adjustment. I don't know if and when they're going to be ready for that.
I got a quick question for you, Jay.
Yes, sir.
It's a serious question. I've been smart at serious question. I mean, we've got – hey, what's going on over there? Hey,
got excited.
So it's a two-part question, I guess. When was the last time that a team that felt like they were in a World Series window traded a player like that? Not lost because they were free agent, but traded the player. No, is my first question. And number two has to do with the World Series window, where we had a point where 30 to 40 games into a season, they just paid Josh Hader $95 million. They clearly believed they were in a World Series window here. And 30 to 40 games into this thing, we're at a point where we're going to potentially trade Kyle Tucker.
I would totally agree if I didn't think that they have to realize that window is no longer as open.
So you think that's I'm asking.
Like coming into the season, they might be thinking, all right, we've got some guys that maybe we can make a run. Then, but they needed pitching from the start. Then we know the story on that. Then the guys got hurt. What I'm saying is, when you look at the farm, and that's so crucial, as you know, when you look at the pitchers and their ages, like the age of your best most notable pitcher in the postseason, Justin Verlander. I mean, that's off the charts. He ain't gonna be around. Right. Jose Altuve is having an incredible start to the year. He's 34. That ain't gonna change. Some of these guys, Bregman is 30 going on 40. With how he's playing. So what I'm saying is, I agree with you. If you think the window is still open, we ain't trading Kyle Tucker. They have to realize it ain't open. I think the start to this season. I think the start to the season made that clear.
I don't necessarily, and we'll get into this. I don't necessarily believe trading Kyle Tucker means the windows are closed.
Well,
the only reason why the window would be closed in the trading of Kyle Tucker, because you all know better than I do, they have lost players of the Kyle Tucker ilk, if not better, and it didn't mean it was over. The only reason why it would be over is if the people who are making the decisions of what to do after trading Kyle Tucker.
Well, that's his own issue.
Right? Yeah. That would be the only reason, because the window.
But they were better equipped. But when they traded those other guys.
But also doing it a year early to me would signal that they think about the window differently, because I think we got to have the distinction in this conversation about the season and the window itself, because next year is part of it.
If you got World Series aspirations, you keep Kyle Tucker and let him leave in free agency if that happens. You don't trade
I agree.
the major league leader in home runs, your best hitter, led the league in RBIs last year, to rebuild your system when you're in a World Series window.
Yeah, but if you're in a World Series window, you also don't trade Garrett Cole, who was thought to be the best pitcher in the game at the time, or you don't trade Carlos Correa, who was part of the heart and soul of your team. Or you don't trade.
They let those guys walk. They let Springer walk. They let Correa walk. They let those guys walk. Didn't trade them.
I'm saying, we didn't think it was over once they left the team.
Well, you don't have a lot of guys left,
but they were equipped. Carlos Correa. Well, here's Jeremy Pena with Springer. Hey, Chas McCormick, Jake Myers, they're coming up. Garrett Cole. Hey, man, we got pitching. Don't worry about that. We got Hunter Brown. We got all these.
We've been in Latin America scouting.
They were better equipped. Yeah. And I think Kyle Tucker, potentially trading Kyle Tucker, can help that. But when you have Yordan Alvarez and you have Jose Altuve, you have some pitching in Christian Javier and Blanco, and you have guys like Yainer Diaz, and you have guys, with your potential guys around Jeremy Pena, who is second in the league in hitting right now, was a World Series MVP. Those are setups that if a front office can fill the rest in free agency and pitching, those are setups. I'm watching a team in Kansas City find a way to pull this off with far less resources here in Houston and a far less starting point.
I also heard that little point there of if the front office. I did hear that point.
Now that point I cannot argue.
You are
the wild card.
You are listening to KILT HD2 and Odyssey Station, and one thing I know is that the drive is live.
The drive is live. Tyler in the building with a UGK shirt. I like that in you.
Yes, sir.
Pimp C Bun B. Funny story. And one of my good friends, we had to talk it out of him. We had to be a good friend, unlike the friends of Rasheed Rice. We had to be a good friend to talk him. I'm just saying, guys. Have you read that police report, Clint?
No.
Rasheed Rice's. All of his homeboys allowed him, sat there and said, it's going to be a good idea after you got your ass caught with this street racing. Hey, man, won't you hit up this photographer who's already left, lure him into the nightclub. His boys told him, hey, Rasheed's in the back, want to talk to you about some work. Rasheed's in the back. Rasheed drills him in the face after he has him looking at his phone, just punches him right in the face. This is a guy coming for street. Where are the friends? Where are the friends? Who are the friends that said, yeah, this is going to be a good idea? You be the one to knock him out. Anyway.
What a POS human. Lure a photographer, and when he's looking at his phone, you sucker punch.
He said, you see the DMs? He said, you see the DMs? He said, look at the DMs. Guy looked at the DMs, according to the release report, and then he just drilled him.
What, do they know what it was for?
No, that's just the story of the police report. Obviously, alleged. This is his side of things. I'm gonna tell you what. It's just where are the friends that said go ahead back there?
It goes right in line with a dude that would drive a car, put everybody else's life at risk on a highway. They all crawl out the same door and walk off and leave everybody else there to take the blame.
You know what
it's right in line with that.
You know what
guy.
Goes in line in? He's a chief.
Well, that too.
Come on down.
He's clearly a POS.
Kareem Hunt. Come on down. Tyreek Hill. Frank Clark. Who else? That is their type.
Can we throw Pat's brother in there?
Pat's if he can play special teams, they probably bring him on. But no, unlike a good friend, I got a buddy of mine who was such a huge UGK fan, was going to get Pimp C tatted on his arm. I said, Kenny, I can't let you do that, man. I can't let you tattoo another man's. I can't let you tattoo another living man's name on you, especially another living man's nickname, Pimp C. I can't let you do that.
That can't be.
I can't. I know you're a fan. UGK, got it. You get that right there.
That's what I was about to ask.
The shirt you have, yes. But no, yeah.
Nice to have
Chad
one.
hadn't even died yet, and he wanted to do this. Pimp C, we hadn't even lost him yet. Chad.
It'd be nice to have one of them shirts, man.
It would be. I would absolutely love it.
I'll get you one.
I know you got
Actually, he would. Tyler actually would show up here next week with a couple of UGK shirts. I wouldn't mind. By the way, as we do, I want to start this as a trend. Y'all lose any money last night?
$38.
I won a lot.
I got to give it to you.
Clint, shout out, bro. Thanks.
I'm not going to lie. I got to give it to Clint. I got to give it to Clint. Clint, you wasted that $38 for Tyler.
I did it.
You did it for Tyler because you knew just talking through all these potential wagers with the totals, the total runs, with the Astros over under, with the pitching over under, which you guys snuck through.
Took 103 pitches.
Snuck through. Joe, I can't believe Joe ran him back out there, but snuck through 91 pitches in the fifth. And he brought him back out in the sixth. Pop fly and a 3-2 strikeout, followed up by 4 consecutive balls for a 4-pitch walk, and then his ass is gone.
Yanked him.
And y'all just slid through with it.
You inspired me, Clint.
You did. You knew talking that out would get him back on the horse. And Tyler, what did we jump back on? Over 400, right?
Yeah, I won a lot, man. Won well over 200 on Jordan, won around 200, a little less than 200 on the Astros run total. Blanco got me a little chunk of change. It was a beautiful night. Beautiful night for the bank.
Ron, don't act like you know UGK. Name one album. Gus and Katie.
Come on, Gus. He knows.
Gus, you name them. I may not know Dave Matthews, man. I may have Bugs is marching a little different.
Bugs is marching.
Bugs marching around.
But I can tell you right now, I can go right now to Holtz Hall in St. Joseph, Missouri to let me see it right now. I got that one. I've ridden dirty a few times in my time now. I got that.
You had a nickel for every time I've heard that.
Come on now. Gus, don't you challenge. Gus, won't you sit out for 2 minutes?
Like a hockey game. Why don't you go sit in the box?
Sit your ass down for about 2 minutes coming up with that thing.
You, sir. That'll be 2 minutes in the box.
That's right, man.
Beat it.
I'm glad, man. That now, see, this is why I can't bet. Because now I feel I'm hot.
Well, the good thing is there's no game
Tyler's
tonight.
like Tyler to me. Is there no game tonight? They're not in Detroit?
No, there is.
Yes,
That's
they're in
tonight,
Detroit.
yes.
That's why I wanted him to wait and go to Detroit.
Yes.
See Tyler for
I don't know what we've been talking about 16 games and 29 and 30. Mm-hmm. This whole time I've been thinking we got to
Crammer on the bump in Detroit.
Do it. Let's do it, man. What are we going to do?
Someone out here.
I got a full slate I can give to you in a second.
Oh, you've already got him in.
See, stop.
Okay.
See, stop, Tyler. I just see Tyler is Russell Westbrook. Tyler, he hits that 3, he's hot.
Oh, I was about to say I don't look like a Ninja Turtle.
No, Russ hits a 3, and it feels like he's got to keep putting them up. He hits a 3 early.
You don't have
Tyler now thinks he's hot.
You got it. It's a process, Tyler. Digging out of that deep ass Lou Holtz hole you dug. I mean, it's a process. Now you're gonna do it in one day. Let's go.
When you were talking to Tony, I had to use such restraint. You brought up that Lou Holtz because I wanted to jump in so bad. Because I just wanted to say, hell, maybe we need to just bring in Lou Holtz.
Have Lou Holtz talk to the boys?
No, 713-572-4610. Right now, who you got more confidence in the ninth inning?
Hiring. Bring him in.
Who do you have more confidence in the ninth inning? Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you can jump into Lou Holtz right now at 90 or Joe Espada. Who do you have more confidence right now in the ninth inning? Yesterday, the decision of Hader. Who you got more confidence in?
That Lou Holtz has a hell of a spitball.
Lou Holtz. I could see Lou with that Astros hat on.
Oh, yeah.
It's to the side somewhere.
Side note, have you ever heard Sean Pendergast's impersonation of Lou Holtz?
I have.
Because it is gold.
It is good.
It is so good.
Does he have some connection with his daughter or something? Or I think he went to school.
Sean's brother played for him.
Okay. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I think he's good friends with her daughter, so I feel like I've heard that one before.
Mm-hmm.
But no, that Lou Holtz thing cracked me the hell up. Yeah, it is game tonight. I think, Tyler, you're not hot.
You have points. Like, I do feel like you got to ride a heater when you get them, but the fact is that, I won $440 last night, and my balance is still $250 in the red. So I got to do more work. I just got to jump back in this thing. I got to do more work.
I don't think you do. Someone texted in and said Lou. They got Lou. They got Lou instead of Joe Espada.
Well, I mean, are we going to talk about him, or are we going to wait to talk about him?
Yeah, I got it. Well, first of all, Jordan total bases again. I mean, I'm hammering it. That dude's locked in. He looked right at the dugout last night after that bomb in the first, and he let him know, like, oh, yeah.
And then he hit
we good, boys.
And then he had another double easy swing. Yeah, he's somewhere. He's somewhere to look at. No, yeah, I knew the Kyle Tucker thing. That was you were biting off too much with that.
Yeah, look, I'm lost on that one, man. I'm all backwards. I went Jordan, and I was hell bent on being the guy that bet Jordan when he broke out of this slump, and then I changed my method to the madness and went Tucker, and it was just I'm just off. I'm changing. I'm chasing instead of just.
Yeah, the more due. Yeah, he was more due than Kyle Tucker. All right, we'll get into the rest of the bets, but first off, you took a little gander out at rookie minicamp today.
We'll stop through minicamp. Yeah,
you went up to NRG, went to rookie minicamp.
Yep.
I want to get your thoughts on what you saw, what things jumped out to you, and I know a lot of people are looking at Kamari Lassiter. God, Kamari Lassiter, and I know a lot of people want to get some thoughts. There's been some video of him stretching and backpedaling. Before we get to that, can I just say thank God to you, Cal, Hannah, DeMeco, Nick, Bobby Slowick, Matt Burke, Gerard Johnson, all of you. Thank you so much for allowing us to have a real football team, that we don't have to overdo it with excitement on rookie camp, that we don't have to stop traffic on rookie camp.
You ain't
we don't
lying.
have to sit here and Clint has to give us more on Davis Mills than Clint really wants to give us on Davis Mills. Thank God that this is just hey, the rookies are here, and we don't have to overdo it. But thank you for that. And it doesn't have to be wall-to-wall on what we're going to talk about today. But, Clint, you did go out today, and you saw the rookies. What are some things that jumped out of you day one, getting to get your eyes on these young dudes?
Well, look, I'll be – I did not – the only two I got and I got a good long look at them is Bullock and Lassiter. And those are the two guys, second, third round. Kalen Bullock out of USC, the safety, and Kamari Lassiter, cornerback out of Georgia, was second round. And I'm gonna sit a little more firm in my Kamari Lassiter is a nickel defender thought. I know there's some folks out there pushing that outside corner. I just don't see it. He's a nickel.
Even by watching him today, you don't.
No, I see nickel defender written all over him. Every step of the way. Where again, I don't care what anybody says. You can't just ignore the 40 the way Nick Caserio ignored the 40. You listen to what Nick says, and you listen to what DeMeco said today after the mini camp. The only other guy that I've heard them talk about, well, this guy can play inside or outside. Not them, but I guess we have Nick, but not DeMeco. But
football playing Jesse.
The only DB that I recall hearing that about that was a starting caliber DB was Des King back when he was playing backup outside corner and playing nickel defender. And I didn't like that. But here we are again. He can play inside. He can play outside. So to me, whether you look at like what I saw today,
I'm curious. What you saw today? What has because DeMeco, and we'll play a little bit later, said he can play inside, outside. He did it both at Georgia, and we'll give him a chance to do it here. What did you just see today, day one, that screamed to you this is a guy that's going to be more pushed inside and not a guy that you want on an island potentially on the outside.
Look, I think it's very, very difficult for anyone to just jump into the NFL and be an outside corner on an island. Like that is an absolute long shot. It's why it's reserved for guys that are drafted in the top 10.
Like his skill set to you is completely off. I'm talking about like a Derek Stingley. Like when you just watch what they're able to do physically.
When I'm watching a guy, and now this may be a plus for Bullock. It may be not. I don't know. But Bullock seems to be more fluid, seems to be a longer defender. And now he's a little light in the ass, so he looks a little bit leaner. So I don't know. Like I need to see him. He looks to me like a bulkier, bigger corner. And you couple that with, he's out there moving with Bullock, and like I said, I don't know if Bullock's moving exceptionally well for a safety because he's light, or if you look at Lassiter and he's just a little bit stiffer. He moves a little bit more like a nickel defender. So had I walked out, it wasn't something that I necessarily saw as much as when you talk about a corner that's starting in the NFL. Now there's some vets that do it different, and there's anomalies, if you will. No, that's not the right word. There's guys that are kind of outside the box that are a little different corners, but like typically when you go out there and you see a corner that's going to start in the NFL and that's going to threaten a starter's job in the NFL this year, he's typically moving to a different beat than a safety. You know what I mean? And that to me,
it'd be interesting to see him out there up against, at the same time with Stingley, and not even just Okudah and C.J. Henderson too.
All of them. Yeah,
it'd be interesting to see if there's a real difference.
Yeah. No, look, there's nothing. It's more about like what I didn't see than what I know. Like I don't sit there and go, well, he can't do this or he can't do that. Like I just don't see a guy that's going to go, yep, he's going to start in the NFL this year. Like at that position, I see a guy that. To me, again, just reinforced by what I saw and the way he moves and how big he appears to be, and a nickel defender. And then, again, DeMeco Ryans steps up there and says, he can play inside or outside. I'm going to tell you, my biggest takeaway from today, what I saw, again, I watched Lassiter and Bullock the whole time I was out there. I didn't even see Fisher, to be honest with you. I didn't even see him. I saw Stover, but I didn't get a whole lot of – I didn't get much from it. I believe he's a guy that he's going to have to make plays in a game for any of us to go, wow. You know what I mean? Like he's just he's not a guy that at practice is just going to, like Brevin Jordan can catch a ball and take off.
Stover?
Yeah, Cade Stover, the tight end out of Ohio State. Like I think it's going to be game time type stuff or film type stuff where you're like, wow, this kid's got a real shot. But I'm going to tell you, man, the one for me, the Bullock kid out of USC.
Sean said he got little legs.
It wouldn't surprise me if he didn't play early this year. Like he would be he's the one guy in this particular draft class that I could see on the field sooner than anybody else.
Just the way he was moving.
I mean, Stover's going to be because there's just, he's going to be in the mix because you play 3 tight ends in a damn game.
And he's the most physical one.
Yeah, good point. And arguably the most physical one. I think Bullock looks the part, man. He is, when you talk about being, he's light in the ass, no question about it. But when you talk about being long and rangy and he moves really, really well.
On the top, free safety at the back line.
I mean, when I like, and this is obviously an unfair comparison, but he's got that bit. What's a kid in Baltimore right now that came out of Notre Dame?
Oh, Kyle Hamilton.
Look, I'm not saying he's Kyle Hamilton. I'm just saying, when you watch a Baltimore game and Kyle Hamilton flashes through the screen, you're like, damn, who is he? He looks like Spider-Man. He's long. You know what I mean? He doesn't look like your normal safety. This kid's every bit of 6'3". I mean, he's long, man. I mean, he looks the part. Like he looks long on the field, and so I don't know. I see him being the guy that I most anticipate playing early for 2 reasons too. I mean, obviously Jimmy Ward is older and injury prone and lost a step, and then you look at
Jalen Petrie and to the point of those two is those two are probably better closer to the line of scrimmage.
Jimmy and Petrie?
Yeah. Jimmy and Petrie.
That's fair. Good point, yeah. But that's a big part of it, too, for me. It wouldn't surprise me if Bullock didn't get on the field. And I'm talking about in meaningful minutes early in the season.
Yeah. All right. Clint down there, boots on the ground out there at minicamp or at rookie minicamp. And He likes Bullock. All right, good to see. We'll see. 3rd-round pick, and if he can get on the field and play meaningful minutes, that's big time. All right, the Astros, they snapped the losing streak against the Yankees. What if anything was big to take away from yesterday's game? If there is any inkling, any attempt, any effort that they could have to getting back in this thing, we'll discuss that next.
Shout out to my guy, Alex Bregman.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
The Texans getting JJ back and winning the Super Bowl would be bigger than both Astros titles, both Rockets titles combined. It would damn near melt the city down. Yeah, screw it. I'm all in. I agree.
Radio hits different at night on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
For the Bell Furniture Unbeatable Prices Traffic Center, look for slowdowns eastbound I-10 before FM 1489 in Waller County. Accident has all main lanes blocked there, and that's backing up traffic to the Brazos River. It's 83 degrees. I'm Chris Babler, Sports Radio 610.
Fellas, to all y'all out there with a full head of beautiful hair, congratulations, man. All the studies show that that's one of the most attractive physical features a man can have. You want to know the least attractive, the most aging? It's the opposite. It's hair loss. And the harsh reality is that no amount of car, house, or success can make up for that thinning, balding, or receding hairline. Good news is it doesn't have to be that way. Advanced Hair has the quick
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. The biggest stories in Houston sports.
Would you go to a manscaping place and enjoy a good shave?
Yeah, I'd be down with that.
Hell yeah.
You wouldn't purr like a walrus if you shaved my back for me.
Do you have any experience on how walruses purr?
And whatever that is. Find it all on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That ball's hammered to right field, and for the third game in a row, the Astros in front 1-0 thanks to a solo home run in the first inning. It was Tucker on Tuesday, Tucker on Wednesday, and today the DH, the big man, Air Jordan connects.
There it is, the man that has been struggling, but he had 2 extra base hits yesterday, 2 runs scored, and an RBI. Big day from the big fella, Jordan Alvarez. Before we get to maybe what we saw yesterday, that if there is a flicker of hope left, you know where I am. Game 2 of the series that I threw the towel in. But if there's a flicker of hope, we'll get to that in a second. Some news and notes. First, the Astros reinstate Gray Kessinger from the IL. They optioned Jacob Amaya. I don't remember him to AAA. But I'm glad Jake got to stay in them nice hotels in New York and hang out a little bit and kick it. But he
got an at bat when they were getting the doors blown off of him late in that game too against the Yankees, I think.
Yeah, J.A. He's going back to Sugarland, and then this one, the Astros claim right-hander Alex Spees off waivers from the A's and option him to AAA. Corey Julks was designated for assignment to clear a spot for the 40-man roster.
Julks went the wrong way.
What
man.
happened? The demise of Corey Julks so quickly. You remember we looked at him and it was like, all right, I don't know if he's going to be a star, but I mean he's at the very least going to be somebody that's on the bench or on the bench for a World Series contender. Hell, he may go start for some other other team.
Yeah.
Like there's no way you could have told me Corey Julks could have been a starter for the A's.
Oh no, I'm with you. Like I think he could.
The way we were looking at him last year. Now something happened because it dropped, and then by the end of the year he was in Sugarland, and he ain't make it.
Well, for some reason they decided to just commit wholeheartedly to Jakey boy.
Yeah. Well, hell, I guess Jake
screwed it up.
Wasn't there really either. I guess towards the end it was Dubon and center and Chaz, but I don't know. That was odd. I can't believe he just seemed to do just a lot of things solid and make winning plays, and he is gone.
They got a lot of those middle of the pack outfielders here.
Yeah, a lot of 4A outfielders. If he's going down, my man's in Corpus.
Enjoy the beach, Bob.
I'm telling you, man, that's something else. So, I mean, I looked at that Angels lineup. Whew. I'm telling you, I watch baseball. I'm not going to sit here and say I watch it like I used to. I still watch baseball. I did not have a single player in the L.A. Angels starting lineup yesterday. I did not have one. And they came around. I did not have a single player. I had the pitcher. I had the starter. I did. I mean, that was – so I got to leave Corey Julks could get on somewhere.
You got to get on the field out there, right?
I was like, what the hell are these people? I've never – and I'm thinking, I know Mike Trout is hurt, but damn, is he the only one that you know in the lineup? But whatever. All right, yesterday you played that Jordan got going, Clint. And I know for you, a lot of people look at the pitching, the bullpen. You've even talked about the back end, and Josh Hader being able to get that save was helpful. But yesterday was just a reminder for you of what you think is the real thing that could get this thing jump-started.
Yeah, look, without a doubt. When we were talking to Tony Gwynn Jr. yesterday, I asked him that question of what's the most important. He said pitching. Obviously, that is the case, in particular with the Astros, because hell, I mean, pick a part of the rotation or of the pitching staff, and they've struggled. So clearly, they got to get that all figured out. And look, I just got to believe you've got enough veterans, you got enough high level pitchers, whether we're talking starters, closers, everything in between. I think you got enough professionals, veterans, high caliber guys that they're gonna get that figured out. I mean, if they don't, hell, you lose because of that. Because 10 guys can't figure it out, then damn it, it's just not your year. But to me, the one guy, Ron, we saw it yesterday. It's Jordan. I mean, if Jordan can get rolling, it just changes the entire dynamic of this lineup. And look, before people look at me and say, well, no crap. Look, Tucker's rolling, and they're still –
Altuve is too.
Altuve, Pena, rolling. I mean, and it's still the dynamic completely changes when the opposing pitcher and the opposing manager have to worry about Yordan Alvarez.
Well, and Jordan has been coming up with chances to change the game. Like he's been coming up, and he has been, like we talked about Bregman, struggling with runners in scoring position. Here in the last, seems like month, Jordan has come up with many opportunities as well and has popped things up or struck out or struggled as well. So, yeah, I mean, obviously, I've said it, and I still believe it, even though he was hitting 239 going into yesterday's game. I think he is the best hitter in baseball. Just hitter with everything that he's due. The weakness is that he usually, when he's playing at his normal pace, I think it's hard to find anywhere to go. Well, he changes it.
I mean, it just puts an amazing amount of pressure on the opposing pitcher. If Altuve, which he is hitting for average right now, whoever's in the 2-hole, whether it's Tucker or Pena, whoever at the time right now is Tucker, with ducks on the pond, that guy at the plate can clear the bases in a hurry. When you look at pitching around him, now all of a sudden again you got Pena behind him, you got Diaz who can swing it, you got Singleton who's bringing as much power as anybody not named Tucker, and Jordan to the plate. So I mean, it just changes the entire dynamic of the 9-inning ball game. It's not just he can hit a home run and give you 3 runs. To me, it just changes the dynamic of everything, and it changes. It changes the outlook for everybody in that Astros lineup of, hey, man, we can outscore somebody 8-7 if we end up having to, right? If that guy's swinging it well. So, I mean, that's yesterday. That's the biggest thing from yesterday, man, is if this big boy gets rolling, which, again, you're looking back at the dugout in a cocky fashion, that tells me you're seeing things a little bit different. Maybe you figured something out. That is a game changer for you. It's the only way they're going to make a run. They're not going to make a run without Jordan Alvarez absolutely tearing the cover off the ball.
He's definitely at the top of the list of the things that they got to have happen. And if he can get hot, we'll hope that will be crushing. If Tucker is swinging the bat well, Altuve, and then if he gets to being Jordan level, and they still
can't make it.
They're still fighting it now. Now it's like, well, damn. And now, if they're going to do it, I'm not going to lie to you where I am. I'm telling you right now, I'll be completely honest with you. I know we ain't supposed to say stuff like this, but, hey, man, y'all can be driving at night. Y'all need to be just listening to Area 45 because this thing is over. In my opinion, you turn right on over to 610 and listen to Area 45. It'd be more entertaining than maybe potentially what you're going to be listening to. But if they are, it's in front of them with their pitchers coming back and getting healthy. Like we're about to see a run for the first time all year of Blanco yesterday, Javier today, tomorrow, or Framber today, tomorrow Javier, and then Verlander. So they got their pitchers back. Urquidy could be coming back soon as he's going to have a rehab start. And now it looks like potentially Jordan is feeling himself. And if that is the case, that would be the way that they get back. So now it's in front of them. It's their best opportunity right now.
Yeah, look, I mean, you're just simply the pitching. I think is going to be better. It can't be any worse. To be completely honest with you, but they're going to get healthier so that it can get better. You're getting production out of first base. Put Dubon on the damn field. You're getting production out of center field, right? I mean, you've got the tide could very easily turn in a big way, but it's. It was that a flash in the pan from Jordan yesterday, or has he jumped up out of this slump he was in, and is he ready to rock and roll?
Yeah, he's ready to go. He ain't lose no confidence. He knows he's that, as he did that yesterday. All right, well, John neither. By the way, John Singleton, he hasn't lost any confidence as well either. All right, coming up, we have dueling controversies that we need to get to the bottom of. Dueling controversies that we'll talk about. Damn, you got a couple of meats right there. Dueling controversies that we'll talk about coming up next right here live on The Drive. So many good meats.
J.J. Watt said if DeMeco called, he'd absolutely come back and play for the Texans. Well, what do you say, DeMeco?
I need a
800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. We got a couple of controversies. This is the first part. Tyler Milner last night. This is down his alley. He said, okay, just see a text that says, okay, we clearly have to talk about this tomorrow.
Got to.
And there's a couple of things we got to talk about. One, if you missed the Luka Doncic presser last night after the game, Luke is just in a normal press conference, right? Just answering questions and talking. And in the middle of one of his answers, out of nowhere, just, I guess to be best described as very strong, healthy,
love it,
nasty sexual sounds were being made out of nowhere. And I mean, it sounded you could clearly hear it was there. And everyone's looking around like, what in the hell? They were short of that music. There's Teddy Pendergast, whatever you, John Mayer.
Man, what do you think was going on?
Whatever your shake is.
What do you think was going on?
At first, I was thinking, is there like somebody can't hold it. We got a couple of lovers here in the media.
Oh, like some moaning?
It was hard moaning. Like it sounded like it was happening right in front of Luka. It was so. I mean, it's like somebody had a mic. Like that. Yeah. Somebody. I mean, it was aggressive. It was
a scene being filmed somewhere around the corner. Like,
and then like we're thinking, well, no, that couldn't have been live. Was it the next door was too loud? I ultimately think, Tyler, that it was some nasty son of a gun there, and I don't want to say it was a guy, maybe a lady. There are ladies who enjoy the film. I feel like somebody had a computer, their phone, maybe the last thing on their internet browser was one of the.
It's outlawed in Texas.
One of the things that I used to sell in high school.
You got to X that window out, friend.
Maybe somebody was watching some Herschel Savage or something.
Can't leave that content up on the screen, bro.
I think somebody had a scene that they had been watching.
I mean, how careless do you have to be?
That person's got to be fired, right? I mean, you got to.
I mean, old buddy did a heart at Caitlin Clark, and he got suspended. And can't cover the team. Now you got some guy.
Now some guy or lady. Now, I don't want to say it. I'm not going to sit here. Some lady may have had.
It's got to come out who this was.
It has to. I need to know.
I mean, how careless do you have to be?
Could you imagine if it's a phone?
I just want to know if it was a phone or not. Like, that's where I want to start. I need to know if this was something going on or if it was a phone.
You're not ruling it out that this was. This was happening there.
Because it sounded so like, I think what I told y'all earlier is like, it sounded HD.
Sounded like somebody was getting pregnant.
Yes. The libido was not lacking for whoever that was.
I'll be honest with you. I didn't think it was somebody's phone. I thought for sure.
You thought it was live?
I thought for sure a player found one that he really, really liked in the front row and slid her to the back. Slid her to the.
That's what Daryl Strawberry said they used to do with the arena. Daryl Strawberry said they used to do that in the middle of the innings.
No, I ain't never heard nothing in the middle of the innings, but
seventh inning stretch.
I mean,
it was the sixth.
Post game, the old pass to the family room was handed out multiple times.
Daryl Strawberry said,
not by me, to be clear, babe, if you're listening. Not by me.
In the sixth, okay. In the sixth,
well, third string quarterback wasn't getting much.
Whatever you say, Clint.
All right.
We'll ride with you, bro. All right.
Don't let us go.
I did have a lot of time to look in the front row.
Don't let us investigate these Buffalo Wild Wings.
I was a scout. Area. I was a scout.
Oh, you were the one looking at. But no, Daryl Strawberry.
All right, Emmett. I got one on the 30-yard line, about 2 rows up.
All right, Luke's going to put Emmett out there like that.
Well, no, I'm just giving the report.
Giving a name.
I'm just giving the report.
Get your foot placement right.
Yes, he would tell her that.
Perfect. But no, Daryl Strawberry said he would take it was a sixth inning, and a longer inning, luckily for him, that he found somebody in the bottom of Shea Stadium with just go ahead and get it out. And then he said he put his hat and stuff back on and ran back out to right field. But this is insane.
The national pass tag.
Like, no, that person, whoever's responsible's got to go. Either you couldn't hold your wad enough to where I'm guessing at the half, maybe you said there, I got to sneak one in real quick. Let me go ahead and.
That's the interesting thing. If it were a player, there ain't nothing you can do about it.
This was close. I feel like
added a notch, right?
It's a media person who either couldn't hold it together and at the half they took care of themselves.
How careless do you have to be?
Or two of them just said, "Let's go."
I think you would make that mistake.
No, I wouldn't.
Who at Sports Radio 610 would make this mistake?
Get out of here.
Who at Sports Radio 610
Miron
would make this mistake?
Yeah, it'd be Miron.
Let's just say everybody attends post-game pressers.
Well, I'll say it. It's Ben.
You think it's Ben?
Absolutely.
You think?
Well, wait. The dynamic of the question is important because is it something was going on and there was some action going on, or is it someone that opened their phone?
I mean, the computer.
Oh, the computer.
I think after y'all said it, I think it's pretty clear it was a computer.
It's got to be a computer.
Well, it stopped.
But it's
stopped. Yeah, it stopped.
I mean, if that would have been somebody in the back room, they wouldn't have been able to just stop on command.
Maybe she got gagged.
I mean, I don't think that's legal.
I mean, if you ask for it, it is.
You're okay with it.
I mean, it's dangerous, I guess is what I should say. I don't think that's safe, Tyler.
No, it's not. I mean,
clearly, Tyler or Ron. No, I wouldn't.
Seriously, don't blame it on Ben. Ben wouldn't do that.
I mean, if you're asking me, you want me to not answer honestly, I won't then.
It's a computer. It might be you, Clint.
If you're telling me go second place.
Mm-hmm. Just your struggles with technology.
No, it has to be I'm not a porn guy, bro. It has to be somebody that's like that you can see. Like, I'm just telling you.
I'm not going to say that I don't dabble in the porn, but I'm going
to go ahead and tell you the time that I have spent on the hub. You better believe it is swiped, closed, erased.
Smart
every
man.
bit of. There ain't nobody ever going to pick my phone up, unlock it, I ain't going to tell you.
I don't know what they're calling that place now, but I'm certainly not walking into Chesapeake Bay Arena with it with
got to go incognito mode, man.
XX as the last thing that I had up.
I mean, who do you think probably abuses porn and may be busy enough to forget it was up when they?
Oh my God, I'm dying.
You're still going Ben?
I'm going Ben.
No, not Ben.
I am. I mean,
I think maybe Pendergast. Pendergast got some nasty in him. I know he does.
I would
absolutely.
I mean, he has dinner with Lisa Ann,
I just don't know that we have anybody that's that careless outside of Ben. I don't know why.
Why are you leaning on Ben,
I'm just kidding, Ben. Like, if you were to say to me, who do I think watches the most porn here, I would say Ben.
Oh, that's a different question. That answer is John Lopez.
Oh, you think Lopez is the old hubster, huh?
But Lopez is he's a
I don't think
absolute,
he is.
On that question, I go Ben. But I think Lopez is absolutely. He's been here too long. I think he's a veteran that wouldn't make.
Now that's a good point.
That wouldn't make that mistake.
Where do you think you rank, Ron?
Lopez got some streaming numbers.
I would say I'm in the top 4, but I mean,
top 4.
Yeah.
I mean, who are you putting ahead of you besides obviously the undisputed leader right now?
Clearly, Ben. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I think Tyler's probably slightly ahead of me.
I would never be that careless.
No, I'm just talking about the porn. I'm just talking about viewing the porn.
Oh, well then,
the porn.
I wouldn't put it past Brandon.
Fair.
What about Creighton?
Oh yeah.
I don't know yet. I gotta get a note patch.
I think PC's a strong hub guy.
Yeah.
Like, I think he was probably disappointed in the ruling.
Yeah, PC ain't PC when it comes to the sexy time.
When the hub got outlawed in Texas, I think he was disappointed.
Someone said Lopez is a solid choice. But can we get to the other part of the controversy?
Yes.
Oh, I don't remember it. What was it?
The other part of this controversy, besides these two people getting it on, is
and just giving it
by our boss Triple H, aka Parker Hillis, that we can't play it.
Yeah, that sucks.
We can't play the content because it's deemed pornography. Now, as you said, I don't think we're 100% sure it's not just somebody back there getting waxed live, which at that point is not pornography, right? That's just good, healthy people getting after it.
Yeah.
Consensually.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that was
clearly consensual.
Moment there.
There is no denying.
Whether there's porn, I just like. I don't like with the things that you can get away with. Like for me, like can we not make moaning sounds?
Well, I mean,
like can I not just
you two have broken the law.
Are we in FCC violation if we just do that?
Y'all have violated the FCC if that
Text line said this is why we listen. Now people have been wondering, why don't you all just play it? Now you understand why we're not playing it.
I wish I could.
Triple H, here's Triple H right here. Here he is. There we go. Good. I'm glad you said.
Boss man's coming in the building.
Here's Parker, please. Can you help me?
Tighten it up.
Because I need an understanding of why we can't play this. Can we not moan? Can we?
It's part of.
Can we not moan?
It's part of life, man.
Is that like if we want to go? Like is that out? Is that out?
I would dump that. Come on. No, of course we can't. Look. You know how the FCC works.
There's can't moan.
I mean, I guess he can.
That's unfair. How
in the direct context of what we're talking about, no.
What if I stub my toe?
That's
now
different.
He's telling Tyler to cut it.
Tyler had his shirt up and was rubbing both nipples and was moaning the other day.
He's currently doing it right.
That's got to be a fine.
Look, man, I don't make the rules.
So they said
I just help us enforce them.
If it were known to be live, would that still be considered pornography?
Yes. And the sad thing is, I feel like there's a story, you can probably Google it out there, at least one, of an overnight board operator sometime or place that got real bored sitting in front of a board like Tyler's doing right now and flipped something up on the computer and forgot that the computer was turned on and potted up. Yeah, that person definitely got fired and there were fines involved.
That'd be great.
It's definitely happened.
No.
Don't do that.
I just feel like there's a way to get around it. Could we have done this? Could Tyler have played the entire presser and then Clint steps in the moments of the sexual activity and Clint adds in his
reenactment.
Yeah, I'm a little bit more of a growler.
If he does his Tim the Tool Man tape,
look,
like he comes in. We could get away with that, right?
I don't think this is making this any better. I really don't.
The people deserve to hear it.
Yes.
And they deserve to hear it right here on Sports Radio 16. You know what, Tyler? No.
Hey, Tyler, why don't we go just go repost it on our social from the anywhere you can find it on social media. Then all of our listeners and fans out there can hear it.
Oh, you can
right
do it
there.
on social media.
Oh, yeah, we're good there.
Social media is lawless. It's wild out there.
Text line, Parker, buzzkill take.
Look, I just appreciate that you guys didn't pick me as the one.
All I know is Howard Stern would do it.
You think?
Howard had what they were doing in the studio.
That's awesome.
Look what happened to him.
God bless you, Howard
Text
Stern.
line, damn you, Parker. Tyler makes sex sounds every day. Tyler, you make sex sounds when you stub your toe on the text line.
I'm just saying, I always thought, the whole, pornography thing involved the eyes. What if that lady was watching, a horror movie or a scary film? We don't know why she was making that noises. We have our assumptions, but you never know.
Somebody who could get away with it. DeMeco Ryans coming up next. He speaks about Kamari Lassiter for the first time, and Clint was on the ground. He'll tell you who impressed him and who he thinks could be the first one to play early of all the rookies. It's ridiculous. That's coming up next, right here live on The Drive.
Let's get it on, baby.
Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, as Espada the right type of manager for this group? They've watched a lot of leadership go out the door. And Espada, at least 34 games in, seems to be the ultimate player's manager. It's a very talented group, but it's not one that I look at and I go, okay, there's an alpha, there's an alpha, there's an alpha. Like, to a degree, I wonder would they be 12 and 22 if Dusty Baker were their manager.
Wake up with Sean and Sam. Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, first, as rookie minicamp is here today, and the young rookies, first time they're in, as Nick Caserio would say, the program on the field today. And Clint walked out there and saw some of the top rookies, in particular, the first pick for the Texans, second-round pick at 42, Kamar Lassiter. Here was DeMeco. DeMeco, who spoke to the media afterwards. Here was DeMeco speaking about his young corner who, you know, many wonder how much playing time will he be a starter when this season starts. But this was DeMeco on Kamari Lassiter.
With Kamari, we'll again, he's a very sharp young man. He can play inside and he can play outside. He did that at Georgia, and we'll, whatever that day calls for, we'll put him out at corner, we'll put him at nickel, and we'll see what happens.
All right, putting him everywhere. But he did say put him out outside, inside, play him at corner, or play him at nickel as well. When you are out there, you have been one, you said it from the jump. You said, well, I wonder, the way they're talking about him, is he going to be a guy that's playing outside, or is he going to be a guy that is playing at the nickel position, even though Desmond King is there? You got a little peek at him today. What was your opinion? Has that changed at all, or do you still need more time to see how they're going to use it?
Well, no, I mean, look, you can't necessarily pull a ton from a rookie minicamp, but I'm looking for something to sway me one way or the other. And what I saw today from Kamari Lassiter, I mean, he appears to be a little bit on the thicker side, the way he carries the weight. I know at the combine he was like 190, but boy, he looks a little bit thicker than that. Carries a lot of that up top, and standing next to Bullock, the safety out of USC, the third-round pick, he looks a little thicker. And so there was nothing I saw that's going to sway me off of this guy's a nickel defender. He looks like a nickel defender. He just looks like a guy that wants to get, which we know, that wants to get physical up in your face. And look, it's hard for top 10, top 15 corners to come in and just from jump be an outside corner in the NFL, much less a second-round pick. So whether it's the reported 40-yard dashes, the little bit of stiffness that appears to be there, the size to me is he looks a little bigger than most corners and just the way he carries his weight. I think the guy's an inside. I think he's a nickel defender. And then, of course, it's easy, Ron, because then you hear DeMeco Ryans go to the podium and say we can play him inside and we can play him outside. I don't remember that being the case when we drafted Derek Stingley. You know what I mean? I've heard
or
coaches,
even when they brought him in, when they started to be their coach.
Right.
Talking about inside, outside.
You just don't hear that about true outside corners that are going to be the answers for a team outside at the corner position. So, in fact, here recently in the Houston within the Houston organization, not necessarily DeMeco Ryans, but I know it was under the eye of Nick Caserio. The only other person we've heard talked about that can play inside and outside using those terms is the nickel defender Des King.
And I'm glad you brought up that name, because that's what I was thinking. Like, it's interesting to me when you hear inside corner, and you're not the first person that I've heard say, like, his best bet to be on the field the soonest is playing nickel. And he just said nickel as well. It's weird to me because, like, I think Des King has been really good in that position. I think Des King has a knack to make big plays. I mean, I'm not saying he is somebody that, you can't find somebody better, but he's been really, really good. Even when they've tried to get rid of him, it was a clear sign of what he was when he came back and got the most of those reps. And it's like, for me, how long will it be before Kamari Lassiter is at the level of Des King? And however long that is, when does he get on the field? Because to me, if Des King plays the way he played last year and the year before, to be honest with you, he should be the nickel. He should be the unless Kamari Lassiter is just that much better than him at that point. And when you look at it as a rookie, I'm not sure if that's going to be the case.
Well, I don't think it would be difficult for a second-round corner that played outside corner at a school like Georgia to come in and bring more to the table tangibly and physically. The skill set, I would imagine it's going to be immediately better than Des King. Now, you hear him talking about how good of a student of the game he is. You hear him talking about the instincts. Those are all things that Des King has to use, and his instincts are, to me, they jump off the field when we're talking about Des King. But look, I look at the whole package with Des King, Rob, and I don't think the kid can play outside corner on day one. I think
you don't use your first pick on a guy that can't out.
Yeah, look, this guy's not going to be better physically than C.J. Henderson and Jeff Okudah. He is going to physically be better than Des King. This organization, for whatever reason, thought little enough of Des King to cut him.
They've been continuing to try to find ways to move on.
Yeah, and then you watch him, and it's just like today, the Bullock kid out of USC. He was more fluid in his movements than. And look, this is rookie minicamp. They're just doing basic DB drills, but again, they're basic DB drills that when I'm watching them, the safety, the long, lanky, rangy safety appears to be, in my eyes, moving more fluid, and really be more of a quicker twitch athlete than him, and so I look at that and I go, okay, well, I'm that's not going to back me off of my belief he's going to be a nickel. So, look, and this is not a negative thing, by the way. People hear this and all of a sudden it's a negative. I just disagree with Mina Kimes and everybody else that thinks this guy's going to help this team at the outside corner position. I think he's going to help this team sooner rather than later at the nickel defender position. It's where he best fits.
Yeah, we'll see. Again, quickly, also, you said you liked the kid. The safety out of USC. That was if anybody impressed you, and I know it's shorts and stuff, but if anybody impressed you today, the most just visually, it was him.
Well, yeah, look, just in and out of his pedals and in and out of his cuts, and he is fluid, man. He is smooth. And the other thing that really can get me good and turned on is he is long, man. He's rangy, Ron. He is. Again, I mentioned Kyle Hamilton earlier, and I don't mean Kyle Hamilton because hell, that's one of the best in the league. But when you watch the Baltimore Ravens defense play, and Kyle Hamilton shoots into the screen, he's built different. Like, he looks long and rangy in a world of the most elite athletes. Like,
they've got him listed, Kalen Bullock, at 6'3", 190.
He's every bit of 6'3", and maybe it has to do with how lean he is too. He is thin, but maybe that has to. But he looks like he is going to be a guy that's going. You won't roam in center field for your defense. To me, what I saw today, again, and it's real more about just seeing the guys in person for the first time. What I saw today is I would bet that Bullock is on the field in this draft class. I would bet that Bullock is on the field earlier than anybody else. Now, of course, I'm not talking about injuries. Injuries can change that, but just rookies that are playing a position where you got one older guy in Ward, and Petrie obviously was a disappointment last year. I just think there's going to be an opportunity for him to get on the field, and it's going to be hard to ignore just how, because I heard DeMeco and Nick talking about how rangy he is, how he can cover ground, how he's got great ball skills. If that's the case, and it's the guy that I saw today, and he just needs to gain a little weight, well, we can gain some weight in the offseason. If that kid's as good as you say he is and looks like that in pads, yeah, he's a guy that I think could help his team immediately.
Big 3 at 3. Number 2.
Singleton drills one. This is an upper tank off the facade of the third deck. A big fly by John Singleton. That ball was well tattooed. It's 3-0 Astros.
Yeah, that was. Well, we heard that. We saw that, heard that yesterday with more commentary on that homer. Here's shortstop, who's playing his ass off, by the way. Shortstop Jeremy Pena on that Singleton home run.
So I'm pimping it, and once he pimps it, it's far. So I just ran my base, made it my home plate. I'm going to say it for life. Singleton's got the best pimp jobs ever, man. This dude, it's like as soon as he hits it, he knows. He just drops that thing, So I love it.
mean, I feel like John is thinking about the pimping of the home run just as much as he is hitting the home run.
Ain't no doubt.
He does it well, though.
He does it so well. Like there's effort in practice for that.
Oh, he's thinking about it at night.
Like in front of the mirror.
There is effort in practice of that. I used to do that when I was in high school. Practice my celebrations.
Do you find that hard to believe, Tyler?
No.
I'd be in that downstairs by myself. The hell with the calls. I've made the sack, and I would crawl on the ground for about
The
5
showman.
yards.
Oh, that was the deal. Who did that? What deal was that? Was that Warren Sapp?
I forgot who did. Yeah,
Didn't Warren
did
Sapp
it
do
before
that?
Yeah, Warren did it a few times.
I would slow crawl it. I'd practice my celebrations.
I like that out of you.
Yeah, I do. I'd practice it. I think John practiced that thing. But hey, he got him off along with Yordan Alvarez, 3-0 in that first inning. By the way, they led after the half inning. In the first, each one of these games against the Yankees, this one they were able to hold on. I think the story still is Ronel Blanco. Cheryl, if you can get me his numbers on the season real quick. I don't have him by heart, but he has been, I don't want to say a lifesaver because only the Chicago White Sox, FedEx Presents, by the way, only the Chicago White Sox have a better or worse record. But they got 13 wins. Only God knows where they would be if Ronel Blanco wasn't on this team. And he's the story, again, going 5+ innings and keeping the score down and giving up 2 runs. And he's been close to, if not hitting, quality starts each time out. What's his numbers?
Cheryl was all over it. Ronel Blanco, he is 4 wins, 0 losses this season, 2.23 ERA, and that's in 7 games started. 41 strikeouts.
Yeah, he's saved this group. Like this, they'd be in a really bad spot, and he's given them more than a chance to win every time out. He's to me the big story. Obviously, helped you all almost win money, but his performance, man. The hope is that he can continue to keep this up while the rest of the rotation starts to get healthy. And if there's any flickering of a chance, I think it starts there.
7 starts, 5 quality starts.
Yep.
I mean, 5 of 7. That's
barely missed one last night too.
Well, when you're didn't
because he got pulled.
Include last night.
He got pulled after that strikeout.
Yeah, I mean, look, where I was going with that is, I mean, to me, that is the convincing number of, like, what this guy's done this year. I mean, 5 of 7 times he's gone out there and given you 6 and 3 or fewer. I mean, it's at this point we've seen enough of a sample size to believe that, he may capture lightning in a bottle for 1 year, but there's no reason to not believe that Ronel Blanco right now is going to continue in the fashion that he started this season with. It's been impressive, man. 11 earned runs in 44 and a third inning.
Yeah, he's been fantastic. I don't want to overlook this. I think there are a lot of important things if you are one to believe the Astros still have a shot. I think there were a lot of important things last night. I think Yordan getting going and having a big home run to get it started.
Yep.
And another double where he scored a run off of Jeremy Pena. And I think, as we talked about, Blanco is a big deal. But, hey, in that 6th spot, Alex Bregman got 2 hits. I don't care how hard they were. I don't care where they went. I don't care what happened the other times that he came up to the plate.
Needed him.
That pissed off Clint and other fans. But he got 2 singles. That's what it goes on. I don't care how soft they were. He got 2 singles. And hopefully, like a basketball player who is struggling and sees a free throw go down, hopefully a single or these hits can help maybe get him going or do something. I did think you could see him making a concerted effort to go to right field, and I think that's where both of his hits were. I know he had that pop up with the runner on third that he wasn't able to get home, but it was going to right field. Looks like he is starting to try to go the other way and go with the pitch. His first hit was him going with the pitch. So I think that's a thing to monitor. That Alex Bregman had 2 things happen. two things go right. I don't know if you remember, boy, he got his first hit, and then I can't remember who. I think Diaz immediately grounded into a double play.
Mm-hmm.
But you could see his whole demeanor, even running off. I think he smiled. I hadn't seen Alex smile.
AB the Peacock was back for a brief second, wasn't he?
Just a second. And, I mean, good for him. The lineup is out, by the way, as they play Detroit. This may help with your money thoughts. Altuve, Tucker, Jordan is in left field. That's a big outfield. Pena is batting fourth at shortstop. Singleton stays in the lineup at first. Bregman stays in that sixth spot. Yainer Diaz is the DH tonight with Victor Caratini as the catcher. And Dubon needs another day off. He is out with Jake Myers in center field. Had a gentleman walk up to me at Twin Peaks yesterday. Hey, is it just me, or should Dubon be playing every day? I said, no, big dog, it ain't just you. We talked about. He said, okay, I thought I might have been crazy. I said, no, you ain't crazy.
No, you ain't one bit crazy.
I know he dropped that ball in the outfield yesterday, but good
I
God
don't
Almighty.
give two rips. I mean, that dude is clutch, man. He was 0 for 4 yesterday, I think, too. But it's the day before when he had multiple hits.
He had 3 hits, yeah.
Yeah, man. I mean, like that dude's got to be an everyday player, man. But
for this crew.
But hey, Jake Myers had a triple a couple nights ago.
He's
hitting 250.
He's hitting 250.
See what he can get rolling.
Over under how many times tonight Jake Myers almost collides with one of his fellow outfielders? Because it feels like it's happening every damn game lately.
Get off Jake, man.
He is.
No, he needs to just learn his role.
You know he is in survival mode when that ball gets in the air.
How many bases Jake got to have tonight for you to win your bet?
I didn't place no damn money on Jake Myers, but
Jake,
it's 1.5.
You know what Jake reminds me of in the outfield? Like when you first got your permit and you're driving, and how nervous you are to get on to the highway. And you're just floating, and you're just trying to get on, and it's just full
white
relief,
knuckling it.
Full relief when you get on to the highway. That's how I feel like Jake is.
Good.
When the ball is in the air, he is full nerves all the way, and finally relief when he catches. That's why his routes are always just interesting.
I like that. Either that or a baby giraffe. One of those remind me of him.
NFL release comes next week. The schedule release comes next week. Which game do you know who they're playing? You just don't know when. Which game are you most excited for the Texans? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, let me take a quick minute and tip my cap to all my Coors Light drinkers out there, man. You're drinking the world's most refreshing beer, and you look damn good while you're doing it. I drank one of them old
workout mix thanks to Planet Fitness. There's plenty of options to help you find your groove. Find them all on the free Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yes, indeed. Take me back to 1997.
What's the song, Ron? What's the song?
He started over. Start it over.
There's some bugs moving around.
Oh, yeah. It's Dave. I ain't gonna lie to you. That's not where my mind was going for some reason. For some reason, I was like, is this Hootie and the Blowfish?
It's got that kind of sound.
I don't know why.
It's not a bad. No, I see where you're at with that.
I got it now. Yeah, I got it now. Yeah, shout out to you, Dave. Hopefully, you came out to Twin Peaks yesterday and you had a chance to scan to win a pair of tickets to see the Dave Matthews Band as they'll be at Cynthia Woods Pavilion. And your chance. Hopefully you came out and hung out and you get that opportunity to go and get that opportunity, as you said, what, sundresses and
sundresses
and ladies. What'd you say, if you're looking for somebody from the ages of 35 to 60?
Some old boy, which he wasn't what I was looking for, but he did text in or tweet to me and say that he's 28 and he's got Dave Matthews on his radar. So I would say 30 to 60. I'll bring it. I'd go 30 to 60. If you're interested in women from 30 to 60 years old, sundresses, wedges, the weather's going to be great. Dave Matthews, Cynthia Woods, Mitchell Pavilion up there on the north side. Yeah, I mean that would be prime grounds, man.
Yeah, prime ground. Yeah, go ahead, get it.
Probably a lot of girls' night out going to happen with Dave, I would imagine.
Yeah, sundresses, G's and T's, baby.
G's and T's. G's.
G-strings.
G's and T's.
Thongs.
And T-shirts?
No. Sundresses, either with G-strings or thongs.
Oh, G's and T's. Yes. Yes.
Did you have that, Tyler? Look at his eye. He did a nod.
I went T-shirt and G is what I thought.
Now, if you went T-shirt and panties, great song for that. Anyway. Great, one of my faves. Not a little different from Dave, but one of my faves.
Yeah, a little different vibe. Same,
all right.
Same end game, a little different vibe.
Yes. Whenever the 15th is, that's the day that the schedule is going to be released. That's when we're going to know when this thing I can't wait.
Next Wednesday.
Yes, I can't wait for that. I cannot wait for May 15th to see what that is going to look like because, honest to God, in my mind, I have a number in my head of wins. That when I just look at the Texans team and I look at the schedule, I have a number in my head of wins.
Oh, when are we going to talk about that?
But I do feel like the way the schedule is set up could completely change.
Yeah, it matters, right?
You know what I mean? Like in my head, I could see I have a number, but I wonder what it looks like. Because I had a number last year. And I think it went up a game once I saw the way the schedule was set up. I thought they had a favorable schedule the way it was set up. But we'll see what that is and how the schedule is grouped. We do know what games there will be. And they got a lot of games on this schedule that you can get yourself good and excited about. Good, and I'm about to get ready for this release so I can be in the building for this game.
You're getting me football horny, as Clint would say.
There you go, PC. I don't know. Well, I don't know. Maybe he might have left that out. Maybe he does have the way that Patrick just said that. He may be somebody who have left, a little porno.
Left his old computer on the hub.
Yeah. But Clint, I think there's one way many people here think I may go on what game that I am most excited to see, and there are a lot. But I want to experience for the first time what Texans Cowboy Week is. And not just Texans Cowboy Week, but now it's Texans Cowboy Week where I think both teams are good football teams.
Yeah.
and both teams matter, and it seems like it is hard to believe wherever the game is on the schedule that game won't have huge implications when it comes to postseason.
Yeah.
And I feel like here at the station, we're probably going to do something big for that.
We should.
And I am that's the one I'm looking for. I want to see what Houston looks like going up against Dallas with an important game with a team that they feel could really go somewhere.
Well, this has got real legs because it's not driven by Dallas. The stuff that's driven by Dallas or the hate for Dallas, I just don't know that would ever be as powerful as I've heard Texans fans. I've seen it on social media. Hell, I think I've even heard C.J. Stroud say it in some of his back and forth with Micah Parsons. Who is the best team in Texas? I think that's debatable right now. Who is the best quarterback in Texas? I think it's C.J. Stroud, right? And so you look at those things being realities. It's not driven by hate. It's driven by the reality of today. The truth of the matter is the Texans were a better football team last year. Truth of the matter is we've got a quarterback down here in Houston for 4 more years on a rookie deal while you're up there paying $50-some-odd million to a guy that's won 2 playoff games. It's driven by the reality of Houston potentially being a better football team. Not because I said it or somebody on the road said it, but because of what happened, what took place on the field last year. And so I think that really puts the Dallas fan base and Dallas folks in general between a rock and a hard place. Because there ain't nothing you can say about it. All you can do is look forward to that game. All you can do is hope your team, the Dallas Cowboys, end up beating the Texans so that you can say, see, y'all ain't never going to be on this level. And so with that said, I just think it's got real legs to be a big time matchup, not just here, but nationally.
No, it'd be a big game. Yeah,
the Lone Star rivalry, the who's the best team in Texas, that will be a.
Well, you
huge
got the quarterback. The quarterbacks are like, however people feel about Dak. This is a guy who finished second in the MVP race last year and is one of the most talked about quarterbacks in the game. A lot of it had to do because of who he plays for, but one of the most polarizing players in the game, Dak Prescott.
Well, and you can argue, Ron, too. Think about it. You can argue that he took CJ's place. I mean, midway through the year, CJ was in the running for rookie. I mean, for MVP. I mean, he was in that conversation.
Is that your
game? Remember, Dak took over and had a hell of a run late in the season when CJ Stroud got injured and kind of, you know what I mean? You can argue that Dak ended up taking CJ's place, and CJ was the earlier in the season was better than Dak. So I don't know that dynamic.
Is that the one for you? Is that the one that you look forward to the most?
Yeah, the potential of Cowboys. The potential of Cowboys on Texans Cowboys on Thanksgiving. I'll add that wrinkle in there. Would be tremendous.
All right, I see some people texting in theirs. We'll look at that. Some people talk about Buffalo with the Diggs situation. I get that. We'll look at those and a little news about the Astros. A little news. And listen, it's good news. It is good news. I got you. It's good news. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, you got up, you went to work all week this week, and every morning you looked in the mirror, you felt good about that gear.
Done.
Get a free estimate from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, as we said, next Wednesday, the games and the schedule, the order of the games come out. What game are you most looking for? For me, I just want to see what Texans-Cowboys look like. Clint, you said the hope is it's on Thanksgiving. Someone texted in, if it's not on Thanksgiving or Sunday night, it will be BS. They said more than BS, but
Right.
Someone
And I agree,
in,
by the way.
Someone texted in, Ron, you sure it's not the Chiefs? No, that game I am desperately excited to see. I cannot wait to see those two quarterbacks together, and I hope it is the first game of the season, which I've said since we saw
two things on that, Ron. Outside of the Cowboys game and where that lands and that rivalry being a real thing, because I think that'll at the end of the season, looking back on it, I believe that will be the biggest moment in the season, and from a hype perspective, anyway. The Kansas City Chiefs to open the season on Thursday night would be huge. The Kansas City Chiefs in primetime would be big.
Yes.
Other than that game, yeah, Stroud, Pat Mahomes, cool. I'd like to see that. But that game needs to be in primetime. Like, it loses some real pop for me if it's not primetime. Like primetime as in the
Cowboys
season. No, I'm talking Chiefs.
Oh, that has to be. Oh, that will. There is no way it won't be. There is no way that won't be a standalone game.
Got to be, right?
Yes.
How many primetime games you think the Texans get this year?
5.
5, huh?
Yeah.
I was going to say 4, but I like 5 better.
I think Mahomes against Stroud is a definite. I think the Cowboys is a definite. I think the rematch against the Ravens is probably one that I think they've got a bunch that are like, I think him against Love, the two young quarterbacks, that looks like that could be one of them Monday night games.
Mm-hmm.
Because we're talking Thursday, Monday, and Sunday night, and I don't, even if you include maybe Saturdays, we'll see. But like that one feels it. There's going to be a division game that's a primetime game for them. Like, you could see Anthony Richardson and the Colts or Trevor, that being a primetime game somewhere. I think there's a chance, because of the Diggs situation with Buffalo, that there is interest and intrigue in that Buffalo and Houston could be a primetime game. I mean, they have one of the premier stars right now in the league, one of the hottest up-and-coming stars in the league right now. And he plays quarterback.
Yeah.
And they've got matchups like the Aaron Rodgers and the Jets game. Like that, you can see that one be like they've got a good 2 to 3 bona fide straight up Sunday night ones.
Right. Just
the
lots.
Chiefs, like that have like, and when we say Sunday night, those are games where that game could potentially be the most interesting game of the weekend, the most see one. The Dallas game, the Chiefs game, and I think the Ravens game. Those are 3 games that are Sunday night worthy. And then they've got, the Packer game, which is the 2 young quarterbacks going against each other. They've got those division games that are, I think a good 5.
Ooh.
A good clean 5.
Go from having to get
having none.
Well, what'd they do? They tried to sell us that the 3 o'clock game that they got flexed into was a prime game. Yeah,
the Saturday one was the only one. The final one against the Colts, where it got to a Saturday night ball game.
Yep, that's right. Wow, yeah, that's a big number, man. That's a big number. But you're right, the schedule holds it. I mean, a big part of having such a difficult schedule and having so many quarterbacks on that schedule, a big part of that is there's some cachet that comes with it.
Yep. I mean, like, we're not, like, another one, an interesting one. Like, I could see Amazon Prime jumping all over. Ooh, give me Caleb Williams versus C.J. Stroud, Bears and Texans. Like, I mean, yeah, they're gonna work them jokers over. By the way, Victor Caratini is catching Framber today. This is the fourth consecutive game he's caught him. Is that his guy? Is Vic and Framber becoming a
starting to seem that way, isn't it?
Becoming a team here?
I think Framber is a guy.
I'm cool as Diaz still stays in the lineup.
Look, he's DH, and I feel like Framber Valdez is a guy that needs a mature, settle you down type of catcher back here, and maybe Vic being. Now that I know Vic's not Italian and he's Puerto Rican, that makes a big difference. But the fact that he's the veteran, and you would think probably has a little is a little more level-headed, if you will, a little more even keel, if you will. I would bet that has a little something to do with that, Ron. I would bet like there's just no way around Framber not being able to stay locked in over the last handful of years kind of deal. It's always been a conversation. There's always getting help off the field. Like that's got to play into that, man. I don't think it's just by it's coincidence that
he's the one. The only one, what'd you say, the only game he hasn't caught, Victor hasn't caught a Framber was opening day when they had Diaz.
That's right.
Opening day. But outside of that, that's been his I'm cool with that. Like there's going to be a run through the rotation in which especially in a stretch like this, in which Diaz doesn't catch somebody, he's going to have a day off against somebody.
Yeah.
And if whoever it is, is the right demeanor to match what Framber makes sense. Whoever it is, and I'll be honest with you, John is going off here a little bit. I wouldn't mind exploring. I wouldn't mind exploring more Diaz at first base, something like that.
That is interesting.
Because I think you need his offense big time, and I do think, and I've said this, he's going to go catching 100-plus games.
You know where Ron's going with this, Tyler.
Where am I going?
You know where a worry ass Ron's going with this.
Well, no, I'm not really worried.
You see what's happening here.
I'm not worried.
I usually do, but I don't right now.
I'm not worried about injury. I'm worried about him wearing down.
So every night, think about it, Tyler. When Diaz doesn't catch, what does he do?
DH or sits,
which is going to be DH.
Right. Yeah.
What does that do?
I mean,
if he DHs, what does that do?
Puts Jordan in the field.
Yeah, puts Jordan in left field. See, that's what he's doing. He wants Jordan to still be able to DH, even though Diaz.
And listen, this man, and to be honest with you, it all makes more sense. It all makes more sense. No, honest to God, I think this is a conversation that they're going to have to move. Because listen, we've talked about the window closing conversation. Like, are they getting to that point? I don't think the window has to. You got Yordan Alvarez, and you got Altuve over the next couple of years. Your window ain't got to close. That's a hell of a start to roll with those two guys right there. Now, I mean, the parts around them may have to change, just like Kyle Tucker kind of changed with it. Just like Pena has changed with it. I think Yainer Diaz could be another big part of whatever the next window is. And to me, him not catching every day and playing a position where his legs and his body isn't drained down, I think that hurts him offensively, clearly, as it does with catchers. I think if he played first base, Clint, like we're getting a large enough sample size. I don't know. It's almost unexplainable to me with how wild of a swinger he is. But that son of a gun's gonna hit 270. He's gonna hit.
Yeah.
He's hit 280 all last year, over 100 games, and to this point, he's been hitting between 270, 300.
He appears to have been gotten more disciplined at the plate.
And he has, yes. And he has as well. And if he played first base, he feels like a 275-plus hitter with 30-plus homers. Now, if he catches 100-plus ball games a year, I feel like his body gets worn a little bit. I think that's something that they should explore anyway in the future. Him offensively is got a chance to be.
That's a hell.
And I love it. Let him DH.
He wants to take the kid's natural position away from him just to protect Jordan's knees from playing.
I'm thinking about him.
Look, I I've been
and the
pretty quiet on this.
Jordan
but
thing is
Jordan's got bad knees. He does.
Has bad knees. My thing ain't even with Jordan. It's just an added thing that makes more sense.
That's unbelievable, man.
Just added
compromising Diaz's career to protect it.
Like how different you think his offensive numbers would be if he didn't play catcher? I mean,
so far there's no reason to believe they'd be different. He's 40 games now. To your point, there's a much bigger deal at a game 100 than it is at game 40. But I'm going to see if it is before I worry about it.
Astros may have saved old Craig Biggio some years of some good play. You know.
Craig just never.
You want to give yourself
Craig
a real
never
advantage.
Looked like a catcher.
Have your catcher that hit 330.
No, I'd like my first baseman to do it. Especially when you don't have nobody over there right now.
Well, Big John keeps coming. He may.
All right. Okay.
Big John, how about it?
You're right. Let's ride the John way. I think Craig's issue is Craig just never looked like a catcher.
You don't think so?
He's a little light in the ass to be a catcher. I think.
I think one day somebody said, I don't know if it was Phil Garner or whoever. Somebody just said, you know what? You just got second baseman written all over you.
Your backstop's too small.
And we want to save your legs, but you just look like a second base.
I think that was the great Larry Durker.
I've never even thought about it like that. But the usually it's like catcher to third. Catcher to either somewhere where you don't have to throw or somewhere where your arm strength matters, and the mechanics are somewhat. I mean, he went to second, like the place where.
But then he looked perfect. As
It was great. Hell yeah. But I mean, usually that's something where you go to second to hide the arm strength or the lack thereof.
And I agree with that. I'll tell you right now, Craig Biggio looked a hell of a lot more like a catcher than a damn center fielder where he found himself in part of his career. I mean, he wasn't even bad out there, but God,
hell of an afternoon. What you got coming up at the 4?
Big show announcement. I ain't talking about Ron's old nickname. I'm talking about the drive, baby. Big time announcement coming up. We got some big day coming up in the future. And I was out there at NRG Stadium, baby. Had these Jays on that turf, man, and that heat is coming. It's coming, H-Town. Them rookies and the heat. We'll talk about that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
The Texans getting JJ back and winning the Super Bowl would be bigger than both Astros.
General. Producers have the appropriate licenses for the products they offer. Increased income is possible using strategies suited to your goals and may require buying multiple annuities and holding them full term.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I don't necessarily have to rip your head off and mess in your neck.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Speaking of party, boys, guess what? Tyler, you put this on the rundown. Our 1,000th show is not this coming Monday, but the following Monday, correct?
Yes, sir, man. 1,000.
I don't know if we're going to make it.
That's going to be May the 20th.
You laughing?
That's going to be May the 20th. Y'all don't quit moaning on the air. One of y'all might not make it. I'm going to make it.
I wake up every day and I wonder.
Oh, I don't know about that kind of make it. Hell, that ain't my decision. I thought you meant here on the air.
No, I meant as our show. I wake up every day. We going to have another day.
1,000th show of The Drive. I really it's been all kind of names.
The Drive and Clint Stoerner and the show
with Ron and Tyler and Old Dirty. 1,000 shows together, boys. Next Monday, not this coming Monday, but the following Monday is when it's at. Where we partying at? We're gonna be on the road. Let's go ahead and put that out there. We're gonna be on the road somewhere.
Do we get to pick?
We're gonna be on the road somewhere. Do we get to pick?
Yeah. So can we do the show live from Cal and Hannah's house?
Well, I mean, you can dream whatever you want. I mean, I love dreaming big. But they tell you when you set your goals, I mean, you want to make them like attainable. I don't know if that one is, even though Hannah's she is a listener. So if she's out there and you want to let us set, no, I don't want to do it at Nick's house. I've got.
You probably don't have any good snacks.
I've got significant interest in Cal and Hannah's house and
that would be fun.
The backyard. I've seen pictures when they have the parties over there. Like have somebody on a grill and I mean really show their excitement for us getting to 1,000 and their excitement about our next 1,000 shows. Yeah, but we're going to be on the road somewhere, boys. It's in the plan.
Doing the gritty in the background.
Yes. No, I think actually Joanna would be the one doing the gritty in the background. I don't know if Hannah would stoop that low.
I think they both.
Remind me, we got to come back to something. We've got to come back to something regarding Joanna. I never talked to y'all about. We got to come back.
Probably not have that conversation first on the air. We should probably.
It's fine for on air.
The excitement in his.
I had completely forgotten.
In his eyes and heart.
What? She was in the height. You ran into her in the height.
No. Something happened at the Texans uniform party thing. We'll revisit it later. I don't want to get off track.
Well, here's the deal. Can we all agree that we're going to be out somewhere for our 1,000th show, so all the listeners can come through and say hello and bring
ideas.
Gifts.
You
and
can
bring
send
gifts.
ideas of where you think we should go.
Yeah. I mean, 713-572-4610. Go ahead and throw them out there. I mean, anybody out there that's listening that's part of like the decision making at a bar, or restaurant, or event center, or anything that would be fun. Just keep that in mind, man. We got about 8, 9 days, 10 days here to get this done.
Treasures,
which is I don't know if we can pull that off. You can't moan on air. We definitely can't do it.
And on that, unfortunately, I don't know that Tyler will be joining us, but.
Well, I mean, I actually think if there's ever a time that Tyler does get out of the studio and come help, I think that would be the time to do it. Although I guess if he did that, it wouldn't legitimately be the 1,000th show together because you wouldn't actually be on the show.
Hey, man, Bill Belichick would have loved me. I just do my job. I just do my job.
I don't know if Belichick would have liked you.
And what day is that? Because I want to make sure I'm not calling in on that day.
Yeah, Monday, May the 20th, boys. I think that's the day. But anyway, 713-572-4610. Text in any ideas where you think we should be having it. Fact of the matter is we're going to be in the streets somewhere, so all the people can come celebrate with us. We're going to have a good time for that 1,000th show. I'll be honest with you. I'm not a counter. I don't typically keep score, but I didn't think we'd make it to 1,000.
I know. I'm going to jump in on your toes right now.
Well, go ahead.
I want you to bring that music down.
You walk on the top, I'll walk on the bottom.
Bring that music down real quick, Tyler. Did you think we was going to make 1,000 shows when we first?
Absolutely.
When I joined y'all, I thought no way in hell, but then over time I realized we had something.
No. It's a dead ass serious.
Whenever I took over for old Bridget, I was like, damn. I'm just kidding.
I thought they was going to break us up a few times.
No, that's true.
Well, I didn't know.
What was the number one reason that you thought that we wouldn't get to that?
You and the boss fighting all the time, maybe? that might be the starting point.
And now, to be fair to
not
all
Parker.
parties, yeah, not Parker.
Not Parker.
Not that we know of, anyway. Maybe going on behind closed
doors. Not
Parker.
No, I wouldn't say a fight.
The
Vegas thing.
Now, I'll be honest with you. I don't know that. I didn't know that it would either be you going, all right, I'm not doing this. I'm out. I'm not dealing with this, or him saying, look, I'm not dealing with this. Your ass is out. So I did not think there was not just one time. There were several times where I thought one of these two guys is going to get tired of this. At some point, somebody's going to get tired of this and decide to move their family back to Kansas City or be forced to move their family back to Kansas City.
Just like Brady and Belichick in New England, man.
Yeah, man. 1,000 shows. What a hell of an accomplishment, man.
I didn't think I was going to outlast him.
You didn't think he's going to outlast Belichick, huh? Or Armin.
No, I told him earlier, listen, I expressed myself. I'm not going to hold back. I express I try to be respectful when I do it. Sometimes, voices get raised. We get after it. It's good.
Yeah,
healthy conversation.
I don't think the voices raised. I think there was I think looking back on it now that we're in a counseling session.
There are a few times we come out of those meetings and we get by ourselves. You're like, boy, man, you really let it.
You really let you. But I think there's a level. What concerned me was a level of hard-headedness, which I'm very familiar with because I'm the same way. But I typically was kind of a bystander in these conversations more so than in the middle of it.
I believe in it.
I thought for sure there was like, boy, this hard-headedness. Like, I mean, Armin's telling him exactly what he wants or doesn't want, and Ron's response is, well, can I do?
Just giving you reasons why I think it's a bad idea.
Nonetheless, we made it to 1,000. We're going to be out and about. Anybody out there that owns a restaurant, owns a bar, owns anything like that, wants to have a good time at their place next Monday, hell, let's do it. I don't know where the Astros are, but they're playing 16 straight days. I think they're going to make it to that day. So the Astros will be playing that night. There'll be a good little party going on, good reason to party and watch and hang. And so anyway, show us how much you love us. 713.
We party. Now, if you were there when we when all the folks, when you guys came out and joined us at Twin Peaks, when we in the NCAA tournament, we hit that parlay. We partied now.
Yes.
We partied.
Yes, we did.
We have a good time at it.
So come hang with us. But other than that, the Texans, they were on that turf today, y'all. The rookie mini camp was this morning. And I'll be honest with you, boys. I'm not a big fan of how we've always got to talk about the Houston weather. Like every year now that I've been in the business, it seems like this time of year the rookies are like, oh, my God, this Houston weather is different, man. And I know it is.
Just is.
I know it is, but damn, can we quit talking about it? Can we just go get that working? I'm gonna be honest with you. I was surprised by the sweat that was rolling down the crack of my tail today.
I mean, it gets you right to the start of the back and just comes.
I mean, it's May 10, man. And I'm sitting out there, and there ain't a lick of shade to find either. I mean, it is. Woo.
When I got off that plane from New York and got back in here,
you got up there, you got spoiled in the Northeast with that springtime.
It was 52
scarf weather for
when
you.
We left.
How many scarves you wear?
I'm telling you, I didn't pull any out.
Oh man,
that's surprising.
I didn't. Yeah, it was, but it was 52 when I got in here. I got off that plane.
Yeah,
went to go walk to go get that car. I mean,
swampy.
It just karate kicks you in the face.
Yeah.
I mean, I've told y'all this multiple times, and I hear what you're saying, Clint, about like, God, every year we hear about, oh, yeah, it's hot. We get a Houston hot. I get that, but I've lived in this city my entire life, and I, year in, year out, still dread summer. I've never adjusted to the miserable heat that is Houston.
You don't get used to that.
Yeah, you don't. But I'm going to tell you what. I'm going to tell you boys what. I grew up here too. I'm damn near immune to it. I say that hopefully I don't have a heat stroke, but like it doesn't ever bother me.
You go running it.
Well, I prefer to sweat because I retain water like unbelievably. So I prefer to get the sweat, and if I can stand there and sweat, that's great. Versus having to work. I'm gonna tell y'all though, man. When I was the first year I was with the Cowboys, we were still in Wichita Falls for training camp.
I remember you said
there's no way that time of year in what was that? That'd be 2000 and 2001. There's no doubt that was the hottest place on earth. And it's not. It ain't muggy like it was. It felt like you were in a microwave. It was the driest. If you were in the shade, it's cool. It was nice. step out in that sun, it felt like the sun was right on top of you. It was absolutely ridiculous. I'll take this muggy stuff. Maybe I got to set it.
Two-a-days?
Maybe, and we did real two-a-days too. Maybe I was thankful I was a quarterback and wasn't getting no reps. That's for damn sure. I don't know how them big fellas was doing it. But nonetheless, the Texans were out there today. Ron, I'll be honest with you. I watched two guys. I looked for number 14, and when I found 14, I found 41, which is Kamari Lassiter, second-round pick out of Georgia, cornerback at Georgia. And then alongside of him is Kalen Bullock.
USC
safety out of USC. Third-rounder, right? Isn't that right?
Third-rounder, yep. They moved up to get him.
Once I saw those guys from my vantage point, that's really who I locked in on. I didn't see the second-round tackle that they drafted out of Notre Dame. I saw him, but I didn't get a really good look. I didn't spend much time looking at him. I saw Cade Stover. Cade Stover is going to be one of those guys that's just going to have to get in games and make plays and be a steady Eddie. But I think he's not going to just be a guy that when he walks by, you're like, wow, this dude. Or when he catches a ball and takes off an open field, it's like, wow, this guy's got unbelievable blazing speed. Like it's going to be a cumulative on Sundays before we know how good that kid is. But I watched Kamari Lassiter and I watched Bullock today quite a bit. And Ron, I just another notch in the Kamari Lassiter is a nickel defender.
Really?
I know he's I think he's got listed at just under 6 foot at about $190, which doesn't seem heavy but when you look at him, he looks like a thicker corner. He moves a little bit more rigid than your corners do. I know some of your like Derek Stingley and some of these other guys are bigger bodied, thicker corners, but they have the reason they're drafted in the top 5 is because they're bigger bodied and they have the fluidity of a smaller player. They still move like a smaller player. To me, there's just in the basic movements that we were able to see today, what I saw was, again, a guy that I said, yep, that he moves more like a nickel defender. He's built more like a nickel defender, a little bit stockier. He looks like a defender that likes to get in the face and be physical. And so there was nothing there, and it really wasn't about a whole lot of what I saw today as much as I didn't see a guy that I think is moving good enough or moves fluid enough to just jump out there and be a starting corner in the NFL, which to be fair and to be completely honest, I think that's damn near impossible anyway. Hell, it's damn near impossible for 90% of the corners that are drafted in the first round, much less the second round. So I don't know. I just, to me, it just kind of reinforced the thought that this guy's going to be an inside corner for me, an inside cover defender for me, Ron.
Yeah, it's interesting to me because, like, in the secondary, you say, all right, what are the positions? You're asking me, what positions do you feel the best about in the secondary? I'm talking about, like, right now, I'd say, obviously, Stingley first. And for me, like, I love Jimmy Ward, but his health concerns are a big concern. To me, I would say the nickel corner with Des King would maybe, after Stingley, would be the thing that I feel like most confident about in the secondary. We talk about the second and third corner, Petrie in the back
More
end.
than fair, yeah.
And it seems like they are hell-bent on trying to potentially move past him. And everything we've heard, he said Nickel himself, we talked about him, is that they've tried to move past it. And it feels like it almost feels like they feel that there's a void there that they need to
well, look, I think I too like Des King. I really like Des King when Tavier Thomas is the other option, right?
That may be.
Look, I don't think it's a stretch to think that Kamari Lassiter is more athletic and tangibly brings more to the game, the nickel position, than Des King does right now. Now, Des survives based on his instincts a lot of the time, which I think I'm not minimizing those. I'm just saying that's how he's not winning because he's an elite athlete tangibly, like physically, at the nickel position. He's a veteran. He's experienced. He's got great instincts. That's how he wins, which, again, not minimizing it, just evaluating it, just analyzing it, just putting it out there for you. I think Kamari Lassiter, again, they say he's a student of the game. They say he's got these instincts. I hope that holds true at the NFL level. But if we're just talking about the effort to upgrade the nickel defender position, it wouldn't shock me one bit if Kamari Lassiter is like noticeably more athletic, noticeably more physical at the line of scrimmage, noticeably, at the end of the day, more talented than Des King. So I think there is and to your point, Nick and DeMeco clearly don't think very highly of Des King, or they wouldn't have cut him last year. So, I put all those things together, Ron.
I'm not going to say they don't, but their actions don't appear to.
Yeah, I didn't say they didn't like him. I said they don't value him.
Yeah, value. Yeah, that's at least the way that I think maybe some may.
I mean, it took a guy getting absolutely torched for you to give him another chance.
And as soon as he came in, he made the tackle to stop him in the end zone.
Yeah. So look, and look, I don't think it's going to be a cakewalk for the guy to upseat Des King. I just think I think he's got a better chance to get on the field at the nickel defender position than he does outside. I think it's more likely that he can go in there and compete and have a leg up against Des King than it is he goes outside, which I don't think he fits, and competes with C.J. Henderson and Jeff Okudah and plays an outside corner for this defense. If he plays outside corner for this defense, I think it's because there's been an injury or something. Here's DeMeco Ryans on Kamari Lassiter once again reiterating what I believe is exactly my point.
With Kamari, again, he's a very sharp young man. He can play inside and he can play outside. He did that at Georgia, and we'll whatever that day calls for, we'll put him out at corner, we'll put him at nickel, and we'll see what happens.
The only person that I've heard a coaching staff here in Houston recently talking about he can play inside or outside, that was Des King, who ultimately you don't want to play outside, but he can play outside in a pinch. So again, things just keep adding up to where this guy's going to be an inside corner. Real quick, the other thing from really the bigger point, now that we're almost out of time, the bigger point, the Bullock kid out of USC, to me, Ryan, he is really long. He is rangy. It's noticeable. It's noticeable. It's like, wow, this kid's long. He's unbelievably fluid for a safety in his pedals and coming out of his pedals and getting in and out of his brakes. I would bet on Bullock overcoming the weight issue or the lack thereof, like being undersized. I would bet on him overcoming that and being the first draft pick from this class right here to play to get extended time.
6'3", 190.
And looks every bit of it.
Yeah. And if he, when you say weight, he'll 10 pounds. If he got to 200 pounds with that length and size just to.
Yeah, and to be fair with Lassiter next to him, I mean, it's hard to tell. Like, is he like super, super fluid or is Lassiter really rigid? Is Lassiter really that big, or is it because Bullock is that thin? When we get those guys amongst Jeff Okudah, C.J. Henderson, Derek Stingley, Jalen Petrie, and see them all next to each other, see how their weight's distributed, we'll be able to tell a little bit different. But very impressed with Bullock and how fluid he was, and he is a rangy dude, man.
If you still have hope, if you still have that little bit of hope that the Astros are going to turn this thing around and get back in it, something happened yesterday that has to be the catalyst of that. We'll discuss that coming up next.
got you covered 24/7 on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
It was a big boost, but more for him because I know he's been working on some things. And, when he hit it, he looked in the dugout like saying, hey, I'm coming. And we know he's coming, and we can't wait for him to get here.
There he is, Joe Espada, talking about the big fella who I have said and I believe is the best hitter in baseball, Mr. Yordan Alvarez. And Clint, he has been struggling. That's been maybe the surprise in this last little stretch where the Astros have really struggled and dug themselves the hole of now where they're currently 11 games under, is he has been fighting it. He has been struggling big time. But I know you watched that yesterday, and that was the big thing that jumped out to you. If this team is ever going to have any kind of shot, and I said it, I threw the towel in on them earlier this week, but that's me. Some people are still hanging in there, like the two people I work with.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's.
But you feel like Yordan is
the rope is frayed, but I'm holding, huh?
You feel like Yordan is potentially the key.
I think he's the key. I mean, look, we had Tony Gwynn on yesterday, and Tony very accurately so said, look, the number one thing is the pitching has to get better. And look, I mean, you can throw a dart at a list of the pitchers on this team on the wall, and whoever you land on is going to have struggled mightily at this point in time. So no doubt the pitching has to be better, and no doubt that it's widespread throughout the entire pitching staff. It's not specific to just the starters or just the middle relief or just it's all of them. And so yes, that's got to get better, or the Astros stand absolutely zero chance. As I see it, though, when we start looking at individuals, to me, it's about Yordan Alvarez. We've watched this team struggle mightily when Altuve has been putting up career numbers. We're watching Tucker off to the best start I think he's probably ever had at this point in time. I mean, at least one of the better starts. We're watching Pena, prove everybody that said in a regular season he's just going to be ho-hum. We're watching him get off to a start and put some serious pressure on the people that don't believe in him. I mean, there's some guys that are swinging the bat really, really well, and it really hasn't made a whole hell of a lot of difference. I think if this guy starts swinging the bat well, I think it changes the entire dynamic of the team, but damn sure of the lineup. Again, the two guys batting in front of him are having tremendous years, so obviously there's going to be some ducks on the pond. The pressure that he puts on an opposing pitcher and an opposing manager in terms of how they deal with him, I think that is contagious and works its way into the hitters that are around Yordan Alvarez. Just him being on base himself, because the guys behind him are hitting pretty damn good as well. It just changes the dynamic, Ron. You talk about if your starting pitcher, if he does get knocked off the bump, if he gets shelled and it gives up 4 runs, Yordan Alvarez swinging the bat well makes that up very, very quickly. It's just a different level.
He's a special player.
It's like unbelievable, but the pressure that comes with him playing well, I guess my overall point is the pressure that comes with him playing well is felt more than just when he's at the plate.
Yeah, he's one of the few players in baseball, and it's hard to do this in baseball. It's one of the few players in baseball that he affects more than himself.
Yes.
Right, around him. He's going to affect, we're seeing the league leader in home runs hit in front of him. If this dude is swinging the bat well, that guy's going to get to see more fastballs and more pitches where guys are trying to get the ball over the plate so they don't have to worry about Yordan with extra guys on the plate, and also obviously the guys around him, because when he's right, he's always on base.
Yeah, and Ron, and here's the deal, man. I don't know if last night was just a flash in the pan and this is really going to be an extended thing where Yordan struggles. I don't know. But my point is if this guy, if he runs 3-4 games together here where he's swinging the bat well and he appears to be coming out of the funk, my outlook on this team and their ability to make a run and get back to and quicker rather than later, to be completely honest with you. But getting back to, all right, now they're competitive in the division. I'm talking about competing to win the division. I think it could happen sooner rather than later. I think there's now I got to see again 2, 3 games, 4 games of it to fully buy in that he's out of it. But when he's out of it, that's the only chance. The pitching can get better all at once, and it will by getting healthy. It's Verlander's going to have more good games than he has with giving up 7 runs in however many innings. I think Josh Hader and Abreu and Presley, they've been better of late, but they're gonna continue to get better. I think all it's going to work itself out. This team is a non-factor in the division unless Yordan Alvarez is swinging the bat like he swung it yesterday.
I hear you. 2 of my favorite type of texters have just rolled in. One of my favorite textures, the one who has earwax in their ears and either doesn't have enough of that Q-tip to get it out, or just hearing what they want to hear.
Maybe they're pushing it down in there.
I was going to say, they could be jamming the earwax down further, making it worse.
The latest text, here y'all go, starting to blame everything on Alvarez. Pitching is the problem.
What? Like, what?
Where did you get that?
This has happened a few times. Like, what the hell are you listening to?
It's the blame guy. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you say. Guys like that, people like that. Like if you talk negative about somebody, or if you're not stroking somebody, they think that you're blaming it on them.
He said it changes.
I mean, if you're trolling, well done. But good God, what are you listening to? That's stupid.
And then my other favorite, is the guy who truly believes everybody thinks like him. Ron, it's like you've never met a fan. You've never met any fan of any team before. I know you don't have hope because it's not your team, but true fans of the team will still have hope, or else what's the point of watching?
Jackass of the day.
Listen to the midday show.
I'm not going down with the ship. I'm just going to tell you that. I'm a fan, but I'm not going down. The minute that I
John
feel
Lopez and Brandon Scott are true fans of the Astros. They threw it in before I did.
They've been yelling for the life raft, man.
But also, if you're trying to sugarcoat every damn thing, that doesn't make you a good fan. That makes you have weak-ass fandom ideology.
What did you say? You said
fandom ideology. That's
good. What did
maybe
you say?
I ought to put that on a T-shirt.
You said Brandon Scott is almost offended when you act like
the look on his face when you're having the conversation about this. You're like, no, I'm not. Well, if you just say, no, look, I'm not completely out. This isn't a lost season. I'm not completely out on the season. The way he looks at you is totally different than the way he typically looks at you in conversation.
like it looks like he's thinking.
Like in his mind, he's trying to think like, how can he really think that?
I would just say to that person, there are a lot of people that I think believe that they are true Astros fans who are out on the season. Like not they're going to stop watching them, but don't think that they're going to go to their 8th consecutive ALCS. I think there are some true fans. I think there are probably fans in Tyler's crew. I think there are probably some fans in your crew who are to the point of maybe that just ain't got it.
I guarantee you, Uncle Force is ready to trade the whole team now. Ain't no doubt about it.
Because guys, like even myself right now, like you just hinted at, like I'm not out. I haven't thrown the towel in. I'm not saying I haven't gotten close, but that doesn't mean you don't be critical when necessary. I've said over and over they've been ass.
I thought Tyler was close on that Alex Bregman up to the infield on that runner on third.
Oh, we were at Kirby?
Oh, yeah, we lost. Well, we were. You weren't. All right, coming up, DeMeco Ryans. That was too much. I'm sorry. That was just there. I couldn't help not to take it. DeMeco spoke about the other second-round pick, Clint's favorite selection of the entire draft, Blake Fisher. What do you hear what he's got to say about the young tackle? That's coming up next. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready. Hold on to your nipples.
Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, as a spot of the right type of manager for this group, they've watched a
electric cars, maybe even flying cars. Okay, no flying cars, but as soon as they get invented, they'll be on Auto Trader. Just you wait. Auto Trader.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I need to know who that fella is.
I was just about to ask who that was.
Listen, he caught me. I went to go get a drink earlier, and he was in the conference room, and I was the only one out there, so it had to be me he was yelling at. And he came in, he said, "Hey, how's the show?" I said, "Oh, this guy is fired up." I said, "I've never seen that fella before." I said, "Oh, it's good, baby."
I was looking in there during the break. I was like, "Who's this guy?"
And there, and listen, we, as you know, pulling the carpet back, as we say here, or I say, we see people walking past all the time. You can tell somebody who is walking past that's coming in. Like you can tell, you can tell it's not just a pass through. I saw him, and I knew he was taking a left at that door, and he came in ready to go.
Bob McKay, right there.
Is that Bob McKay?
Yeah,
Bob McKay.
That was Bob?
Yeah.
I know Bob McKay. I just didn't recognize him. He looks different.
Well, you didn't get a good look at him. You just kind of a side view.
Bob
right
McKay.
there.
Bob McKay looks like a gentleman who can afford to not go out with sunscreen.
He used to be in this office, right, Clint? Now he's in Austin?
Yeah, he's in Austin now. He'll, I tell you what, he'll, like right there, just fist bump. Mm-hmm. He'll fist bump and leave a mark now. He'll hug. I mean, I love him to death, man. It's genuine and sincere. He'll give you a hug. You're going to feel it, man.
Bob's a hooper, too.
I like Bob. Bob's bringing it. Like, that's somebody who he makes you readjust your energy.
There's no doubt.
You're seeming like, all right, man, I got to pull it together. I'm not here. I got to wake up.
Absolutely.
I got to wake up. I got to readjust.
Bob, what are you doing in town? Making some money?
What are you doing? Kenny Chesney last night making some damn money. I mean, boy, Bob got it here, and he got everything he needed to get out.
He covered all bases in about 30 seconds.
30 seconds. 30 seconds. All right, rookie minicamp today. DeMeco, we've talked a lot about Kamari Lassiter, but I would say maybe the most polarizing pick for the Texans is their other second-round pick, and that is the offensive tackle from Notre Dame, Blake Fisher, who was at camp today too. Although I don't think he's officially signed. He's going with number 57 from what I saw when he was stretching. I don't like that.
You don't like 57?
No.
Why not?
Not on a tackle. It's just
baggy
good
visual
call.
action.
Good call.
Not on a tackle. That's 70-something, man. And then the only thing
makes you think they might move him to guard.
Yes, the only thing that makes, like Kenyon Green, one of the best things I think he's done. He got up out that 59, right? He's
smart move.
In a 76. I like that. Like, yeah, I'm just not a big tackle. That's a 70 number. It's a.
I agree wholeheartedly, Ron.
Number.
You ain't wrong.
And or 69, which I think 69 you get to just wear whatever.
Now you're acting like Tyler.
I just think I think 69 is acceptable everywhere.
You can't go wrong with that number in any situation.
But other than that, like 70 to 79, that's a tackle. That's a tackle number. But
this was you said that
79, baby. This was DeMeco talking about his rookie right tackle or left.
We feel good about Blake and adding him to our team. He did a good job there at Notre Dame. We feel like he can add to what we're doing here, add to the competition of our O-line room, and we'll continue to see him, progress and move forward.
All right. He's a part of this rookie group that was there, Clint. And this is my thought. You could participate, 713-572-4610. Those of you beautiful people on YouTube and Twitch, join in as well. He's one of them. He is somebody that's been kicked around. We've had conversations about what kind of playing time he'll get. This is the setup. By midseason, let's call it week 8, week 9, midseason, how many of these guys do you think are playing the majority of the snaps? More than 50% of the snaps. I mean, and that is getting a heavy impact on this team. How many of these guys do you see by midseason Kamari Lassiter being somebody that's playing 50+% of the snaps? You think he's playing
by midseason?
By midseason, not right off the top. By midseason, how many of these guys you see him playing?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah, I could
he's
see him
taking somebody's job.
I could see him get. I mean, look, you're talking about nickel defender. I could see him getting 50% of the run with nickel on the field. I'm not going to say he's going to start over Dez, but I can see him getting a ton of the run.
Like at this point, Clint, if he plays his cards right, I mean, Tavier Thomas got the nod before the season started over Dez King. So if he plays his cards right, I mean,
shouldn't be hard, right?
Clearly, he could get there. I'm with you. I think he's playing somewhere. I don't want to rule out outside corner with Kamari Laster. I at least just want to see what he looks like playing that. He has a feel of a bit of a gamer to me, like just watching him at Georgia and kind of seeing his attitude and then what people are saying about him. He has the feel like of the type of guy that when he plays football, he just looks different.
Yes,
than what he
tests like.
What he tests at.
No, look, I hope you're right, Ron. I really do. I hope you're right. I hope I'm dead ass wrong because you get a second round corner that's going to be better than Jeff Okudah and C.J. Henderson, and he's going to play. He's not only better, like he's good enough from jump to walk out there and in one training camp prove to DeMeco Ryans that he's the better choice. While those guys obviously have moved around, those guys are still awfully talented. They just ain't found a home. So look, if that's the case, that's a big time pick, man.
What about the guy we just heard from, Blake Fisher?
I don't think he touches the field.
And if he doesn't, I think that's probably a great thing for the team.
Yeah.
If he doesn't, that means that Titus and Tunzel have stayed healthy, and that Titus and Tunzel are playing well. They're playing to a point where they don't feel like they need them. I'm with you. I don't know if he doesn't touch the field. It feels like one of them guys may miss a ball game.
Yeah.
But I'm with you. I don't think he plays anywhere near the majority.
Look, I'm telling you right now, Ron. For me, if you said Clint, you got $100 and you can put it on any rookie starting day one.
It's this guy that's next.
Oh, did you? I'm sorry, I didn't look at it. Kalen Bullock.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at.
So you get the sense by week 9 he's playing more than the majority.
I would bet a house note that he's playing a good chunk of snaps. Now I wouldn't bet a house note he's starting. I would bet
half the snaps he's playing.
Yes, absolutely.
Half the defensive snaps.
Absolutely. I think there's.
You sound like you feel like this is prior to week 9.
Well,
maybe week 1.
I'm talking about from jump. Like there's just not a player like him in the safety room right now. We saw him cycle through a ton of safeties last year because of all the injuries. I love Jimmy Ward. I love the versatility of Jimmy Ward. I love the leadership and the experience of Jimmy Ward. But I mean, Jimmy's not going to roam center field for you and be a difference maker in one high coverage, whether it's 3 or 1. He's just not going to be a difference maker for you. He's not. He doesn't close. He can't close well enough to do that. And Jalen Petrie is just not the same size and caliber athlete. You're talking about. You said it earlier. I mean, I think it's very true with Petrie, and it could be true at this point in time with Jimmy Ward. Those guys are better playing in the box and playing around the line of scrimmage. Whether
they
it's
absolutely are.
I mean, like that. Like this guy. Look, it's early, but Kalen Bullock looks like a guy. I mean, when you walk in and look at him, Ron, you're going, that guy should be roaming center field. That guy right there. And when there's a seam thrown down the field, that guy, as long as he is and as well as he moves, can close that ground and make. I mean, he can close that window on a quarterback.
Well, I just also don't know who else fits that profile.
That's what I'm saying. There's nobody on this team that has that,
because they were making Jimmy and I think a lot of it where Jalen got in trouble. So they were making him. They were playing back. They were the over top safety, and that I don't think that is necessarily their best role, their best spot.
No, I agree, man.
And a lot of teams are playing with 3 safeties now anyway.
Yeah. I really like. I mean, and again, look, it's one day. They're not even in pads. I don't know if the guy can take a hit, but I look at him and say, that skill set we don't have. That skill set could play in center field right now. Would you like for him to gain 10, 15 pounds? Sure. Right? But 10 or 15 pounds matters less the further away from the line of scrimmage you get. To roam center field, we don't need you to weigh 210 or we don't need you to weigh 200. We just need you to be able to close windows. If you're playing cover 2, don't let them throw the whole shot, get over the top. If you're playing cover 3 and you're the center safety, don't let them just easily throw the seam routes up the middle. Be able to close those windows as quickly as you possibly can. If if we bring you down in the box, make it difficult for Tua to throw his RPO slant game and in-breaking route games because you're so long and you can shrink those windows and make it difficult. He is a player that we do not have, to my knowledge. We may have a poor man's like version of him down a depth chart somewhere that I don't know. But this, we've seen Jonathan Owens. We've seen, again, Ward. We've seen Jalen Petrie. We've seen – who else am I missing out there? What's the kid's name that played several snaps last year that they brought in?
Holman,
the veteran. He had two names.
Yeah.
Kadar Holman was more
Houston
of a –
Carson.
There you go. There's those guys – I'm not saying they're not good players. They're good football players. This guy –
They moved up to go get this kid, too.
Yeah, this kid is – assuming he's a good football player, they would have moved to get him. But he's a good football player that all of a sudden when you watch him, it's like, good God, he can cover ground. Damn, he's long. It's going to be hard to throw the football around him. That's what he strikes me as anyway. So we'll see what comes of it, but that's the guy I'm betting my house note on that he's playing a bunch of snaps early on.
I'm intrigued to see with Cade Stover. I'm intrigued to see his role on this thing. First off, great number choice, 8-7. That's clearly been a great tight end number. But I think they're going to run the ball a little bit more than we've seen. We got to see them last year, and it's hard to see anybody on the roster in the tight end position that will have the physicality to be on the field for them to be able to run the football. He's one to watch. I don't know if he'll be getting half the snaps, if he'll be out there half the snaps by week 9. But he's another one to watch of the 4. Like, to me, I'm with you. I think Lassiter better.
Yeah.
He better be getting 50% of the snaps to me if he's healthy by week 9. I'm with you, and I want to see more of Bullock. But right now, the way that it's described, it's hard to see how many guys they have on the roster that looks like that. And if Blake Fisher is, I think something's going wrong. All right, coming up, there is news with the Astros. Not only will we get you ready for tonight's game against the Tigers and see what the Astros have in store as a lineup for that tonight. Also, news and notes on one of the starters that hasn't pitched yet in Jose Urquidy. We'll get you that information as well. All of that coming up a little 5 o'clock fire right here live on The Drive.
All right.
Items only. Exclusions apply.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Oh Dirty and the Dilf.
The big Dilf.
And Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, have the latest for you. And the latest is The Drive. And 5 o'clock fire is brought to you by Kirk Holmes. Brought to you by Kirk Holmes. And before we get to the big game tonight for the Astros, because when you're 11 games under and you have World Series expectations, they're all big. Before we get there, there is news on Jose Urquidy. And as we said, they've gotten 4 of what I believe they probably 4 of the 5 in the rotation now for the first time since the season has started. The 5th, I would say, and guess, would be Jose Urquidy. I would guess if he was healthy, he'd be in the starting rotation with outside of Spencer Arrighetti or Hunter Brown. But Urquidy could require just 2 rehab starts before the Astros consider activating him. BC Joe Espada said, it will depend on how Urquidy feels and how his stuff looks. He is scheduled for 4 innings in his first rehab outing Sunday at Sugar Land. So Urquidy could be back. And right now, as we said, this is the first time. Yesterday, Ronel Blanco, who is going to be in the rotation, been your best pitcher. He goes. They win. Today, Fromber goes. Tomorrow, it is Christian Javier. He is back from the phantom neck injury. And then Sunday is Justin Verlander will go back to Detroit and pitch. Those are 4. Urquidy would be the 5th. By the way, since Javier's back, Arrighetti or Hunter have to take a step back. Who is it?
It's got to be Arrighetti. And I know that sounds crazy to say definitively. I know Hunter Brown's been asked, but
yeah, I just think you're aggressive. It's got to be.
I mean, this is your number one pitching prospect. You don't want to screw up his mentals this early. I'm not out on him forever, but the dude has not been good. I mean, you're lucky if he can get out of the first inning with less than a crooked number on the board. You've been lucky for the Astros. So send him back down, send Arrighetti away, let him work on some stuff.
Are you talking about Hunter or Spencer when you say in the first?
No, both of them. Yeah, Hunter's probably been worse, but no, Arrighetti, man, I've been far less than impressed with him lately.
His youth, you're still trying to save his head. Okay,
that's a better way to put it, probably.
Yeah, if the question is who goes down, I think it's Spencer Arrighetti too. I think the Hunter Brown, both of them have struggled, obviously.
So you let Hunter continue to start until Urquidy comes back?
Well, yes, I would until Urquidy comes back. Yes, he would be my 5th starter. I don't know if they can afford again the luxury of going, hey, we're just going to go 6 starters now, 6-man rotation. I don't know if they can afford to do that with a guy like Hunter Brown. But the other thing with Hunter is that he has in the past been a guy that comes out of the bullpen, and so not that it's a huge factor in the decision, but I would think that Hunter Brown you could be flexible with.
He's come out of the bullpen in playoff games.
Yeah, you could bump him around a little bit, use him differently. I think we know that he's at least comfortable with that. I don't know how successful he'll be with it, but he's at least comfortable with it. So I would keep Hunter Brown in the bigs and send Arrighetti back down.
Those of you scoring at home. Hunter Brown currently is 0-4 with an ERA of 8.89, 7 starts, 27 in the 3rd innings, 29 strikeouts. Spencer 0-4, ERA 8.44, 25 strikeouts against 13 walks in 5 starts. So that's
it's a lot of really, really bad numbers right there.
they have been the same pitcher.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
like and both of them have struggled in the first innings. That's one of the reasons Hunter scares me in the bullpen. But I'm with you. Like Hunter definitely, because see that's the thing is like Hunter's really young too, and like I of the two of them. Stuff-wise, I think Hunter is the one you look at and you're like, that dude's got a chance. Like,
yes,
it scares me a bit to just say, hey, man, let's just have this guy in the bullpen and in a role in which we don't know how much he's going to pitch. Right? Like, it may just come to an end. He may just stop, pitching because at that point he'd be a long relief guy.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I still want Hunter Brown to pitch to find it. Like that's a bad thing, especially if you're 13 and 24. I want him to be able to find it and pitch. So they almost think they're both in the same boat.
That's the frustrating part too. I feel like about Hunter Brown, because we're talking about Arrighetti and Hunter Brown. No one's going to deny the best pitching we've seen from either one of those guys was Hunter Brown last season, and we saw some nasty stuff. It was good, and now you see him this season, and it's just
because we could both look at it. Hunter Brown has shown and has the stuff of an ace.
Mm-hmm.
Now I don't know if Spencer has that. But Hunter has the stuff of the ace. I know people are tired of the little Verlander thing, but he has had that kind of stuff. We'll see how. I feel like I want both of them to pitch starter innings. right now just to keep going.
I just don't know if you have that luxury. That's my only deal.
No, you may
I
not.
don't know if you can. Here's the other thing that makes it tough for me, man. I love both of these dudes' mentality. I mean, I think I heard Eric Getty the other day. And it was just it was some random audio, but just both of them got some dog in them, and I absolutely love it about both of them. But if I had to pick one, it'd be Hunter.
Yeah. All right, we'll see. I think Spencer probably will go down. I bet we'll hear that soon. Now that Javier will be back with this team, so that is the latest. But good news, Urquidy is going to pitch coming up Sunday in Sugar Land and could only need one more rehab start and could be back with the team.
Urquidy.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, with that, the Astros head to Detroit, and Javier gets the ball. And this will be the first time he's pitched since going on the IL with the neck issue. And he was throwing the ball pretty well. Like him and Blanco were your two best starters before he got the injury. What's your expectation and hope from him tonight?
Quality start.
6 innings and 3 runs.
Look, I still like Javier. I don't know what went on the plane or in the hotel room or what with this crick in his neck, and that cost you 2 or 3 starts. It's kind of a strange deal. But anyway, the fact that it's a neck and it's not a shoulder or an elbow or a back or something like that. This you wouldn't think that this would impact his once he's healthy, his ability to go out there and let it eat. It's when it's an arm or an elbow, you worry about something. Like re-injuring it. This seems to me to be something that's of very little concern. I mean, I would think that he's going to be able to go out there and be himself.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, at least be able to empty the tank and not be having to go, to worry about this or worry about that. It seems like this is an injury that shouldn't affect his ability to pitch and pitch to his best tonight. So I like Javier, and I expect big things out of him.
Yeah. We'll see where he is pitch count wise. I know when Verlander came back, he was able to get six innings in his first start. We'll see where he is, and we know historically he has thrown a lot of pitches at times to get through, but it's big to have him back. Hopefully, to me, a close quality start. If he can get 5 in 3 runs or less, that's one to take. 2, the lineup that's going to be going in front of Christian Javier, Altuve is leading off at second. Tucker in right field. Yordan Alvarez is in left field today. Pena is going to continue as he's been hot in that 4-hole. Singleton coming off that big long home run. He is staying in that 5th spot at first base.
Upper tank it was.
There it was, off the facade. Bregman is in the 6th box. It's the 6th spot, third base. Yainer Diaz is the DH tonight with Caratini catching and Myers in center field. And I think another big thing to watch outside of Christian Javier, obviously, is to see if there can be something built from Alex Bregman. He got 2 singles yesterday, was on base twice. And, I mean, yes, I've seen people text us in. They were light singles. They were – who cares at this point? You're taking anything you can get. He is 193, I believe, with the
198.
198? Oh.
Almost to 200.
Get to that Mendoza line. But I think that's another big thing. Did something unlock for him with those 2 hits? Because I think you could see he was deliberate in trying to go the other way. He was trying to go to right field, and that's where those hits came. Even his out that wasn't a strikeout went to right field. So that's the other thing to watch tonight.
Hey, you better believe they'll make light of it, minimize it. I mean, if you want, but you better believe those 2 singles are absolutely huge in the eyes of Bregman's confidence, without a doubt. So, yeah, man, I hope. I hope the young fella, or he's not young anymore. I hope Bregman breaks out of this thing and contributes in a big way.
Yeah, so that's one to watch. So see if he can build off those 2 singles as they are in Detroit to play the Tigers tonight.
Is Brady being ridiculous?
5 o'clock fire.
Hey man, think about that Brady guacamole. Saying maybe that might shift things or switch it up for you. All right, NBA playoffs tonight. The Knicks and the Pacers. They'll be in Indiana tonight as the Pacers look to get back in the series. OG is going to be out in this game with a bad hamstring, and he looks like he's going to be out for a minute at least.
Grab that thing, didn't he?
Leg in his face. He went with the old S in Payne, but also their best player and been one of the best players in the playoffs, Jalen Brunson, is questionable as well. So we'll see what happens there. I think the big game tonight is in Minnesota. They've been off since Monday. Denver is down 2-0. The defending champs are down 2-0 in this series. And I'll be honest with you, this isn't something that I normally do, but I am outwardly rooting against Denver and Jamal Murray in particular.
Well, why is that?
Jamal's lost me. I'm not throwing him in the box and throwing away the key like I am with Antonio Brown. But he has really lost me with this. First off, he should be suspended. It's ridiculous that he threw a towel and a heating pad at an official, and it got on the playing surface on the court, and people had to kick it and move it out of the way and put a lot of people in serious danger. That's one thing. He didn't get suspended, got a $100,000 fine. All right.
Got an early candidate for the turds next week.
And then
who, Ron or Murray?
Well, I'm always kidding. But then Jamal Murray went and talked to the media for the first time. You know, he was not available after the game, after he did it. And then he talked to the media for the first time yesterday. And this is how it went.
It is what it is, and I take everything full responsibility, so on to the next.
Frustration boiled over. Is that what happened?
Yeah, on to the next. I mean, there's not much. 2 days ago, not much for me to say about it right now.
Were there any conversations that you had with people or anything just to kind of like apologize or whatever, maybe take this for
Do you have any basketball questions? No.
No, Jamal's out here. Jamal's not. Jamal didn't come to.
What
this
do they
thing.
want him to say?
Jamal didn't come to this thing with the.
What do y'all want him to say?
Oh, come on,
man. Like you go get more than the hey man, take responsibility, and I'm and
acting like 2 days was 10 years ago.
It's 2 days ago.
They got him for 100. He said he got him for 100.
You know that's my favorite part, though. He's acting like he's like, guys, it was 2 days ago. I mean, what are we doing?
Got an important game tonight, boys.
Two questions. You wanted basketball? But we talking about basketball. That's what we talking about. We talking about the stuff you put on the basketball court. I thought if I'm Adam Silver, the human penis, I would consider going back and suspending him. I consider going back. Like, you got to give me a little bit of contrition.
You think you'd suspend him after 2 whole days?
This is going to be like if Rashid Rice comes to the media the first time he has to talk to the media, and Rashid's only got one answer. He's got one question about his little offseason. No, Jack, you got 10 to 12 questions that you got to field to get to me. That's all you got. You got any basketball questions after he didn't answer one? Yes. In fact, we do. Get out of here with this thing.
He's got a game to play tonight, Ron.
He's got a game to play. Yeah, see, this is why I wouldn't have been there. I could have been there. That's all right. You know, I mean, as we've known my history, I've been stared down by Tyreek Hill. I've almost had my credentials taken away because of my just fair questions. But I would ask him, okay, you want to talk about the court? Why does it seem like you can't do anything on the floor? You want to talk about that? How about that? Why does it seem like you
wouldn't last very long in there?
You could.
And Ron's credentials have been removed.
Who let this guy in here, man?
That man Ted Cruz stared me down.
No,
and I asked Tyreek.
That really was some turdish behavior, though, man. That's whack.
Like, you got to at least come to this thing like, all right, man, I know I didn't slipped in and got away with this sucker. Let me come in. Hey guys, man, yeah, man, it was just something that lost my head a little. You got at least answer 4.
It was light years ago, Ron.
You got to give me 4 before we get to. Hey, man, you got any basketball questions?
I thought he did a hell of a job.
That's it.
You got a game to play tonight, man. Important
got
game.
A big game tonight, huh? I'll tell you, I'm out on that. I want them to lose bad. I really do. Do you got?
Well, from the looks of
Tyler.
it, the first 2 games, it looks like it's going. Your wish is going to come true, sir.
Hey, the conversation with Joker better start changing if he gets dominated tonight.
Ooh, come on.
They like, you got to win this one. Are you sure they got the best player on the floor?
No, I'm not.
The 3-time MVP, the guy just won the MVP.
No,
best player in the world? Are you sure? At least tonight.
The one guy that we can say that about is on the floor with him tonight.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know. He probably has not played a game in 2 years where he has not been the best player on the field.
I didn't watch enough of Minnesota during the regular season to know if all season Ant was better than him.
Games he is.
I mean, but this playoff series is damn sure the best guy on that floor is Anthony.
Yeah. Edwards is something else. All right, coming up, May 15th is a major, major, major day, and we'll be talking about that next week because we get to find out the nitty-gritty on this schedule. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, are you building your dream home? You ready to build a custom home? You ready to build your forever?
my Astros fix anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
Yeah, that's right. Download the Odyssey app now and don't miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back to The Drive. Coming up in the next 20 minutes or so, you get to hear the best of the week as Tyler works very, very hard on that. And you can hear that coming up in just a bit. So stay tuned for that. And some news here with the Astros, fellas. Chas McCormick, we talked about Jose Urquidy will make a rehab start coming up on Sunday. Chas McCormick as well. He will join Jose Urquidy to make rehab starts in Sugar Land on Sunday. So Chas has had the hamstring issue and has been out, but he will get going and get back there on Sunday along with Jose Urquidy. So good to have OWBC potentially getting his way back.
It's going to be interesting to see when White Boy gets back up there what's going to happen. You once again, you got a log jam in the outfield. Low Perfido, I know he's striking out a lot, but since he's been in the big leagues, he's hitting over 300. We hadn't seen that same power, I don't think, yet. I hadn't seen every at bat. We hadn't seen that same power that we saw in the minors, but
I thought he'd be playing a little bit more than he is, but yeah.
Yeah, he's swinging it well. And defensively, I think he's probably exceeded expectations, although it's a small sample size. And so you look up, you got Jake Myers. First and foremost, you got Dubon, who should be an everyday player. But you got Jake Myers hitting 250. You got Joey Loperfido hitting over 300. Again, small sample size, playing good defense. You obviously, I know Ron don't like this, but you obviously got to pay Yordan Alvarez out there some. I just don't know how much room you have for another outfielder.
They're choosing to play him out there. But, yeah, we'll see what happens. But Chas coming into the year he's a starting outfielder. That's what Dana Espada said before the season started. So we'll see if they continue to do that. And Joey was supposed to get some action at first base too.
So, hadn't seen that.
No,
I'm okay with that right now. I'll be honest with you, big boy, Big John.
Big John said, "I got it. I got it."
I'm good. I'm good with Big John holding down first base.
Wouldn't mind seeing Joey over there.
When Big John gets tired, you can give Joey a day. Okay. Till then,
it's tired.
Until then.
Until then, it's Big John's first bag.
I'm not going to catch it. I'm not going to do that. Also, before we get to this schedule, May 15th, big day. 1,000 show coming up Monday the 20th. Right? Monday the 20th, we'll be celebrating somewhere. We've gotten some suggestions. Home Run Dugout. We had a good time out there. Hell, I did a birthday party for my kid out there at Home Run Dugout. It's very, very good. We had a guy, I can't remember his name, that worked there. Had good conversations with him, man. I shouted him out the next Monday we came out there, but he treated me well when I went out there for Trey's birthday. But it's a good spot. Tom's Watch Bar. That's a place we have been a lot. Hell, your wife came out last time with her friends.
Hell yeah, that's a good spot.
Came out. It's a good spot.
She was a good time, man.
What? Sam's Boat, Pearland? Pearland? Sam's Boat.
Pearland?
Good times.
Just look at it like it's two words, man.
In Pearland. Good times out there. We've had some fun there. Love their little shrimp, bacon wrapped shrimp, little number that they got there. But some good spots. I don't know where we're gonna be.
They got a few locations, man.
Yeah, they do.
I tell you what, there used to be a Sam's Boat up near Woodlands, the Woodlands area.
I've been there.
Ooh wee! I think it's closed down now. But I tell you what, when it was open, Ron,
it was nice.
I was single.
I was going to say, I'm going to assume that you guys are talking about.
Oh, this is way back. This was way back.
More than the food.
This may have.
That was a little too much for that bacon wrap shrimp.
No. This may have been.
I know you like gumbo.
I think this was I think this was my Dallas days, boy. I'd come back through. First thing you'd hit. I had one of my buddies live there.
That was the first thing you'd hit, huh?
Well, yeah. First
talent.
place.
Strong talent.
Yes.
It's just like Tyler every time knows. He knows.
I couldn't believe it. It was so good. I couldn't believe it shut down.
I appreciate
in my mind, I was like, who in the hell would shut down a place like this? Even if you're breaking even, if you're a man and you're breaking even, like you're good with this.
You said they'd have broke. That place have broke through COVID.
Oh, there ain't no question. There ain't no question, Ron. I mean, if the place is breaking even, man, I mean, it was a good gosh, like shooting fish in a barrel. I mean, man. Woo.
Letting them in free, huh?
Yes,
like,
indeed.
You must be thinking it must be ladies drinking free in here.
Yes, indeed.
Is coming through here. All right, schedule release. Schedule release is coming out. Tyler, for you, because it's interesting with you because you and Megan always spend money and you guys go to a road game. I know Sean talks about always on a bye week they go to whatever is the top game of that week when the Texans are on a bye week. Like last year,
Tyler just says the hell with it and takes a couple of days off.
Yeah, he takes a couple of days off and goes to the game where the Texans are. Last year, obviously, that started the bad luck charm, which was Tyler Milner when he went down there and somehow found himself being the culprit in the at least top 15 reason why that the Texans lost to Carolina Panthers.
God, that was a nightmare.
In Charlotte. What game for you are you excited at? Which one are you most excited about?
All of the games or away games?
Any of the game, the schedule, you know what's coming. Any of the games. What game?
Probably the Kansas City Chiefs.
If that game is on a Sunday.
Feels like a big measuring stick, you know?
Now, I don't know what you're going to do, Clint. I don't know what you're doing. Because I know you've never been to Kansas City. If that game's on a Sunday or a week game or something like during a weekend game like you did with the Carolina game, I think that's something we could look at going.
Hell yeah.
I'll show you around.
I love that. That just made me horny.
I'll show you around. If that's one you want to get to. You want to get to Arrowhead, I'll show you around. Now, Clint, I would love for you to go, but I don't know how. I mean, you got a crazy house. It's not hard for me to convince my house for that trip.
Well, here's the thing, man. That sounds like a damn near one nighter. That's easy.
That was a good time, right?
That could be fun.
Maybe take you over to Mercury Room for a little bit, and then have a good time.
They hit the old Mercury Room. That's about right.
I've never been to KC. That could be a lot of fun, dude.
Now, I think it will be. I think the game's going to be on Thursday to open up the season, so that probably
you did predict that.
Gonna shelve that, but if it's a Sunday game, Sunday night game, let's do it.
Man, look, we're in the radio business, man. You can do it. You can do it from afar, man.
I know you can do. I know where you can do the show from.
Yeah, see there. So it was Thursday night.
I
bet the Mercury Room be even better after the game.
Oh, absolutely. You got to make that reservation. You get it in.
We know Ron. Actually, we call him the Show when we're in Kansas City. He goes by the Show in Kansas City.
Ron.
Ron Hughley, no sir. Who?
Trying to get
the Show. Ron, the Show. Yep, that's okay. Got you. How many seats you need?
The Showman.
That's what they do. How many seats you need? At the bar? Yeah.
Trying to get that change. Yeah, man, we'll have to get away from that bar. Those chairs, they weren't conducive for fellas our size.
Well, you squeeze on in there, man. You go to one of them highfalutin joints, man. You got to squeeze.
Sounds
in,
like
man.
It was more conducive than the airport seat.
I deserve that one.
Oh yes, I'm thinking, what airport seats he talking about? I got you. I'm with you.
See, can I make a?
Which one are you most excited about?
I'm most excited about for the Texans Cowboys. I want to see what that's about. Can I make a? This may be unpopular. I do not want that to be a Thanksgiving game.
Really?
The Cowboys?
Yeah, I don't want. I want to be able to put complete 100% focus on that. And I think Thanksgiving, there's a lot of stuff. I want that to be a Sunday night or a Monday or whatever, a standalone game like that.
I can see it from that angle.
You know what I mean?
I can see it from that angle. I wouldn't have a problem telling everybody shut up and turn the TV up, but even on Thanksgiving. But now they probably wouldn't listen.
Yeah, I just
butter up father-in-law, but he'd do it for me. Maybe
unpopular. That's what I hope that's a Sunday night game. Bam.
I wasn't sure about you saying that at first. Kind of caught me off guard, but your reasoning makes sense.
Think about Thanksgiving, all that, and then down the middle of this game.
Yeah.
Right, and then that
adds up.
Let's do it. Y'all play Washington or something. All right. Remember when you had to work that Thanksgiving? They played the Lions a couple of years ago.
Yes. Yes,
You had to come out your slumber and work. All right. Coming up, the best of the week. One of our favorite segments, my favorite segment of the week. Best of the week, worked very hard by Tyler Milner. And Tyler got back on the saddle again. Let's catch what Tyler's bets are tonight. Let's see what he's got. They've got the Tigers. He's jumped back on the saddle. He's hot. He's hot. He's on a heater after one day. Don't look at that 1,400. But I'll tell you, that 400, he's on a heater. All of that coming up.
Damn, Tyler. Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
The Texans getting J.J.
Local agents, expert advice.
And there's number 4.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Hey, real quick before we get out of here, I know this will be the only time we'll be able to Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there, and including my Juicy Lucy.
Who is that?
Just made that one up.
Which one of your mothers is Juicy Lucy?
I liked it.
My wife. Something's happening right now.
Are you referring to your wife?
It's the Juicy Lucy. I don't know what's happening here. The television just changed to MILF Manor, by the way, in the room. So we'll
that's
see.
Santiago trying to get it on the Astros game. He's still learning.
Oh, horny Santiago getting it to MILF Manor.
Manor. I mean, I can see Santiago being in an episode of MILF Manor. Have y'all seen this?
I have not.
Yeah.
It's moms and sons, and they go in there, and the sons.
This is an upset.
My TV got put on the Astros.
Of all the people who had the breakdown on MILF Manor on this show, I would not have thought it would have been you.
No, look, I think I hadn't watched enough of it to know exactly, but I think it's daughters with moms, and the moms are interested in young dudes, so they put the daughters. I mean, not daughters. The moms and the sons, and the moms are interested in young dudes. The young dudes are interested in old chicks. So they put them in. They put them all in this house together. So there's like 6 mom and sons.
Take a look at this.
And the sons, right?
Kind of intrigued.
So no. Let me tell you how I found it. I'm thumbing through TV one afternoon, one night. I don't know what it was.
So you didn't even find this through Lauren?
No. At MILF Manor, I don't think my wife would be really interested in that. But I'm thumbing through it, right? And I look up, and I can't remember what channel it's on.
TLC.
There you go, TLC. And I look up, and I'm thinking, I thought it was a porn name. Like I thought, I'm
That's
thinking,
what it sounds like, yeah.
Right? So I'm thinking, on TLC, it was like that. So I click on it, thinking, let me see what TLC's throwing out there. Well, it's this reality show with the moms and the sons hitting on each other.
It looks like they got them. Yeah, right there. We got Charlene and Harrison. We got Shannon and Ryan. We got Kelly with an E and Joey. We got April Marie and Ricky. Stephanie with an F.
One of the ones I was watching.
And Jimmy.
One of the moms was she was like just straight going at one of the kids. One of the sons. She wanted to know what he kind of sex life he had and what he enjoyed doing in the bed and all this kind of stuff.
This might be interesting.
And he went back and told his mama, and his mama got mad about it.
Well, this is
so forward.
This is the second season. They've already had one season.
Oh, you'll have it good in research before we.
MILF Manor.
It's interesting.
But as we said, Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there.
Yeah, all the MILFs out there. They need Happy Mother's Day too.
Yeah. I mean, look at this. This is really getting after it right now, MILF Manor. We've got.
I wonder if those are the dads.
We've got big loads, huh? That's what the shirts say. We got rods, pipe, and drain, and then we got big loads.
Does Santiago know we can see what he's watching?
No, so he went to. It's dumb, but you got to go to a whole nother part of the building to change our channels on our TVs, which just sounds stupid to say out loud. But you don't know if you actually get it input correct until you get back over here and you look up the TV.
Oh, it looks like the Olders against the Youngs. Look at this. Chris and Michael, father and son.
I didn't know the fathers were brought into the mix. I had no idea the fathers were brought in. How funny is it though? You got 6 or 7 moms that are clearly trying to sack up, and you got the young dudes standing around the couch, and then you got all of the old dudes that they used to be married to. One of them's on crutches.
Yes,
like no wonder she's chasing a 20-year-old. Hell, your old ass is on crutches.
He's playing hurt.
I mean, can't stay healthy.
Can't either. No, he can't. All right, I'm gonna watch this while we listen to this. This is our favorite segment. One of our favorite segments, the best of the week.
All right, thanks, Tyler. Let's roll.
The best of the week on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. Ron Hughley is out. You heard the crew. Ron Hughley is out. He is a diva. He takes an extra day on Monday for his birthday. Brandon Scott is in the building. We got to talk about J.J. Watt. I've been talking about this for 2 years now. J.J. Watt, say what you want about J.J. Watt. I don't know what he's got left in the tank, but I do know damn good and well that if DeMeco Ryans legitimately picks up the phone, it wouldn't shock me one damn bit to see J.J. Watt in a Texans uniform. I got to give my boy B. Skeezy some damn flowers. Hey, man. B. Scott, here's Brandon Scott asking the golden question to J.J. Watt.
How do you resist, J.J., with all of the names that you listed and DeMeco? Obviously, you know DeMeco, having played with him. How do you, the competitor in you, resist? How do you resist the temptation?
I mean, I told DeMeco last year, I said, don't call unless you absolutely need it, but if you ever do call, I'll be there.
Minimize it if you want to, but that dude right there wants to play football.
He helped build this thing. For what it's worth, he is part of the foundation of this organization. So if there's a place, a bandwagon he is entitled to jump on or be a part of, it is absolutely this one.
Last week, I had to turn Dirty's Daily over to Tyler for the old turds list. Well, you could do work wonders with that. Dirty's Dailies, Tyler's turds. A lot of funk in the room.
Dirty Daily Dookies with Tyler's turds.
The drive is live. I am back, fresh off the little trip to NYC. 40 years old. I see Tyler in the building. It's gonna be a fun day. Now, I am going to piss people off, especially the Fighting Brandons here in just a bit. But before we get there, I missed you. I missed you, fellas. I text you guys when it happened that I need to share with you all an airport story that occurred. My silly ass, we're kind of up on a stool. We're going, having a good conversation, and next thing you know, that puppy gave out on me. And I went to grab onto the thing in front, couldn't get to it. Slipped, bam, right on my back. My legs straight up in the air.
No.
Like H's. And everybody is looking at me. So I got up, I just put my hand up. I said, I'm all right. I'm all right. And they all go, hey,
he's all right.
And they all stood up and clapped. All right, Uncle Glenn, you got some thoughts on this. Go ahead.
Hello, y'all. How y'all doing?
We're good, baby. How you doing?
Is that my boy Ron?
That's right, baby.
And Clint T. Let me tell you something. I don't give a mother duck about no playoff game when it comes to the birth of my child. I love all of y'all, but and that's all I got to say, nephews.
By the way, I did go to Yankee Stadium, did go to a Yankee game. I'm not going to lie to you. The stadium, the experience was amazing. A great stadium. They ought to be ashamed of themselves with their food. They just got them lazy-ass hot dogs, and they're lazy.
It's just bun and
it's not even like a plump, good-sized one.
You talking about the bun or the wiener?
Both of them. Hard-ass chicken fingers.
I don't know if it's the same reasoning, but Espada did just a second ago while talking with the media. He said the reason Caratini is catching a night is because he needs to rest Yaniel with this crazy stretch they're about to go on, the 29.
See that pisses me off.
Rod just threw his glasses. Sorry to report
I hate that mentality. I absolutely hate that mentality.
What is he saying?
10 games below 500.
Just getting up? You just had a day off.
What do you think you did with Amber?
Up top. Hands up top.
Y'all can't be serious. Amber Rose is not I just made out and bounced. Seriously?
I think a little French kiss, little yum 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 with a little tongue.
This guy. A little what?
Yum 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 with a little tongue. Little pass interference up top. It's illegal touching to the top, and then a little sucking.
You can always rely on the old getting football horny, man. You
can always rely on the Texans.
The old pigskin will turn you on.
I'm certain you looked at the rundowns. That probably gave you a thought to do that.
I'm psychic.
I think he's just that good.
Yeah.
He's number 2 outside of New York and in L.A., by the way.
Yeah, of course.
The guy's blossoming.
I gave him some phone numbers to some of the other guys in the industry, maybe as a mentor. I can't do it.
Listen to their show.
Hey, thank you, Tyler Milner.
The best of the week on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Good as always, as that is the best of the week. Great week as it comes to a close. But a wonderful week. Great job done by Tyler Milner. Coming up behind us, Texans rookie mini camp conversations and observations from Texans All Access. That'll be right after we are done. And then Area 45 with Bijani, Creighton, and Santiago. who had us rolling. This MILF Manor had me going. I'm telling you, I almost wanted Chris to turn it back. I'd have to look at these atrocious uniforms the Detroit Tigers are rolling out with. But
see, when you turn 40, you start. And Ron was really into the dads that came back into the picture, chasing the. How about that? You got 5 dads that have clearly been married to one of the women in the bunch, and it's clearly the father of one of the sons in the bunch, and they're hitting on them trying to get a little something. They're trying to bag a couple.
These ladies were dressed, weren't they?
Oh, they're bad. The ladies are trying harder than anybody to bag something.
Good for them. Good for them.
Yeah, old MILF Manor, man.
I might have started season 1.
I mean, it's a hell of a thought. I mean, there was a day and age when I may have starred in one.
Look at you. Well,
I don't know. Old Linda wouldn't have made it.
VHS days.
I don't know. Old Linda probably wouldn't have made the cut on that one. She'd been a little too harsh.
Would your dad accompany?
Oh, Big Earn comes stumbling in. Hey, anybody home?
I hate to tell you.
Hit the 2-for-1 special.
Boy, you talking about two? You talking about on each end of the spectrum, boy? Oh man.
Clint, I know, or Tyler, Clint, you probably took the day off on the betting.
I didn't know the game had already started, or I would have. I didn't realize it was a 5:40 start or 5:50 start. I didn't realize time snuck up on me, man. Didn't get them in.
They are, and I know Framber Valdez is pissed because the fact that the Tigers are wearing these atrocious ass jerseys. It looks like they're Fan Connect jerseys.
Dude, they are hideous.
They're dark, so it doesn't allow Framber to get to wear his favorite uniform. So he's having to wear the orange numbers. Oh, I hate it. I don't.
Dude,
there's something wrong with it, but I don't hate it.
Those are some of the worst threads in any sport I've seen in a while.
It's not even close to their to their normal color combination as well.